Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Harry Potter got one last chance. Reaper's last mission. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter died? Not once, but 12 times. After every failure, Death's Reaper sends him back to try again. Now, with one final chance remaining, Harry returns to the past carrying the knowledge of countless lifetimes. Armed with hard-earned wisdom, powerful magic, and a determination to rewrite fate, he must complete the destiny he was always meant to fulfill. Can Harry finally break the cycle and defeat Voldemort, or will his last chance end in failure forever? Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Harry woke up with his face pressed to a cool floor. Something about that seemed wrong to him. Racking his he suddenly shot up off the floor. The last thing he remembered was the green light of Riddle's killing curse hitting him in the. That should preclude any waking up on a floor, or indeed anywhere else. Maybe he was back at the ethereal King's Cross station he had just visited. Looking around, he realized that wherever he was it didn't look at all ethereal. In fact, it looked like the waiting room at a doctor's office. Right down the ghastly pattern on the floor. Thoroughly confused, Harry sat in the chair provided. The best thing to do was probably just wait until someone showed up like Dumbledore had done. Harry had no idea how long he sat in the waiting room. There were magazines on a table, but they weren't in any language Harry had ever seen, let alone learned. Eventually though, a door opened where there hadn't been one before. A bored-looking woman stepped through holding a clipboard. "Your Reaper will see you now, Mr. Potter." Harry saw the shock spread across the woman's face as her own words sank in. "Wait, Potter, you're back. Oh, not good, not good. Well, come along. Best get this over with." Harry found himself bustled from the waiting room and down a hallway. Any attempts to ask the woman where he was or what was going on were roundly ignored. The two came to an empty stretch of hallway that looked no different from any other, and the woman once again opened a door that hadn't been there before. Harry blinked. "In you go, dearie. Good luck." With a firm hand to his back, Harry was shoved through the door. When he turned around to look back at the woman who had brought him here, he was once again looking at a blank wall. Looking around, he realized he was in an office of some sort. On one of the walls hung several framed diplomas. Across from him was a desk stacked so high with folders that the person sitting behind the desk with a look of unmitigated horror on his face could barely see over them. "You." The man leapt across the desk, scattering the folders and the papers they contained all over the office. Harry wasn't in any state to do anything about that, as the man had grabbed him by the shirt and started shaking. "What in the name of the nameless are you doing here, you bastard? Are you some kind of fetishist? Mentally deficient? What is it, huh? What are you on about, you madman?" Harry was thoroughly annoyed. He had known that dying was a possibility for a long time now. He had even accepted it as a certainty for the short time it took him to walk into the Forbidden Forest. However, being accosted by strange, obviously deranged man had never featured anywhere in his expectations. "What am I on about? You showing up here for the, drumroll please, 12th blasted time? You are trying to make my afterlife difficult, aren't you? I've been here before." The shock in Harry's voice calmed the man somewhat. "Yes, you have been here before. In fact, this is your 12th death. Since you mortals never remember this plane, I suppose I'll have to introduce myself again. I am Ephialtes, Reaper of Europe. You are Harry James Potter, the little T that can't stop dying. Boy who lived, my hairy ass. You do realize that you are this close to getting me fired, don't you? Grim Reapers can get fired. How would that even work? It works by giving them a soul to watch over that insists on taking joyrides to the afterlife rather than fulfilling the destiny laid out for it. If I get fired, there will be no way for me to pay back the debt I incurred on my soul while I was alive. If that happens, I promise you I'm dragging you down with me." Harry was starting to feel a little overwhelmed, but he still managed to pick something out of Ephialtes' less than polite introduction. "You said, if. That means there is still a chance for you, right?" "Yes. But since that chance rests entirely in your hands, I'm not holding out too much hope." Throwing his hands up in disgust, Ephialtes turned back to his desk and froze. Seeing the state of his files, he whimpered. Oh great. Just what I needed. Stomping over to the desk, the man threw himself into his chair and aimed a glare at Harry. I blame you for this, Potter. I'm pretty sure I wasn't the one who jumped over that desk. Ephialtes simply huffed in response and started looking through the mess on his desk. After a few minutes of sifting through papers, he had several in his hands and gave out a loud sigh. Well, sit down. We have a lot of work to do. Taking a seat in front of the desk, Harry decided he had been patient long enough. Are you actually going to tell me what that work is then? We're going to save my job. And you are going to fulfill your destiny to do it. I don't know what my destiny is, but doesn't being dead present a bit of an obstacle to me fulfilling it? Okay, so that was a bit snarkier than he intended, but for once Ephialtes seemed entirely unconcerned. A bit of an obstacle, yes, but not an insurmountable one. I am going to send you back to the living world and you are going to do it right this time. After all, if you don't, then we're both up the sticks without a paddle. Your 13th chance is your last one. You die again and you really will be joining me in purgatory, never to walk the Elysian fields. As for what you have to do, it's emberingly simple. Kill that degenerate running around down there, find your soulmate and live to 169 years old. Then, and only then, do I want to see you again. Are we clear? No. How am I supposed to avoid making whatever mistakes I made first time through? How do I know who my soulmate is? Ephialtes was giving Harry an odd look and it was beginning to make him uncomfortable until the Reaper abruptly stood and walked over to a filing cabinet in the corner of the room. When he returned, he was holding a thick scroll. In my hands I have a contract that you will sign. It states that you fully understand that you are on your last chance, that you will be allowed to retain your memories since you are too much of a dunderhead to get it right without I stance. Finally, it says that you will keep everything you have learned here a secret. The only person you may tell, if you so choose, is your soulmate. As to who that is, if you weren't so bloody infuriating, I would simply be able to look it up in your file. As it is, I think we can safely say that it isn't anyone you've been spit-swapping with so far. After all, we wouldn't be in this mess if they were. This prick was starting to remind Harry more and more of Snape. Never a good thing. Helpful, aren't you? You don't remember anything that could be useful. Anything at all. Do you have any idea just how many people die per minute? No, I don't remember everything about every angsty little t. However, since you seem determined to screw me over, I will give you some simple guidelines. First, the degenerate. You know how to kill him. Remember that this is your task. Don't hang around and hope someone else will come by and solve your problems. That is good general advice, mind you. Second, the soulmate. It takes something really messing with their heads to keep soulmates apart. Check yourself regularly for potions, charms and diseases. Again, there's some sound general advice in there. Harry was blushing like mad at the insinuations coming from the being in front of him. So you're saying that the only way Ginny could get me to fall for her is with a potion? That was insane. He couldn't imagine any of the Weasleys doing something like that, let alone her. Ephialtes was giving him a long-suffering look. I have no idea who this Ginny is, but by your expression I'm guessing she's the angsty little t you were playing house with before you decided to die before your time. Again, Harry opened his mouth to respond angrily, but Ephialtes beat him to the punch. Look, kid, you've tried this your way. Several times, in fact, and turned your destiny into a royal cluster every time. You were the one who asked if I could come up with anything useful, so keep quiet and listen for once in your lives. Here the Reaper took a moment to glare at his charge and make sure he wouldn't be interrupted again. All right, so like I was saying, regular checks. Food and gifts as well. And since I am through umming anything about your competences, learn the detection methods and the necessary counters. If you come back here because you caught something, you will regret it. Fine, so he wasn't above taking his frustrations out on a teenager, but to be fair, that teenager was the cause of just about every one of his frustrations. The blushing was rather amusing too. Finally, the not dying. I'm just not sure what to tell you. While you may know where the hazards were, the moment you start messing with time, things change. Be alert and train yourself to deal with your many shortcomings. You live in a goddamn magical world. Find a way to get what you need. There are myriad options for the truly creative and determined. You should have realized this by now, but it bears repeating. Coasting by will get you killed, and getting killed is bad. The similarities with his old potions professor were solidifying in Harry's mind by the minute. Taking the scroll from Ephialtes, he started looking through the contract. It said essentially what he had been told, though a good deal less insulting. Harry was weighing his options. If he didn't do this, he apparently would be stuck in purgatory forever. He had a feeling that he wouldn't see his family there. It would also mean damning his friends left behind to world ruled by Riddle. If he did sign the contract, he would be thrown back in the deep end and left to work it all out on his own. Although with his memories intact, he might be able to save Cedric, Sirius, Dobby and a host of others. That left him ahead of where he usually was in strange and dangerous situations. In the end, there was only one thing Harry could do. Decision made, he laid the scroll on the desk and looked around for a pen, only to find Ephialtes holding one out that seemed to be made from a Patronus. Harry took it and signed his name in glowing, misty letters. Excellent. Now technically, corporate can veto this, so we need to get you sent off as soon as possible. Better to ask forgiveness and all that. Follow me. As they left the room, Harry got the distinct impression that they were sneaking. Ephialtes certainly was, at any rate. Eventually they came to another door that wasn't and slipped in. Good. Now you stand over there, Ephialtes said, indicating a raised dais. As he walked over to what must be a control panel, Harry simply did as he was told and stood in the center of a ring of runes that he couldn't make heads or tails of. He smiled to himself as he thought of what Hermione would give to be able to study this room. He was drawn out of his thoughts about his best friend by muttering coming from the controls. Looking over, he saw Ephialtes paging through a book, occasionally stopping to double-check something and then change the settings on the panel in front of him. Right, I'll be sending you back to a time when you will be able to actually do something. I think we'll just leave that bit of Riddle's soul here. It's not going to help you after all. Here the Reaper looked up with a glare. That means you can't go getting hit with the killing curse, you understand? Harry just nodded in acknowledgement. Ephialtes went back to fiddling with the controls in a way that worried the young wizard. You do know what you're doing, don't you? I have the manual here, thank you very much. It's not like we have to use this thing very often. Most people manage to live out their destinies just fine without all the handholding and need for extra chances. Before Harry could respond to that, a loud voice boomed into the room. Ephialtes, where are you, you little sneak? The Reaper blanched and muttered something Harry couldn't understand but was fairly sure was a curse. No time to double-check now. Off you go. Good luck. The rings of runes glowed blue and peeled themselves off the floor. They started to swirl through the air around Harry, encasing him in their glow. At the same time, the door to the room banged open and a figure Harry couldn't make out through the runes strode in. Ephialtes, stop what you're doing. You could put everything in danger. Ephialtes seemed to stiffen and then whirled around to face the swirling magic in the center of the room. Potter, your soulmate, I've just remembered. I'm pretty sure it was some Granger girl. Hermione, my soulmate is Hermione. Before Harry could contemplate this any further, he felt as he was being squeezed until he shot off like a bar of wet soap. Magic was swirling all around him. There was so much of it in the air that Harry was beginning to feel nauseated. He closed his eyes in an effort to control his stomach. Sicking up all over a magical time vortex was probably a bad idea. Eventually Harry felt like he was beginning to slow down. The magic was becoming less and less oppressive and seemed to be dissipating. He was finally making some real progress in calming his churning stomach. He was so preoccupied with his struggle that he didn't notice the last of the magic fading away. Harry Potter. Harry's eyes snapped open as he heard the familiar voice call his name. He was sitting in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. The very much intact and undamaged Great Hall, surrounded by people who were young and alive. No traces of the war anywhere. Nothing could have kept the shock from showing on his face. Harry Potter. His head snapped around to look at the source of the voice. Albus Dumbledore stood in front of the head table next to the Goblet of Fire and was looking as stern and unsmiling as Harry had ever seen him. Wait, the Goblet of Fire. I'm back in 4th year. Sirius is alive. Cedric is in the next room. I really can save them. I was half expecting my time with Ephialtes to be some kind of delusion. Harry Potter. A pair of hands pushed him to his feet. Looking over at the contact, he saw a pair of worried brown eyes. Your soulmate. I've just remembered. I'm pretty sure it was some Granger girl. Ephialtes' last words rang through his head, almost causing him to miss Hermione speaking to him. Go on, Harry, you have to go up there. With another little shove, Harry started walking. He was remembering how this year had gone last time around and trying to get comfortable in his younger body again, and so missed most of the glares that were being aimed his way by the other students. When he came up to the headmaster, he was handed the slip of parchment with his name on it and directed to the antechamber where he knew the other 3 champions were waiting. Still feeling a bit dazed, Harry made his way across the hall. The sounds of the great hall cutting off abruptly as the door of the antechamber closed behind him was every bit as ominous as it had been the first time around. Looking up, he saw the 3 champions gathered around the fire. When he had been 14 in mind and body, he had been caught by how tall they were. With the mind of a war veteran, all he could think was that they looked too young for what lay ahead. What is it? Do they want us back in the hall? At Fleur's question, Harry mentally shook himself. He needed to focus. He could gather wool when he was safe behind the curtains of his 4-poster. No, something's gone wrong, Harry said. He really didn't want to get into this. He knew the animosity he would be facing over the coming months, and time travel or MIV delusions apparently gave him a blinding headache. He still wasn't sure what had happened there. Well, what has gone wrong? It was clear the Fleur was growing impatient with his poor performance as a messenger. She wouldn't be kept waiting much longer as Bagman came bouncing through the door. Unable to contain himself at this twist in tournament and, probably even more so, Harry thought, the betting opportunities it afforded. He ignored the rotund former beater as he introduced Harry as the 4th champion in a contest that was named for the fact that there were only ever 3. Should have bloody well tipped everyone off that there was something miserably wrong right there. Fleur was just starting to work herself into a strop when the rest of the adults came into the room. Welcome to the sideshow. No charge. Madame Maxime. They are saying that Z's little boy is to compete also. Harry couldn't quite suppress a twitch in his jaw at the little boy comment. He knew there was a decent person under Fleur's act of being a quintessential French snob, had even met her, but damn, did that woman need to work on her first impressions. It didn't help that this comment was the other 2 headmasters' cue to get indignant about the situation. Well, at least they're worried that a little boy could upstage their champions. Wonder if I should take that as a compliment or an indictment of their own programs. He didn't bother to hide his eye roll at Snape's pronouncement that he had been breaking rules since he got to Hogwarts. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? Dumbledore asked, studying him. Harry reflexively threw up his occlumency shields. No, Harry couldn't feel anything come up against his shields, but certainly heard Snape's wordless scoff. Did you ask an older student to put your name in for you? Harry had already started answering the question when something occurred to him. Wait, you mean, that would have worked? He asked incredulously. Judging by the faces around him, it actually would have. That means you had something set up to deal with the possibility of someone being entered without permission, right? It was Bagman who answered him. Ah, well, who would want to enter more competition for a title they wanted? Harry, I'll just take that as a no, then, shall I? Harry groaned. Should I also? You have no method for dealing with unwilling participants. We must follow the rules, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names come out of the Goblet of Fire are bound to compete in the tournament, was Crouch Sr.'s non-answer. Harry just snorted in disgust, earning him a glare from Snape. Maxime and Karkaroff had their hackles up again and were arguing with the other organizers. Harry was forced to admit that from their point of view they had good reason to be angry with the situation. They were interrupted by Crouch Jr. explaining exactly how he had entered Harry into the tournament. Harry had to admit, as ballsy moves went, this one was right up there with anything he had ever pulled. It was this interruption, however, that caused Dumbledore to force the issue and declare that Harry would have to compete. After the 2 foreign delegations had left in a huff, Harry and Cedric were also dismissed. Once they were outside, Cedric spoke up. So, we're competing against each other again. Honestly, Cedric, give me a Quidditch match any day. Harry was pinching the bridge of his nose in an effort to relieve the headache he still felt. He knew the next question was coming, but it still managed to annoy him. Will you tell me how you managed to get your name in? I didn't, but apparently any prick over the age of 17 who was given half a reason could have. Harry's tone was curt as he answered the Hufflepuff. Right. Cedric didn't sound any more believing than he had last time, but they had thankfully come to the point where their paths diverged and Harry was left alone for the remainder of the walk up to Gryffindor Tower. He really didn't feel like putting up with the same bloody questions all night and no one believing his answers. In fact, he was tempted to just head over to the Room of Requirement and ask it for a place to spend the night. Find a way to get what you need. There are myriad options for the truly creative and determined. Harry froze mid-step as Ephialtes' words rang through his head for the second time that night. Find a way to get what you need. Harry continued his walk with a more confident stride. First chance he got tomorrow he was heading down to the kitchens to talk with Dobby and learn about the come-and-go room from the elf. He could do with some plausible deniability if he had to keep his future knowledge a secret. The tumult in the common room was as bad as he remembered. All of Gryffindor, led by the Quidditch team, wanted to congratulate him and know how he did it. It also didn't take long for Harry to get fed up with the whole thing. He decided on a slightly different approach to last time and climbed onto a table holding up his hands for silence. Quiet, you lot. Our champion is going to make a speech. This proclamation led to a roar of approval before everyone settled down again. Thank you, Fred. Now then, I am going to say this one last time. I did not enter my name into the Goblet of Fire. Harry waited for the catcalls to subside before he continued on. Professor Moody has a theory on how my name came out as the fourth champion. If you're interested, go talk to him about it. Take that, you conniving bastard. Harry hoped the Death Eater would be inundated with requests from Gryffindors. It was petty, sure, but he wasn't sure unmasking the imposter at this stage was wise or even possible. The judges did mention that all you would have had to do is convince an older student to enter your name for you. The expressions on Fred and George's faces were comical to say the least. They were clearly kicking themselves for overlooking this. Now, if you will excuse me, I am going to bed. As I don't really want to sell it getting shafted into a deadly tournament. His point made, Harry jumped down and headed towards the stairs to the boys' dormitories. The rest of the house was too shocked to stop him and he managed to make good his escape. Just before opening the door to the fourth-year dorm, Harry took a moment to prepare himself for the confrontation he knew waited within. Sure enough, he hadn't taken 3 steps towards his bed before Ron was standing in front of him. So, congratulations. He hated that false grin his best friend was wearing. On what? He knew he sounded bitter, but the next few months were some of the worst times in his friendship with the redhead. You managed to get into the tournament. Even Fred and George couldn't do that. How did you do it? Since you seem to have missed the announcement downstairs, I didn't. Someone else entered my name. If you want the full theory, talk to Moody. Ron's face took on a disbelieving cast. It's okay, you know, you don't have to lie to me about it. You're already getting away with it. If you couldn't let me in on how you were going to do it, you can at least tell me after the fact. Harry squared up to Ron and looked him in the eye as seriously as he possibly could. Ron, we have been best friends for 3 years. Do you really think that I would lie to you about something like this? Something in Ron's expression wavered for a moment before it hardened. I didn't. Guess I know different now, don't I? Wormtail would be proud of you, the way you stabbed your friends in the back. Harry staggered back at the venom in Ron's voice. That last comment had been beyond the pale and something Harry had never imagined Ron capable of saying. You, Potter. Ron whirled away from his still shocked roommate and got into his bed, wrenching the hangings shut. It took Harry a few moments longer to make his way to his own bed. When he closed his own hangings, he quickly cast some privacy wards they had used on the hunt before letting himself go. He was shaking like a leaf from the roller coaster he had just been on. From battle, to the afterlife, to the past is a lot for a body to take. Here in the privacy of his own bed he could finally start to immolate and process what had happened. To start with, he wasn't at all convinced it had actually happened. The wards currently protecting him were certainly strong evidence. After all, he couldn't remember learning them until 1997. That didn't necessarily mean this hadn't just been one great, big delusion. Just that delusion usurped anything he had ever heard of. Right. What had Hermione called it? Something about a razor, and the easy explanation usually being the right one. He wasn't getting it exactly right, but either way the concept wasn't helping him either. He just wasn't sure which of his two options was the more far-fetched. Thinking of Hermione brought up Ephialtes' final words to him again. Your soulmate, I've just remembered. I'm pretty sure it was some Granger girl. He had never even heard of soulmates, but for the moment that they existed, how did he feel about Hermione being his? He considered this carefully. In his mind's eye he saw his best friend both as she was and as she would be. He remembered the things they had been through and would go through. In the end he decided it would be anything but a hardship to have her in his life for the next 155 years. He didn't know if he loved her, if love was even part of the whole soulmate thing, but, it was. Should he act on what might just be a delusion? There just weren't any easy answers. Most of the questions were leading him around in circles. Okay, let's look at it this way. Will it cost me more to follow Ephialtes' advice or ignore it? Overall there weren't any real problems with the advice the belligerent Reaper had given him. In fact, the only bit he had any real problem with was the soulmate thing. He didn't like the idea that he and Hermione had no choice but to get together. He considered whether he should simply tell Hermione everything that happened and ask her to help him work it out. No, if it was real, I can't tell anyone except my soulmate what happened, and Ephialtes didn't exactly give a definite answer who that was. Pretty sure. Might not cut it. Besides, what if she decides she wants to date Ron again when 6th year rolls around? She might feel pressured to follow along with something that is at best still uncertain. I won't do that to her. He briefly considered whether he was pulling a Dumbledore and keeping information he should perhaps share. Dumbledore had something concrete he could share. Your evidence amounts to, I've apparently died a dozen times and we're fated to be together. Hell, it hasn't even managed to convince you. In the end, Harry decided he would keep an open mind with regards to Hermione and at least act on the sound general advice Ephialtes had given him, starting with that talk with Dobby tomorrow. Now that he had made his decision and had the beginnings of a plan, Harry felt much better about the whole thing. Taking off his glees and getting changed, he settled down for the night. The next morning Harry got up early as he usually did. He felt a pang of anger and loss when he saw Ron's closed curtains. He knew that his friend would apologize after he had faced the dragon, but it still hurt. Especially since Ron had been a lot more vindictive than he remembered. That thought sent a shiver down his spine. What if he had already changed things so much that Hermione wouldn't believe him? That would just make the nightmare complete. With a sigh he set off to breakfast. What would come, and he would meet it when it did. Just like Hagrid had said a year from now. His walk through the common room was uncomfortable. His talk with Ron was apparently not the only one that had changed the way he was treated. The Gryffindors that were sitting around seemed to be doing their level best to pretend that he didn't exist. He headed directly for the portrait hole. Maybe he would get to speak to Dobby earlier than he thought. As he stepped through the portrait hole, he came face to face with a most welcome sight. Hey, I brought you these. Hermione was standing in front of him holding up a couple of bacon sandwiches wrapped in a napkin. Would you like to go for a walk? Please and thank you. He replied, the obvious gratitude in his voice causing a pleased look to briefly flash across her face. The two friends headed outside to the lake. As they walked, Harry ate his delivered breakfast. When they got to the lake, they sat down and Harry began to tell Hermione everything that had happened since his name came out of the goblet. She was outraged that the organizers had apparently known this could happen and ignored the possibility. She smiled when he told her of his little speech in the common room and told him she had already heard all about it from Lavender and Parvati. She was appalled at Ron's comment. You do understand why he's acting that way, don't you, Harry? I know that he's jealous, Hermione. The problem is that I really don't have the energy to talk him down. I'm going to be putting everything I have into surviving the latest Hogwarts madness. This has the potential to be as bad as the basilisk. Hermione looked like she desperately wanted that not to be true. Besides, after what he said, I'm not sure I could talk to him without punches being thrown. He's not the only one that needs to cool down before we try to fix this. That's actually very mature, Harry. He didn't take offense at the slight surprise in her tone and expression. It was a little unusual for him to mention that many feelings in one sentence. Are you going to write serious? I suppose I'd better. Harry sighed. He got up and brushed the GR off his robes before extending a hand to help Hermione up. Do you happen to have a letter for your parents? He asked her. I was working on one. Why do you ask? I can't use Hedwig to send letters to Sirius and she gets huffy with me when I use other owls. If we send her off first with your letter it'll keep her happy. I'm not so long on friends right now that I can afford to tick her off. Hermione's response was to laugh most of the way to the castle at the relationship between her friend and his owl. Clees that day were a nightmare. First was herbology with the Hufflepuffs who felt wronged by Harry's selection as champion and weren't shy about letting him know it. That afternoon was care with the Slytherins who were taking any and every chance to get a dig in. Harry didn't bother to hide his gratitude even a little this time when Hagrid believed him about the goblet. After Clees, Hermione left for the Leary to finish her letter to her parents, once again smirking at the reminder about Harry and Hedwig's relationship. Harry used the time to make his way towards the kitchens. After he had tickled the pair and opened the painting, he was surprised that he wasn't immediately swarmed by elves, but quickly realized that right before dinner was probably the most busy time of day for Hogwarts' hidden workforce. There was one elf that was always going to find time to talk to his favorite wizard. Harry barely had time to see himself before he felt Dobby slam into him and hugging his legs. Harry Potter, sir, you is here. You has come to visit Dobby. Harry couldn't help but smile at the excitable little fellow. Hello, Dobby. I see you've found work at Hogwarts. How have you been? Dobby released his hold on Harry and stepped back to look up at his savior. Dobby has been looking for work for a long time, sir, but now that he has come to Hogwarts, Dobby is very well, sir. The elf was beaming with pride. Why did it take you so long to find work, Dobby? Harry asked, feeling a bit ridiculous since he already knew the answer. It takes Dobby a long time because he is wanting paying, sir. Wizards is not wanting to pay house elves. Dobby was almost giving up hope when he finds Winky. When Dobby hears Winky has also been freed, he thinks to himself, where's there being enough work for 2 elves? And it comes to him, sir. Hogwarts. Dobby spoke very fast in his enthusiasm. The other elves in the kitchen backed away as the tale progressed, looking very uncomfortable and embered. Harry felt that Hermione's SPEW efforts were likely doomed with this lot. The one elf that didn't back away was swaying drunkenly on her stool near the fire and wailed loudly when her part in the story came up. None of this stopped Dobby for a moment. Dobby and Winky is speaking to Professor Dumbledore, sir, and he is telling Dobby he will pay Dobby. Dobby is getting 1 galleon a week and 1 day off a month. This prompted another howl of grief from Winky. Professor Dumbledore is also telling Dobby and Winky they may call him whatever they wishes. We may even call him a barmy old codger, sir. But Dobby would never. Dobby is grateful to be working at Hogwarts. That's wonderful, Dobby. I'm happy for you. Harry grinned, meaning every word. Do you happen to have a moment to help me with something? For Harry Potter, Dobby always stands ready. The elf heard him seriously. In that case, can you help me find a place where I can practice magic in private? Without anyone disturbing me. Dobby's brow wrinkled in thought for a moment. One moment, Harry Potter, sir, he said before dashing off. Harry saw him talking to some other elves that looked like they were wishing he would stop bothering them. Harry felt for his little friend as he was receiving the same treatment from his own peers. Dobby had apparently gotten the information he needed as he once again stood in front of Harry, bouncing excitedly. Dobby has learned of the perfect place, sir. May Dobby show Harry Potter the way? Grinning at the thought of what the room would look like if he gave Dobby free rein in creating it, Harry agreed. Dobby led him out of the kitchens and up to the 7th floor and the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, chattering happily all the while about his long job hunt. When they got to their destination, Dobby beamed up at Harry and told him how to call the room. Harry began pacing and started with the most obvious request he could think of. I need somewhere I can learn what I need to survive. His focus was such that he didn't notice the door forming until Dobby squeaked next to him. Harry Potter, sir, has done it. Harry was just staring at the door. He hadn't honestly expected that to work with such a vague request. Deciding to see just what he had called into being, he opened the door. Inside the room was clearly divided into 2 parts. The first reminded him of the Gryffindor common room, except the walls were lined with shelves stuffed full of books. A quick perusal revealed titles like The Healer's Helpmate and The Curse Breaker's Companion, as well as some more advanced sounding titles. The other side of the room was set up like a dueling arena and Harry could see several training dummies. Dobby, this is absolutely fantastic. Name your reward, sir. Dobby looked shocked. This is beyond anything I had expected. You deserve to be paid for a job well done, and since you did this job for me, not Dumbledore, I will be paying you. Name your price. As Harry beamed down at Dobby, he was surprised to see the little elf looking very uncomfortable. What is it, Dobby? Dobby is having a wish, sir, but it is too much to be asking for this. Harry remembered what Dobby had done for him in the future and thought that any wish the elf had, Harry would do his best to fulfill. Not at all, my friend. If I can grant your wish, I will do it. When Dobby's only reaction was to blush furiously, Harry started to get worried. This behavior was atypical of the Dobby he knew. Surely it can't be that bad. Dobby. Dobby. The elf took a deep breath before saying in a rush, Dobby wants to be Harry Potter, sir's elf. Immediately he clapped his hands over his mouth, shocked at his own audacity. His tennis ball-shaped eyes were wider and rounder than usual, and for a moment Harry was afraid Dobby would flee the scene. Of course you can be my elf, Dobby. Would you like the same pay you've been getting from Hogwarts? Harry didn't see what the problem would be. No sir, Dobby is wanting to be Harry Potter's bonded elf. Dobby whispered. Well, that was different. Harry knelt down in front of Dobby so he could look him in the eye. Are you sure, Dobby? I thought you enjoyed being free. Dobby straightened up, looking as serious as Harry had ever seen him. Dobby is sure, sir. Elves is not meant to be free, sir. At Harry's confused look he continued. Elves is needing the bond to use magic, Harry Potter. Without it we is losing our magic and dying. But magic is always having a price. The price elves pay is to serve. That didn't make sense to Harry. But why should that stop you getting paid? If Dobby is paid to serve, then he is not paying for magic and the bond will not form, sir. Dobby wanted to be able to leave Hogwarts when Harry Potter finished school and hoped Harry Potter would bond with him. Dobby was blushing again as he admitted to the last part. Harry realized that the elf was putting all his cards on the table. He also knew that if he turned Dobby away he would feel like the lowest scum of the earth. Hermione is going to kill me. If that's the case, then of course I will bond with you, Dobby. You will have to explain how though. Harry hadn't finished speaking before an ecstatic house elf slammed into his. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Harry Potter sir. Dobby was jabbering so quickly that Harry was having trouble hearing the individual words. The gist of it was loud and clear though. It's all right, Dobby. Now how do we do this? Harry Potter must find his magic and push it out to Dobby. Harry closed his eyes. Finding their magic had been part of the first-year curriculum. It was essential to be able to touch your magic if you wanted to cast a spell. When he found his magic he was momentarily surprised. There was a lot more of it than he remembered. Damn, Horcrux must have been parasitic. Time enough for speculation later. Focus on Dobby. No sooner had he had that thought than his magic began to leak out towards Dobby. To Harry's senses it almost seemed like Dobby was a sponge, absorbing everything Harry pushed towards him. That is being enough, sir. Harry's eyes snapped open at Dobby's interruption. When his focus stopped, so did the flow of magic. Is it done, Dobby? It is, sir. Deciding that he needed more information if he was ever going to keep Hermione from his throat, Harry decided to ask his new elf some more questions. That's good, Dobby. Are all the castle elves bonded to the headmaster like this? It seemed like a lot of work to go through every time there was a change of headmaster, but he wasn't prepared to put anything past magical society. Oh no, sir. The castle elves is being bonded to the school itself. Hogwarts is having a great magical reservoir. Only personal elves is bonded to the staff. Dobby looked very sure of himself. But they are all bonded. When he didn't immediately hear a response, he looked over to once again find Dobby looking uncomfortable. Let me guess. Winky isn't bonded. No, sir. Winky is not wanting to bond to the castle, and there is no teachers requiring an elf now. Winky is wanting a family again. An idea was forming in Harry's mind and he wasn't sure he liked it, but if Winky's life and magic were at stake, not to mention her happiness, he knew he was going to do it. You were all right for a few years though, right? How long do we have to find someone for Winky to bond with? Dobby perked up. Sir will help look for a family for Winky. Sir is too kind. Suddenly his ears drooped. Dobby is surviving because he is rationing his magic. Winky is not doing this. She is not having the will to live. Winky will die by the summer. Harry blanched at that pronouncement. Bugger. Dobby, would you mind if I bonded Winky? I'm not sure I really have enough work for 2 elves, but I can't let her go on like this. Dobby had tears in his eyes. Dobby had hoped to ask the great Harry Potter to bond Winky if he worked hard enough this year. Dobby was not wanting to presume. He punctuated his statement with a loud sniff. Harry sighed. Very well. I won't bond her unless she's sober though. This bonding feels like something you shouldn't do drunk. Dobby was nodding so rapidly his ears were flapping around on his head. Can you take care of her for me? More nodding. All right then, that is your first job, okay. At once kind and generous Harry Potter, sir. With a pop Dobby had disappeared. Harry shook his head. He was going to have to talk to Dobby about forms of address. Harry sat down at the table the room had provided and pulled out parchment, ink and a quill to write his letter to Sirius. He paused when he realized he was probably going to need the same discussion with Winky. Hermione is definitely going to kill me. Hermione was worried. Harry hadn't shown up for dinner. She knew he was stubborn, but skipping meals because of a bunch of gossips wasn't his style. As soon as she had finished eating she had begun searching. That had been nearly an hour ago. He's not going to run away. He never has. She was just checking an empty CL room when a familiar voice called her name. Hermione, there you are. Have you finished your letter? Sure enough, there was the object of her search walking down the hallway like nothing was wrong. Harry, you missed dinner. Are you all right? Seeing the bemused look on his face shifted her questioning. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I'm sorry I worried you, Hermione. I was writing a letter to our friend and planning a training schedule to help me survive this year. And, yes, I'm all right. He was looking at her with that damn lopsided smile of his again. She wanted to stay angry, but he had apologized and made her curious with his talk of a training schedule. Do you want me to look over your schedule? You know you tend to be a bit relaxed about your schoolwork. She didn't want to offend him for the world, but Maeve knew schedules were her thing. Her question didn't seem to have put a dent in that smile though. You can check my schedule later, Hermione. First things first, do you have a letter we can send with Hedwig? After one more searching look she started rummaging in her bag. I have it right here, she said as she fished it out. His smile turned into a full-on grin. Excellent, let's go then. Harry grabbed her hand as he whirled around and she found herself being pulled along. She didn't mind. Not having to watch where she was going freed up attention she could devote to analyzing her best friend. She had expected him to be much moodier than what she was seeing. He was almost relaxed and he definitely seemed collected and in control. It was as if he had learned something that took away all his insecurities and she couldn't imagine what it was. An abrupt stop and the release of her hand were signals to rain some more attention to the world around her. While she had been trying to make sense of Harry, he had managed to get them both to the Ollery. She had the uncomfortable suspicion that she had been staring at the back of his head the whole way. Thankfully she could always count on Hedwig to demand some of Harry's attention, and he was currently busy rubbing his familiar's plumage. By the time he had turned to her to ask her for the letter to her parents, Hermione had herself back under control. Watching Harry with Hedwig was a calming experience anyway. She certainly wouldn't like to have to say who took care of whom in that relationship. Harry might be the owner and the human, but Hedwig could be downright mothering to him, and how many wizards took into account their owl's feelings when sending a letter. Soon Hedwig was winging off towards her parents to update them on the most recent happenings at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry watched her until he couldn't see her anymore. She knew the moment it happened because his shoulders slumped momentarily. He straightened right back up though and peered up into the gloom of the rafters. Which one of you wants to take a letter for me? Hermione amused herself for a moment by imagining the owls discussing who would be risking Hedwig's wrath for taking a letter from her human, but it didn't take long for a barn owl to glide and land on Harry's arm. Harry held out the letter to it. This needs to go to Snuffles, okay. Do you know how to find him? Prek. Good man. Here you go then. Hermione shook her head in wonder as she watched the real magic of knowing Harry Potter. Harry only watched the barn owl long enough to make sure it got underway. When he turned back to her he had that lopsided grin on his face again. Come on then. Let's go enjoy a few horrendously awkward moments in the common room before we go to bed. He offered her his arm and she just smiled at him and shook her head before taking it. She could get used to relaxed Harry. The week had passed fairly quickly. The day after Harry had written Sirius, Hermione had said she was going to find anything she could on the tournament in the Leary. Harry knew his friend did her best work surrounded by peace and quiet and left her to it. Who knew she might find something they hadn't known last time? He instead went up to the room of requirement and began his training. He hadn't told Hermione about the room yet, largely because he knew it would lead into a discussion about him bonding Dobby and, soon, Winky. He hoped she would understand and was even fairly confident that she would. Eventually, not having Hermione around would make this year cripplingly lonely. She wasn't likely to reconcile with him just because he flew rings around a dragon after all. The result was actually that Harry was unusually focused in his work in an effort to distract himself from the confrontation he knew he would eventually have to face. He began by developing a plan for dealing with most of the Horcruxes. He would start to learn curse breaking so he could get at the ring. That meant that he needed to learn as much ancient runes and arithmancy as the room could force into his inn. The diadem could be picked off whenever. The only reason he didn't do so immediately was that he was unsure of whether Riddle would notice if he did. He had decided he would take some more time to think on it since he had that time available for once. This had led to what Harry rather proudly believed was his best plan yet. He knew Riddle and Wormtail would be waiting for him at the end of the third task. He also knew that Riddle would be as weak as he had ever been and that Wormtail was a pathetic excuse for a wizard at best. Without the Horcrux causing a debilitating pain in his scar, he should be able to capture both and kill Nagini. Destroying another Horcrux and buying the wizarding world enough time for him to collect the rest. Wormtail's capture would free Sirius, which meant that he wouldn't be as desperate at the end of Harry's 5th year and that Harry would gain access to 12 Grimmauld Place and the locket. Riddle's capture would get him some help going after the cup, he hoped, because that was the one Horcrux he couldn't think of a plan for. Once he had all the Horcruxes, he would either head down into the Chamber of Secrets for Venom or borrow the Sword of Gryffindor and end the whole damn war before it could start. The room had supplied him with materials to start his studies into runes and arithmancy, as well as a book called Survival Securing Spells for the Self-Sacrificing. It was a small tome but contained spells like the Heaven's Shield Charm, said to be able to stop even dragon fire, and Gaia's MC, a spell that allowed the user to manipulate the earth around them to a limited degree. His choice for what he would learn first was fairly obvious after the mention of dragon fire. He grinned to himself as he thought of himself walking through the dragon's fire bursts unharmed and simply picking up the egg before walking away again. He knew it was strategically unsound and would probably get him eaten, but indulged in the fantasy for a moment anyway. In order to learn all of this in time for it to be useful, Harry had reached a decision that he needed more time. So he was going to stop going to divination and history of magic. Those times, along with his free periods, would be spent in the room working on things that might actually save his life someday soon. He even had a thought that if he learned enough runes and arithmancy he might just drop divination completely next year. History he would self-study, and in doing so probably learn more than from sleeping through Bin's Cleese. Wednesday evening, Harry and Hermione had once again separated for their studies. Harry couldn't remember every IGN meant he had been given over the past few years and didn't bother trying to work ahead. Instead, he tried to learn some basic detection spells. He discovered a number of tracking charms on himself but figured they weren't doing any harm, telling whoever was on the other end that he was at Hogwarts. He would have to remember to remove them if he chose to leave the school grounds. Feeling buoyed by his success, he also tried to learn the Heaven's Shield charm, which proved not only insanely difficult but magically exhausting after 4 tries. Since he couldn't go on with practical work after that, he settled down with some books and immersed himself in the most common rune alphabet, the Elder Futhark. When he wanted a break, he switched to the introductory arithmancy book, which felt like a review of some mathematical principles he was thankfully familiar with from his Muggle upbringing. The rest of the week passed quickly for Harry. Clees were ridiculously easy and he completed his homework in a fraction of the time it used to take him. Thursday, Hermione had found out he planned on skipping some of his Clees when he didn't show up for history. She had been furious at first and had only cooled to a simmer when he explained his reasons. She had forced him to make an appointment with Professor McGonagall for the coming weekend so that he would at least not get in trouble for simply skipping class. The students weren't any more pleasant than they had been last time around with one exception. Harry and Hermione were walking to Transfiguration when they spotted a group of Ravenclaws surrounding a younger student. Annoyance with the student body in general combined with a deep-seated hatred of bullies saw Harry stepping up to the group, wand in hand. He was never more proud of Hermione than when he saw her wand come out at the same time as his. "What do you think you're doing?" Harry's face was contorted in a feral snarl as his frustrations boiled over, which visibly frightened several of the Ravenclaws. As they turned around, a small part of Harry's inn noticed he was dealing with a group of girls. "None of your business. This is no place for cheaters," sneered a girl Harry was surprised to recognize as Marietta Edgecombe. "I'm making it my business, and the good news about being on everybody's shit list already is that I won't disappoint anybody when I bounce you up and down the hallway, till no amount of makeup can help you." The low threatening tone, as well as the fact that Hermione's wand never wavered during Harry's declaration, made up several minds there and then. "Let's go, Marietta, she's not worth it." Several girls were already leaving, eager to get away from danger. Marietta was the last one to go after casting one last scathing glance at the younger students. Once the bullies were gone, Harry turned to find a pair of familiar protruding gray eyes looking back at him. "Are you all right, miss?" He felt a little silly not being able to address his friend by name, but she wasn't his friend. Not yet, at least. "You are Harry Potter." He smiled at her. "I am. This is my best friend Hermione Granger." "Who are you?" Luna considered them for a moment with her head cocked slightly to one side. "My name is Luna Lovegood. Most people think I am a little strange." "It's nice to meet you, Luna," Harry said before giving a shrug. "Most people think I am an attention-seeking cheater." "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Luna. Most people think I'm a bookworm." Hermione completed the introductions before pointing a finger in Harry's face. "Not a word, you." Harry closed his grinning mouth, but had clearly been on the verge of pointing out that she was a bookworm. "Don't worry about being a little strange around us, Luna. This idiot's life is so strange he probably wouldn't even notice." "Oi." Hermione just smiled innocently at Harry at his interruption. The twinkle in his eyes gave him away as he tried to look mightily offended. Giving his glare up as a bad job, he turned back a surprised-looking Luna. "If you ever need help with those bints you can come find us, all right, Luna. I don't like bullies in the first place and you seem like a nice girl besides." Harry thought he might have seen tears forming but couldn't be sure as Luna had thrown herself at him and was hugging him tightly. A moment later Hermione was given the same treatment. Eventually Luna stepped back. "Thank you, you too. This is almost like having friends." Harry could feel Hermione's shock and indignation from where he was standing. "What do you mean like having friends? I'd love to have you as a friend, Luna." Luna's eyes widened even more when Harry added that he too would like to be friends with Luna. "In fact, why don't you join us for lunch? That'll give us a chance to get to know you when we're not in danger of being late for CL." Harry suggested. Hermione let out a loud gasp. "Harry, we're going to be late to Transfiguration." She grabbed his wrist and started pulling him down the corridor. Harry smiled over his shoulder at Luna and called out with a wave, "Bye, Luna. See you at lunch," before turning around and joining Hermione in racing to their CL. They left behind them a thoroughly overwhelmed little. Over the course of the week Luna ended up eating every meal with her two new friends. Friends who didn't make fun of her or try to steal her things. The bullies had stayed away for now as well as they watched this new development and thought about how to approach it. Thursday night Harry spent some time polishing his wand in preparation for the ceremony the next day that nobody had told him about. After that he had the talk with McGonagall that Hermione had made him schedule. He was also remembering the confrontation with Malfoy. He couldn't avoid it completely as it was the idiot's curse that had allowed Hermione to get her teeth magically fixed. He knew how much having normal teeth had meant to his friend and he wouldn't deprive her of this chance if he could help it. If the ferret fired anything but a tooth-growing hex, though, all bets were off. Friday dawned to a grimly determined Harry getting himself ready for the day. He knew the real excitement was reserved for the afternoon and didn't relish having to spend a morning dealing with the tension he was feeling. Breakfast with Luna helped lift his spirits as it was almost impossible to remain depressed around the upbeat little Ravenclaw. That morning Hermione had arithmancy and runes, so Harry put in a double period in the room. He thought he might have seen a flicker of something during his practice with the Heaven's Shield, but it was gone so fast he wasn't sure it wasn't just wishful thinking. Either way, he couldn't afford to keep going to magical exhaustion like had in the past. He still had Charms and Malfoy to look forward to. In the past week he had finished the Elder Futhark and the slightly more modern younger Futhork. Harry had discovered that ancient runes made sense to him in a way few things except flying and defense ever had. He could easily visualize the meanings behind a string of runes even if he was a little weak on their grammar. He was moving on to the ancient Celts and beginning with the Ogham of the Trees. Lunch time was again spent with the girls, who noticed his tension. When they asked about it he simply said, "Double potions with the Slytherins today." In Charms they were learning the summoning charm, which Harry had had trouble with the first time but which now felt like an old friend. All too soon it was time to head into the dungeons. On the way there they ped Cedric Diggory signing the book bags of bunch of giggly sixth-year girls. Harry rolled his eyes at the display. At least someone was enjoying their name coming out of the cup. Down in the dungeons Harry saw a sight he had been expecting but in no way looking forward to. All the Slytherins from their year and a few he was sure were just hanging around for the entertainment value were gathered near the potion CL room. Each one of them was wearing a large badge that Harry didn't need to see to know what they said. "Hey, Scarhead, like our badges." At Malfoy's shout all the Slytherins made sure to turn in such a way that Harry could see all their badges. The entire corridor was filled with glowing letters proclaiming, "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion." That isn't all they do though. Watch this. All the Slytherins pressed their badges and the messages changed. Harry lightly placed a hand on Hermione's forearm to keep her from reacting. He already knew how he would handle this. He calmly waited until each badge was winking the same message back at him. "Potter stinks." Harry raised one eyebrow at Malfoy, who seemed almost giddy with anticipation. "That's it. That's the best you could do in a week. That's adorable." Malfoy wasn't the only person in the hallway looking shocked. Harry's voice had been cold and silky in a way that Snape could only ever hope to achieve. It slithered around them like AS, which to the smarter Slytherins meant a strike was coming. A twinge of unease began forming in those best at reading the mood of a room. What? Nobody would ever accuse Draco Malfoy of that kind of awareness though. "I'm serious, Malfoy. It's like watching a niffler trying to use tools. I'd give you a pat on the head for your hard work, but I just washed my hands." "Like you could do any better, you disgusting half-blood." Harry grinned dangerously and drew his wand, causing Malfoy to scramble for his. Harry though wasn't looking to get in a duel just yet. "You mean just off the top of my head? Let's see." With a wave of his wand fiery letters formed in the air between them. "Support Draco Malfoy, amateur hairdresser, amateur wizard." The Gryffindors in the corridor started laughing loudly as the blonde Ponce spluttered in an absolute rage. "No, perhaps this then." With another wave of his wand Harry changed the message. Attention switched back to the letters he had conjured earlier as the shifted. "Support the Malfoy parents. The shame is crippling." Feels more appropriate, doesn't it, Malfoy? How do your parents live with it, by the way? The Gryffindors were absolutely howling by now, and Harry noticed more than a few Slytherins snickering along with them. Malfoy looked like he was about to have an aneurysm. When the blonde Ponce started moving, Harry was ready. He had a small reflective shield formed at the tip of his wand that he could use to bat the coming jinx away. It was something he had learned indirectly from Riddle over the course of their confrontations, and it was the best way Harry could think of to make sure there were no nasty surprises. It also happened to look thoroughly intimidating, which was something else he wanted to achieve here. "Fernunculus. What the hell, you little shit. That was not what you were supposed to use." Harry's wand moved with the speed of a striking S and batted the curse into the wall over Crabbe and Goyle's heads, causing their usual gormless expressions to morph into something Harry thought might be shock. He ignored them as he advanced furiously on Malfoy, who stumbled back in fright, stepping on the hem of his robes and falling painfully on his ass. "I suppose I shouldn't expect more from an inbred little cretin like you, but I confess myself disappointed." Harry was milking his Voldemort impersonation for all it was worth, and judging by the fact that several Slytherins were slipping the buttons they'd been wearing into their pockets surreptitiously, the act was working on them as well as it ever had on their parents. Densagio. Harry had Draco's wrist in an iron grip before that could completely bring his wand to bear and, hearing the beginning of the incantation he had been waiting for, jerked the boy's arm to the side so his wand was accidentally on purpose pointing at Hermione. When he heard her cry out, he wrenched the wand out of his rival's grasp and moved over to his friend. She had her hands covering her mouth and tears in her eyes. Despite knowing what the eventual result would be, Harry felt like the lowest scum on the earth just then for causing her pain. "Let me see, Hermione," he said gently as he pulled softly on her hands. When they lowered, he saw her teeth had grown past her lower lip. Finite incantatum. The dispelling charm stopped the teeth from growing further but didn't reverse the process. Harry fully intended to leave that up to Madame Pomfrey. Turning back to Malfoy, he saw fear in the boy's eyes. Good. As he looked over the rest of the corridor, he saw that Snape had arrived on the scene and was looking a bit wide-eyed. Making his way over to the Slytherin head of house, Harry flipped Malfoy's wand so he was holding it by the tip. He held out the wand to Snape. "Professor, Draco Malfoy has been firing hexes in the corridors, and poorly at that. I'll leave his wand with you while I escort Miss Granger to the hospital wing." With that, he turned around, gathered his and Hermione's bags and, putting his hand on her back, escorted his friend away from the scene of the confrontation. Severus Snape was in shock as he watched two of his most hated students leave. He had arrived just as Draco had thrown a boil hex. The spawn of James Potter had then proceeded to put the Dark Lord to shame with his response. Batting away the spell like that, those movements and that voice, Morgana's might, that voice. All had reminded him viscerally of the Dark Lord at his most dangerous. Snape hauled his godson to his feet and thrust the boy's wand back at him before glaring the students into the CL room. Before he entered in behind them, he dispelled the burning words that still hung in the air, privately thinking that Potter might have hit closer to the mark than he intended. In the hospital wing, Harry leaned against a wall while Madame Pomfrey was tending to Hermione. He knew what his friend was thinking as she looked into the little mirror the healer had given her, and when she raised her hand, Harry knew she at least had the teeth she always wanted. He hoped it made up for the pain of being hexed, but had an extra idea that he would need some help with. He was about to move over to see the result when the doors crashed open to reveal a panting Colin Creevey. "Harry, Bagman, ceremony," he managed between pants. "Easy there, Colin. Catch your breath and then tell me what's wrong." The younger boy took several gulping breaths before he felt confident enough to deliver his message. "Harry, Bagman wants you to join him for some sort of ceremony to do with the tournament. I'm supposed to show you the way." "Okay, let me just get my things." Walking over to Hermione and picking up his bag, he smiled at her. "I'll see you for dinner, all right?" She smiled and nodded, but Harry noticed she kept her lips shut rather than show him her teeth. Since her eyes were sparkling with happiness, he decided he didn't need to push for anything here. With a final nod, he followed Colin out of the hospital wing. The younger boy was as chatty as ever, but Harry tried to pay attention. He could still remember Colin's body being carried into the Great Hall. It had been less than 2 weeks ago in his personal timeline, and was determined that he would be a better friend this time. Eventually the two boys reached the room where Harry knew the weighing of the wands would be held. Saying goodbye to Colin, Harry walked in. He had hoped that with the extra time Colin would have spent looking, he would be able to postpone his meeting with his least favorite reporter, but one look around the room was enough to tell him that Dumbledore and Ollivander weren't there yet. "Harry, marvelous. That's all the champions. The rest of the judges will be along in a minute, my boy." Bagman was practically bouncing around the room again. The man was like Lockhart except with some actual, verifiable accomplishments to his name. "Now then, this is nothing to worry about. Just checking that your wands are up to snuff for the competition, and we're turning it into a little ceremony. There will also be pictures and interviews. Exciting stuff, wouldn't you say?" Harry barely managed to suppress a groan. Bagman was listing off most of the elements for Harry's idea of the most annoying event imaginable. "Oh, and this is Rita Skeeter. She's covering the tournament for the Daily Prophet. She'll be asking you a few questions after the ceremony." The reporter had sidled up to the conversation and was eyeing Harry with a predatory smile. Harry found a similar smile wanting to form on his lips but resisted the urge. He was starting to enjoy not being completely ignorant every time his life was in danger. Actually, Ludo, I think I would like to get started now if we're just going to be sitting around otherwise. Do you mind if I take the youngest first? Lovely. She already had a hold of Harry's upper arm as Bagman managed to stammer out, well, that is if Harry doesn't have a problem with it. Not at all, sir. Miss Skeeter. Harry's calm response didn't rear Bagman one bit, but Rita's smile got a little bigger as she dragged him out of the room and into the nearest broom cupboard. Harry didn't resist and sat quietly as she settled herself down. Now, Harry, do you mind if I use a quick quotes quill? The acid green quill was already hovering over a piece of parchment when Harry plucked it out of the air with a seeker's grace. I don't think you will be wanting this thing recording our conversation, Rita. He finally allowed the vicious smile that had been tugging at his lips to burst forth. What do you think you're doing, boy? Give that back. Harry just casually twirled the quill between his fingers as he looked the furious woman across from him. Do pay attention, Rita. This is important. We are about to agree to a deal where I will give you exclusive interviews, none of which will be written with this disgusting thing, and in return you will not write any gossip, insinuations or otherwise invented nonsense about me or my friends. Rita's fury had turned to a sneer. Why, you little T, what makes you think you can tell me what to write? Harry's smile grew positively. Bloodthirsty. Technically I can't. The first time you write your usual garbage though, the DMLE will be informed of your status as an illegal animagus. The color drained out of Rita's face so fast he briefly wondered if she might be a metamorphagus as well. I am well aware that being an unregistered animagus only carries a fine that you may well be able to pay. However, the way you have used your form means that you will also be charged with espionage. That is a prison sentence in Azkaban if you are found guilty, and given how many toes you've stepped on over the years you will be found guilty. If you really annoy me, the DMLE will also be receiving an anonymous tip about your use of Veritaserum and memory charms to, protect your sources. At this point Rita was shaking in fear and Harry began to worry she might pee out. Now, Rita, you can prevent all this from happening by simply not attacking me and my friends. You will even get a few exclusives out of it. That is more than a glorified gossip columnist like yourself really has any right to expect. Who? Came the reporter's question in a broken voice. Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood, Ron Weasley and their families. If you can provide actual evidence for a story, then I don't care what you print, but you will not go around attacking us in your usual style. Rita was in a bind. This agreement gave protection to that rag the Quibbler and a ministry department head. Still, there was only one choice she could make. All right, you little bastard. You win. Harry smiled and held out Rita's quick quotes quill to her. She promptly snapped it up and put it back in her bag. Taking out a normal quill, she shot a nasty glance at a serenely smiling Harry before she began a very different interview than the one she had planned. The interview continued until the cupboard door opened to reveal Albus Dumbledore. Ah, Rita, Harry, are you enjoying yourselves? The headmaster asked, his eyes at full twinkle. Harry just couldn't resist the presented opportunity. Actually, sir, it's not quite the experience I imagined for my first visit to a Hogwarts broom cupboard. Dumbledore's beard twitched while Rita just looked scandalized. The reporter got up and left in a huff, leaving Harry and Dumbledore to follow at a more sedate pace. The ceremony itself went as Harry remembered, but the photos went a lot quicker and the other champions were actually interviewed this time. By the time he left the whole circus behind, Harry felt the satisfaction of a job well done. Dinner that night was an easy affair as Harry had paid most of his hurdles that day as well as he could have expected, or better. This meant that he was a lot more relaxed than he had been earlier in the day. He, Hermione and Luna shared a lot of laughter as the meal progressed. When Professor McGonagall stood to leave and gave him a significant look, Harry turned to his two friends. Looks like I'm headed into the lioness den. Sweet dreams, Luna. Hermione, I'll see you in the common room. Luna smiled brilliantly at him, but Hermione gave him a firm look. Be serious, Harry. This is important even if you don't want it to be. Harry just smiled at her and waved as he left the hall. Since he wasn't going to change his current schedule even if McGonagall didn't agree with him, he didn't think this was as important as Hermione made it out to be. The second rise of Lord Voldemort and the end of the wizarding world sounded much worse to him, even if no one else knew they were coming. Harry arrived at the door to Professor McGonagall's office and knocked. "Enter," came the voice of his head of house. Harry opened the door and stepped onto the office, looking around. Most of the walls were covered in bookcases. McGonagall herself was seated behind a large desk situated in front of a pair of windows. One bookcase contained what looked like pictures and mementos of past students. Harry was sure something of Hermione's would end up there one of these days. He sat himself down in one of the straight-backed, wooden chairs facing the desk. "Good evening, Mr. Potter. What can I do for you today?" she asked while running her eye over him as if checking for indications that he might have been up to mischief. Harry steeled himself and answered her. "I am here to inform you that I will not be attending History of Magic or Divination Classes this year. Instead, I will be using that time to prepare for the tournament. It is my intention to continue studying for the subjects themselves independently." McGonagall's gaze seemed locked on him for the duration of his speech, and she continued to study him. "May I ask what brought on this decision?" As confident as he had been walking to this meeting, his Transfiguration teacher certainly had a way of unnerving him. Harry was sure she was drawing on her abilities as a cat animagus to give him this stare. "Frankly, ma'am, I've been forewarned this year that my life is in imminent danger. Listening to Professor Binns drone on about another goblin rebellion or Professor Trelawney predicting my death is not going to help me survive. Honestly, if I thought I could get away with it, I would drop out of potions as well and not give Professor Snape and his house the chance to take potshots at me for 2 hours each Friday." Professor McGonagall closed her eyes momentarily and Harry felt a brief sense of relief. Before he could get too comfortable, McGonagall spoke up again. "While I cannot deny that you are in a difficult position, I have to be concerned about your future after the tournament as well. Your work the past 3 years just does not convince me that you would do well with an independent study course, Mr. Potter." Harry thought that simply telling her that he really didn't have any intention of changing his study schedule might not be in his best interest. He would have to offer up something else. "I will still be completing the IGN Ments for those courses, Professor, and if it makes you feel better, I'm perfectly willing to take the end-of-year exams with my CL mates in June." The surprise wasn't visible for long on McGonagall's face, but it was clear enough that Harry knew he had taken her off guard with his offer. She was quiet for a long time before she spoke again. "I will be monitoring your academic performance minutely, Mr. Potter. If at any point it seems to me your marks are slipping, you will be back in those classes. We will discuss whether I feel you should take the end-of-year exams at a later date, as they are scheduled very closely to the date of the last task and I want some more information before I make my decision." Harry couldn't stop his jaw from dropping open as his head of house gave him permission to skip 2 of his classes. "I cannot give you permission to absent yourself from potions, as brewing unsupervised is dangerous in the extreme." "Thank you very much, Professor. This means a lot to me." Harry was surprised to find he was telling the unvarnished truth. He really was touched. "I will do my best." "I do believe you will, Mr. Potter." Harry smiled broadly at her and stood up to leave. "Oh, and Potter, do be careful in the tournament. Well, the dangers are very real and I find that the rules prohibit me from giving you any information." Promise me you'll be careful and work hard, Potter." This surprised Harry as much as anything since he had shown up in Ephialtes' office. He might even swear that her eyes were shining with unshed tears. "She knows about the dragons and can't tell me. I promise, Professor. And don't worry too much. After all, if the past 3 years have given you doubts about my academic commitment, they should have given you ample evidence that my friends and I tend to find such information regardless of any rules." The near imperceptible brightening of Professor McGonagall's expression made him feel like he had ended the day on another high note. As he was walking toward the Gryffindor Tower, it occurred to Harry that he really should find a cover story for knowing about the dragons. It only took him a moment to hit upon the answer. He and his friends were certainly good at finding out things they shouldn't know, and he remembered he had just made 2 new ones. A quick conversation in an empty CL room later and Harry was sure he would know the moment the dragons arrived. The next morning Harry sought out Fred and George Weasley. "Do you have a moment, lads? I have something I need your help with." The twin troublemakers looked at each other and then back at Harry. We certainly have a moment, Ickle Harrikins. The question is, why should we give it to you? Harry simply smirked at them. 2 words, Fred, pranks and profit. The twins hated the fact that Harry could tell them apart when their own mother couldn't, but it got them to pay attention like nothing else. Not that the attention of Hogwarts' premier pranksters was always a good thing, but it was certainly what Harry was after now. The twins shared another look. Very well, speak on, oh noble champion. What do you need help with that offers pranks and profit? Harry's smirk only grew as he informed them of what he wanted to do. Once they heard the plan, and that Harry was content to let them keep any profits, the twins were downright eager to help. That evening Dobby was sent to get supplies without anyone in the castle knowing. Over the next few days a new product hit the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Modified gobstones called gobshites, that were shaped suspiciously like Draco Malfoy's head. They also had the added feature of yelling something at the loser before spitting the standard foul-smelling liquid in the person's face. You worthless peasant, and, wait, till my father hears of this, could be heard regularly in the corridors, much to the irritation of the Malfoy heir and his godfather, but they were never able to locate the distribution network that somehow reached into Slytherin as well. Great and wonderful Harry Potter, sir, must be waking up. Harry had been asleep when it finally happened. Great and wise Harry Potter, sir, wished to know if something unusual was brought inside the wards. He must wake up so Winky can tell him. Just a moment, Winky, I need my glees. His glees promptly appeared on his face and the little elf came into focus. She was almost bouncing with excitement and had a wide smile on her face. He felt an answering one stretch his own cheeks. Okay, Winky, what have you discovered? Many wizards is bringing 4 dragons into the forest. Great and noble Harry Potter, sir. That conversation with his elves about appropriate and above all concise forms of address had just gotten a bit more urgent. Thank you very much, Winky. You two did a stellar job. He watched as she swelled with pride. It was a vast improvement over the sobbing drunken mess she had been. He was also going to have to talk to Hermione about elf rights and what the elves wanted those rights to be. Will the great and magnificent Harry Potter, sir, be needing anything else? That's it. We are having this discussion now. Yes, actually, but I need the both of you here for this. Dobby. With a small pop, the elf population in Harry's bed doubled. The great and honored Harry Potter, sir, is calling Dobby. Yes, I wanted to talk to the both of you. About one more thing. I just want you both to know that you are free to call me whatever you like. This, great and wonderful Harry Potter, sir. Business is a bit of a mouthful though. Do you have anything shorter that you can call me? Perhaps you could just call me, Harry. The 2 elves looked at each other and then back at him before responding in unison. Of course, Master Harry. Before he could tell them that he didn't need anyone calling him Master, they had popped out. He briefly considered calling them back, but he had said they could call him anything. Perhaps this was an instance where his preferences should make way for the elves, even if it meant his talk with Hermione had just gotten more difficult. He mentally shook himself and slipped out of bed. Grabbing his broom and invisibility cloak, he snuck down to the common room and opened a window. He flung the cloak around him before mounting his firebolt and flying off towards the Forbidden Forest. Using Hagrid's hut as a guidepost, he soared out over the forest. Seconds later he saw a flash of light in the distance and headed in that direction. As he got closer, the roars of the animals and the shouts of their handlers were easily heard. Hanging in the air, invisible, gave Harry a great vantage point to do some scouting. The cages with the dragons in them were being moved into position, much to the animals' displeasure, and repeatedly groups of handlers fired stunners only for the dragon to wake up again a few minutes later. Harry stayed just long enough to determine that the 4 dragons were the same breeds as last time and to hear someone mention the golden eggs. Upon his return to Gryffindor Tower, Harry thought about the difference even the few days' advantage would have made if he had known what awaited him as soon as possible. That inevitably made him think of the other champions. With a sigh he headed back up to bed. It looked like he was going to have to ask Hermione to send another letter to her parents. In a tent in the Forbidden Forest, one handler was desperately writing a letter full of information he had been strictly ordered not to mention to anyone outside of the team he was a part of. The next day 3 of the champions received letters from Hogwarts school owls. Each of them paled upon reading the letter, and none of them would speak of what they contained. Also, each of them left breakfast rather abruptly after speaking to their headmaster, or in Cedric's case Professor Sprout. Harry's lack of a letter was ignored by the student body, and so were Hermione and Luna's pale faces and shaking hands. The day of the first task dawned crisp and sunny. The sky was clear and it didn't look like the champions would be getting any help from a well-timed shower of rain. Knowing he had already successfully faced what awaited him was the only thing that allowed Harry to function somewhat normally as he spent his time trying to work on his occlumency shields. While his nerves weren't as bad as the last time he had faced the first task, the prospect of facing a nesting mother dragon is never approached with complete calm. When lunchtime rolled around, Harry forced himself to eat something. Next to him, Hermione was desperately trying to pretend she was calm and in any state to rear him. When Professor McGonagall walked over and asked Harry to follow her out, she lost that battle and flung her arms around him. "Promise me you'll come back to me, Harry." Harry had wrapped his own arms around her, returning her hug and trying to offer some comfort. "I promise." She nodded her head into his but still had to be coaxed into letting him follow their head of house. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione and Luna gave up all pretense of being all right and simply held on to each other. Harry observed that Professor McGonagall was looking paler than usual as she led him to a tent near the enclosure where he would soon be facing a dragon once again. Just before he walked in, she spoke up. "Do your best, Potter, and be careful." He decided to try and rear her a little. "I'm prepared, Professor." At her sharp look he simply smiled and said, "Remember the end of our discussion in your office, ma'am." A look of honest-to-goodness relief filled her eyes for a moment and she put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. "Make Gryffindor proud then." He nodded his head and walked into the tent. The other three contestants were already there, tense and hyper-aware of what the next hours would bring. None of them acknowledged the presence of any of the others. Harry simply joined them in their silence. Soon they heard the sound of hundreds of footsteps ping by on their way to the stands, and shortly after that the tent flap opened and admitted the judges. The drawing of the dragons went the same as Harry remembered, and he would again face off against the Horntail. "At least I know to keep an eye on the tail this time." As the judges were leaving, Bagman called out to Harry and asked to speak to him outside. Knowing what was coming, Harry followed him out. "Feeling all right, Harry? Anything I can get you?" "I'm fine, sir." Bagman faltered a little. Clearly he had not expected that level of composure from a teenager who had just been told he would face a dragon. "Got a plan?" Harry had to stop himself from taking a step back as the corpulent ministry worker invaded his personal space by leaning forward conspiratorially. The man smelt of stale sweat and some kind of pungent aftershave. "I can give you a few pointers, you know, since you are so much younger than the others," he trailed off suggestively, and Harry wondered if Bagman thought he was being subtle. "I'll be fine, sir. Besides, I doubt I'd have time to effectively use anything you tell me on such short notice. Now, if you don't mind, I need to focus." With that he turned around and marched back into the tent, leaving a slack-jawed Ludo Bagman behind him. One by one the champions were called out. Each had a look of terror mixed with determination. Harry was torn between putting up a silencing charm so he wouldn't hear Bagman's inappropriately enthusiastic commentary, or leaving matters as they stood so he could at least hear that the others came away unhurt. In the end he listened and waited for his turn. When he was finally called out, Harry squared his shoulders and walked out into the enclosure. Despite having been faced with this sight once before, his stomach dropped unpleasantly as he took in the angry dragon across the enclosure. Staying behind the boulders at the edge of the arena, Harry raised his wand and performed the only spell he needed. Accio Firebolt. He risked a quick look at the Horntail, but she was busy keeping an eye on the crowd since he wasn't making any moves towards her eggs and they were still cheering loudly. Sooner than he expected, Harry heard a whistling noise as his broom approached at high speed. Leaping onto the broom without waiting for it to stop near him, he rocketed into the sky. A small part of him absently noted that it was perfect Quidditch weather. Shaking that thought off, he set about luring the magical lizard off of her nest. The crowd gasped and cheered as he dove towards the dragon's head, dodging bursts of flame, but Harry never heard any of it. He was completely focused on flying and nothing else penetrated his awareness. When he pulled back up, Harry heard the snap of her jaws closing behind him. Again he dove, and this time his climb was accompanied by a roar of frustration from the Horntail. She wanted to swat this nuisance from the sky. On his third approach, Harry was thankful that he knew to watch out for the tail as it whistled past his shoulder. He was ecstatic that he had managed to dodge that injury. It was one of the first concrete examples that he could change things for the better. Having once again found a safe height, Harry looked down at his opponent. From the way she was glaring up at him, he was sure he could get her up with his next P. Taking a deep breath, he shot down towards one of the most feared creatures in the magical world for the fourth time that day. As he weaved in between the bursts of flame, he was muttering to himself. Come on then, you oversized oven. Get up, give me chance." Almost as if she could hear him, the Horntail's head followed him, and as he climbed into the sky once more, she rose up on her hind legs in a furious effort to end this insulting intruder. The moment he saw her move, Harry was plummeting to the earth, trying to draw every ounce of speed from his loyal firebolt. He dodged a blast of fire, 2 claws and a tail, before leaning out to grab the golden egg and racing for the edge of the enclosure. Once he was past the arena boundary, it was as if someone turned the sound back on. "Look at that," Bagman was yelling. "Will you look at that? Our youngest champion is quickest to get his egg. Well, this is going to shorten the odds on Mr. Potter." The students were going mad in the stands at the performance by one of their own. He could see Hagrid, McGonagall and Moody making their way over to where he was as the dragon handlers rushed into the enclosure to bring the Horntail back to her cage. Harry was just starting to relax when he heard a loud snap behind him. Harry whipped around and saw to his horror that the Horntail had snapped the chain that kept her secured to the nest. This is bad. The inane thought shot through his head and was immediately ignored in favor of the Hungarian Horntail in an absolute fury that something had taken one of her eggs and gotten away unt. She was pouring out enough fire to make a blast furnace jealous, and the handlers were desperately dodging it as best they could, all thoughts of coordination abandoned as each looked to their own survival. As Harry watched, one of the handlers decided that this was not what he signed on for and broke away. Once the first one fled, the others soon followed as the situation became untenable. The last man out of the enclosure had flaming red hair. With no prey available in the enclosure, however, the dragon turned its attention to the panicking spectators who were trying to flee the stands. The sheer press of humanity was working against them, though, as they were bottlenecked at the exits. Harry was moving before he was consciously aware of what he was doing. Dropping his egg, he slung a leg over his firebolt and launched himself back towards the stands. He desperately drew his wand even as the dragon drew in a miv breath. A split second before a torrent of flames erupted from the beast's maw, Harry threw all his magic into his spell as he screamed, Aegis Divus. Harry hadn't managed this shield in his many tries during his training sessions in the Room of Requirement, but now, with the lives of his friends and CL mates on the line, the Heaven's Shield charm burst from his wand like a golden cloud of light and shot forth to place itself between the stands and certain death. The fire streamed from the dragon's mouth for nearly a minute, and when it finally let up, Harry thought he might fall off of his broom as the exhaustion slammed into his body. "I can't stop. Not yet. Not while everyone is still in danger. Not when it's my fault." He needed to focus the Horntail's attention on himself, but he didn't think he could cast so much as a stinging hex after that shield. Suddenly he froze. That is a really stupid idea. It might just work though, and if I don't try anything, she's going to roast the stands. The Horntail was getting confused and ever more enraged. Why wouldn't these inferior creatures just die? Nothing was going right for the mother today. She said in another miv breath. She would turn their world into an inferno. Nothing would live through her fury. The expected blast of flames never formed, however, as her left eye erupted in pain and the original annoyance flashed in front of her face. With a roar, she tore after it, determined that it would pay. In the stands, a pair of red-headed twins were staring in awe at the figure that was rapidly becoming a speck in the sky. "Gred, did you just see what I saw? If you saw Harry Potter spitting in a hacked-off dragon's eye, then I think so." The two shared a look before returning their attention to the most reckless Gryffindor to ever mount a broom. Harry, meanwhile, had discovered a flaw in his plan. Now that he had the dragon's attention on him, he had no idea what to do next. Tired as he was, she was likely to win a flight of attrition. He had no way to bring her down, and he wasn't sure he could count on someone else distracting the beast or bringing it down for him. Later, Harry would never be able to say what made him do it, but almost like offering up a prayer, he begged in his mind, "Hogwarts, help me. A seeker trains to spot a glint of gold under any conditions, so a burst of flame high above himself and the pursuing dragon followed by a glare reflecting off of an object clearly much larger than a snitch was always going to catch Harry's attention. He wrenched his broom up and raced off in that direction almost on instinct. As he closed, Harry could see what had caught his attention. Fawkes had brought the sword of Gryffindor. When the mythical bird saw that it had been recognized, it trilled a melody and released the sword. Harry pushed his broom even harder in an effort to reach the only thing that Hogwarts thought could help him. He was flattened along his broom's shaft, one hand extended towards the ruby-encrusted hilt. The distance between the two shrank rapidly until with a lunge Harry's hand closed around the sword. During his mad chase he had completely lost track of the dragon that wanted him dead in ashes. A roar brought her back to his attention. Having to lift her bulk, it was far more difficult for the dragon to climb than it was for Harry. It was gaining quickly now though, and Harry didn't have long to decide what to do. In the end there was only one course of action that would see the students safe at the end of it. Making sure he was between the sun and the dragon, he answered her roar with a wordless battle cry and turned the shaft of his broom towards the ground with one hand. The sword was gripped tightly in his other. The combination of one eye having to squint due to irritation and looking into the sun meant that the horntail couldn't see her prey, but she knew roughly where it was. When she guessed the irritant to be in range, she opened her jaws and loosed a torrent of fire in the general direction she knew him to be in. Seeing the flames racing up hungrily to meet him, Harry started a spiral that took him out of the path of a superheated death and allowed him to keep avoiding it as the dragon tried to adjust her aim. The two combatants closed rapidly, and Harry knew this was going to be like threading a needle blindfolded on a motorbike. Steeling himself, he watched his target get closer and closer. At last moment he took both hands off of his broom and gripped the sword and applied the only bit of fencing he knew. The pointy end goes into the other guy. Faster than the dragon could react, he thrust the sword into its good eye, allowing their speed to drive it all the way back along the optical nerve and into the inn. Though he tried, Harry couldn't let go in time, was almost wrenched off his broom by the impact. Barely hanging on, he spun out of control, buffeted by the wind of the dragon's ping as he tried to regain control. He saw the tail a moment before it hit but couldn't avoid it. Air. One of the spikes that gave the dragon its name was driven clean through Harry's shoulder. The force with which Harry was falling caused the tail spike to snap off. The good news was that Harry was now clear of the dragon. Using his good arm, he managed to stabilize the broom and get out of the way just in time to watch the dragon's corpse plummeting towards the ground. The wind catching its wings caused it to flip and tumble on the way down until it slammed into the ground with an almighty crash. Relief washed through Harry when it stayed down. Harry flew his broom down gently. As he approached the ground, he heard the cheering, crying and laughing of the people who hadn't been able to leave the stands. The adrenaline high they were coming off of, combined with sheer relief at still being alive, meant that they were venting their emotions any way they could. Ignoring them for now, Harry landed next to the dragon's head. Now that it was over, he could feel his own adrenaline rush subsiding, but there was still something he needed to do before he could collapse. He walked over to the dragon's head and grabbed the hilt of the sword that still stuck out of the dead predator's ruined eye. As he wrenched it out, Harry called out, "Fawkes!" A burst of fire above his head marked the arrival of the magnificent bird. Holding up the sword to the phoenix, Harry allowed it to land on the hilt before letting go and entrusting the artifact back to the one who had brought it to him. "That's to I owe you, Fawkes." A warbling trill answered Harry's statement before Fawkes flashed out again. Dizziness swept over Harry and he steadied himself on the dragon's snout. Gathering himself, he managed to mount his broom one last time and flew towards the medical tent, never rising more than a few feet off the ground. Once inside, he finally let go of his iron grip on consciousness and fell to the ground as blackness overtook him. When Harry woke up, it was to a throbbing pain in his shoulder. Even without his glees, he could clearly tell where was the hospital wing again. His searching hand managed to find his glees. Sliding them onto his nose, Harry sat up for a look around. His struggles unfortunately didn't go unnoticed. "Mr. Potter, what on earth do you think you're doing?" Madame Pomfrey bustled over, looking highly put out with her most frequent and intractable patient. "Why won't you ever just stay down and rest?" Her wand was already out and performing diagnostics. Harry never could read his healer, but the lack of tutting and clucking gave him hope. "Well, Mr. Potter, Your scapula was shattered to the point where I had to vanish it and feed you Skelegro. It has healed rather nicely, but you will be wearing a sling to give it the proper amount of rest. Are you feeling any pain in that area? Not really. Madame Pomfrey eyed him for a moment before poking him firmly in the shoulder. His hiss of pain didn't seem to surprise her. She fetched an ointment and began rubbing it into his shoulder while admonishing him to always be completely honest with his healer. She finished it off by putting his arm in a sling as she had promised. Harry found the experience rather humiliating and couldn't imagine why Malfoy would have willingly walked around with one of the damn things in third year. Your shoulder will be right as rain tomorrow if properly rested. Your magical core is another matter entirely. While I can't help but be thankful for your actions against that dragon, the fact remains that you completely drained your core. You will not perform any magic whatsoever until Monday at the earliest. If you manage to behave today, I will release you after Cleese. I said if, Mr. Potter, if I release you, you will be back here Sunday evening after dinner and I will evaluate your magical core and we'll see if you can rejoin your Cleese the day after. Am I clear, young man? Harry decided discretion was the better part of valor and simply nodded. Very well then. A flick of her wand arranged his pillow and few others so that he could lean into them and maintain a sitting position. An elf will bring your breakfast in a moment. You will eat every scrap of it. She waited for his nod before she moved back to her office. When breakfast was delivered, Harry realized that her admonition had been completely unnecessary. He was ravenous. After polishing off his meal, he called for Winky and asked for his runes book. It would give him something constructive to do while he sat out his sentence. Feeling Madame Pomfrey's eyes on him, he made sure to only use his good hand to read the book. Lunch brought a very welcome distraction in the form of Luna and Hermione coming to visit. Both girls were clearly very happy to see him awake. Hermione had even brought him his post as Madame Pomfrey didn't allow owls in the infirmary. The way they were watching him when she handed it over to him gave a feeling he was about to be pranked, but he couldn't for the life of him figure out what kind of prank Hermione of all people would pull on his mail while he was in the hospital wing. Added to that was his expectation that she would have ripped into him over recklessly flying out to fight a dragon and getting injured in the process, leaving Harry completely wrong-footed. Hermione handed him what looked like a newspaper with a front-page-sized note. Harry, you were pretty good for business. Keep this up and I won't even regret our arrangement. You still owe me an interview though. Rita, curious what had brought this on, he took the note off of what he assumed was the Daily Prophet. He took one look at the paper and he was blushing like a beetroot. There was a picture of him pulling the sword from the Horntail's eye and giving it to Fox, and it took up the whole front page. It didn't look anything like his recollection of the event though. The spike through his shoulder was barely visible as it was turned away from the camera. When his picture pulled the sword out, it held it over his head just as Fox flashed into view. The phoenix's wings were spread wide as it landed on the hilt of the sword before the image repeated itself. To finish of his emberment at the bottom of the page was the headline. Knight of the Light, Wah, B.U.I. Harry wasn't even sure how to vocalize his discomfort with this situation. The girls didn't have that problem in the slightest and were having trouble holding each other up, they were laughing so hard. Have you read the article yet? Hermione managed to hiccup between bouts of laughter. With trembling hands Harry opened the paper and started to read. The article described the amazing flight of a teenage hero against a storybook monster. The whole thing set him up as some kind of fantasy hero and ended with him mourning the noble beast he had been forced to slay due to the organizers' incompetence. This assertion was backed up by a picture of Harry standing with his hand on the Horntail's snout with his head bowed for a long time. I was about to fall over. I wasn't being noble. It wasn't that Harry was particularly happy or proud as a result of killing the dragon, the opposite in fact, but the way the article told it was so sensationalized that he could barely cope. Leafing through the paper revealed interviews with a lot of witnesses and finally, on page 8, a report of the task itself. Harry noticed that he was in first place, having received the full 50 points. Krum was in second place with 40 points, followed by Cedric and Fleur, each with 38 points. Throughout, Harry's mounting horror was clear on his face and had the girls in stitches all over again. Desperate to change the subject away from anything even remotely to do with him, Harry cast about for anything that might distract them. So how is Ron taking all of this? He asked. gesturing at the paper. If Harry had looked for a better way to stop the snickers, he wouldn't have found one. Hermione scowled and her breathing returned to normal within a few breaths, and Luna just looked uncomfortable. Ronald has been absolutely insufferable. Hermione growled out. The headmaster apparently asked him to take care of the golden egg for you. Now Ronald carries it everywhere with him. He is constantly answering questions on your behalf that I am sure he can't even begin to guess the actual answers to. I even heard him promising some students that you would give them an autograph. When I told them that you had never given an autograph in your life, he just gave me a smug little smile and pointed out that he was the one entrusted with the egg. Hermione was so worked up with indignation that she couldn't continue her rant. Harry looked over at Luna to see if she had anything to add. I'm sure that Ronald is simply fighting of a floating Blaugard infestation. It is their mating season and they can be persistent while it lasts. It was moments like this that Harry wondered exactly how many of Luna's theories were the truth presented as nonsense. I take it Ron is getting a lot of attention from girls. He asked just to clear up his suspicions. Enough that he wouldn't come with us to visit you. He is acting like he hasn't spent the better part of a month being a complete and utter pillock. Harry just sighed. He had thought that Ron would simply mutter an uninspired apology like last time and they could go back to being friends. This behavior was, well, Harry couldn't say it was unexpected. Ron loved the spotlight as much as Harry hated it. Well, I'll be out with good behavior after Cleese. I'll have to take the damn thing back then and Ron will hopefully calm down a little. Hermione looked extremely doubtful about the whole thing but didn't say anything more on the subject. They talked a little about Harry's health before the girls had to leave for Cleese. When a blushing Hermione asked if she could have his copy of the Daily Prophet since she was putting together a scrapbook, Harry had given it to her without hesitation. He certainly didn't need an extra source of emberment lying around. Hermione carefully put the paper in her book bag, gave him a on the cheek and left him sitting there staring after her, slack-jawed, while a giggling Luna skipped out after her friend. He slowly raised one hand to his cheek where her lips had touched. After a few moments he shook himself out of his daze and grabbed his book to continue studying. He didn't notice when his hand drifted up to his cheek several times during the course of his reading. Harry had just finished a chapter when his studies were interrupted by the doors of the infirmary opening to admit a redhead. It looked like Charlie had stopped by for a visit. When the second Weasley brother made a beeline for him, Harry closed his book and put it on the bedside table. The second oldest Weasley son looked incredibly uncomfortable. So Harry, I haven't seen you since the World Cup. Charlie was being a lot more awkward than Harry was used to from the summer at the Burrow. It's okay, Charlie, I know you're just here to keep an eye on Crumb. Harry told him with a wink. As far as we can tell, Ron's virtue is still intact though. You've been spending too much time with Fred and George. Charlie responded with a grateful grin. They're the only ones who think Ronnie's got a chance with Crumb. The rest of us know he's destined to end up with Galvin Gudgeon. Harry snorted at Charlie's reference to the seeker for Ron's favorite team. So what brings you here? Asked Harry. He saw some of the levity leave Charlie's expression. I'm here to apologize on behalf of the Geminel Dragon Preserve for our failure. The handlers were supposed to deal with any dragon going rogue, but we fled and left you to deal with the problem. In the process of doing our jobs first, you were injured, making our failure that much worse. As compensation, we are willing to render and sell your dragon cark for you free of charge. It's the least we could do. Charlie's speech was delivered in a stiff, formal tone, leaving Harry very aware that he wasn't speaking to his friend's brother but the Preserve's representative. He had a feeling that turning down this offer would insult the Preserve and put Charlie in an awkward position. There was one thing he needed to clear up before he accepted though. Charlie, what do you mean, my dragon cark? It's international law. The remains of any magical creature with a danger rating of XXXXX that is destroyed in defense of human lives, magical or non-magical, will belong to the one who dealt the death blow. Since the Horntail went feral and attacked the spectators and you killed it, its remains are yours. That made sense, sort of. The important thing right now was that if he didn't accept Charlie's offer, he was apparently still stuck with a dead dragon and no idea of how to deal with it. In that case, I'd be honored to accept your offer to, render and sell the remains, was it? At Charlie's grin and nod, Harry felt much better. What else has that kind of rating? Hermione probably knew the answer, but Charlie was an expert on the subject and, perhaps more importantly, available for a friendly interrogation. Well, let's see, there's manticores, lethofolds, acromantula. I think werewolves are technically clad as a 5X beast. Harry felt something niggling at his in as he listened to Charlie list some of the deadliest animals known to wizard kind. Would a basilisk be clad as 5X? The niggling was becoming a full-blown suspicion as he watched Charlie's face. Without a doubt. Any reason you asked about basilisks specifically? Of course there was. Here was a chance to get the beast's venom without potentially killing himself. Well, how are your team at rendering things beside dragons, and can I hire you? Charlie looked disbelieving. Are you telling me you have a dead basilisk stashed away somewhere? With a grin, Harry began to tell his visitor all about his second year at Hogwarts. Charlie had heard the tale from his mother and had written it off as too much wine in a particularly lurid Witch Weekly article. Hearing it from someone who had actually been there was very different. Harry made the story come alive in a way that had Charlie itching to get down there. Eventually they agreed that Charlie and his team would render the basilisk down to useful components and sell them for a percentage of the profit. This led to a discussion about whether Harry should keep any parts of the animals being rendered, and if so, which bits might be useful. The conversation rather brilliantly whiled away the afternoon until it was interrupted by Harry's stomach letting out a loud growl. Sounds like another 5X beast, right? There. Charlie laughed. I'll get out of here before Madame Pomfrey decides to come over and pop me in bed just in case. Harry felt heat rush to his cheeks as he blushed. I know what you mean, but unfortunately I'm stuck here. Still, thanks for alleviating my boredom. I owe you one. Charlie grinned at the young man he had just spent a very enjoyable afternoon with. No problem. You don't mention how Ron knew to warn you about the dragon and we're even. He laughed for a moment before realizing that Harry wasn't joining in. Looking over, he saw that the teenager had gone white as a sheet. Ron knew about the dragons. Charlie didn't think shock like that could be faked, but then again Fred and George might have found a protege. Nice try, Harry, but I saw you take down that dragon. You knew what was coming and so did the others. Charlie, Ron hasn't spoken to me since Halloween. I knew about the dragons because I got curious about the flashes of light in the forest about a week before the task. Charlie felt as sick as Harry looked at that revelation. Harry though had just had a horrible thought. Did you write anyone else in your family? Well, Mum knew that I was coming to Hogwarts for work. Would have been in for a howler if I hadn't let her know I was in the country. Might still be in for one, having made you face a dragon. The attempt at humor fell flat. Harry's head was hanging down, his shoulders were slumped and everything about him looked as if an enormous weight was pulling him down. There might still be an explanation, Harry. Maybe he never got the letter. Maybe the owl got lost. Ron wouldn't let you face a dragon unaware if he could help it. Harry's head moved in a nod but never really lifted. Charlie spent a few more moments trying to cheer him up but eventually left him to digest everything. Charlie knew Harry was doubting his and Ron's friendship right now and, much as he might wish it otherwise, Charlie was experiencing a tendril of doubt himself. He shook himself and ruthlessly quashed it. There was no way his little brother had done something that was tantamount to attempted murder. Hermione and Luna had agreed to meet up after CL to get Harry from the hospital wing and escort him down to dinner together. Hermione was especially looking forward to getting Harry alone at some point to grill him about the shield he had used to protect everyone from the dragon's fire. It was not on for her best friend to know an impressive piece of magic like that and not teach her. She was prepared to beg, bargain and bully her way into private clees with Harry, and that shield would be first on the list. Or maybe the Patronus charm. She hadn't decided yet, but the idea of learning either spell filled her with an immense desire to start studying right away. When the two girls finally got to the hospital wing, they found a very different Harry to the one they had left behind. He sat hunched over and unmoving on the bed. It was like the very air around him was heavy with somber thoughts. They shared a look before moving over to the bed. Hello, Harry, ready to get out of here? Hermione had decided to try and pull him out of his funk by being as lighthearted as she had hoped he would be. Being the lighthearted one was awfully unfamiliar for her though. Usually she relied on her boys to stop her from being too serious. When Harry looked up at the sound of her voice, she gasped. His eyes were those of a broken man. Something terrible must have happened. Harry, what's wrong? Ron knew about the dragons. Whatever she had been expecting, that was not it. The statement made no sense to her. Ron might be a prat sometimes, or more accurately most times, but he was Harry's best friend same as she was. She might not have a lot of experience with best friends, but she was sure you didn't let one face a dragon unprepared if you could help it. Harry, are you sure? How do you even know anyway? Harry looked at her for a moment and then started talking, unsteadily at first but more firmly as the story went on. He told them about Charlie coming to visit and their discussion on dangerous beasts and his claim on the dragon's cark as well as the basilisks. He told them how he had thanked Charlie and said he owed him one. He told them of Charlie's response and his attempts to explain why Ron would not have told Harry. Both girls were listening with rapt attention as the tale unfolded, neither wanting to interrupt Harry in any way. After Charlie left, I just couldn't get it out of my mind. I didn't think I could face Ron without knowing. So I asked Dobby if he would look through our dorm and see if there was a letter from Charlie there. Hermione almost throttled him when he went silent at the climax of the story, except he was already reaching over to the bedside table. He found this behind Ron's bed. With trembling hands she took the crumpled-looking parchment that Harry was holding out to her. She felt Luna sidle up next to her as she started to read it. Phrases kept jumping out at her as she tried to keep her composure. You need to warn Harry. Fireball's weaknesses include, stay clear of the horntail, could very well die. That useless, scumming sack of shit. Both Harry and Hermione's heads snapped up at Luna's unexpected cursing to see the little was shaking with tears in her eyes. He knew you could die, and he didn't once open his worthless gob. We could have lost you because that walking food stain decided he didn't want to get off his ass. She looked like she was going to fly apart at the seams, and Hermione couldn't have been prouder of Harry than when he held his arm open in a clear invitation that Luna didn't hesitate to accept. She knew Harry wasn't exactly comfortable with human contact, and for him to offer it to Luna now was a big step. She quickly joined them on the bed and in the hug. I'm sorry, it's just, you are my first and only friends at Hogwarts. I don't think I could take losing you. Either of you, Luna said from the middle of their tangle of arms. I know how you feel, Luna. Neither Harry nor I have a lot of friends either, and you are very quickly becoming a very good one. Hermione squeezed the two people in her arms a little tighter. What are we going to do next time we see him? She felt Harry heaving a sigh as much as heard him. I can't speak for you, Hermione, but I don't think I can be friends with Weasley again, or if I could it will take a lot of time. His jealousy was one thing, but this, Harry trailed off sounding miserable. It was clear that the loss of his first friend his own age was hitting him hard. Well, I for one will not miss Ronald's constant insults towards anything that isn't Quidditch, chess or food. Hermione sniffed. Levity was certainly more difficult than Harry had made it appear. What about you, Luna? Luna looked surprised that her opinion was wanted, but in the circle of her friend's arms felt safe enough to give it. Ronald is the one who gave me the nickname, Loony, and I certainly shan't miss him either. That bit of news caused a frown to appear on Harry's face. Don't frown, Harry. It attracts umbubular/guilters. Harry gave a snort at that and Luna got an extra squeeze. All right, Harry, let's get you discharged and we can have some dinner. I'll get Madame Pomfrey. When Hermione returned with the healer, Luna was sitting in a chair beside the bed discussing the migratory patterns of the crumple-horned snorkack with Harry. Right then Hermione decided that, between the three of them, they could get through this. Harry was discharged so quickly he actually became suspicious. He was however careful not to voice his suspicions until he was out of Madame Pomfrey's hearing. Hermione privately suspected that after an afternoon of looking at a seriously depressed Harry, Madame Pomfrey had decided that he needed some time with his friends. When they got to the Great Hall, the three friends had just enough time to see that most of the school was in attendance before the hall was plunged into darkness. A moment later Hermione was blinded by what turned out to be a spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Fred and George, I should have known. The Knight of the Light. The Pride of the Lions. The world's only living dragonslayer. The one, the only, Harry James Potter. Her friend's last name had been the bellowing finale to a steady crescendo and was met with thunderous applause. As the normal lighting in the hall restored itself, Hermione was surprised to see that all four houses were on their feet, cheering and applauding. Risking a glance to her side, she had to fight the urge to giggle as Harry had once again started blushing. His humility is really one of his best features. And he doesn't half look cute when he blushes like that. The thought passed through her mind unremarked as Harry chose that exact moment to start walking rapidly to the Gryffindor table, and she and Luna had to hurry to catch up. It was a good thing they did. When Harry got to the table, he was treated to a round of backslaps, handshakes and eager thanks. Colin's camera was clicking like mad and several girls were already jockeying for position on his arms. She moved in quickly with Luna only half a step behind. She had to help Harry. His shoulder was still sore and she was sure this attention would cause him to bolt soon. She slipped in between Harry and a second year she thought was called Ramil Devane, who was practically salivating at being so close to him. She slid an arm around Harry's waist, shielding his injured arm and shoulder with her body, and was rewarded with a deeply grateful look that warmed her heart. She smiled at him briefly before aiming a quick glare at the pouting girls that were trying to jostle her out of the way. Luna tried to claim Harry's good arm but was knocked out of the way by none other than Ginny Weasley. "Harry, you saved my life again. I was hoping that I might be able to thank you sometime soon, in private." Is she rubbing herself on Harry? Hermione quickly glanced up to see how Harry was taking this newest development and was unaccountably pleased that he looked confused and a little uncomfortable. "Harry, did you see where Luna went?" The confusion and discomfort dropped off of Harry's face as he started scanning the crowd around them. Ginny took advantage of Harry's distraction to aim a glare at Hermione that clearly said, "Back off." Hermione just responded with a disapproving look that left no doubts of her opinion of the youngest Weasley's tactics. "There she is, Luna." Hermione honestly tried not to smirk at Ginny's disappointed look when Harry's arm left her grasp to wave at Luna. "How on earth did she get all the way over there? She was right behind us, wasn't she? Come on, ahem. If you could all make your way to your own house tables for a moment." All the noise in the Great Hall stopped for a moment as the headmaster's voice managed to cut through it. It then resumed to a lesser degree as everyone rushed for their usual seats. Harry managed to snag a despondent Luna by the arm before she left for the Ravenclaw table. "Come on, you're still sitting with us, Luna. If it wasn't a problem yesterday, it's not a problem today." He started pulling her over to their usual seats. "But Harry, Professor Dumbledore just said." Professor Dumbledore says a lot and the majority is demonstrably nonsense. Harry stopped for a moment to cast a look at Luna. "Unless, of course, you want to sit at the Ravenclaw table." "No." She clutched onto Harry's arm desperately as he grinned and led the girls to their usual places. Hermione noticed that Ginny wasn't best pleased at the treatment Luna was receiving from Harry. Once everyone was seated, the headmaster spoke up again. "I would like to thank Mrs. Weasley for that memorable introduction of Mr. Potter." The twins leapt up from their seats and began bowing extravagantly towards Dumbledore, who bowed back every bit as enthusiastically, to great amusement of the hall. Yes, well done. It is Mr. Potter, however, that I wished to address." Harry looked up to meet the twinkling blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. "Mr. Potter, yesterday you showed your skill and determination and saved the lives of many of your fellow students as well as several noted guests. This went above and beyond anything we could have asked of you, and I am therefore proud to award you a special award for services to the school." The hall erupted into applause and cheers as the students took the chance to once again thank the one who had saved their lives. Hermione's gasp went unheard amid the tumult as she realized that Harry would be immortalized in her favorite book for being the first student in the school's long history to win 2 of those awards, well, that and a host of other reasons. Honestly, it was a bit disingenuous of the headmaster to single this particular incident out as more than they could ever have asked of her friend. That statement could have applied at any point after the troll in first year and no one had seemed too bothered then. When the noise began to die down, the headmaster had one final thing to add. "I am sure you are all immensely grateful to Mr. Potter for his actions, but I must ask that you allow him to study and eat in peace. As Madame Pomfrey just reminded me, he is still recovering from injuries sustained yesterday and could likely do without those injuries being pounded on by eager well-wishers." She also mentioned that Mr. Potter should eat a full meal to recover. Harry had been casting grateful looks at the head table until that last remark, when the look turned decidedly aggrieved. "Now, please enjoy your meal." At the headmaster's pronouncement, the plates filled and everyone started trying to eat and stare at Harry at the same time. Harry had wondered how he was supposed to eat with only one arm and no magic when a plate with food already cut into bite-sized pieces appeared in front of him. He resolved to do something nice for Dobby and Winky in the near future and tucked in. As his plate emptied, Harry spent more and more time looking around the great hall, trying to decide whether he was more disturbed by the people who looked away when he caught their eyes and pretended to be engrossed with their meal until he looked away, or the ones who just kept staring. He did eventually notice something that had him turning to Luna. "Say, Luna, did something happen in Ravenclaw? A lot of them keep flinching." "Well, a lot of things happen in Ravenclaw every day. The flinching is probably just because you scare them." Harry stared at his friend. "Why on earth would I scare them?" Her gaze was as dreamy as it had ever been as she answered him. "You did just kill a dragon with nothing but a sword and a broom, Harry. I suppose that they are worried I will ask you to hurt them. A lot of my possessions have disappeared over the years. Quite a few of them have found their way back to my bed today." Already, Harry could practically feel his blood pressure spike at Luna's casual comment. His glare snapped over to the Ravenclaw table. "Have they now?" His voice was laced with a promise of violence. The Ravenclaws had noticed the conversation taking place at the Gryffindor table, and Harry's reaction seemed to confirm some of their worst fears. 4 girls ran from the hall in stark terror. "Yes, they have, and I imagine when I get up to Ravenclaw Tower tonight several more will have joined them." "You don't have to hurt them, Harry, really." Harry looked over at Luna and gave her a single nod. "If they start bullying you again though, I am tearing that damn tower apart stone by stone." Luna just smiled at him and continued arranging her Tower of Yorkshire pudding with functioning baby carrot catapults. It wasn't until Harry and Hermione got back to the Gryffindor common room that they ran into the confrontation they had been dreading. Despite having just had dinner, Fred and George had found the time and energy to set up a party welcoming Harry back, celebrating his win and celebrating the fact that he had saved the school. Any one of these was a good enough excuse for the twins to throw a party. All 3 at the same time nearly obliged them to do it. Harry and Hermione had taken a route to the common room that ped close by Ravenclaw Tower and said goodnight to Luna before enjoying the walk up to Gryffindor Tower together. When they got to the portrait of the fat lady and gave the P word, she didn't get the chance to swing open all the way before eager hands were pulling the pair in. If the party celebrating Harry's entry into the tournament had been loud, this one shook the rafters. After all, Gryffindor's champion had proven to the world that they were the best house at the best school. Clearly everywhere else was worse if they couldn't beat a Gryffindor, even if they were given a 3-year head start. Most of the people thinking these thoughts managed to conveniently ignore that they had been ignoring or bad-mouthing the champion they were now so proud of. One of those people also happened to be holding a golden egg. Ron knew he had to apologize to Harry. He had never even heard of a picture taking up the entire front page of the Daily Prophet before. If they were going to be printing Harry's photos like that, then Ron Weasley knew where he needed to be. It was going to require an apology, and Ron knew that. He also knew that he had better make it a good one, but that didn't mean he would be doing it in front of the whole school. Honestly, Ron would prefer to do it in an empty common room, but he couldn't hang on to the golden egg any longer with the golden boy returning to the tower. Although, perhaps Harry would let him hang on to the egg since he would be busy with the party. Ron certainly hoped so. The thing was a bloody bird magnet. So when Harry and Hermione were dragged into the common room and cheered, he started making his way over. He let the Quidditch team go first to soften them up. After all, even Fred and George had believed that Harry had entered his own name, and Harry could do with a reminder of that. When the chasers had moved aside, it was Ron's time to shine. "Harry, mate, here is your egg. Dumbledore asked me to take care of it for you." He shoved the egg into Harry's good hand. "If you ever need someone to look after it again, you know you can trust me to do it." "Oh, and I'm sorry about the whole, well, you know." He could see it in Harry's face. Harry had missed having his best mate around and being cooped up in the Leary with Hermione all day. This apology was in the bag. "Hey, do you think you could talk McGonagall into letting me ditch Bin's CL2? I can nap better in my bed." Now that he had apologized to Harry, he had one more thing to take care of before he got back to the party. "Herms, care to help a bloke out with some IGN ments tomorrow?" "I could certainly use." Ron was forced to stop speaking because his jaw was almost dislocated by the slap he had just received. He looked back at Hermione in shock only to see her red-faced and trembling with rage. The whole common room had heard the slap and looked over to see what was going on. Even if they hadn't, they would have easily been attracted to the scene by Hermione's tirade. "How dare you, you miserable, little puss boil. You think that constituted an apology? That things will go back to the way they were now. You knew. You bloody well knew and you didn't say a word. You could have gotten Harry killed, you self-centered pile of corrupt shit. You could have knocked the whole of Gryffindor over with a single feather." As they listened to Hermione Granger, whose distaste for ITY was legendary, blister the air. Hermione didn't have a feather handy, but she certainly had a large amount of frustration left and concentrated into one act. The crunch of her fist breaking Ron's nose and knocking him ass over teakettle spurred at least the twins into action. They threw themselves between their little brother and the enraged young witch. "Hermione, what's gotten into you?" asked Fred while keeping a careful eye on Hermione's fists. "And what do you mean?" "He knew," added George. Everyone may have been watching Hermione, but it was Harry who answered. "I had a visit from Charlie today in the hospital wing. It came up that he had sent Ron a letter asking him to warn me about the dragons." Ron never said a word. The twins looked at Harry for a second before turning their gazes toward Ron. "Is that true, Ron? And remember that we can just check with Charlie when you answer." Ron was glaring furiously at Hermione and gingerly holding his nose with one hand. "What does it matter? Howie did fine," he growled out. The twins swooped down on him and a moment later they were dragging him out the portrait hole by his armpits. Before they left, George shouted over his shoulder, "You kids carry on. We'll just take Ronikins here to the hospital wing and have a talk with him." The portrait swung shut behind them, cutting off any response Ron might have made. It took a while for the party to start up again, but it did. Harry received no more apologies that night, and many of the girls who had been eyeing Harry up decided that perhaps this was not the right time to make a move. Hermione actually calmed down once Ron was removed from the common room, but she kept a careful eye on Harry for the rest of the night. He was still recovering, after all. Sirius had been having a terrible day. He knew that last night had been the first task of the Tri-Wizard tournament. He also knew that his pup was going to be put in a life-threatening situation again, and not one damn person in Hogsmeade had the decency to throw out their daily profit. How was an escaped convict supposed to properly worry about his godson if the local populace wouldn't bloody well lend a hand? In the end he slunk further into the village in his dog form. When he got to Norton's newsagents he could see the man was doing brisk business. How the hell was no one willing to throw a dog a bone when there were this many papers being sold? They had left him no option but to take matters into his own paws. He timed his run carefully so that he leapt between old Norton and the customer being handed the paper at the moment of exchange. The paper carefully clutched in his jaws, and trying not to slobber too much, Padfoot hightailed it out of there to loud cursing from the men he had surprised. When he got back to his cave, Padfoot transformed into Sirius Black and cleaned his prize off with a wave of his wand. Picking up the paper he received such a shock that he almost dropped it again. "What the hell, pup?" There on the front page was his little Harry, looking damn grown up and powerful at the tender age of 14. Sirius was racking his mind for any kind of story from his time at Hogwarts that could match up to what he was seeing in front of him. Still feeling shocked, he settled in to read the stories attached. At the end he was impressed as hell with his godson and angry like he had rarely been at the organizers and Dumbledore in particular. Wasn't the headmaster supposed to be keeping his students safe? Sirius contemplated writing a howler to the headmaster demanding better care be taken of his godson. Sadly, he didn't think today's tactics would work for getting the necessary materials. Taking another look at the paper, Sirius started casting various preservation charms, including an imperturbable charm. He understood now why nobody wanted to throw this edition of the Daily Prophet out. The morning after the Gryffindor party, a rumor raced around the school that Ronald Weasley had known about the dragons and hadn't warned anybody. Even the students from the other schools were aghast at the idea that this kind of information would have been kept from their champions. The phrase, "wouldn't do that to my worst enemy," was frequently heard in the discussions of the redheads' actions. Around lunchtime the rumor came out of Hufflepuff that Potter had found out about the dragons anyway and warned Cedric. By dinnertime similar rumors had surfaced from Drumstrang and Beauxbatons. One of the principal characters in these rumors was nowhere to be found though, and neither were his two shadows. The three in question had met in the Leary after an early breakfast to do some homework but had quickly become distracted by a question Hermione had asked. "Harry, where did you learn a shield spell strong enough to stop dragon fire?" she asked as her lower lip caught between her teeth. The scratching of Luna's quill as she did her homework stopped as the Ravenclaw was tempted away from dry and compartmentalized writing by the possibility of new and exciting knowledge. Harry was in a bit of a bind. He hadn't really meant to keep the room of requirement a secret, but for the past month it had been an invaluable resource as it had offered him a place where he didn't have to pretend, where he could train himself in new magics without anybody asking him how he had advanced so far so quickly. He was torn between keeping his refuge a secret and helping his friends grow. In the end his mind was made up by the memory of Hermione's injury in the Department of Mysteries at the end of 5th year. He was surprised for a moment at the relief his decision brought him until he realized that he was already keeping so much from his best friend and his new friend that he was actually happy to get one of those secrets out of the way. "All right, pack up your things and come with me and I'll show you." The three friends were soon walking out of the Leary and heading up to the 7th floor. At the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy Harry stopped. Luna and Hermione were looking about in confusion since as far as they could tell there was nothing here. "There is a hidden room here called the Room of Requirement. The house elves also call it the Come and Go Room. It only appears when you have real need of it or if you walk up and down in front of this tapestry several times thinking hard on what you need, like this." Harry proceeded to demonstrate by calling up his usual training room. The girls gasped as they saw a door take shape in the wall. "Come on then. This is the secret to my success." Harry led the way into the room and had to start leading the girls by the hand as they stepped over the threshold. As soon as they had seen the inside they had simply stopped moving and stared around trying to take it all. He pulled them over to a couch by the fire and walked over to a familiar bookcase. When Harry came back Hermione was at least blinking again and Luna seemed to have focused on him even if she was still staring. He would be the first to admit that he had trouble reading Luna Lovegood's facial expressions though, so for all he knew she had completely accepted this. Upon reaching the couch he held out the book he was holding to Hermione. It was Survival Securing Spells for the Self-Sacrificing. Hermione reached out with trembling hands and started flipping through the book. Harry knew when she had reached the chapter on the Heaven's Shield charm because she stilled and looked up at him. "How long have you known about this place, Harry?" He could hear the hurt in her voice and guilt gnawed at his gut. "Since the day after my name came out of the goblet." He wasn't going to sugarcoat it. He had made his choice and he was going to take his lumps. "Why?" He knew what she was asking and realized he couldn't give the honest answer. "I was preparing for a war because I was sent from the future to make things right. That'll go down like a lead balloon." He did have another reason that had always been secondary because it was never supposed to be linked to the room, so he gave that. "I wanted to surprise you." Hermione snorted at his answer. "I think I can safely say I would have been just as surprised a month ago, Harry." Anger was starting to shimmer in her voice. "Not with the room, with this." He waved his wand and the books he had been using to study runes and arithmancy floated over to land on the coffee table in front of the couch. Hermione looked through them and her expression told Harry that she wasn't impressed. "I've already read all of these, Harry, and I'm frankly insulted that you thought you could buy me off with some books." Her voice was as cold as he had ever heard it. "I've read them too, Hermione," he said softly, watching as her eyes widened. "The surprise wasn't the books. I wanted to surprise you by being able to discuss runes and arithmancy with you. I needed something to distract me every so often. That shield charm drains your magic like you wouldn't believe, so I started learning something that I had hoped would, well, something I had hoped would make you proud of me." By the end Harry was talking to his shoes more than Hermione so he wouldn't have to see her expression anymore. "You're learning runes and arithmancy." Harry could hear the clear disbelief in her voice and winced. "Well, the grammar is giving me some serious issues but I've got several alphabets memorized. Futhark, Futhork, the Ogham of the trees and the Ogham of the beasts and the Sumerian alphabet. I'm working on ancient Egyptian now. Arithmancy so far has all been basic maths, it's dull but doable." There was silence in response to that. Harry took a chance and looked up. Hermione's face was a picture of shock but when their eyes met she seemed to gather herself. The two of them kept their eyes locked, reading each other's emotions while Luna continued to sit quietly. This was something she realized her friends needed to work out for themselves. Eventually Hermione spoke up. "I'm still not happy that you kept this from me, Harry. I thought you knew you could trust me." Harry cringed in on himself. "That said, I am proud of you. To learn 5 alphabets in a month is amazing, especially since your regular school work hasn't suffered and you managed to learn a difficult spell that saved hundreds of lives." Hermione's voice was a lot warmer than it had been, and when Harry looked up she was even wearing a small smile. "But you are going to teach me everything you have been learning, you hear me, Potter?" Harry nodded with a smile as his gut unclenched. The trio started discussing spells and training schedules. Now that she knew about the room, Hermione was a lot more accepting of Harry's non-attendance in 2 of his classes. She and Luna also agreed to help Harry understand the various grammar rules of dealing with runes and P on the IGN they were given in CL so Harry could get used to those and possibly join one of them in actual classes next year. Harry shot down Hermione's demands to be taught the Heaven's Shield charm first. "Hermione, Thursday was the first time I cast it successfully and I don't actually know whether I can do it when I don't have a dragon breathing down everyone's neck. That's ignoring the fact that it takes mountains of power. You need to work up to it." Hermione, however, was ready with a response. "Fine, you'll be teaching us the Patronus charm first then." Harry just sighed and mumbled out his agreement. When the girls immediately started to get excited, he did give them a reality check. "The Patronus isn't exactly easy either. Despite both of you being better students than I am, it's exhausting to actually attempt, and you won't be allowed more than 3 or 4 tries a night. This is going to frustrate you as it drags on. Try and keep that in mind." Both nodded very seriously. "All right then, we'll start when I can use my magic again." Hermione squawked in disagreement. "There are some other things I need before we start practicing as well. A stock of Honeydukay's finest at the very least. The spell really does leave you drained and the chocolate helps. Can't we just ask the room to give us some?" Harry decided that he may have underestimated his best friend's enthusiasm for learning and felt a sudden stab of sympathy for their professors. "No, we can't. Did you expect an inanimate magical tool to be capable of violating the first principal exception to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration?" Harry asked with a laugh in his voice. That laugh trailed off as he saw the girls' confused looks. "Shit, we didn't learn that till 6th year." Harry decided to try and use a distraction to keep them from questioning him too closely on his sudden knowledge of NEWT-level material. With a focused thought, 2 copies of a book describing elemental transfiguration appeared on the table. When the girls realized what they were, the books were snapped up so fast Harry was sure they would both make excellent seekers if Quidditch was played with a flying book and not a snitch. Deciding to leave them be for now, Harry picked up the book on Egyptian hieroglyphs he had been reading and moved to the table he usually sat at to study. Time passed pleasantly for the 3 students as they were each absorbed by their own book. They were able to study uninterrupted for as long as they liked, and in the case of the girls that might have meant they would have never left. At least until Hermione's stomach rumbled. With a blush the brunette looked up to see if anyone had noticed, but both her friends were still absorbed in their reading material. Remembering what Harry had said and what she had just read, she walked over to him. "Harry, what do you do for food if the room doesn't provide it?" Harry looked up at her, his hair more mussed than usual where he had run his hand through it and his eyes clearly distracted. "What? Huh? Oh, Dobby." Hermione watched on in horror as her best friend, the secretary of SPEW, summoned a house elf. Dobby popped in wearing a simple pair of dungarees and a beret. "Yes, Master Harry." Harry was still distracted by the intricacies behind uniliteral versus multiliteral hieroglyphs and didn't notice the death glare aimed at his head. "Do you think you could get us lunch, please?" "Of course, Master Harry." The elf popped off with a big smile on his face and Harry went back to his reading. Harry James Potter. What was that? Hermione's fists were clenched by her sides as Harry's head shot up and he looked around in surprise. She ignored the surprised squeak and subsequent sound of a body hitting the floor that came from the couch. "What was what?" he asked, confused as he couldn't see anything out of place. "Did you, or did you not, just order a house elf to get us lunch? Do you even care how it's going to look to people if the board of SPEW orders lunch from S?" "Wait, he called you Master Harry?" Apparently she had only thought she was angry before. When he gets back you are going to free him, Harry. I have never been so disappointed in you. No. Harry's answer stunned her. He was looking nervous but determined. Dobby showed me the room. When he did I offered him anything he wanted as payment and he asked for the bond. I will not throw him out just because you told me to, especially since you haven't bothered to hear his side of the story. Harry, he asked for the bond because he's been inwashing you. No, Hermione. The surprise of the interruption actually stopped Hermione in her tracks. You can't have it both ways. Elves can't be intelligent beings capable of self-determination and inwashed and unable to think for themselves. Have you stopped to consider that Dobby might have a valid reason for wanting the bond? When he gets back I'll ask Dobby and Winky to discuss the reason for the bond with you. Unless you listen to them you are being as unthinking and inconsiderate of their needs as you always claim wizards are. Hermione was shocked. Harry was rarely this forceful. In fact the only times she could remember had been when he was utterly convinced that he was in the right and nobody else was going to solve the problem at hand. Harry's right, Hermione. House elves need the bond. With Harry looking at her like that and Luna backing him up, Hermione knew she wasn't going to convince him to free his right now. She would talk with the elves and convince them of the merits of freedom. Then Harry wouldn't have a leg to stand on and would have to see reason. As a consequence of Harry and Hermione's second clash of the day, lunch was a strained affair. Since conversation was nearly non-existent, Harry reflected on the fact that he had, in fact, had 2 arguments with Hermione. Last time around they had barely managed that in 7 years, never mind 1 day. Then again last time I wasn't actually 4 years older than I appeared. In fact the actual 14-year-old Harry Potter had just begun getting used to most of his interactions with people during a year being positive, or at least not belligerent, and hadn't been willing to rock the boat. At, well, 18 by now he supposed, Harry had led a war effort, died twice that he could remember, and learned some valuable lessons about standing up for yourself. Does that mean that I only got along with Hermione because I was a pushover? No. She wouldn't have followed a pushover to the Department of Mysteries or to war. In the end it came down to Harry not being able to hide that he had changed fundamentally, and whether it was a good thing or a bad thing it wasn't something he could really change. He would do everything he could to at least keep Hermione's friendship, within reason. He couldn't afford to sacrifice the world for his own happiness. Neither would he force others to follow him to war again if it came to that. Although, if the plan works it really shouldn't come to that. When lunch ended Harry called Dobby and Winky and asked them to explain the bond and the reasons for it to Hermione. He just hoped she would actually listen to them. As he made his way back to the table Harry saw that Luna was following him. He gave her a quick wink before setting back down to continue his studies. It was several chapters later that he heard someone clearing their throat. He looked up and saw an embered-looking Hermione. I'm sorry. I thought you were enslaving Dobby to make your life easier, and that would have been wrong. I still think the way elves are treated is atrocious, but I should have learned more about them and I shouldn't have jumped down your throat without hearing your reasons first. She looked decidedly uncomfortable giving her apology. Apology accepted, and for what it's worth I agree with you in principle. I didn't agree with the name or the way you were approaching things, but elves shouldn't be treated the way many of them are. What's wrong with SPEW? Hermione's indignation washed all the discomfort from her demeanor. People read it. Spew, for starters. Harry held up his hand as Hermione was about to respond vehemently. I know what you call it, but everyone else reads that acronym as SPEW. That and you aimed rather higher than wizards or elves are willing to accept. Well, what would you do then? Hermione was clearly put out with the flaws he was pointing out. I would model the whole thing on the RSPCA. Maybe call it the Magical Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Elves and have better treatment of elves rather than their freedom be the main goal of the organization. Hermione was staring at him with a slightly open mouth. Why have you been forcing me to hound you about your studies for 3 years if you're obviously intelligent enough not to need me? He could see a slight smile pulling at the corners of her lips, taking any sting out of her remark. Maybe I just needed an excuse to keep you around. Besides, I do need you. You really are a much better student than I am. Hermione actually looked pleased at his response and her cheeks gained a light pink dusting. It was all true too. He wasn't anywhere near as smart as she thought, he just had a head start. Now are there any more things that I've forgotten to tell you that you had a burning questions about? I don't like it when we argue this much. He had meant it as a joke, but Hermione turned serious. Actually, there was one more thing. What is this deal you have with Rita Skeeter that she mentioned in her note? Damn, I forgot that she would have seen that. It was only the size of a newspaper front page, after all. Ah, well, Rita has a bit of a reputation. Harry began. She's a stain on the journalistic community, you mean? It's people like her that make others doubt sightings of the crumple-horned snorkack. Luna broke in. Hermione looked like she had her own opinion on people's reasons to doubt a crumple-horned snorkack sighting but didn't say anything. She writes mostly gossip, rumors and fantasy, but she does it in such a way that they sound like facts, and she always slants it so the subject of her article is dealt as much damage as possible. I discovered something about her that she doesn't want anyone else to know. In exchange for my silence and a few exclusives, she'll refrain from writing anything bad about the three of us, your families or the Weasleys. I did tell her that if she had actual proof I wouldn't stop her from printing. Hermione just shook her head and smiled at him. I don't think a reporter would ever care to write anything about me, but thank you, she said. It will be nice to not have her disparaging Daddy. Thank you for that, Harry. You are both very welcome. Harry grinned. He was happy that a third conflict had been avoided. He hadn't been lying earlier when he said he didn't like arguing with Hermione. He didn't like arguing at all, come to think of it. You do know you're going to have to owl her soon, don't you? Hermione asked. What? Why would I want to see more of her? Harry was perfectly all right with not seeing the reporter any more than strictly necessary, and now Hermione wanted him to contact her. Well, once the basilisk is rendered down into parts and sold, people will hear where it came from. If she's going to interview you about it, you could probably do with some proof of your own, considering how unbelievable that story is. You should probably talk to Professor McGonagall about it too if you're going to be bringing people into the school. Harry raised his finger and opened his mouth to rebut her comments point by point, but couldn't think of anything. She was right. With a groan he dropped his head heavily on the table, manfully ignoring the giggling coming from the other side of the table. Harry had resolved to speak to McGonagall after their next Transfiguration CL on Tuesday, since it was the last CL of the day, and just hoped she would have time. He had forgotten about a certain announcement that was due to be made. The guinea fowl they had been changing into guinea pigs had been locked away and they had copied down their homework. If I may have your attention for a moment more, I have something to say to all of you. Professor McGonagall was surveying the CL sternly to make sure that everyone was indeed paying attention. The Yule Ball is approaching. It is a traditional part of the Tri-Wizard Tournament and a chance for us to socialize with our foreign guests. The ball is open to all students 4th year and up. You may take a younger student if you so wish. The ball is formal, so dress robes will be worn. The ball will last from 8 to midnight on Christmas Day. Professor McGonagall went on to give her warning about the standards of behavior she expected from her Gryffindors, to much giggling from Lavender and Parvati. Then the moment he had known was coming, since she had started her announcement, arrived. Very well. CL dismissed. Potter, please stay behind a moment. Harry caught the look Hermione sent him and nodded slightly. He would talk with his teacher about the basilisk. When they were alone, Professor McGonagall spoke sternly. Potter, traditionally the champions and their partners open the ball with a dance. Do make sure you are suitably accompanied, won't you? Even though he knew it was coming, Harry couldn't repress a sigh as he pinched the bridge of his nose. They're really milking the performing monkey aspect for everything it's worth, aren't they? No matter. I actually had something else I wanted to speak to you about, Professor. McGonagall had opened her mouth to respond to his performing monkey comment, but shut it again to hear what he had to say. While I was in the hospital wing, Charlie Weasley stopped by to see me. Apparently there is some law that says that since I killed a dragon that was attacking people, I get the remains. Charlie and his team are rendering it down to parts and will help me sell it. The thing I need help with is that during our discussion the basilisk I killed in 2nd year came up. It falls under the same law and I have asked Charlie to help me with rendering that down too, but Hermione pointed out that I should probably ask first if I'm going to be bringing people into the castle. Professor McGonagall was inscrutable as she watched him speaking and then simply sat there and looked at him for a while longer. Harry let her Dumbledore had used that same tactic on him so much he had almost gotten used to it. I see, Mr. Potter. Did you have a time in mind when you wished to do this? When Harry shook his head, she continued. In that case, may I suggest Saturday morning? This operation will likely take all day and I would like to get it out of the way without repeated visits disrupting the school. Of course, ma'am. I'll have to ask Charlie, but it shouldn't be a problem. I'll let you know. His professor nodded and seemed ready to dismiss him when Harry felt he should mention something else. Hermione also asked me to contact Rita Skeeter over the matter. I have a deal with her to curb some of her more libelous tendencies, but it requires that I give her a few exclusives. Unfortunately, I don't think there is a chance she'll give this sort of thing a miss. Professor McGonagall sighed in frustration at his declaration. I think I can understand that. Were you planning on taking anyone else down there? She asked. Well, Hermione and Luna have asked to join us, but I didn't see the harm in that. Did you have anyone you wanted to add? McGonagall looked taken aback by that question but quickly recovered. I believe that some of the staff may wish to make the journey. I suppose it would be a good idea to offer the students who were petrified the chance to get some closure if they need it. Harry could see the sense in that and agreed. This Saturday then, Potter. I will leave the arrangements to you as long as I am informed by Friday at the latest. And Potter, do remember to ask someone to the ball. Harry could hear the dismissal in her tone and left the CL room. As soon as he was clear of watchful eyes, Harry ducked into a secret page and activated the Marauder's map. When he couldn't find Hermione or Luna in the Leary, he turned his steps to the room of requirement. As he walked, he thought about the upcoming ball. More specifically, he thought about the upcoming ball in light of what Ephialtes had told him and what he knew from the previous timeline. Despite much of the evidence he lived through day to day suggesting the encounter with the Reaper had really happened, Harry just had trouble believing he had been manipulated away from a soulmate. Upon his arrival, he would probably have thought that he would take Ginny to the ball this time around, if it had occurred to him to think of it at all. She had been his girlfriend, and even after the breakup, Harry had been sure they would get together after the war. Yesterday evening had revealed a flaw in that plan though. Ginny was 13 and hadn't grown out of her fangirl phase yet. That would make the entire evening extremely uncomfortable. He had had the fact that this was a young girl and not the woman he had once dated rubbed into him rather physically, and realized that he was just not attracted to children. Nothing was going to happen between the two of them until something could happen. So who should he ask then? He knew what Ephialtes wanted him to do, but was honestly tired of people dictating what happened in his life. Was that enough of a reason to ask someone else? And if so, who? Cho had been an unmitigated disaster in 5th year and was still hung up on Cedric at this point. Parvati and he had a terrible time last time, though admittedly he had been so surly any date would likely have gone badly. Lavender would be worse. The Chasers were unofficially dating the twins, and Lee. Will you just admit, if only to yourself, that Hermione would be a wonderful date to the ball, and the only reason you haven't decided to ask her yet is because you feel like being contrary? Harry sighed out loud. Yes, Hermione was his best friend and he would love to spend an evening with her. As for being contrary, well, his conscience was right. He really didn't want to do what some Snape imitator told him to. So you would take a lesser date just to be churlish, and that was the crux of it. There really wasn't anyone he would rather go with than Hermione, but he wanted to be sure that asking her was his choice. Whatever decision I make now is my own choice, isn't it? I have certainly considered other options and found them all wanting compared to her. He made his decision to ask Hermione to the ball as soon as possible. He already knew he wasn't the only one who wanted to take her to the ball. And what will you do if she says no? She does have a choice in this that you can't control. This internal debate was over much quicker. If Hermione was unavailable, he would ask Luna. She might be the same age as Ginny but would at least be good for a laugh. He snickered to himself as he imagined Karkaroff's face the first time Luna brought up one of her creatures at the champions table. His musings had by now brought him up to the tapestry of the dancing trolls, and Harry realized that he was standing in a corridor snickering to himself like a bit of a loon, and quickly asked for the room Hermione was using. When he walked in, he saw that both girls had started on their homework, an admirable display of self-restraint with all the new and exciting knowledge available to them. They looked up as they saw him enter. Harry walked over and took the extra chair that had just materialized at the table and started rummaging in his bag for a quill and parchment. Well, what did McGonagall want? Hermione sounded impatient that he was delaying the flow of information even if it might be to get started on his homework. She wanted to let me know that the champions and their dates have to open the ball with a dance and to make sure that I was suitably accompanied. He could hear a small gasp from across the table. Have you decided who you're going to ask yet? Hermione sounded downright timid asking him this. I have. Harry wasn't sure he wanted to ask Hermione with an audience, even if that audience was their friend. Well, Cho should be down in the Leary. Maybe you should go and ask her now. Harry shook his head at Hermione. It's not Cho. It's not. Then who? She looks adorable when she's confused. Harry knew the moment had come to bite the bullet. Gryffindor up. Be a man about this. Take the leap. Stop stalling. Hermione, will you go to the Yule Ball with me? He locked his eyes with hers and refused to look away now that the words were out of his mouth. He could see that Hermione had not been expecting this and was scrambling to get her scattered wits back in some sort of order. What? Are you? She gave herself a little shake. Yes. Yes, I would love to go with you. Harry felt a grin stretching across his face. Brilliant. Hermione was also smiling a goofy little grin, and Luna was beaming out a megawatt smile at getting to see two of the most intimidating people in the school act like the teenagers they were. Make sure you avoid the nesting nargles while you dance. Her two friends looked at her, slightly gobsmacked. She couldn't stop herself from giggling, something she found was becoming a regular occurrence these days. Harry just gave a rueful shake of his head and got to work on a letter to his godfather. He had just been given a few extra paragraphs worth of good news. They worked in silence for a few minutes before Hermione just had to know something. Really? Not Cho? Me? It would seem her disbelief had caught up with her. Harry just grinned at her. I thought about it on the way up here and I quite literally could not think of anyone I would rather go to the ball with. Besides, what would Cho and I talk about for an entire night? The fact that she has yet to beat me to the snitch. That I really didn't enter my own name. Hermione nodded and turned back to her own essay with a pink face and small but immovable smile. Friday arrived and Harry had the responses to his letters, so he went to see Professor McGonagall again. He arrived at her office after Cleese had ended and knocked. Enter. Harry opened the door just a little and stuck his head in. Do you have a moment, Professor? She looked up at him with a slight scowl. Certainly, Potter. That is why I said, enter. Will the rest of your body be joining us? Harry stepped all the way into the office and closed the door behind him while doing his best not to feel like he had just been caught stealing a biscuit. The reason Professor. What is that thing doing here? There, on the wall next to the case that held the mementos of Gryffindor's past, hung a framed copy of last week's Daily Prophet. An edition he was still being asked to sign every time he stepped foot into a hallway. He couldn't believe that his head of house had framed it and hung it on a wall. As he stared at her, horrified with emberment, she started to defend herself. It was an important moment in the history of Gryffindor House that happened during my tenure as head. Why shouldn't I commemorate it? Harry thought he might have been more accepting of that very reasonable explanation if his professor's cheeks hadn't pinked. She cleared her throat uncomfortably. I assume the reason you're here is because you have received notice from Mr. Weasley and Miss Skeeter. Looking anywhere but the framed picture and McGonagall's blush, he nodded. They both said they would be here at 9:30, ma'am. I haven't spoken to the victims yet as I don't want it getting out and people queuing up to go down with us. As he spoke, Harry felt the emberment fade and he could once again look in Professor McGonagall's direction. I was also hoping you could contact Penelope Clearwater for me. I think she might suspect a prank of some sort if I were to offer her a trip to the Chamber of Secrets. McGonagall had also regained her composure and nodded. I can do that, Mr. Potter. Was there anything else? He shook his head. Very well, then. Accepting this dismissal, Harry left. Professor McGonagall watched him go and sighed to herself as she tried to remember what Phileas had told her about keying a notice me not charm to a specific magical signature. The next morning at breakfast, Harry got up and walked over to the Hufflepuff table. A lot of curious eyes followed his progress and more than a few were surprised when Potter started talking to Finch Fletchley. The Hufflepuff boy was nodding excitedly and raced out of the Great Hall, sparking much speculation about what was going on with Potter this time. On returning to the Gryffindor table, Harry also spoke to Colin, getting a reaction similar to Justin's. When he spoke to Ginny, she paled and nodded, then spent the rest of breakfast pushing her breakfast around her plate. At 9:30 a small group arrived in the entry hall. Penelope Clearwater was talking to Charlie Weasley, who had brought 5 other dragon handlers along. Rita stood off to one side looking eager and had brought her photographer, Bozo. Justin and Colin were also standing slightly apart, waiting on some people their own age to arrive. When Harry, Hermione, Luna and Ginny arrived, he noticed with satisfaction that everyone seemed to have brought a broom like he had asked them to. Well, Hermione hadn't, but he would be giving her a ride. The recently arrived group had apparently picked up a tail on the way to and from the Quidditch pitch though. Charlie, what are you doing here? The dragon handler looked up and grinned to see his little brothers. Fred, George, managed to turn McGonagall's hair white yet. He joked easily at them. The twins opened their mouths to respond, but another voice cut across them before they could. They have not, Mr. Weasley, though not for lack of trying. I you or you, and I'll thank you not to give them any ideas. Professor McGonagall had arrived, accompanied by Professors Sprout and Flitwick. Run along now, Mr. and Mr. Weasley. Actually, lads, why don't you join me over here for a minute? McGonagall raised an eyebrow at Harry, countermanding her. Fred, George, I want you two to come down into the Chamber of Secrets with us. You're going down into the chamber. And we're invited. Wicked. They both finished. Actually, there's a condition. Harry's serious tone caused the pranksters to eye him carefully. You will stay close to Ginny at all times. I think she might need you today. One look at their sister and both boys agreed. Get your brooms then and meet us at Ing Myrtle's toilet. No need, oh champion. One of them started. We learned from the best. The other added. Accio brooms. They finished with grins at Harry before moving over to sandwich a grateful-looking Ginny. McGonagall had been about to berate Harry for adding people they hadn't discussed to this expedition before she heard his condition and had taken a good look at the Weasley girl. Potter might just have a point. When the twins had caught their brooms, the group set off for the second floor. In the bathroom there was no sign of Myrtle, so Harry walked over to the tap with the S engraving. The entrance is right here. It can only be opened by a Parselmouth. Feeling that he had given everyone enough of a warning, Harry turned his attention to the S and, imagining it to be real, hissed, "Open." Harry could hear Bozo's camera clicking as the entrance to the chamber was revealed. He tried to ignore it as he felt a twinge of relief that he had not lost the ability to speak Parseltongue along with the Horcrux. This next bit is rather dirty, but I recommend you try to enjoy it. With that, Harry grinned at them and hopped into the pipe and slid down with a loud whoop. At the bottom he quickly got up and cast a cushioning charm at the base of the pipe to make the landing a little easier on the rest and conjured several small, pale balls of light that hovered in place using the mage-light charm. As the others started arriving, he took the time to clean some of the muck off himself and his friends. Once everyone was down and several people were looking at the profusion of bones and on other detritus in horror, Harry called them on. When they reached the cave-in, Harry began chanting and waving his wand, ending the motion by stabbing his wand forward and then wrenching it up. The pile of stone in front of them shuddered and started flowing until it formed into an arched pageway. Very good, Mr. Potter. That would be worth an ONCL. McGonagall nodded approvingly. Thank you, Professor. This is the point where we found the shed skin of the basilisk. That fraud, Lockhart told us he was going to take a bit of the skin up, obliviate us to the point where we wouldn't know our own names and write a new bestseller. Thankfully he tried to use Weasley's broken wand to do it and the spell backfired. Last I heard he was at St. Mungo's. The professors' faces became grim at this revelation while Rita Skeeter could hardly look more excited. As they continued walking, Harry continued to field questions from both his friends and the reporter about how he and Weasley had ended up down here. When they got to the vault-like door to the chamber proper, Harry hissed the PPHRASE again. The door swung open and everyone trooped inside. Harry was pleased to see that the basilisk wasn't showing any obvious signs of decay. If the war does come, we'll need money to fight it. This should help. If the war doesn't come, Street Mungos will forget all about Malfoy's contribution when they get whatever this ends up being worth. All of a sudden Harry realized nobody was walking with him anymore. Turning around he saw that he had crossed about half the chamber while the others were all standing open-mouthed at the entrance. He followed their stares to the basilisk before looking back again. "Are you all right?" he called over. "It's okay. It's quite dead, I assure you." His complete lack of concern about the mess behind him broke the spell for some members of the group. Hermione sprinted across the chamber and slammed into Harry, grabbing him in the tightest hug he could ever remember getting from her as she knocked the breath out of him. He was worried he might have seen tears in her eyes as he was ching himself for impact. His worry was suspended as he came under a verbal onslaught. Harry James Potter, describing that thing as a big S, is woefully inadequate. That monster is gargantuan or colossal or just something more than big. Harry didn't get the chance to respond as the air was once again being squeezed from his lungs. "Why didn't you tell me how bad it was?" The pressure lifted slightly, allowing Harry some breath to answer. "You would have worried, and like I said, it's dead now." She looked up at him as if trying to determine the truth of his words, and he mentally cursed as he saw that her eyes did indeed look suspiciously shiny. Pulling her closer again, Harry looked over at the rest of the group to see that some of the shock was wearing off. Bozo and Colin were snapping pictures and Rita was scribbling like mad. The professors and some of the victims were starting to look around the chamber. The Weasley brothers had Ginny surrounded in a hug and the handlers were waiting on Charlie to get started. Luna was looking over at him and Hermione and seemed to be trembling a little. Harry lifted one arm from Hermione's back in an unspoken invitation to the little Ravenclaw and was soon experiencing his second impact hug of the day. Professor McGonagall and Rita followed her over at a more sedate pace. "Potter, I don't know what to say. I can't believe you faced this monstrosity at age 12 with nothing but a sword." The head of the House of Vey looked thoroughly shaken. "Actually, I was hoping to hear that story in more detail," Rita prompted. So Harry told the story, the pressure on his ribcage increasing whenever he got to a particularly tense part. When he told of how the basilisk had bitten him as he killed it, Harry had to stop talking and comfort the two girls who hadn't let go of him for a moment and didn't seem likely to do so anytime soon. He had some trouble moving his arms around them to show the scars where the fang had gone clean through to the listeners. He managed to get through the entire story without mentioning Ginny's name as the possessed student. He only mentioned that Ginny had been taken into the chamber and that a student had been controlled by a dark artifact. Nothing Rita did made him shift his stance on that. He also managed to gloss over the fact that the diary was a Horcrux. If Riddle got suspicious and started moving his treasures around, Harry would have the devil's own time finishing the bastard off, so he didn't even mention the connection to Voldemort. At the end of the tale, Charlie, who had joined them unnoticed, spoke up. "Professor McGonagall, you may want to get the kids out of here. We're about to start rendering the basilisk and it's never a pretty process." The professor took this as the good advice it was. Several of her charges had clearly seen enough for one day. She herself could use a stiff dram, but not until she was safely back in her office. Potter's blasé attitude to the whole affair was just adding to her nerves. To think that someone that young simply accepted these sorts of things as a part of life made her feel like she had failed terribly somewhere. She quickly began herding them out of the chamber, noticing that the handlers had dogged the door open. Anything that kept her students from having to come back down here to open that door by speaking in hisses was fine by her. Phileas Flitwick was a champion duelist and charms master. He had lived through 2 wars and thought he had seen something of the horrors the world had to offer. The head of Ravenclaw had just been presented with a rather pointed reminder that there is always more that you don't know. He would have to find an excuse to be in Minerva's office tonight. Her secret bottle would be open, he was sure of it. He was also sure that he could use something stronger than what was usually on offer in Hogwarts. Pomona Sprout had come down to support one of her badgers but was now in the slightly embering position of having that badger steady her as she staggered out of the chamber. How on earth Minerva put up with students that could get into those sorts of situations, regularly too, was entirely beyond her. Pomona would be asking her old friend that very question at the earliest possible opportunity, tonight, in fact. Charlie Weasley watched as the group containing 2 of his little brothers and his only little sister left the legendary Chamber of Secrets. Turning back to the basilisk, he considered that his family owed Harry Potter more than he had ever realized. Being a dragon handler was considered one of the most dangerous jobs in the magical world. In the space of 10 days Harry had proven twice that he had larger stones than any dragon handler alive. With a determined cast to his face, Charlie set about gutting the thing that had threatened his baby sister, taking a grim pleasure from the job that he never had before. Up in Myrtle's toilet, Luna reclaimed the death grip on Harry's arm that she had relinquished to fly up the pipe. Justin had left in a hurry once his head of house had steadied herself. He had a story nobody would believe and everyone wanted to hear. Colin had been out of there even faster, clutching his camera like it was his firstborn. Harry would be very surprised if the younger boy left his dark room before dinner. Penelope had bid the teachers a shaky goodbye before heading down to Hogsmeade. Professors Flitwick and Sprout had left once the students had, informing Minerva that they would be by in a little bit. Professor McGonagall herself looked like she desperately wanted to join them but turned her attention on the 3 students in front of her. The girls were obviously distressed, but Potter seemed to have things well in hand. Actually, they seemed to have him in their hands, she snorted to herself. Potter, that discussion we had concerning the Yule Ball, she trailed off, unwilling to tell him to ask one of these girls to the ball in front of them like that. The only person who seemed completely unruffled by the events of the day so far smiled at her. It's all right, Professor. I asked Hermione and she agreed to go with me. Minerva allowed a small smile to form on her features at that. She should have known. Excellent choice, both of you. I will inform you that the first dance of the ball will be a waltz. After that it will be up to the band that the headmaster convinced to play for us. I don't think I'm breaking any confidences when I tell you that formal isn't what they're known for. A look of consternation crossed Harry's face. I will be offering dancing lessons starting on Monday after dinner. Relief flooded her students' features. Thank you, Professor. I will be sure to attend. With a nod, Professor McGonagall left. Harry, Hermione's voice was small and she hadn't loosened her grip at all. Can we go to the room and just stay there for a while? Of course. Let's go. He was about to take the 2 girls out of the loo when something occurred to him and he hissed, "Stay open," over his shoulder. He hoped that would keep the handlers from getting trapped. Something was poking him in the knee. Harry cracked open an eye to see Dobby standing in front of him. The elf perked up at finally having woken Harry. Master Harry, it is being dinner time and the red-haired wizard is looking for Master Harry. Harry groaned softly, trying to understand what he was being told. Red-haired wizard. That was probably Charlie Weasley, or if it was Ronald there was going to be a problem. All right, Dobby, I'll head down in a moment. Thank you for waking me. The little elf gave a beaming smile as he popped away. As the cobwebs cleared from Harry's head he noticed that he was sitting on a comfortable couch with 2 bodies pressed against him. His memory kicked into gear and reminded him that he and the girls had asked the room for a different setup this time. A large comfortable couch in front of a roaring fire that the trio had collapsed on without letting go of each other. The stress of the day had gotten to the girls and first Hermione, then Luna fell asleep on his shoulder. He had been so comfortable that he had joined them in their afternoon nap. The feeling of their rhythmic breathing on his neck told him they hadn't woken up from Dobby's presence. After a quick internal debate that resulted in the conclusion that he wasn't going anywhere, pinned as he was, Harry gently shook the girls. Come on, you two. Time to wake up. We need to go have dinner. Luna just scrunched her face up in a clear protest of being woken while Hermione snuggled down deeper in an effort to avoid wakefulness and burrowed her face further into Harry's neck, sending shots of pleasure racing around his nerves. Please, we can't just stay here all night. Why not? Came Luna's groggy voice. Looking over at her, Harry saw her blinking sleepily up at him. I was really very comfortable, Harry. You rather ruined that. Sorry, Luna. Dobby just told me that Charlie is looking for me. If he doesn't find me he'll tell McGonagall and we'll have a mess on our hands that we don't need. Luna grumbled something unintelligible but did get up from the couch and start stretching. Harry turned his attention back to his other shoulder. Hermione, you need to wake up. Come on, I know you can do it. A slight mule was his only response and set his nerves tingling again. Luna, any ideas? I did hear something once, Luna said, straightening up and placing one finger on her chin in a thoughtful pose. I think if you can't get a girl to wake up you're supposed to her. Harry's face flushed red as he thought about what Hermione might do if he had her awake. Luna, Something else, Harry hissed in a strangled whisper. Luna just pouted at him. You haven't even tried my first suggestion yet. Harry was still completely red but decided to get Luna off his back by technically following her suggestion. Twisting his head, Harry pressed it to Hermione's temple. He never noticed the sly smirk crossing Luna's face. HMWA, crap, Luna's never going to let me live this down. Hey, sleepyhead, time to get up. Hermione was blinking owlishly as she came back to full consciousness. Harry, yeah, it's me. Luna's here too and all three of us need to get down to dinner before someone orders a search party. Hermione sat up and started rubbing her eyes. She looked around the room and suddenly seemed to sharpen to full awareness. How long have we been here? She asked, sounding a little worried. I'm not sure of the exact amount of time, but I'd guess the entire afternoon. Harry also stood up and noticed that his body was one big knot from the way he had been sleeping. Hermione just nodded and finally the three were ready to go. When they walked into the great hall they saw several heads at the head table snap up to look at them. Charlie was there, looking relieved, and started heading over to them as soon as he saw them. Professors Flitwick, Sprout and McGonagall simply nodded at the students before returning to what looked like a heated argument happening behind a silencing charm. Snape and Dumbledore were clearly agitated and letting the other three senior staff members know it. Hey, you three, I'm happy to see you. It's getting a little uncomfortable up there. Mind if I join you for dinner and some business? Taking one look at the argument at the head table would be enough to convince anyone to cut the dragon handler a break. No problem, Charlie. What are they arguing about anyway? A grin slowly started to spread on Charlie's face. You didn't hear this from me, but Snape and Dumbledore apparently would really have liked to see the chamber and the basilisk. Snape was screaming at me about letting amateurs collect valuable potions ingredients. He thinks we should have donated the Kark to Hogwarts and let him take charge of it. Harry couldn't help but grin. Anything that got Snape's humongous beak out of joint was a good thing to the last of the Potters. He may have been sort of helping them during the hunt, but the man was an unmitigated arsehole whose obsession with Lily Potter creeped her son out enormously. I'm not saying that I would have been happy to take Snape along, but I don't think I could have objected if either of them had signed on. Harry said as the group sat down at the Gryffindor table next to Ginny and the twins. Charlie's mirth was almost a tangible thing now. From what I gathered from the screaming Dumbledore was out of the castle because he had to attend a ministry inquiry about why you had to save Hogwarts from a runaway dragon. He's one of the organizers of the tournament and the one ultimately responsible for the safety of the students. His main problem seems be with Rita Skeeter's presence there today. I think he may be in for another inquiry very soon. Snape was on rotation to supervise the castle and be the contact for the prefects and head students. He had to stay up here all day and didn't even know anything about us going into the chamber. I think I just told you what his biggest problem with today's outing is. The Weasleys and the trio were already snickering and just one step from outright laughter. You have to tell me, did you know this when you planned it? Not at all. I just told you the time and date McGonagall gave me. Harry managed before he collapsed in laughter along with the others. The mirth at the Gryffindor table went largely unnoticed by the staff but certainly washed away the last of the tension felt by those who had had their first encounter with the basilisk that morning. Once Harry had regained some control he asked Charlie, was that the business you wanted to discuss or was there something else? Ah, well, I wanted to tell you we sold the dragon parts like we discussed. We held back several liters of blood for you and enough hide to make 4 suits. Fred and George told me what happened with Ron. I can't tell you how sorry I am. We could still sell the hide that was earmarked for the 4th suit if you like. At Charlie's mention of the youngest Weasley brother all 4 redheads frowned briefly and Harry's face twisted into an expression of grief. Hermione and Luna looked angry more than sad. No, let's leave it as is. You never know and we may need that 4th suit or a spare sometime. Harry took a steadying breath. I suppose you also wanted to talk about the basilisk. At Charlie's nod, Harry continued. I'd like a good bit of the venom. With all the things that seem to want to kill me around here I can think of several uses for it. Is the hide useful for anything? Charlie snorted. Basilisk hide is absolutely wonderful for covering the walls of a dueling arena. With how much there is I can guarantee you a bidding war between various national dueling federations so they can boast about having an entire room lined with the stuff. It's far too heavy for armor. We had to cut the stone the hide was lying on out of the floor and levitate that to move it. The viscera and heartstrings will be in demand from the same sort of people who bought them from the dragon. The goblins put in an offer on the meat which is probably as good as we can get, and I honestly don't know about the fangs, but I imagine there are several collectors who would want them, as well as possibly potions researchers. Harry nodded in understanding. That's fine. Just keep back some of the venom then. Did you find someone I can talk to about making armor out of the dragon hide? Charlie handed him a slip of parchment with an address and a name in response. Thanks. Any more business? When Charlie answered in the negative, Harry declared that they had been serious enough for today. Fred and George heard their cue and started telling their brother about recent happenings at Hogwarts that had them all in stitches, even if the likelihood that the twins were telling the truth was almost non-existent. After dinner, Harry, Hermione and Luna said goodbye to Charlie and headed back up to the room to do their homework and, in Harry's case, several additional IGN ments on runes and arithmancy. Just before curfew they left to go back to their respective towers, happy they were already on the 7th floor after a long day. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry wished Hermione goodnight and started up the stairs to the boys' dorms. On the first landing, two shadows separated themselves from the gloom at his approach. He had his wand out and a stunner on his lips before he recognized two very serious-looking Weasley twins. Harry, we don't have the words to thank you after we saw what you saved Ginny from. George started. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's yours. Fred continued. We owe you our little sister's life and will repay you with our own if that's what it takes. We've got your back, little brother. George finished up for his twin as Harry felt incredibly touched. Thanks, guys. That means a lot. Harry croaked out past the lump in his throat. The twins nodded and clapped him on the back before heading up and out of sight towards their dormitory. When the paper came out the next day, Harry was once again the main topic of conversation at Hogwarts. The pictures of the basilisk and the harrowing tale that accompanied them were enough to turn your blood cold on any given day. Coming just a week after Harry's defeat of the Horntail, it cemented him as the favorite to win the tournament in the minds of many of the students. Many of the girls who already had autographs from Krum and Cedric came up to Harry begging for his. The reluctant champion himself was confused. These girls had attended school with him for years, surely they knew he didn't give autographs. Hermione mostly saw the funny side and teased her best friend repeatedly, with Luna getting in on the act once she realized that, while Harry honestly despised his fame, the worst he would do to friends who teased him about it was huff at or tickle them. Rita had sent him another copy of the paper with a slightly less snarky note. Harry had as little interest in this one as he had the last and once again gave it to Hermione for her scrapbook when she asked him for it. Over the course of the next week, Harry received multiple offers for dates to the Yule Ball and turned them all down, happily telling the girls that he already had a date. The first time he did this in front of Ron, the redhead snapped the quill he had been putting in his bag before storming away. Hermione hadn't mentioned being asked by anyone else yet, and Harry hoped that this meant that Krum wouldn't try. He was not at all convinced that she would turn the Bulgarian down after the fantastic night she had had with him last time. The two friends attended Professor McGonagall's dance instruction religiously and worked hard to make sure they would know what to do at the ball. News that the dance would have formal dress but no mandatory formal dancing, except for the champions, meant that only 4 people showed up at all: Harry, Hermione, Cedric and Cho. On Friday, Hermione had mentioned that the Yule Ball was shaping up to be a wonderful night, and she was just sad that there was no way for her parents to see her attend her first dance with her first date. The look Harry got in his eyes was one she was starting to associate with Harry getting ready to turn something on its head. She decided she didn't want to know what he was planning now and that she would find out eventually. Eventually turned out to be that very next day when Professor McGonagall announced that couples would have the opportunity to get their photo taken at the ball by Hogwarts' very own in-house photographer, Colin Creevey. Harry's utterly unsurprised look and self-satisfied smirk, as well as Colin's teary-eyed look at his hero, pointed her exactly in the direction of the culprit. You got Colin into the dance to take photos. You realize he'll be even more enamored with you now, right? She teased her friend. She was surprised when he just shrugged and his smirk turned into more of a smile. It'll be worth it if you get to send your parents a photo of you at your first ball. Hermione couldn't help herself. She threw her arms around the very best friend any girl had ever had with enough force to knock them both off the bench they were sitting on, and she was not crying, she wasn't. "Thank you, Harry," she whispered as she felt his arms come around her shoulders. "Just when I think you can sink no lower, Scarhead. You seriously asked that disgusting creature to the ball." Harry looked up from the floor to see that Draco Malfoy had made his way over from the Slytherin table, flanked by his henchmen. "You know, Draco, insulting Hermione isn't going to get me to suddenly invite you to the ball. I wouldn't be able to stand the smell of all that hair product anyway." The Malfoy heir had not counted on anything but some blustering about Granger being attractive, which he would then use to show that Potter was an idiot with no taste. His surprise at the direction this conversation was taking, was being taken by the rest of the school to mean something else though. It didn't take Draco long to realize what the whispers were about. "I am not some poofter, Potter," he screamed. Harry just raised an eyebrow. "So you came over here with two boys who follow you around everywhere to insult my date who was hugging me because you're not gay?" Students were beginning to laugh as they listened in. "It's okay, Draco. I won't judge you on your UAL orientation. I'll judge you on being bigoted, little ferret and an utterly crap wizard." "Damn it, Potter, I am not interested in you." Draco was getting red in the face with rage and emberment. The whispers were going to take ages to shut up, and he knew it would affect his standing in Slytherin, especially after that incident with the badges. "Actions speak louder than words, Draco, and everyone at Hogwarts has had 3.5 years to watch you approach me over and over again. You want us to believe that you don't care about me? Then stay the hell away from me." Potter's voice had gone cold and threatening, and for once Draco took the advice he was given and got out of there at what he hoped was a dignified speed. After that, the gossip mill worked overtime to tell everyone what they claimed to already know. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were going to be attending the Yule Ball together. Neither Harry or Hermione ever really paid any attention to the rumors that raced around the ancient castle, and this one wouldn't have interested them any more than the others, except that it caused Harry's Yule Ball invitations to slow to a trickle as the girls of Hogwarts mostly chose to respect the fact that he was spoken for. There were always going to be a few who thought they were in with a chance, but those persistent few came away disappointed. On one of Padfoot's scavenging missions into Hogsmeade, he noticed a distinct lack of newspapers in the bins he was rummaging through. Remembering what that had meant the last time, he once again slunk towards the newsagents for further reconnaissance. Sure enough, there was once again a throng of people clamoring for copies of the Daily Prophet. This had his godson's name written all over it, probably literally too. This time Padfoot snuck up to the large stack of papers Norton was selling from and nicked one just as the old man was busy with one of his customers. This time more than shouts followed him as he fled the scene of the crime, and though he managed to dodge the proprietor's hexes and make good his escape, he worried about the next time his godson did something ridiculous enough to make the papers. Harry didn't seem inclined to tell his godfather these sorts of things, so he needed those papers. Couldn't the old bastard understand that? Settling down in the cave, he cleaned off his loot once again. Padfoot's reaction contained a lot more invective than last time. Buckbeak looked up, startled at the sudden noise, to see his usually human companion staring white-faced at a piece of parchment. When the human started flipping through the thing and continued making those odd noises, Buckbeak settled down and ignored it. Humans were strange creatures on a good day, and an intelligent hippogriff didn't bother with them if it didn't have to. Sirius, on the other hand, was starting to seriously consider if Howler supplies might not be worth the risk. What the hell was going on at Hogwarts these days? He was going to be having a very serious talk with Harry next time they met. If this was only coming out now, Sirius shuddered to think what else his little godson had seen. He would have to be careful how he approached it though. The boy seemed bound and determined to make the legendary Marauders look like a bunch of average schoolboys, and appearing jealous would not help an old prankster in getting the juicy details. He was still deep in thought when an elf wearing dungarees and a beret popped in. "As you being Master Harry's dogfather?" the elf asked him, looking him up and down suspiciously. Thoroughly taken aback, Sirius could only nod. "Dobby has a letter for you from Master Harry. You be calling Dobby when you be wishing to send a reply. Master Harry said this would be safer than using owls." Well, hot damn, maybe Sirius would be getting answers from his godson sooner rather than later. "That's great, Dobby. Can you get me some writing supplies?" The little elf snapped his fingers and a quill and parchment appeared in front of the old marauder. Excellent. So how did Harry get an elf anyway? Dobby's face lit up as he launched into what he considered the greatest story ever told about the greatest wizard who ever lived. Sirius thought that tricking Lucius Malfoy out of a house elf was a marvelous prank. By the time Dobby left he had become quite friendly towards the marauder who clearly held a deep fondness for Master Harry. It took Sirius quite some time to get started on reading the letter Harry had sent him and even more to actually write the reply, including a request for Harry to have Dobby buy periodicals and food and deliver them to a cave near Hogsmeade, but he had rarely enjoyed a conversation with an elf more. Hermione Granger was walking down the Hogwarts corridors barely aware of where she was going. She had just had one of the most surreal experiences of her life, and being Harry Potter's best friend she felt she knew something about the strange and surreal. She had been in the Leary and had just finished helping some third years with their arithmancy homework when she had been approached by the hulking figure of Victor Crumb. He sent poor little Nancy Williams from Hufflepuff running with a glare before he turned to Hermione. "You are Hermione Granger, da." Hermione didn't like the way he was mangling her name any more than the way he was looking at her. She clutched her copy of Numerology and Grammatica to her as a shield. "My name is Hermione Granger. Was there something you needed?" She wished he would just say no, and leave, or maybe that Harry or Luna would show up so she had some backup. Crumb just nodded as she confirmed he had the right person. "I used to see you much in Leary, but no more. I miss dat." "Well, that was eerie. I have been choosing to study elsewhere with my friends, Mr. Crumb. Now, if you will excuse me." Hermione tried to walk past him, but Crumb squared up to her and actually took a step towards her, forcing her to back up a pace to preserve some distance between them. "I am Victor for you, da. I have come to invite you to the ball." Hermione was more than a little nervous now. Trying her best not to let him see it, she palmed her wand, ready to defend herself if this turned out to be more than a cultural misunderstanding. "I'm sorry, Mr. Crumb. I already have a date for the ball. I would appreciate it if you would let me go." Hermione tried to make her voice as calm and collected as she could. "Leave him. Potter is a boy. Let a man take you and show you the pleasures of a night like this." Something about his voice had changed, and to be honest it scared her, but Hermione Granger had been sorted into Gryffindor House for a reason. "The hell I will. Harry is more of man than you could hope to be and certainly knows more about pleasing women." Okay, so that was stretching the truth to breaking point. She had no idea what Harry might or might not know about the subject, but Crumb was free to draw any conclusions he wanted. Judging by the frown on his face, he might be doing just that. He even turned to the side, providing her with a small space to make her escape through. She promptly did just that. As she pushed past the most famous seeker in the world, he grabbed her arm in a vice-like grip and leaned forward. She never found out what he was planning, as she had whipped her wand up at the first touch she had felt and now had it digging into his carotid artery. "For the last time, leave me alone." She twisted her wand into his neck for emphasis and he let her go, stepping back and holding his hands up. Hermione kept him covered until she was several steps away, and then she turned and ran. She hadn't been paying attention to where she was going, rather just focusing on getting away from the Leary. When she stopped, it had taken her a minute to properly orient herself and start towards Gryffindor Tower. She remembered Harry saying something about spending some time up there and she needed to see her friend. She wasn't sure if she was going to tell him what just happened, but she was sure she needed to be around someone who wasn't out to intimidate her into a date. Her analytical mind started replaying the scene over and over as she tried to figure out why Crumb would act like that and what she could do to prevent being caught in that situation again. This was how Hermione came to be absent-mindedly walking through Hogwarts, trusting her feet to get her to her destination. When she got to the fat lady, she gave the P word and tried to shake herself from her reverie. Stepping into the common room, she looked around for Harry and quickly found him sitting across from Colin Creevey in deep conversation with the younger boy. Hermione felt her body physically relaxing at the sight of Harry listening with a small smile to a boy whose enthusiasm was a source of intense frustration to her best friend. She walked over to them. "Is this a boys only talk, or can I join you?" Harry looked up at her with a smile and shifted over slightly on the two-seater to make some space for her. "Colin's been explaining how to brew a photo-developing potion. I agreed to help him develop the photos he takes during the ball since it's my suggestion that's causing him to give up his Christmas to work. Hermione thought Harry was severely underestimating what this chance meant to Colin. The poor boy looked like he might have an accident any time now, he was so excited. You should stick around. Colin is much better at explaining potions than Snape ever was or will be. Hermione nodded her agreement. This potion wouldn't be covered in the Hogwarts curriculum and she thought Colin might be an expert at brewing it by now. She quickly started rooting around in her bag for a quill and parchment. I'm sorry, Colin, but would you mind starting over so Hermione can hear everything you were saying? She heard Colin start stammering out his agreement and when she looked up she saw him nodding frantically. Okay, I'm ready. What were you telling Harry, Colin? Harry and Hermione spent an enjoyable hour listening to Colin talk about his paean for photography and the potions involved in that paean. Hermione had covered several feet of parchment when Colin's friends hesitantly approached him about a game of gobshites. The third year looked torn. Go ahead, Colin. I think we reached a good place to stop. We can continue this next time, okay? Colin perked up at hearing there would be a next time and excused himself before moving over with his friends who, in Hermione's opinion, were all clearly impressed that he had just spent an hour talking with someone who could kill dragons with a sword. Hermione realized that she had forgotten all about Krum during the surprise lesson when she started comparing the interaction between the two champions and younger students. When she compared Harry's kindness to a person she knew annoyed him on a regular basis to Krum's treatment of someone he didn't even know, it showed a glaring difference in their characters. She was happy that Harry had asked her to the ball and she felt that Krum would never be able to match up to her best friend. Some of her thoughts must have shown on her face though as Harry asked her, "Is everything all right?" She nodded at him. "Everything's fine, Harry." The look she got in response could only be described as disbelieving. Harry just kept that look aimed at her, silently making it clear that he wasn't letting this go. With a sigh Hermione gave in. "Victor Krum just asked me to the Yule Ball." She couldn't believe the effect this statement had on him. His face crumpled, and his shoulders slumped. "Oh, well, I can probably find someone else or, Harry trailed off looking very uncomfortable with the topic. "Harry, I turned him down," she said taking his hand in hers. She was amazed and a little proud of the way life seemed to flow back into him at her simple confirmation that she wouldn't drop him for a famous sports star. "Did you really think I wouldn't?" "Well, he's really famous and he's older and a real school champion," Harry answered in a sheepish tone. She rolled her eyes at him. "You're at least as famous, my age and in the lead for the Tri-Wizard tournament. I don't think you have anything to worry about on those points." She gave him an impish grin. "Besides, if you don't feel like you're a school champion, you can just be my champion." He barked out a laugh. "Hermione's champion. I like the sound of that." He slid off the couch and onto one knee. "Your champion will face any challenge, fight any battle for your honor, my lady." She swatted at his shoulder as she laughed. "You are an absolutely incorrigible goofball, my champion." The two didn't even notice their antics were being observed by the rest of the common room with smiles. "If you were to fight for my honor, you should endeavor to find out what it is you face. Have you solved the egg yet?" The way his face hardened told her he had and wasn't happy with what he had discovered. She had no way of knowing that Harry had simply asked the room for a bath and logged the egg in to check that the message was what he remembered. He rejoined her on the couch and in a low voice told her the clue he had heard when he had listened to the egg underwater. She was immediately analyzing what the clue was telling them. The first two lines seem to imply that you will have to go into the Black Lake. I do wonder what they'll take. The last half of the poem seems to imply a time limit. I'm a little worried that the task is likely to leave you underwater for an hour. Harry was frowning at her. The second half of the poem is not what I'm worried about. Considering the tournament's organization so far, I'm a lot more concerned about the third and fourth line. Hermione looked at him in surprise. What do you think they'll take that has you so worried? Harry's face darkened even more and she could see his anger at the organizers clearly in his eyes. I don't think it will be a what at all. I think it will be a who. Hermione was shocked into silence for a very short moment before she rushed to her friend. Harry, they wouldn't just involve people in a dangerous task. I mean people who haven't volunteered. Would they? Harry's look clearly said that he had no such faith in the organizers, and Hermione suddenly remembered that her friend hadn't volunteered for the tournament he was in either. Well, we'll just have to prepare for that as a worst-case scenario. It's still the breathing underwater that worries me. I mean, I know that we're supposed to learn the Bubblehead charm in 6th year. Do you think you'll be able to learn it with the help of— Hermione was suddenly very aware that they were still in public. Well, with the help of the you-know-what. Harry was giving her a grim smile. I probably could, but I will be leaving the charm as a backup. I intend to take the view that everything we are taught here is magic, including herbology. A plant. Harry was going to use a plant. Gillyweed, Hermione. It'll give me gills and webbed hands and feet, allowing me to swim faster. I also intend to keep a tracking charm on you as we get closer to the tasks. I can find you quickly. Well, she couldn't fault that for planning, but she desperately wanted to lighten the mood a bit. I am what you would sorely miss, Harry. She asked him with a sly smile. Harry, though, responded far more seriously than she had expected. You are the one thing in my life I would miss the most. That has to be one of the sweetest things anyone has ever said to me. Hermione didn't have the words to respond, so she just leaned into Harry, laying her head on his shoulder and sighing happily. It wasn't the mood she had been aiming for exactly, but she would definitely take it, especially when Harry summoned a book out of his bag and opened it to reveal a herbology text detailing the effects of gillyweed. Hermione didn't notice that she pressed herself even closer to Harry to more easily read the book he had open on his lap while he explained the series of experiments he had planned to determine the duration of the effects so he would know how much of the magical plant to take. Hermione was soon completely absorbed by the academic challenge being presented and didn't have a shred of a thought to spare for Victor Crumb. Hogwarts Castle was unusually busy this Christmas. Harry knew from personal experience that in a normal year barely half a dozen students would stay in the castle for this holiday. With the approaching Yule Ball, though, the hallowed halls of learning became decidedly festive. Harry thought the professors might just be pulling their hair out with so many children running around with no clues or homework to occupy their time. Since Luna had left for home, Harry and Hermione were spending most of their time in the room of requirement, only coming out to join the general populace for dinner. They were also taking extra care to not be followed. Idle hands are the devil's playthings, Aunt Petunia was fond of saying whenever she gave Harry more chores, and there were a couple hundred idle pairs hanging around with nothing better to do than follow their favorite champion around. Thankfully, none of the other champions knew the castle near as well as Harry. With Hermione more or less permanently available to help, Harry focused on his studies into ancient runes and arithmancy with her help, rather than expanding his repertoire of spells. He still wasn't sure how to explain that he could probably take his NEWTs in the wand-based subjects without coming off as a dangerous madman. His newfound studious nature in no way deterred him from dragging Hermione out to play in the snow one morning when the two teenagers joined their CL mates in a MIV snowball war. Christmas Day dawned bright and early for Harry with the excited cries of his dorm mates. It still amazed him how Weasley could sleep the day away every day, but somehow be up at 6 on Christmas morning. He looked to the foot of the bed and smiled to see a pile of presents. It still moved Harry to know that there were people who wanted to send him presents every year for Christmas and his birthday. He had received Mrs. Weasley's usual care package despite his row with her youngest son, which meant a lot to him. Sirius had sent him the penknife again and Hagrid a MIV box of sweets. Ron hadn't sent him anything this year, which was fine by Harry as he hadn't sent the redhead anything either. The tissue from the Dursleys made him happy. He had sent them a recipe for a bowel cleaning potion. The gift from Charlie and the twins of a dragon hide wand holster that released his wand with a flick of his hand was new. He was very sure of that, just like his year-long subscription to the Quibbler from Luna. He was also pretty sure that Hermione's gift of the 3-part series challenges in curse breaking hadn't been included last time around, but it was highly appreciated nonetheless. He hoped she liked the blue shawl he had included in addition to a book called Applied Advanced Arithmancy. He knew the color was close to the dress she had worn last time through, and the sales switch at Gladrags had gone on and on about the material, so he had bought it on a whim. Come to that, he hoped Hermione's parents liked the gift he had helped Hermione find for them, a set of picture frames that hid their contents from anyone who was not aware of the magical world. His gift to Luna of the collected works of H.P. Lovecraft left him snickering even now as he imagined articles on Shoggoths, Emigo and nightgowns filling the pages of the Quibbler. Finally he noticed a small lumpy package was the only one left. When he opened it he grinned to see 2 pairs of socks. It looked like Dobby had drawn Winky into his gift idea and they had each made him a pair. He hoped the 2 elves enjoyed the sewing supplies, as well as the cookies and fruit cake he had made for them himself. He got out of bed feeling like the day was off to a brilliant start. When he got down to the common room, he saw Hermione sitting there with his Christmas gift around her neck. Her smile when she saw him lifted his spirits even further. The 2 friends shared a long hug before going down to breakfast. Harry and Hermione spent the day in the common room enjoying the Christmas atmosphere with their housemates. At 4:30 Hermione told Harry she was heading up to get ready along with the other girls. Harry just smiled and told her to have fun, thinking privately that being stuck in a room with only Lavender and Parvati for company sounded like nothing he would ever volunteer for. He could hear several of the 4th and 5th years complaining about the girls needing 3 hours to get ready. As he thought about what he knew the results would be, Harry was a little concerned that he was cheating by already knowing that Hermione would be the undisputed belle of the ball. Ah well, not like he could or would change that. Harry went up to the dorm to grab the first volume of the set Hermione had given him and settled in to read. 2 hours later he said a quiet thanks to Neville, who nudged him out of his concentration to go and get himself ready. It didn't take him long at all to shower and get into his robes. He debated using a shaving charm and decided he might as well go the full mile and get rid of the peach fuzz that was all he had for beard growth at this age. He was happy he had some experience with the charm as he avoided the nicks and cuts that his dorm mates gave themselves copying him. He borrowed some hair gel from Dean and tried to get his unruly hair to look like it was purposely tousled, having given up on flat years ago. He didn't waste any time commiserating with Weasley about his frilly robes this time, though Seamus looked to have that well in hand. Deciding he looked good, or rather as good as it was going to get, Harry headed back down to the common room. As he waited for Hermione, Harry felt himself get unaccountably nervous. He had gone through this before and hadn't been half as confident or prepared. As a matter of fact, he couldn't remember being this nervous last time. He had no reason for his hands to get this clammy now or for his heart rate to pick up like he was faced with a dozen Death Eaters. Last time you weren't going with Hermione. Harry's conscience made itself known. He sighed. Wasn't that just a true thought? He tried doing some occlumency exercises to calm himself. If he was nervous about making a complete ass of himself tonight, he was setting himself up with a self-fulfilling prophecy, and he'd be damned if he allowed any more prophecies of any kind near his life. His dorm mates left one by one with their dates. Seamus and Parvati, Dean and Lavender, Neville and Ginny. Where was she? Wasn't she getting ready with? Harry's thoughts ground to a halt as Hermione glided down the stairs to the girls' dormitory. She looks better than the last time. She was once again dressed in a floaty, periwinkle set of robes. She once again had her hair in a sleek shiny id. She once again walked with the kind of grace that is difficult to manage while carrying a mountain of books. Maybe it's the smile, Harry thought to himself. Last time it had been nervous. This time she was simply beaming. Realizing he had been standing there staring at his date like an idiot, Harry moved forward in a daze. Taking Hermione's hand, he brought her knuckles up to his lips and bowed his head over her hand for a chaste "My lady," he murmured. Her smile grew brighter and her eyes sparkled at him. "My champion," she answered him. Harry blinked as he wasn't sure he had been joking. Shaking it off, he placed her hand in the crook of his elbow. "Shall we?" he asked. She nodded, her smile never dimming, and together the two left the common room, and Harry at least would have been unable to say who, if anyone, had been present as they did. As they walked towards the great hall, Harry almost felt like he was floating. He chanced to look at Hermione only to see her eyes snap away and a light shade of pink touch her cheeks. "You look absolutely stunning," Harry told her. Hermione smiled and looked back at him. "It's because my hair isn't a nightmarish mess and my teeth have been shrunken down to human proportions," she told him. Harry frowned. "No, it's more than that. Personally, I think it's the way you're smiling and how it makes your eyes look," he informed her. The light pink darkened into red. "The blushing's pretty cute too though." He grinned at her. Hermione's jaw dropped at that before she smacked him in the shoulder. "Harry." She didn't look at all put out with the comment though, and Harry shrugged unrepentantly. The atmosphere between them lightened at his teasing and they managed to enjoy the walk in each other's company. They might have just breezed into the hall like they usually did if it hadn't been for Professor McGonagall's voice calling out to them. "Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger, over here, please." The two teens made their way over to their head of house, who examined them critically before nodding her head and gracing them with a rare smile. "You two look excellent, pride of the Lions indeed." The professor looked a little surprised that she had just quoted the Weasley twins and looked around quickly to make sure that there were no witnesses. "If you will follow me, the champions and their partners are gathering in a waiting room." Harry and Hermione followed her obediently and discovered that the other three champions were already present. Cedric and Cho they had been aware of from McGonagall's dance clees. Fleur had once again brought Roger Davies, who seemed to already be drooling. Harry knew snickering would be terribly impolite, but by the ancients, it was hard to control himself. Krum had found a date among the Beauxbatons contingent whom he was currently ignoring in favor of leering at Hermione. Harry felt his date cringe and noticed that she seemed to be trying to hide behind him. Clearly Krum had not just asked her to the ball. Harry turned slightly, drawing Hermione with him so that he was squarely in between her and the Bulgarian. He spared the seeker a quick glare before ignoring him and instead focusing on Hermione. The brunette was looking up at her date with a look of gratitude, but he could also see apprehension, which he rightly attributed the conversation he intended to have about what really happened between her and Krum, and an apology for dropping him into this situation which he considered entirely unnecessary. Before tensions could escalate, Professor McGonagall had returned. "Your attention, please. We are about to send you into the Great Hall. After the overwhelmingly positive response to the presence of a photographer, we have allowed another student initiative and you will all be announced formally. You will therefore enter in ascending order based on your current standing in the points. Mr. Diggory, you will be first, followed by Ms. Delacour, Mr. Krum and Mr. Potter. Remember to enjoy yourselves and do your schools proud." It only took a moment to get in the order Professor McGonagall had specified and they left the room. As they approached, the doors swung open and the noise of the Great Hall washed over them along with Lee Jordan's magnified voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the champions of the revived Triwizard Tournament. Presenting Mr. Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff House, accompanied by Ms. Cho Chang of Ravenclaw House." Cedric and Cho walked in with their heads held high to thunderous applause. Professor McGonagall stopped Fleur and Roger from following them in. The reason became clear a moment later when Lee's voice rang out again. "Presenting Ms. Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons Academy, accompanied by Mr. Roger Davies of Ravenclaw House." As the next pair moved into the hall to cheers that sounded like they were mostly from the male half of the attendees, Harry felt a stab of worry in his gut. Lee was the twins' best friend and Harry had heard his Quidditch commentary for 3 years. Somehow he had a feeling that this student initiative was a prank. A prank aimed at him. Presenting Mr. Victor Krum of Drumstrang Institute, accompanied by Ms. Celine Beaumont of Beauxbatons Academy. Harry felt Hermione's hand gripping his forearm so tightly she was threatening to cut off his circulation. He brought his other hand up and pried her hand off before bringing it up to his lips for another. He tried to lure her with his gaze and judging by her nod he had succeeded. He replaced her hand on his arm right as Lee called out the last introduction. Presenting the Knight of the Light, the Pride of the Lions, the Lord of Gryffindor House, Harry James Potter, accompanied by his lady, Hermione Jane Granger. Harry gusted out a sigh, he knew it. Squaring his shoulders he and Hermione strode into the hall desperately trying to pretend they had received the same introduction as everyone else. He also felt slightly sorry for Lee as he caught a glimpse of the unbridled outrage on McGonagall's face. Their housemate was likely going to be in detention for the rest of the year for that stunt. Unorthodox though their introduction might have been, the reception by the rest of the hall was as loud and enthusiastic as any of the other champions. As Harry and Hermione made their way to the head table where the champions, their partners and the judges would be eating, 2 of the faces Harry saw jumped out at him. Weasley looked sick with jealousy, and that expression was strangely mirrored on Malfoy's face. Several others simply looked stunned. When they got to the table Harry held out a chair for Hermione, graciously offering her the one closer to Fleur and Roger rather than the one next to Percy Weasley. From what he remembered of the evening that should give her a chance to join an interesting conversation rather than having to listen to an endless barrage of Ying. Once he had taken his own seat, he greeted the third Weasley brother, who gave him a coldly polite greeting in return. Harry wasn't sure what he had done to offend the older boy, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. When Dumbledore demonstrated the way the menus worked, Harry gently squeezed Hermione's knee and she nodded in understanding. The extra work for the house elves annoyed her, but she wouldn't blast that ire over the champion's table. Yet, Hermione ordered the bee and Harry the tenderloin. The couple each tasted the other's choice and came away satisfied with their own dinner ped in a rush of pleasant conversation, and Hermione even managed to present her views on the MSPCE to an impressed Madame Maxime and Fleur Delacour. Harry was drawn into the conversation mostly so he could avoid Percy's constant sniffs of disapproval at the idea of a group devoted to helping house elves. When dinner was done, Dumbledore announced the opening of the dance floor, and the four champions and their dates left the table for the opening dance. Harry and Hermione smiled as their arms went around each other, as they had every night for the past 2 weeks during Professor McGonagall's dance clees. When the music started, the two fell into a pattern of movement that had become so familiar that they no longer had to pay attention to where they were placing their feet. Instead, they were talking in voices just loud enough to cover the limited distance between them. "I'm happy I'm here with you. Thank you for agreeing to this circus. I can't think of anyone I'd rather have by my side," Harry said. Hermione smiled up at him. "I have to protect my champion, don't I? Besides, I'm having a wonderful time too. I can't think of anyone else I would want to be here with either," she replied. He gave her a look. "That feels like a lead-in to ask you what happened between you and Krum," Harry said. Hermione's face fell slightly, but she managed to keep her smile in place. "Not here and not tonight. I don't want anything to ruin our first dance." Harry was well aware that Hermione probably meant that this was the first ball either of them attended, but he couldn't help but imagine future dances with Hermione in his arms. He sighed and leaned forward to press it to her forehead. "Fine, I'll drop it for tonight." He couldn't see Hermione's smile as she dropped her head to rest on his shoulder as the two moved together and abandoned the formal waltz in favor of just holding each other and swaying to the music. They continued like this until a voice and a tap on the shoulder interrupted them. "Is 5 songs not enough for the two of you? I thought we had agreed to share at least one dance." Harry and Hermione looked up to find a grinning Cedric and Cho. 5 songs. We barely danced at all." Both Harry and Hermione were shocked but recovered quickly, as they had indeed agreed to share a dance with Cedric and Cho as a show of unity that the Hogwarts champions held no ill will for each other. "Be honest, Cedric. You just want to be able to say you danced with the most beautiful girl at the ball." Harry chided him playfully, getting a bark of laughter from the older boy. "Hands where I can see them, Potter," Cedric returned, to which Harry took Cho's hands and held them out as wide as he could, pressing their bodies together. "I'm sorry, Cho, but your boyfriend insisted," he said with mock sincerity and wide-eyed innocence as the girls chuckled and Cedric swatted him in the back of the head and called him A.T. Harry let go of one of Cho's hands and stepped away from her as he bowed. "May I have this dance, miss?" Harry asked as Cedric copied his actions with Hermione. Cho's eyes still sparkled with mirth as she answered, "Of course, my Lord Gryffindor." Harry just groaned at her before leading her onto the dance floor. This time Harry and Hermione had no trouble limiting themselves to one dance before finding the others and returning to their partners for the night. They spent some time talking with Cedric and Cho, and neither of them noticed that their hands had intertwined between them. Another slow song came on and Cho dragged Cedric back onto the floor as they said their goodbyes to the younger couple. Harry and Hermione shared a look and a smile and moved back out onto the floor as well. After they had danced for a few songs, Harry suggested a break and led Hermione over to the corner of the hall where Colin had set up his equipment. The couple joined the queue and took the chance to catch their breath and slow their heart rates as they waited their turn. When they took their positions in front of the camera, Colin's head shot off of the viewfinder. "Harry, Hermione, isn't this the greatest night ever?" He didn't wait for them to answer. "Okay, just hold each other. I'll be taking several pictures, so feel free to change your pose around." The young Gryffindor barely waited for the couple to slip their arms around each other before he started taking pictures. After 2 solid minutes, Harry was ready to start asking how long this was going to take. As he opened his mouth to do just that, he saw someone walking by and inspiration struck. "Professor McGonagall, will you join us for a picture?" Harry called out to the pink professor. She looked surprised, and so did Hermione and Colin. Harry just smiled winningly at his Transfiguration teacher. "Very well, Mr. Potter," she said after a moment's contemplation, and joined the two fourth years in front of the camera. She would never admit it, but the idea of photo with two of her favorite students rather appealed to her. Colin had gotten nervous at the idea of taking a picture of his head of house and had to visibly gather himself before he said, "Same procedure as last time, everyone. I'll take several shots so you can adjust your poses if you wish." Harry made sure he was standing next to McGonagall while Hermione took up position on the other side of their professor. The first two shots Harry tried to look dignified and impressive. At the third flash of Colin's camera he tensed. Right before the fourth flash he launched himself at Professor McGonagall and swept her up in a giant hug just as the camera flash went off. There was no fifth photo as Colin had nearly dropped his camera in shock and was staring open-mouthed at the scene in front of him. Minerva McGonagall was blushing like a schoolgirl at the unexpected physical affection from one of the most reserved students in the school and was scrambling to gather her scattered composure in the face of an impish grin that was giving her flashbacks to the 70s. Harry quickly grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her away from the still recovering deputy headmistress. "That's for framing that ridiculous paper, ma'am. Enjoy your evening," he called out cheekily as he pulled his date back out onto the dance floor. It took Hermione a few minutes to recover from the audacity of her best friend. When she did, she smacked him in the and half-heartedly berated him for his prank, to Harry's great amusement. They danced until they noticed they were thirsty. On the way over to the drinks table they ran into Neville and Ginny. Harry offered that he and Neville would get drinks while the girls took the time to catch up. He should have remembered what happened last time Hermione's date left her to get drinks. Harry and Neville returned to see Weasley standing in front of their dates, screaming his head off and looking like he had been there for a while. "You just had to whore yourself out to Potter, didn't you? If you looked like this every day I might have asked you, but no, you only put in the effort for the rich and famous. Or are you going to deny that you just dropped me as soon as Potter was chosen as a champion?" His ire then turned to his sister. "And you, get back up to the dormitory. You are far too young to be dressing like that, and I won't have people saying my sister's some sort of woman." Harry was furious and rushed over to the confrontation, fully intent on escalating it, only to find that Hermione had things well in hand. The smack of that hand landing full force on Weasley's cheek was heard around the hall and gave Harry a great deal of satisfaction. "I stopped being your friend, Ronald Weasley, because you proved beyond a doubt that you were a terrible friend and a terrible human being. It is not my fault that the rest of the girls at Hogwarts realized that as well." Well, that answered the question of what Weasley had been on about before they came within hearing distance. Harry reached them as Weasley was raising his hand. Harry had no intention of finding out what his former friend was planning to do. He was preempted by Professor McGonagall though. "Mr. Weasley, what do you think you are doing? Did I not specifically say that you were to behave yourselves tonight?" At Weasley's mutinous look she came to a decision. "Your Yule Ball has just ended, Mr. Weasley. Return to Gryffindor Tower, now." The last command was added when the redhead hesitated. Finally he turned around and stormed out of the hall. Harry breathed out a sigh as he felt the tension leaving his body. He noticed that he was still holding the drinks he had gotten for himself and Hermione. He handed one to his date and immediately slipped his free arm around her in a comforting hug. "Come on. Let's take a walk," he murmured in her ear as he started guiding her out of the great hall and into the garden that had been set up. Hermione simply nodded and drank her punch with trembling hands. Harry deposited her empty GL and his untouched one on a table just before they ped through the doors. They didn't speak as they walked around the garden, but Harry could feel the tension gradually bleed out of Hermione's shoulders. When she leaned her head against his shoulder, Harry knew she had calmed down again. The on his cheek was certainly more than he was expecting and made him feel like he had truly done something worthwhile tonight. He smiled down at Hermione and said, "Would you like to go back in? I for one wouldn't object to a few more dances with you." Her bright smile was all the answer he needed and they headed back in. They didn't leave the dance floor again until the professor started sending everyone up to bed. The walk up to Gryffindor Tower ped in comfortable silence. When Harry and Hermione entered the common room, they were relieved to find it empty despite the fact that several 6th and 7th year couples had been dismissed at the same time. They walked up to the staircases leading to their dorms, still holding on to each other. Neither of them really wanted the night to end. Eventually it was Hermione who broke the silence. "Thank you, Harry, for an absolutely wonderful night." Before he had a chance to respond, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed it to his cheek, right at the corner of his mouth, and ran up the stairs after a hurried "good night." Harry didn't know how long he spent standing there looking up at where she had disappeared. One hand drifted up and touched the corner of his mouth where he could still feel the press of her lips despite the smile that threatened to split his face. Maybe Ephialtes had a point, was his last thought before he headed up to his own dorm. After the Yule Ball, Harry and Hermione became more affectionate with each other than they had been. Hugs were exchanged and even the occasional lingering on the cheek as the two grew closer together. The experience of the Yule Ball cemented in Harry's mind that even if the whole concept of soulmates turned out to be nonsense, he could see himself in a serious relationship with Hermione. He could not remember being happier than he was right now. Even his 2-week relationship with Ginny paled in comparison, and he and Hermione were not even dating yet. The day after the Yule Ball, both Cedric and Fleur tried to talk to Harry about the golden egg. Harry assured them that he was well aware of the clue and shared his own suspicions about people close to them being taken as hostages, much to the other two champions' dismay. Harry and Hermione also had a discussion about what happened in the Leary with Victor Crumb. Harry did not take it well and was all set to rush out and find the Drumstrang champion. "Harry, please, cursing him isn't going to solve anything," Hermione pleaded with him. "Who said anything about cursing him? I'm going to beat his face in with my bare fists, much more satisfying," Harry growled in response. Rather than try to explain to an enraged Harry that Crumb was far bigger and stronger and that a physical confrontation had no chance of ending well for the younger seeker, Hermione pushed Harry onto the couch they had been having a discussion on and, in a small voice, said, "Will you just hold me?" She had to hide her smirk when Harry's arms came around her and all attempts at leaving to find Crumb ceased. She was sure she could talk some sense into him once he was calm again, but in the meantime she certainly wasn't averse to being held like this. The remainder of the winter holidays were spent experimenting with gillyweed to determine the duration of its effects by weight. They would then measure out doses that would allow Harry's transformation to end reasonably quickly after he finished the task, rather than having to spend a full hour in a freezing lake in February. Harry himself also studied up on various tracking charms and made time to help Colin develop the pictures he had taken, which numbered in the thousands. The boys ended up being very grateful to Hermione for her occasional help in sorting the pictures. After one session they decided that Harry would brew the development potion continuously while Colin developed the pictures. It took them until the new year to get everything developed and delivered to the people on the pictures. Several shots of the champions entering the hall and of the of students on the dance floor after the ball had been opened had been delivered to the staff to be used as promotional material should there be a request for that from the media. Hermione sent copies of her photos and a letter detailing the entire event off to her parents with Hedwig and was in a good mood for the rest of the day. Rita had apparently still crashed the party in her beetle form and the story on Hagrid was published. Harry and Hermione responded by rallying students, mainly from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and leading them down to Hagrid's hut to demand that he stay on as their teacher. The half-giant was overwhelmed by the support and promised his students he would be back at the start of the new term. The start of term may have meant that Cleese resumed, but to Harry and Hermione it also meant that their friend was returning to the castle. At the feast to welcome back the students who had returned home, Luna came sprinting through the doors as one of the first off the train and grabbed her friends in a tight hug. "You two look wonderful. The fluttering cheropods seem to really like you a lot more now." Harry grinned at his Ravenclaw friend as she nattered on at them about her holidays with her father and asked them 100 questions about their own time spent in the castle without pausing for breath or answers. Answers Hermione was only too happy to give once Luna finally ran out of breath. When Cleese resumed the next day, so did the trio's schedule. Free time was largely spent in the room, though both Harry and Luna insisted on attending Hermione's tutoring sessions in the Leary, much to Crumb's obvious consternation. As the second task drew closer, Harry made sure to tell the girls how he had learned the bubblehead charm and nonverbal casting as a backup measure. Both demanded more private tuition. Harry promised them that as soon as they managed a corporeal Patronus they would move on. As it was, Both girls had managed a formless shield but not an actual guardian yet. The result of his admonishment was that Harry spent the next hour giving another lesson on the charm. Hermione's Patronus actually managed an indistinct form, earning her congratulations from her friends. Harry's studies into runes and arithmancy were roaring along, and Luna was joining him in learning as much as they could. Hermione felt they would catch up to where the fourth-year Clees were by Easter. She also thought that if Harry absorbed these two subjects this quickly, he would make a spectacular curse breaker or enchanter one day. He clearly had no interest in spell crafting. His lessons taught her that much. Use what you know. Drill a few spells into your bones that you can rely on rather than learning 1,000 spells in ping. He had told them that several times when he helped tutor them in defense. During his private sessions in the room, Harry worked on combat training and the new spells he had found in the room's books. He hadn't managed the Heaven's Shield charm again after the first task and was working hard to master it in conditions where adrenaline wasn't screaming through his body. To relieve some of the monotony of working and failing at one charm, Harry was also practicing some basic healing, although he couldn't honestly say that he could heal more than bruises and SCS after a month of practice. On several particularly ambitious days he had also started in Ongea's MCE meeting with no more success than he had with the Heaven's Shield charm at first. On the 13th of February all training was suspended as Harry and Hermione chose to celebrate Luna's birthday with her. The gifts and attention she received that day would leave Luna smiling for a week. Several days later Harry received 3 packages at breakfast. He later shared them with the girls, who tried to refuse the gifts they were being given. Harry would have none of it and eventually managed to outstubborn his friends. On the evening of the 23rd of February, Harry and the girls felt that he was as ready as he could be for the task the next day. He had a plan and a backup plan and was fully capable of using the magic required for both. They all agreed that further practice would only unnerve him and had retired to their common rooms at Luna's suggestion. Harry and Hermione sat leaning against each other on a 2-seater in front of the fire. The other Gryffindors were being oddly quiet out of respect for their champion and the task he would face the next day. Harry and Hermione were companionably silent as they were each lost in their own thoughts of what the next day would bring. A cough brought both of them back to full awareness. The twins were standing in front of them looking slightly nervous. "Hermione, McGonagall wants to see you in her office as soon as possible." Hermione and Harry exchanged looks. Harry looked distinctly worried while Hermione just looked resigned. "I'll be all right, Harry," Hermione said softly. Harry just looked at her a moment longer before he lowered his head with a shuddering sigh. "Go get changed then," he said, and she gave him a wan smile before heading up to the girls' dormitories. Harry's gaze returned to the fire, a good deal more brooding than it had been. "Harry, do you know what's going on?" George sounded unusually worried. Harry lifted his eyes to the twins and nodded. When he didn't volunteer the information, Fred asked, "Well, why does McGonagall want Hermione then?" "To stick her to the bottom of the Black Lake as the hostage I must rescue tomorrow," came the morose answer that left both of the pranksters gaping. "We've got a plan, but I'm not happy about the whole thing. Hermione refuses to let someone else take the risk though." Both twins just stared at Harry. When their head of house had asked them to fetch Hermione, they hadn't suspected this. They didn't know how on earth they were supposed to lure their honorary little brother. None of them knew how long the uncomfortable silence lasted before Hermione came back down the stairs. To the rest of the occupants of the tower, she didn't look as if she had changed at all. As soon as she set foot in the common room, Harry was at her side casting as many tracking spells as he knew on any surface that wasn't covered. The rest of the house looked on in fascination but didn't interrupt. When Harry was done, he grabbed Hermione in a tight hug. "I will have you out of there as fast as possible, my lady," he whispered into her neck. She squeezed him a little tighter before loosening her hold to lean back and look him in the eye. "Promise me you will be careful, my champion," she demanded softly. The teasing nicknames they had been using failed to produce a smile on either teen as they felt deadly serious all of a sudden. "I promise." Harry's response was more of a croak than anything else, but he had given his word. As the two friends drew apart, Hermione leaned back in for a brief moment and very gently brushed her lips across Harry's before turning on her heel and marching determinedly towards the door, flanked by the Weasley twins who were giving Harry apologetic looks. The thud of the portrait hole closing brought about a change in Harry that the whole room could see. The wizard who had slain a dragon in single combat shone through clearly as he whirled around and stalked up the stairs to his dorm. Once the Gryffindors were fairly sure he was out of earshot, the speculation and rumors started. Most agreed that Hermione would somehow be involved in the second task and that Harry was not happy about it. Those who held this theory unanimously agreed that they would not want to be the obstacle that faced Harry Potter's wrath on his way to Hermione Granger's side. Upstairs, Harry was oblivious to all this as he called for Dobby and asked for a vial of dreamless sleep potion. He would need his strength tomorrow and knew he wasn't getting to sleep by himself. The morning of the 24th was as chilly as one might expect a mid-February morning in Scotland to be. Harry was up with the sun and getting dressed. He first pulled out the contents of the mysterious packages that had been delivered earlier in the week, dragon hide armor lined with acromantula silk. His girls each had a suit and Hermione was wearing hers now, under the Black Lake. Harry couldn't stop his hands from forming fists as that thought crossed his mind. Shaking himself, he dressed in his armor before pulling on a set of robes. He made sure he had his wand strapped to his wrist in its holster and that he had his carefully portioned gillyweed in a pouch at his waist. The small balls of the magical plant should give him gills for 10 minutes at a time, and he had enough for an hour and a half. After double-checking that he had everything, Harry made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. When he got there, very few people were awake yet. Those that were already down left him to his own devices, much as his house had the night before. He noticed Cedric and Fleur walking in. Both looked pale and their expressions were strained. Victor Crumb, by contrast, was almost jovial, especially considering his usual expression, wearing a confident smirk that Harry felt was wholly inappropriate to the situation. The hall slowly filled and the noise level increased as the supporters of the various champions yelled insults and taunts at each other. The twins were running their usual book, but in much more subdued fashion. At 9 o'clock the champions were asked to head to their tent and prepare themselves. When they got there, the tent was divided into 4 separate sections and they were each ushered into one. Harry realized that this was done to give them a chance to change into their swimming gear and took off his shoes so that he wouldn't have to waste time doing that at the lakeshore. Once again the sound of many footsteps thundered past the tent as the spectators made their way to the stands. Harry was starting to get restless when he heard Professor McGonagall's voice calling out to him. "Mr. Potter, it's time." Harry stood and squared his shoulders. He was determined that Hermione would not spend a minute longer underwater than absolutely necessary. As he strode from the tent, he gave McGonagall a jerky nod without really seeing her. The champions gathered on the shore as Bagman started talking up the event to the spectators in the stands behind them. Harry didn't listen, he was too focused on what he had to do. When a whistle sounded, he jumped forward with the other champions, tearing off his robes as he went. Harry never noticed the reaction his skin-tight armor caused in the stands any more than he noticed Fleur Delacour in a silver one-piece. He cast an imperturbable charm on his watch and grabbed one of the balls of gillyweed and charged forward into the frigid water. After swallowing the slimy mess, he took a deep breath and dove in, completely submerging himself. The pain in his neck told him the plant was working, but he waited until it had subsided to open his mouth and start gulping water through his gills. The transformation of his hands and feet allowed Harry to cut through the water like a torpedo as he followed the pull of the various tracking charms he had placed on Hermione. Compared to last time, the task was much easier with all the preparation Harry had done, but he found himself unable to appreciate this fact in his single-minded determination. The Black Lake was large enough that it still took him nearly 10 minutes to reach the village where the hostages were being held. Keeping an eye on his watch allowed him to swallow another ball of gillyweed to prolong his transformation. When the hostages came into view, Harry barely noticed that they appeared to be the same ones as the last time around. In fact, he didn't really notice anything except the long nutlocks floating around one of the hostages. Hermione. Finally seeing Hermione caused Harry to put on an extra burst of speed. Just before he reached her, Harry flicked his wrist to draw his wand and fired a non-verbal cutting curse at the strand of seaweed tying her to the lakebed. Hermione hadn't drifted up more than a few inches before Harry had her in his arms. "I've got you, my lady. I've got you, and we're getting out of here." This time Harry didn't hang around to do the noble thing and see to it that everyone was rescued. This time he kicked his legs as hard as he could and started pulling Hermione back up to the surface and safety. The swim back up to the surface was slower than the race down had been, since Harry was down 2 limbs to use for propulsion and also carrying a waterlogged Hermione. His relief at having gotten Hermione and his desperate hold on her meant that he wasn't looking at his watch. He only noticed that another 10 minutes had passed when he felt the pain in his neck letting him know that his gills were receding. As fast as he could, Harry fished another ball of gillyweed from his pouch and swallowed it. He focused on holding his breath until the gills returned and not letting go of Hermione. As a consequence, he noticed he had drifted close to the seaweed beds by the time he had his transformation back under control. Remembering that there were Grindylow packs that sheltered there, Harry swam a little higher and kept a vigilant eye out for anything that seemed to be coming near them. It was this constant scanning of the seaweed that allowed Harry to spot a swarming pack of Grindylows ahead. He would have just ignored them and given them wide berth if a break in the swarm hadn't revealed a cloud of silver blonde hair. He knew that Fleur had been rescued from the Grindylows last time while he had collected her sister, but the memory of what had happened with the Horntail forced him to intervene. He pulled Hermione as tightly to him as he could and flicked his wand back into his hand. A barrage of revulsion jinxes and stunning spells left Harry's wand and slammed into the Grindylows before they were even aware of the threat. By the time they had found the wizard attacking them, more than half the pack had been incapacitated in some form. The rest quickly decided that retreat was the best option available to them and pulled their brethren with them, leaving their prey floating in the water. Harry swam over to Fleur and noticed that her bubble head charm had failed. He non-verbally cast a new one as well as a reviving spell. Fleur's first gasp of air upon reawakening was followed a lengthy coughing spell as water was expelled from her lungs. When she seemed recovered enough to continue, Harry tapped her on the shoulder to get her attention. The French witch's eyes widened as she saw her youngest competitor floating in front of her, holding his hostage close to him but watching her with concern. She had felt her bubble head charm fail, she was sure she had. That meant that the one she was wearing now was courtesy of the young man in front of her. How the hell did he know a spell she had learned less than a year ago? If he was anyone else, she would have thought that he was under the effects of her allure, but he had never shown any signs of being entranced by her. Would a 14-year-old British wizard really help someone like her? Fleur was having trouble believing it, but as she studied him, trying to find answers, she was surprised again. Harry made sure she was looking at him before he pointed in the direction of the hostages. He was about to continue on when he noticed that Fleur hadn't moved and was still looking at him. Thinking she might not have understood, Harry swam over and gave her a gentle shove in the direction of the underwater village and pointed again. This time she swam a few strokes before she paused and looked back at him again. Frustrated, Harry just pointed a final time before turning around and kicking off again. He didn't have time to sort Fleur out, not when Hermione was still unconscious in his arms. Keeping a safe distance from the seaweed, Harry followed the lakebed up towards the shore. He hadn't checked his watch when he was desperately gulping down gillyweed. He knew one thing though. He was close now and there was no way he was going for a 10-minute swim while Hermione was on shore without him. Finally Harry noticed a change in the water ahead of him as it grew lighter and shallower. He was close to the shore. A minute later Harry started slowing down even though he was kicking more vigorously than ever. Looking down he could see the webbing shrinking on his feet. Harry kept kicking furiously as he took in big gulps of water, trying to get as much oxygen in his bloodstream as possible. He was only a few yards short of the shore when he felt the pain in his neck return. He kept his mouth shut and kicked a few more times so he was in the shallows. As soon as his feet hit the solid lake bed he stood straight up, lifting Hermione above the water. Both teenagers gasped as they cleared the surfacing in lungfuls of life-giving air. Hermione was momentarily disoriented by finding herself dripping wet in someone's arms. When she looked up and saw a pair of worried emeralds looking back, she relaxed. As Harry started wading towards the shore, Hermione rested her head on his. She could hear his heart still beating wildly with the stress and exertion of the task, but with every step it seemed to calm slightly. When they reached the shore, Harry saw the 5 judges arguing but ignored them. He never noticed that the Gryffindor section of the stands was leading the Hogwarts students in screaming themselves hoarse at his early return. He strode towards the champion's tent and into the partition he had used earlier. Once there he set Hermione down gently on her feet. Winky. The elf popped in with a shy smile on her face. "Yes, Master Harry," she asked. Could you get Hermione a towel and something dry to wear, please? Harry asked. Winky just curtsied and popped out. Harry turned back to the wet and shivering girl in his arms. You need to dry off and get into some warm clothes or you'll catch your death. Then he gathered his courage and returned the chaste Hermione had given him last night and walked out to stand guard outside the partition. It was a good thing he did because just moments after he had heard Winky pop in, Headmasters Dumbledore and Karkaroff swept into the tent followed by Madame Pomfrey. Harry, my boy, you have my congratulations on completing the task so expediently. There are some complications we were hoping you could clarify for us, though. Dumbledore said as Madame Pomfrey started scanning Harry, who was eyeing the two men suspiciously. And what colossal mistake have you made this time? He wasn't feeling respectful in the slightest since he was still freezing cold and dripping wet. Neither headmaster had a chance to reprimand him on it as they were interrupted by an agitated Meadowitch. Mr. Potter, what are you wearing? I can't get a single reading from my diagnostic spells. Harry looked sideways at his healer. Upon hearing that it was dragon hide and that he intended to change out of it soon, she seemed unable to decide whether to berate him for wearing something that blocked her diagnostics or praising him for wearing protection into a dangerous situation. She resolved her dilemma by forcing a pepper-up potion into his hands and telling him to drink it. She then turned to head into the partition only to find her way blocked by a steely-eyed Harry Potter. As she opened her mouth, Harry cut her off. Hermione is currently changing in there. She was also wearing dragon hide under her robes as an extra layer of protection, and something dry couldn't hurt. When the Meadowitch gaped at him, he asked her, "Did you not expect us to prepare after hearing the clue from the last task?" Madame Pomfrey grumbled a little but settled down to wait. If Miss Granger was changing into something warm and dry, she was already doing the medically sound thing, and Potter didn't look like he was going to listen to arguments about healers having seen it all before. Damn Gryffindor chivalry. That actually brings us back rather neatly to why Headmaster Karkaroff and I are here. Dumbledore inserted himself back into the conversation. As it happens, we did not, as you put it, make a colossal mistake. You did, my boy. Could you tell us why you rescued Ms. Granger? Because you people put her at the bottom of a freezing lake. Harry was looking at his headmaster as if he was severely doubting the man's mental fitness. Dumbledore just smiled genially while Karkaroff seemed to be gnashing his teeth. I am afraid you misunderstood me, my boy. I meant, why did you not save your own hostage? Harry was confused. Who else could he have possibly had to save? Gabrielle would be rescued by Fleur, and Dumbledore couldn't have known about that in the first place. What are you talking about? Hermione was my hostage and I rescued her, Harry said curtly. He really wasn't in the mood for Dumbledore's eccentricities right now. I am afraid not, my boy. Mr. Weasley was your intended hostage. Mr. Krum was supposed to rescue Ms. Granger. Dumbledore was still smiling and twinkling away. Karkaroff had apparently reached boiling point though. You deliberately sabotaged my champion, boy. I will see you punished for this. Severus was right. You are nothing more than an attention-seeking tea with delusions of grandeur. He snarled at the teen in front of him. Harry's temper had been about to explode at Dumbledore's insinuation that he should have let Krum get within touching distance of Hermione, but Karkaroff's rant gave him a chance to get a hold of it with both hands. When Harry spoke, his voice could have chilled the Arctic winds. You tied the single most important person in my life to a lakebed and then expected me to leave her down there while I swam back with someone who has already proven he would happily see me die to satisfy his jealousies. Whose diseased mind thought that would work? He turned a glare on Karkaroff that was as cold as his tone. The last and only time your champion spoke to Hermione, she had to draw her wand to defend herself from his inappropriate and unwanted advances. You can tell him from me that if he ever tries that again, there won't be enough left of him to stuff inside that snitch he seems so fond of chasing. Dumbledore tried to step in and play peacemaker. Surely, Harry, you must see that Mr. Krum has far fewer friends available here for us to call upon than you do, he said in a soothing voice. Harry wasn't for being soothed though. If his treatment of Hermione is any indication, it wouldn't surprise me if has no friends available anywhere for you to call upon. Even if I were to acknowledge your point, it still doesn't answer why, with all my friends available to you, you would pick someone I wouldn't lift a finger to rescue as my hostage and ask me to ignore my best friend. Either your selection of the hostages is deeply flawed or your clue was We've taken what you'll sorely miss indeed. Harry snorted as a thought occurred to him. Weasley is an entirely more appropriate hostage for Crumb anyway. This way he can rescue his most rabid fan. This was too much for Karkaroff's rapidly dwindling self-control. You are just a nasty, little cheat, boy. The spittle sprayed from Karkaroff's lips as raged at Harry. How else could you have completed the task so much faster than the best our schools have to offer? Rather than rage back, Harry simply smirked. I was entirely confident in your incompetence and general disregard for the students' well-being, so I placed tracking charms on Hermione that led me straight to her. Karkaroff was purpling now, giving Harry an odd insight into what a thin Vernon Dursley might look like. He ignored the foreign headmaster and turned to his own. Did you even bother to ask Hermione anything before you stuck her down there? No, they didn't, Harry. Harry whirled around at the sound. Hermione was standing just outside the partition glaring at the two headmasters whom Harry promptly forgot about. Grabbing her into another hug, he asked her, "How are you feeling?" She squeezed him once before stepping back. "I'm feeling well, Harry. You on the other hand are cold and wet and should be getting changed." She didn't get to say much more as Madame Pomfrey could finally get at her patient and was diligently scanning her as she shoved a pepper-up potion in her hands. Harry turned back to the two educators who were still standing in the tent looking a bit trout-slapped. "Gentlemen, I believe we have answered your questions satisfactorily. You made a series of ridiculous, almost insulting, assumptions which caused your current confusion. I can't help but wonder what blunders you have planned for the third task. If you'll excuse me." With that, Harry walked into the partition section of the tent Hermione had just vacated and found that someone, presumably Winky, had left him a dry change of clothes and a warm fluffy towel. Several minutes later he emerged fully dressed only to be ambushed by the school healer who could finally run her diagnostics. Upon determining that he was apparently disgustingly healthy, she left the tent to await the next champion to return with their hostage. Harry looked over at Hermione and smiled at her. He knew that there were supposed to be safeguards for the hostages, but he felt better with her out of harm's way entirely. She walked over to him and slid her arms around him, resting her head on his. "I'm the single most important person in your life, Harry?" she asked him after a minute of just enjoying each other's presence. Harry blushed. He had forgotten that a tent was in no way soundproof. Of course Hermione had heard him say that. Still, it was the truth and he didn't even want to try and deny that. "You are," he told her softly and heard her sigh. In that moment Ephialtes' words, Harry's time in the room with Hermione, their date at the Yule Ball and the time they had spent together since then swirled around Harry's mind until they crystallized into a decision. "Hermione." Harry waited until she was looking up at him. "Will you go to Hogsmeade with me?" She started blushing just as badly as Harry was. "You mean, like a date?" Hermione's nervousness gave Harry a slight confidence boost as he realized he wasn't the only one feeling like that. He started to smile. "Not like a date, a date." Hermione's lips were stretching into an answering smile. "I'd like that, Harry," she said. Both of them were grinning like loons now. Harry couldn't stop himself from leaning in towards Hermione, but he managed to stop just short of her lips, giving her a chance to draw away. She didn't need one and closed the rest of the distance between them, and they shared a gentle before pulling back and blushing furiously. They shared a look and smiles that managed to convey both nervousness and great joy, as well as the fact that they both felt slightly overawed by their own daring. "We should head out and see how the task finishes up," Hermione suggested. Her tone indicated that staying hidden away was not an option, much as she wanted it to be. "You're right, we should." They shared another look that agreed there would be time for exploring the new dimension to their relationship later, preferably when there was no chance of anyone walking in and ruining the mood. When Harry and Hermione emerged from the tent, it was to renewed cheering from the Gryffindors. For the first time Harry noticed that there were quite a lot of flags in that section of the crowd depicting the same thing, a black dragon pierced by a red sword. Dean must have been really busy, was Harry's only distracted thought on the matter, his mind still mostly focused on the he and Hermione had just shared. He thought he could see the twins jumping up and down, screaming something he couldn't hear at this distance. He waved at them and was shocked to find that the noise level coming from the stands could actually go up. Harry and Hermione settled in at the edge of the lake, seated close together for extra warmth and the comfort they drew from the contact. Harry summoned a blanket from the pile near the judges that was meant for the contestants as they emerged from the lake and wrapped it around himself and Hermione while she cast warming charms on the both of them. The result was 2 very comfortable Gryffindors. Harry checked his watch and saw that there were only about 10 minutes left of the 1-hour time limit. At 1 minute past the hour, Cedric and Cho broke the surface and began swimming to shore. They were immediately accosted by Madame Pomfrey, who was checking them over, and Professor Dumbledore, who looked like he was asking them questions about what had happened under the lake. 7 minutes outside the time limit, 2 silver blonde heads broke the surface of the lake and Fleur started to pull her little sister to shore. When they were once again on land, the earlier scene repeated itself, except with Madame Maxime questioning her champion, who was gesturing enthusiastically, much to Madame Pomfrey's consternation. When the healer cleared both sisters and Madame Maxime had the answers to all her questions, Fleur dragged Gabrielle over to where Harry and Hermione were sitting. "You saved my life. You warned me about Z-Dragon, and now you, Avenue, helped me to save my sister." The words were tumbling out of Fleur's mouth as if she had no control over what she was saying. "Thank you, Harry Potter." She bent down and gave him a on each cheek. Harry could feel a slight blush make its way to his cheeks and also Hermione's questioning gaze. "I kind of helped Ms. Delacour out with some Grindylows," he muttered in answer to her unasked question. Fleur, though, seemed to take offense at this statement and proceeded to regale Hermione with the story of a vague boy who had rescued an unconscious Vila from certain death. Harry's discomfort with the praise she was heaping on him was so familiar to Hermione that she couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter then had to be explained to the French witch, who in turn pedded the joke on to her sister, leaving Harry the source of much merriment for several minutes. In the meantime, 16 minutes outside of the time limit, a shark's head had breached the water, followed by a wand changing it back into the extra surly-looking visage of Victor Crumb. He pulled up a ginger head of hair and promptly swam for shore, leaving Weasley sputtering in the middle of the lake. The moment he reached the shore, he stalked off to Karkaroff and began complaining loudly in Bulgarian. Ron only made it to the shallows before Percy, who was once again standing in for Crouch Sr., reached him and started dragging him out of the water and towards Madame Pomfrey. Cedric and Cho had joined the rest of the champions and hostages, who had already been checked over and were clearly having a grand time, judging by the amount of laughter. Harry, desperate to avoid further uncomfortable stories, asked Fleur to introduce her younger sister and was smilingly scolded for calling her Ms. Delacour. "Z's is Gabrielle. She does not attend Beauxbatons yet but was allowed to come to Scotland to watch me compete. I had never intended for her to be Z's close to Z action." Harry smiled at the younger girl and held out his hand. "Hello, Gabrielle. I'm Harry Potter." The little girl blushed mightily and shyly took Harry's hand with her own. He gently shook it, and when he let go she looked up at Fleur and said something Harry didn't understand, but that brought a snort from Hermione and a smile from Fleur. Harry looked between the two in confusion until Hermione translated. "She thinks you're a very nice boy and that Fleur should go out with you. Apparently you would make a good brother." Ignoring the snickering coming from Cedric and Cho, Harry turned to Gabrielle. "I'm sorry, Gabrielle. I already have someone I am very much looking forward to going out with." Harry couldn't keep himself from looking over at Hermione, who was looking very pleased through a blush of her own. About time someone else felt a little emberment, Harry thought fondly before turning back to the younger girl. "Can we still be friends?" When everything was translated, the little Vila nodded happily and hugged her new friend, much to his surprise. By the time the judges were ready to announce the scores, the entire group was on a first-name basis. It was Bagman who was given the honor of addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have reached a decision on the scores for the second task. Mr. Harry Potter showed excellent preparation, having placed a tracking charm on his hostage to allow him to find her quickly. He then made use of measured doses of gillyweed to great effect. Mr. Potter was the first to return with his hostage, well inside the time limit of an hour, even after having stopped to help out a fellow champion experiencing difficulties. Most judges feel that such moral behavior merits full marks. However, due to some confusion about the evening of the hostages, Mr. Potter's score is 48 points. The stands roared their approval of Harry's score. It was high enough that he was guaranteed first place going into the final task, and that news was quickly spreading among the students. Mr. Cedric Diggory performed a marvelous bubble head charm and was second to return with his hostage. We award him 44 points. The cheers may have been led by the Badgers this time but were just as loud as they had been for Harry. Ms. Fleur Delacour also used the bubble head charm. She was ambushed by Grindylows and would have had to quit the task if Mr. Potter hadn't driven the creatures off, reapplied the charm and revived her. However, she was third to return and we award her 38 points. The cheers Fleur received were a bit more restrained and polite than Harry's and Cedric's had been. Finally, Mr. Crumb used an incomplete self-transfiguration but was the last to return with his hostage. However, since he did not require any eye stance, we award him 40 points. Crumb's cheers came mostly from the Drumstrang and Slytherin students, though that may have had something to do with the way he was glaring at the other champions. This means that Mr. Potter currently has a commanding lead with 98 points, followed by Mr. Diggory with 82 points, Mr. Crumb with 80 points and Ms. Delacour with 76 points. The third and final task will take place on the 24th of June at dusk. The champions will be notified of what the task is exactly 1 month before it takes place. Thank you all for your support and see you in June. The champions and their hostages made their way back up to the castle behind a rush of students wanting to prepare solutions in their honor. The Hogwarts students were especially pleased since both of their champions were currently leading the foreigners. The party that night was loud and raucous as Gryffindor celebrated their champions' win and the safe return of 2 of their own. As Fred put it, if we can't sell at Harry beating everyone at Quidditch, we can at least sell at him beating everyone at something else. This was answered by a roar from the crowd that only encouraged the Weasley twins. They transfigured a throne from one of the armchairs and placed it on a table before hauling Harry up and plopping him in it. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Harry Potter himself will be giving an interview Rita Skeeter would kill for. George opened the act to loud hoots from the crowd. Pinch me, Gred, I think I'm dreaming. When George complied, Fred let out a loud yelp. Not that hard, you get. Fred straightened himself out and held the rubber hatchet he was using as a microphone in front of his face. Anyway, Gryffindor House, we present to you, the Knight of the Light. The Pride of the Lions. Here we go again. Note to self. Throttle Fred and George. Harry couldn't help but think as the twins launched into their now familiar introduction. The diver for damsels, Harry, James, Potter. Harry almost fell out of his seat as the entire house roared his surname at him. Fred, however, was moving the show right along. Now, oh champion of champions, Gred and I have a question that's been bothering us since the first task. George was nodding along in agreement to his twins' words and took over. What possessed you to spit in an angry dragon's eye? It was amazing how quiet it got in the common room when George shoved his tin parrot in front of Harry's face for an answer. I would have hurt my foot if I kicked it in the teeth. Harry answered seriously. His deadpan tone and straight face had the room in stitches. Fred and George were howling along with the rest before asking the next question. Is it true that you saved our French competitor, the delectable Delacour, down in the lake? At Harry's reluctant nod, George jumped in with the follow-up question. We saw you getting cozy with the mademoiselle and her sister by the lake. Should we expect a date in Hogsmeade soon? Harry smiled a knowing smile at the twins. Sorry to disappoint you, boys. I already have a date for this weekend. It wasn't the boys looking disappointed though. Several girls were looking downright outraged that Harry had a date for the weekend. Fred and George were staring open-mouthed for a full 5 seconds before they locked gazes with each other and simultaneously declared, "We need another throne." They quickly had a second throne standing next to Harry's and dove into the crowd. Harry tried to get up and follow them but discovered one of the twins had applied a sticking charm to him or the chair. Either way, he wasn't going anywhere. Moments later, the twins were back and tugging Hermione along with them. She was berating them loudly. Let me go, you hooligans. You don't even know if I'm the one Harry is taking into Hogsmeade. That stopped the twins short. Wait, Harry's not taking you. Fred sounded like she had just told him she was transferring to Slytherin. Hermione's blush answered the question before her stammering did. Well, yes he is, but wait, what are you doing? The twins were happy with her confirmation and had simply picked Hermione up and plopped her into the chair next to Harry. She too found out that the twins had included a sticking spell. The twins stepped back, grinned at the uncomfortable-looking pair. 3 cheers for the greatest witch and wizard of our age, called George, increasing the couple's mortification, especially when each cheer was accompanied by a blast of fireworks from behind the thrones. After the 3rd cheer, the twins handed Harry and Hermione a butterbeer each and the sticking charms were lifted. The 2 fourth years escaped the makeshift podium as quickly as they could while Harry muttered an apology for bringing her into the whole mess in the first place. With the entertainment over, the party really got started. Harry and Hermione were kept busy by a seemingly endless stream of people wanting to ask about their experiences under the lake. Neither teen felt like giving all that many details, but, luckily for the gossip hounds, there was another source of information present. For the first time since the last party, Ron wasn't glaring at his former friends as he reveled in the attention he got from being the thing Victor Crumb would miss most in telling. Of his harrowing battle with the merpeople, Harry and Hermione left him to it and were actually among the first to head to bed. Saturday morning, Harry got out of bed feeling both nervous and eager for his date with Hermione in a way he never had with Cho or Ginny. He took extra time getting dressed and groomed for the day and fully expected an impatient Hermione to be waiting for him in the common room. When he got there, however, there was no sign of her. Harry moved over to his favorite armchair and sat down to wait for Hermione. He was relieved that he wasn't late and worried that she wasn't there yet. Harry wondered if the entire day was going to be one long series of conflicting emotions. Still better than the constant discomfort I felt with Cho. I can't remember that I ever went on a date with Ginny, just that we snogged between clees for 2 weeks. Harry gave himself a mental shake. He wasn't going to spend his time comparing Hermione to his memories of having girlfriends in the future. That way, he was sure, was only going to drive him mad while doing Hermione a great disservice in the meantime. His new resolve was helped immensely by Hermione choosing that moment to enter the common room. Harry shot out of his seat and very nearly stood at attention. Hermione had chosen to wear a knit sweater and a knee-length skirt over a pair of tights. Her hair had been tamed to somewhere between what it had been at the Yule Ball and her day-to-day bushiness and now fell around her face in soft curls. Harry thought she looked breathtaking. He could see Hermione scanning the common room and she seemed to smile and cringe at the same time when she spotted him. Harry felt the vaguely familiar sensation of relaxing a little because he wasn't the only nervous one. "Good morning, Hermione. You look absolutely gorgeous," he greeted her. Hermione's eyes locked with his and he saw her relax a bit as well. "You look quite handsome yourself, Harry," she said before a look of uncertainty stole across her face. "So, what do we do first?" "I was thinking we'd eat breakfast." Harry grinned at her. "That's right, it's just Hermione. We're going to have a good time. There's no reason to get hung up on the fact that this is a date." Harry decided to share his epiphany. "You need to relax, Hermione. We're still just us and we're not going to be marked on our performance today." She huffed at him but he could see a small smile fighting to break out on her face. "Fine then, lead on, my champion," she told him, smacking him lightly in the. Harry took her hand in his and pulled her towards the portrait hole. "My lady's wish is my command," he said over his shoulder, grinning like a loon. The last of the awkwardness faded away between the two friends as they walked through the school hand in hand. At breakfast, Harry received Rita's usual gift of a copy of the Daily Prophet covered with a note. "Harry, you really do set up the best pictures. I'm looking forward to another interview with you." Rita, peeling away the note, let him see the cover page. While the photo didn't cover the front page the way the one of the first task had, it still took up a good 3/4. It showed Harry and Hermione emerging from the water. Oddly enough, Harry hadn't realized at the time that he had picked her up bridal style like that. The look their picture selves were sharing both made him hopeful that the date would be a success and left him utterly mortified that his emotions were so obviously displayed. This time Hermione blushed right along with him rather than teasing him about his ability to make the front page. She still took the paper for her scrapbook though. After breakfast they made their way past Mr. Filch and on to Hogsmeade. They had both made a list of things they absolutely needed to get and visited those shops early in the day to leave themselves more free time to relax afterwards. Harry almost had a heart attack when they ped the newsagents and saw a wanted poster for Sirius in dog form, until he read it and realized it was a wanted poster for a paper-stealing dog that had nothing to do with Sirius Black. "I need to ask Padfoot what the hell that is all about." He hoped that Dobby and Winky had managed to get Padfoot's care package to him. The two teens headed to the Three Broomsticks for lunch together. While they were there they got a taste of just how fast the news that Harry Potter was on a date had spread. Oh my, what a lovely couple. What do you say to a quick exclusive, Harry? Harry closed his eyes and wished very hard that he had just imagined that. When he reopened his eyes and looked behind him, however, Rita Skeeter was still standing there with Bozo snapping pictures of them like he was at some kind of great historical event. Hello, Rita, Harry said. You do realize that you just interrupted my first date to ask me for an interview, don't you? He couldn't have hidden the annoyance in his voice if he had tried. Judging by Rita's expression, she knew damn well what she was doing and viewed it as a petty revenge for blackmailing her. Come now, Harry, you must realize that if I don't, someone else will. Rita's voice was sickly sweet as she continued to push his buttons. Harry looked at Hermione for some sign of how she felt about this and found her deep in thought. He hoped she wasn't regretting her decision to join him today. After a few moments Hermione looked up at him, gave a reluctant nod. You have until our lunches arrive, he told the reporter curtly. She beamed at him and plopped down across from them and started firing off questions while Bozo tried to get them to adopt various poses. What made Harry choose Hermione? Was Hermione worried about dating a wizard who was entered into a dangerous tournament? Did Harry's rescue of Hermione affect their decision to start dating? How far had they gone? Thankfully that question was interrupted by Madame Rosemerta putting 2 plates of lunch down rather forcefully on the table. Harry was mentally thanking the woman for her timing. Outwardly he just smiled and addressed the disgruntled-looking reporter across from him. Time's up, Rita, I'll thank you to leave now. As she stood up and gathered her things, Harry had one more thing to add. Oh, and Rita, next time you try to hijack one of our dates I shall become acutely disinterested in our little arrangement. As you pointed out, you are not the only reporter out there, so you'd better give me a reason to keep you around. Skeeter blanched, nodded once and fled the scene. Harry sighed and turned to Hermione. I'm sorry about that, she really is a nasty piece of work. Hermione smiled at him. It's okay, Harry, you can't control what she does, and she did have a point about someone else making things up about your love life if she doesn't. This way we had some input, or at least a warning. Let's just forget about it and enjoy our lunch, Harry returned Hermione's smile and gave her on the cheek. After that their date went about as well as either of them could have hoped. Stairs followed them around the village, but that was nothing new since it happened at school too. When it started getting dark the pair headed back up to Hogwarts. In the thestral-drawn carriage Harry felt suddenly shy again. Hermione, I really enjoyed today. Would you be willing to do that again sometime? He held his breath as he waited for her answer. When it came she was blushing fiercely enough for it to shine in the gloom of the twilight. I really enjoyed today too, Harry. And yes, I think I would very much like to do that again. As she fell silent their eyes met and they leant into each other. Their lips touched and the two teens got lost in the moment. When the carriage arrived at the Hogwarts gates they had yet to say another word, but both were wearing satisfied grins. The next morning Harry received a copy of Witch Weekly with the headline, "The Boy WHO Loved." There was no accompanying note from Rita this time though. Harry sincerely hoped he had scared the nosy bint enough yesterday that she had developed at the very least a selective case of manners where he and his friends were concerned. The article itself was about as tastefully done as a gossip piece can be. The emphasis was on two friends transitioning into something more and was heavily peppered with springtime metaphors. Harry pegged the magazine over to Hermione so she could read it and then turn it into part of her scrapbook or fuel for the common room fire. Harry wasn't about to be picky. The real surprise came several minutes later when Errol, the Weasley family owl, landed in front of Hermione bearing a red envelope addressed to her. With trembling hands Hermione opened the envelope as Errol made good his escape, knowing from long experience what was about to happen. Sure enough, Molly Weasley's magnified voice rang around the great hall in strident tones. Hermione Granger, what do you think you're doing? You have no business foisting your loose muggle ways on poor Harry. He needs a proper young lady, not some gold-grubbing mudblood whore of a, whatever else Mrs. Weasley thought on the matter would never be heard as the howler was incinerated by an enraged Harry Potter. Hermione had tears in her eyes at the language being directed at her by a woman she had come to think of as a kindly aunt. The Slytherins were already laughing, It didn't take much to set them off these days, as they had precious little to taunt the rest of the school with this year. Harry put his arm around Hermione and pulled her close to him, already whispering luring words to her. Over the next few weeks, Harry and Hermione received mixed responses to the news that they were dating. Many girls in school seemed to think Harry had betrayed them somehow. Hermione was particularly hurt that Ginny was included in this group. From outside Hogwarts came messages that could be clad as either bigoted, telling them that the Potter family could not stand to be polluted for another generation, or supportive, wishing the two teens all the best in their new relationship. Harry and Hermione didn't understand people's need to tell them their opinion in either case, though they were of course much more tolerant of the messages of support than the others. Fred and George had shamefacedly apologized for their mother's howler and told the couple that they had written their father on the matter. A few days later, a very apologetic letter arrived from the Weasley patriarch that would have probably meant more to Harry if it had been addressed to Hermione and not tried to defend Mrs. Weasley every other sentence. Luna had been unreservedly enthusiastic and even a little exasperating, with her occasional chants of, "I knew it. I knew it. I knew it." When the Easter holidays rolled around, Hermione, like most of the students that had stayed for the Yule Ball, was set to return home and spend some time with the family she hadn't seen for months. She was reluctant to leave Harry, but she didn't think that inviting her boyfriend of 5 weeks to stay at her house was something either of them were ready for. They had yet to refer to each other as boyfriend or girlfriend, but Hermione was confident that Harry felt like she did and wouldn't risk blowing up their friendship if he wasn't at least somewhat serious about her. When she had tried to apologize for leaving Hogwarts without him, Harry had aired her and then told her, "Family is important. I would never want you to give them up." He went on to promise her he would make good use of his time and train for the third task as much as he could. She could see the sincerity in his eyes and let the matter drop to spend her last evening before the train left in Harry's arms. When Hermione and Luna had left for the express after a goodbye that left Harry feeling a little dazed and very happy, he headed up to the room. He hadn't been lying to Hermione. He fully intended to prepare for the third task, and specifically the aftermath that Riddle had in the works. The plan he had come up with right after his return was good enough, but he couldn't afford to foul it up by taking anything for granted. Harry started by going over his plan with a fine-toothed comb. He had the room create a blackboard that he could use to write down and order his thoughts. Harry felt like a bit of an ass that the best way he could come up with to keep Cedric alive was to not be a noble git and take the trophy while he had the chance. Capturing Riddle and Pettigrew were matters that were a lot easier to accept. Killing Nagini would be a pleasure, but it did bring him to something he had been putting off for a while. He had wanted to wait until he was at a point where Riddle couldn't change his plans anymore before Harry started destroying the Horcruxes. The encounter with the Horntail had certainly taught him that he couldn't afford to assume everything would happen exactly as he remembered, or even at all as he remembered. This made him think that it might be a good idea to eliminate the diadem sooner rather than later. Remembering his studies into arithmancy, Harry wished for a list of ritualistically important dates, and almost unsurprisingly one appeared on the wall next to the blackboard. He noticed that Beltane, the festival of the start of summer, was coming up soon, which might work. Continuing down the calendar, he noticed that the summer solstice would be on the 21st of June this year. 3 days before the task, and magically significant. If Riddle noticed his Horcrux disappearing when Harry destroyed it, he might just attribute it to magical fluctuations and excitement rather than a piece of his soul disappearing into the void. Seeing as he didn't have enough information to make a more accurate guess, Harry slated the diadem's destruction to coincide with the night of the summer solstice. Thoughts of the summer solstice lead to thoughts of the summer in general. Harry knew that the adults would want him to stay at the Dursleys until the Order of the Phoenix saw fit to collect him. He knew about the blood protections, but he also knew that Hermione, Weasley and he had managed to avoid Riddle's regime without them. The only fly in that ointment was that he had no way of performing magic outside of school without being detected. This meant that he would be unable to raise the required charms to keep himself hidden, leaving him with number 4, Privet Drive once again being his only safe option. This would prevent him from completing the studying that he desperately needed to do. The Dursleys would confiscate anything remotely magical, and Harry wouldn't be able to do any practical work anyway since he was out of school. Once he started going around in circles with his planning, Harry elected to stop. He moved on to more practical preparations as he stepped up his studies and training. Dueling especially had just become an important subject. He worked himself to the bone and by dinnertime he was exhausted. Dobby popped in with dinner and stayed to watch his master study after having eaten. This pattern continued for 4 days before something changed. Harry was exhausted as he had been every night this holiday, but when Dobby popped in with dinner he noticed the little elf's face looked distressed. "Is something wrong, Dobby?" Harry asked. "It is not being Dobby's place, Master Harry. Master must do what he thinks best." Harry's dinner was promptly forgotten about. "What's wrong, Dobby? Am I doing something to upset you or Winky? I promise I won't get angry if you tell me." Harry was disgusted at himself that he had done something to his elves that had them afraid to speak up when something worried them. "It's just, Master Harry is working too hard. He does not smile since Miss leaves us. Dobby is worried and wonders what he can do to help." Harry let himself drop back into the chair he had shot out of when Dobby had first started talking. "I'm sorry, little buddy. I don't think anything is going to help that particular problem. Not unless you think you can end Voldemort for me or you know a way for underage wizards and witches to perform magic outside of school." Harry tried to smile roaringly at his elf and felt a little better when he saw Dobby light up. Dobby's next words blew him away. "Oh, but Dobby does, sir. Dobby used to put up elf wards so the young bad master could practice magic. All elves is knowing how to do this." Harry was staring slack-jawed at the diminutive being that had just solved his problem for him. Note to self: next time I'm stuck on a problem, remember to ask Dobby for help. "Dobby, my friend, sit down. You and I have a lot of planning to do." Harry and Dobby talked until the small hours of the morning, but when he fell asleep Harry was confident for the first time that he had something to work with this summer. Dobby would be getting the necessary supplies using the money from the sale of the Horntail, and Harry would be able to wait until whoever was tracking him was lulled into a false sense of security before removing the charms on himself. With a snicker at the thought that Malfoy's current magical ability was the result of being able to practice over the holidays in addition to what he learnt with everyone else, Harry rolled over and fell asleep. When Hermione and Luna returned to the castle a mere 10 days after they had left, he barely had any time to welcome Luna back before Hermione dragged him off to find an appropriate broom cupboard to reunite in. On the evening of the 24th of May, the champions were called to the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Harry left Hermione and Luna in the room and headed down to one of his favorite parts of Hogwarts. Despite knowing what he was going to find, the state of the pitch still pained him. He noticed that the other 3 champions were already waiting with Bagman at the center of the maze. When he had finally navigated his way over the low hedges and joined, he was greeted warmly by Cedric and Fleur while Crumb just sneered at him. Bagman coughed nervously and his eyes flickered over Harry. "Right then, you are standing exactly where the tournament will end. Around you, you can see we are growing a maze and this will be its center. Here we will place the Tri-Wizard Cup and the first to reach it gets to keep it, so to speak. You will be allowed into the maze in the order you are currently in by points, with each point being worth half a minute. Mr. Potter will enter first, Mr. Diggory 8 minutes later, Mr. Crumb 1 minute after that, and Ms. Delacour will follow 2 minutes after Mr. Crumb. Are there any questions? We simply avenue to get zero a maze?" Fleur asked, a bit astonished. "Ah, well, there will be obstacles, of course. Professor Hagrid will be providing a few creatures, I believe. There will be some static spells as well, in the maze. Will be its own challenge, I think." Bagman livened up at the idea of the obstacles, and Harry was starting to worry that the man's idea of entertainment was a bit too close to that of the average Death Eater. Then again, it might just be something that was inherent in wizards. No one else seemed to think that this tournament was anything but a great time. He admitted to himself that he was probably biased because of the way he had been forced into the whole thing. He thought that he had been looking forward to watching the Hogwarts champion compete for the prize before his name had come out, but it had been years ago and the subsequent events had been overwhelming enough that he was no longer sure. Since nobody else gave any sign of wanting to ask a question, Bagman cheerily dismissed them. As Harry turned to leave, though, the former beater called out to him. "Harry, do you mind if I have a word, in private?" Bagman looked nervously at Fleur and Cedric, who had stopped and were looking back, clearly waiting for their fellow champion. Crumb was already moving out of sight. "All right, Mr. Bagman." Harry turned to his friends for a moment. "You two go on ahead." I'll see you at breakfast, yeah. The two older champions gave each other a look and then called back affirmatives. They would have insisted they stay, but neither of them could imagine a situation where Ludo Bagman could get the better of Harry Potter. Harry for his part turned back to Bagman and cocked an eyebrow. Not here, not here. We don't want to be overheard. Follow me. Harry followed Bagman to the same place he had had a discussion with Krum about Hermione last time. Knowing that both Crouches were out in the Forbidden Forest and his general disquiet around Bagman meant that Harry had his wand in his hand and didn't care if he offended the other man. When they got to a place Bagman felt secure they wouldn't be overheard, he turned around. Now, Harry, I just wanted to. Great Scott. Is that really necessary? Bagman had just spotted Harry's wand in his hand. Harry decided not to mention his actual misgivings just yet. You led me to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I have some idea of what lives in those trees and have no intention of letting my guard down around any of them. This caused Bagman to start glancing towards the trees nervously. What did you want, Mr. Bagman? This really isn't a place to just have chat. The portly man was now starting to sweat with nerves. Why yes, well. He cleared his throat. I thought I might see if you felt prepared to face the task now that you know what it is. I might be able to point you in the direction of some useful magic to study, the man trailed off suggestively. Harry was not amused. Mr. Bagman, are you trying to use me for your bookmaking scam? Harry's blunt question caused the man to freeze up completely. When he started to talk again he seemed even more nervous than before. How did you? I mean, that is to say, I might offer a few bets, all in good sportsmanship of course, but what's that? Harry's wand came up to shoulder height while in the back of his mind he made a mental note to tell Fred and George that Bagman squealed like a little girl when properly startled. Hominem Revelio. Harry incanted quietly using the revealing charm specialized for detecting people. It showed a single presence just inside of the trees. Stupefy. The beam of red hit the collection of sparks that indicated where the person was hiding and they slumped to the ground. Harry made his way over to the person carefully and discovered that Barty Crouch Sr. had once again managed to escape his captors. He decided that he would take the man to Madame Pomfrey. This had the potential to reveal Riddle's survival much sooner than he had planned, and that would change his plan, but he couldn't condemn a man to die because of a plan. Mobilicorpus. Crouch's body raised itself into the air and Harry let it float out of the trees in front of him. When the body left the trees he heard another high-pitched scream, and when he emerged from the forest himself he saw that Bagman had fallen on his ass and was staring up at Crouch with wide terrified eyes. Barty. What's wrong with him? Is he dead? Harry looked incredulously at the man. You just saw me stun him. No, he's not dead. Seeing those frightened eyes turn to him Harry sighed in frustration. I'm taking him up to the hospital wing. Perhaps you should go find Dumbledore and get him to come too. Bagman nodded frantically and scrambled up to set off to the castle at a speed Harry hadn't known the man was capable of. Harry followed at a brisk walk. He hadn't been joking with Bagman earlier when he told him the forest could be dangerous at this time of night. He made into the castle and up to the hospital wing without encountering anyone. He called for Madame Pomfrey as he walked into the hospital wing, and the poor matron got quite a fright when she walked out to see a fourth-year student levitating the body of a senior ministry official. Harry started telling her the story of how he and Bagman had found Crouch at the edge of the forest and what spells he had used. She huffed at a man of Crouch's age being stunned, but had to agree with Harry when he pointed out that he hadn't known who he was stunning. Harry felt a little guilty that his story was only technically true, but felt that it was offset by the fact that he had brought the old man up here. When Dumbledore and Bagman arrived, Crouch was resting comfortably with most of his injuries already healed. Harry had already been shooed from the hospital by Madame Pomfrey and had returned to his dorm. The next day Harry was sitting in defense against the dark arts when a first-year Hufflepuff came in and told the fake Moody that Harry Potter had been summoned by the headmaster. Best go see what Dumbledore wants, Potter, the professor growled. Harry gathered his things and followed the younger boy out of the CL room. The second year, who introduced himself as Sam Baker, was almost as excitable as Colin Creevey on a bad day in Harry's opinion, but he managed to hide his irritation and answer some of the boys' rapid-fire questions. When they finally got to the gargoyle, Harry asked Sam if he knew the P word and mentally cursed Dumbledore when he didn't. Harry wasn't prepared to stand there guessing sweets like an idiot with a witness present, so he just turned to the gargoyle and said, "The headmaster has asked to see me. Could you inform him I have arrived?" Moments later the gargoyle jumped aside and revealed the staircase behind it. Sam looked heartbroken that he couldn't accompany Harry up to the headmaster but left to tell his friends of the time he had spent with the Harry Potter. When he got to the top of the staircase, Harry knocked on the door and waited for permission to enter. When he received it and opened the door, he was only mildly surprised to see that Fudge and two Aurors had made the trip to Hogwarts. "Ah, Harry, wonderful." Dumbledore was twinkling behind his desk at the people in his office. Harry allowed his eyes to sweep the office. He noticed the slightly open cabinet where he knew Dumbledore kept his pensieve and the silvery glow coming from it. He also saw that the sword of Gryffindor was back in its display case. His scrutiny of the office was interrupted by Fawkes flying over to him and landing on his shoulder. "Hello, Fawkes. Having fun?" Harry greeted as he scratched the beautiful bird's neck and as he had learned from Hedwig. Fawkes trilled something in response that Harry took to mean that the bird felt that whatever the humans were doing now was pointless. "Ah well, that's unfortunate. Harry, perhaps you could leave your discussion with Fawkes for another time. The minister here would like to ask you a few questions." Harry looked back at the humans in the office but kept up his scratching of the phoenix. Fudge looked slightly nervous but had something that Harry supposed was a smile plastered on his face. Yes, Harry, my boy, I've been told that you were the one who found Barty." Harry nodded. His memories of the minister's actions after the resurrection of Voldemort left him wary of the man. "Can you tell us exactly what happened?" Harry nodded again and began to tell the same tale he told Madame Pomfrey the night before. "And then Madame Pomfrey sent me back to the Gryffindor dorms, sir." The two Aurors had taken notes and looked at each other. One of them, Harry thought his name was Dawlish, said, "He was definitely still alive when you found him then." "Yes, he was still alive. Does that mean that he's dead now?" Harry was shocked. He had been sure that he had been called in here to receive a warning about Voldemort's plans. He had thought that he had saved Crouch Sr.'s life yesterday. He ped away last night in the hospital wing. "Don't worry, you are not suspected of anything to do with Director Crouch's death, Mr. Potter. We will, however, need to inspect the location for spell residue to corroborate your story. Would you mind waiting here for us to return?" the other Auror asked. Harry fought to keep his reaction to a nonchalant shrug. "Sure, sir. I can make up Professor Moody's CL some other time. I think he'll understand that, or I'll be doing dodging drills for a week." A snort broke through the Auror's composure and he looked around a little abashed. "Right, well, Dumbledore, would you show us to the location where young Mr. Potter found Barty?" Fudge was clearly trying to come across as competent and take charge in front of his underlings. Harry decided to forego pointing out that it came off as ridiculous. Dumbledore nodded and rose from behind his desk. "Harry, this shouldn't take long. Feel free to have a cup of tea in the meantime." With a clap of his hands, a cup of tea appeared on the headmaster's desk. Once everyone had left, Harry surreptitiously fired a non-verbal detection spell at the cup, trying to keep his wand hidden from all of the portraits surrounding him. When the test came back negative, he raised his voice. "To whichever house elf brought this tea, thank you very much." His declaration brought several snickers from the portraits, and Harry was not eager to find out whether it was because he had realized that an elf had done it or that he was thanking what they considered a lesser being. Desperate for something to do, or rather something to take his mind off of how utterly he had failed to change this event, Harry grabbed the cup of tea and headed over to the cabinet that was still emitting a silver glow and opened it completely. "Here now, boy, what do you think you're doing?" Harry glanced up at the portrait of the corpulent wizard who had spoken. "Dexter Fortescue, I presume?" he asked. The wizard seemed to swell with importance. "I see you've heard of me, boy. Now what are you doing?" Harry kept looking up at the portrait for a moment before he shook his head. "I've honestly never heard of you, but your frame has a nameplate." Several of the other portraits snickered as Harry allowed his lips to quirk up in a smirk. "As for what I'm doing, I'm a student. I'm learning." Fortescue grew red-faced with indignation. "No you're not. You're snooping. Through the headmaster's things no less." Harry just shrugged in response. "As you like." You know, as a former educator, you could just enlighten me and remove any need for me to, snoop. He shot the portrait a pensive look. Fortescue seemed to be struggling with a dilemma. If I tell you what it is, will you sit back down and behave? Harry thought about it for a moment before he nodded. Very well then. That is a pensieve. It is a device that can be used to view memories from a third-person perspective. Damn useful things for ordering one's mind. Could have used one back in my day, but back then the ministry was a bit fussy about letting the things out of their sight. The portrait gave Harry a stern look and added, it would be the height of bad manners to peruse someone's memories without their permission. Harry grinned up at the portrait. You used to give your students a lot of ideas, didn't you? He asked, to more snickers from the other portraits and one heckler calling out, "Aye, that he did." You said you would behave. Fortescue cried out in dismay. And I will. I was just making a point. That rivaled the annual "Don't go near the forest" speech in its ability to give a student ideas for mischief to get into. Fortescue was starting to sputter in emberment as his colleagues continued ribbing him. Harry decided that getting into a fight with a portrait would not be productive and decided to throw it a bone. He carefully closed the cabinet before turning to face the talkative portrait again. He bowed his head to Fortescue and said, "Either way, thank you for the lesson. It was very interesting." The portrait nodded back, seeming somewhat mollified even if the heckling hadn't diminished one bit. Harry supposed this was as entertaining as being a portrait got. The only thing that seemed to bring the portraits to order was a witch in old-fashioned robes running into a portrait near the door and yelling, "Albus and his guests have re-entered the castle." It amazed Harry how quickly they all settled down and pretended to be asleep. Several minutes later the office door opened and the headmaster, minister and Orrs returned to the office. Dawlish told Harry that his story had been corroborated by the forensic evidence and that he was free to go. Harry thanked them and wished them all a pleasant day and walked from the office. As he headed towards the room of requirement, he felt the satisfaction of a job well done in officially learning about the pensieve, strangely intermingled with the regret of not being able to save thoroughly unpleasant man's life. He would have to tell the girls about what he had learned today. The day after he learned of Crouch Sr.'s death, Harry was still stunned by it, or more accurately by his inability to effect it. He had to believe that he could change things, or Ephialtes sending him back made no sense. While he was mulling this over at dinner, Professor McGonagall came up to him at the Gryffindor table. "Potter, I need to see you in my office after dinner." She waited for his nod before continuing on and out of the hall. Harry was curious what his head of house wanted, but not particularly worried. She hadn't seemed angry or impatient, so whatever it was unlikely to cause him any serious problems. Once he had finished his dinner, he excused himself and told the girls that he would give the room a miss tonight, since he had no idea how long his discussion with McGonagall might take. Upon reaching the door to the Transfiguration teacher's office, Harry knocked and waited for permission to enter. It came quickly, and in no time Harry was seated in front of his professor's desk and waiting to hear why he had been summoned. "Mr. Potter, I have called you in here to continue our discussion from earlier in the year." Harry didn't immediately catch on to what she meant, but her next words made it obvious. "Considering your performance in the first two tasks and the fact that your schoolwork has actually improved since you stopped attending 2 of your CLEs, I can now say with certainty that it was a wise decision on your part. I am especially pleased with the effort you have been putting forth in my own CL." Harry could only smile in acceptance of the compliment. "As you may recall, we left open the matter of whether or not you should be pushed to take exams this year. I believe that you were made aware of the general composition of the third task this week and will be able to give me your honest opinion on whether or not you will be able to manage exams in addition to your preparations. Given your performance so far this year, I should like you to at least take the History of Magic and Divination exams so we may properly evaluate your progress." This small speech was followed by an expectant look at Harry, which he took to mean that the time had come for him to actively participate in this discussion. "I have no problem taking the History of Magic exam with the rest of my CL mates, Professor. I think I would be able to take the rest as well, but I would like to drop Divination and take the exams for Ancient Runes and Arithmancy instead." Professor McGonagall raised a single eyebrow at her pupil's declaration that he wanted to take the exams for 2 of the hardest subjects in Hogwarts, subjects he was not taking unless she was very much mistaken. Seeing her initial reaction, Harry rushed to rear her. I've been studying those subjects on the side this year, ma'am. Hermione and Luna have been helping me as well, and Hermione says we're currently ahead of where her CL is. The second eyebrow joined the first on Professor McGonagall's forehead. Ms. Granger was not given to exaggerating her academic accomplishments. Quite the opposite, in fact. She tended to worry needlessly over whether she was doing enough work. If Potter's work really came that highly recommended, she just might let him take those exams. Mr. Potter, I cannot say anything definite about those exams without first talking to the professors involved. Let us therefore concentrate on the exams I can say something about. If you are sure that it will not interfere with your tournament preparations, then I am inclined to agree that it would benefit your education to take the end-of-year exams, if only so we know where you stand. At Harry's resolute nod, she answered with one of her own. In that case, I shall let your professors know to expect you for the exams. I will also talk to Professors Vector and Babbling about possibly allowing you to take their exams at the fourth-year level. If they do not agree to let you take their exams, you will have to take the divination exam. Are we agreed? Harry nodded, but was desperate to continue the run of good fortune that was his exemption from divination. Professor, I have been doing the same IGN ments that Luna and Hermione received in those clees all year. Would it help my chances if I gave you my work to pee on to the professors? Minerva McGonagall was not easily surprised, but the number of times the boy in front of her managed it was starting to get ridiculous. She hadn't expected him to have been that dedicated in his studies. Yes, Mr. Potter, I would imagine that having 2 years' worth of IGN ments would certainly help argue your case. Can you get them to me by tomorrow? Harry was enthusiastic in his response. Of course, Professor. You'll have them at breakfast. His enthusiasm earned him a quirk of the lips. All right then, Mr. Potter. I will get back to you as soon as possible about everything. He grinned that impish grin at her, and for a moment the elderly professor thought she was about to be ambushed with another hug, but Potter simply wished her a good night and rushed off. She sighed and opened her desk drawer to look at the photo she kept there. It was the photo of Mr. Potter's prank on her at the Yule Ball. She would never admit it to anyone, but she absolutely loved that photo. Not many students over the years had had the courage to be that familiar with her. She had tried to be outraged, but it was damn hard to be properly indignant in the face of that grin, so she had approached Mr. Creevey quietly for a copy of this photo to remind her of what had truly elevated Mr. Potter and Ms. Granger to their positions as her favorite students, not that she would admit to having favorites either. It was their caring natures, their nobility that made the head of Gryffindor think kindly of them. As she looked at the photo, she remembered Mr. Potter's comment as he ran away and looked up at her wall with a slight smirk. Judging by the fact that he had not commented on the framed paper's continued presence, nor on its 2 new neighbors proclaiming his victory over the basilisk and in the second task, she had to assume that those keyed notice me not charms were working as advertised. She pulled a stack of essays towards her for grading, and her smirk grew as she imagined removing those charms at the end of his 7th year, teach the little bugger to prank her. The morning after their discussion, Harry delivered 2 clearly marked folders containing the IGN ments he had done that year to Professor McGonagall at breakfast as promised. A week later he received confirmation that he would be allowed to sit the exams. Professor McGonagall made sure to point out that a large part of the decision had been based on Hermione's evaluation of his skills, and that he had better not make a liar out of her. Harry and Hermione had been steadily growing into their relationship. It consisted of a lot less snogging than Harry's future relationship with Ginny had. Harry didn't mind and actually didn't compare the two all that often. He knew that he and Hermione were approaching their relationship from an entirely different angle than he had with Ginny, since their long friendship was something neither was willing to risk. The week before the exams, Hermione made a comment that had Harry jumping up and running off with a rushed, "I need to send an owl. See you later," and a peck on the cheek. Hermione turned to her best female friend and asked her, "Do you know why Susan mentioning that her aunt was complaining about funding would cause that reaction?" Luna considered the question carefully as she attempted to balance a pair of strawberries on a strip of crispy bacon resting on a piece of asparagus. "I'm not really sure. I didn't notice any raxperts in the area, and Harry seems mostly immune to umbubular/gilders. Maybe a Nargle stole his memory and something you said brought it back." Harry was quite unusually looking forward to the end-of-year exams. He knew they would end on the day of the final task, but having completed that once before, he did not feel it constituted a decent excuse for doing poorly on either challenge. There was also his agreement with Professor McGonagall to consider and the possibility of tweaking Snape's MIV nose. So Harry joined Hermione in her studies, and both of them helped Luna when they could. Harry was pleased that he was able to answer many of the younger girls' questions on ancient runes and arithmancy. After all, 3 years of Trelawney was bad enough. He was not extending that to even one more. When Harry joined his first exam, he caused a small commotion as several of his CL mates, led by Weasley and Finnegan, expressed their rather loud disbelief that he would take exams he didn't have to. Harry ignored the whole thing, trying to focus on Transfiguration while his head of house tore into the disruption. Over the course of the exams, Harry found himself having to hold back a little. Nobody seemed to have noticed that he had used non-verbal casting during the second task, and he didn't want to have to explain to anyone that he was perfectly capable of using that particular skill, least of all Crouch. Who knew? Something like that might save his life soon, and the real Moody would probably be proud of his paranoia. Aside from keeping his future knowledge hidden, the fourth-year exams were ridiculously easy to Harry. Even his new subjects didn't pose much of a challenge, making him more confident that the room could turn him into a rudimentary curse breaker by the time he had to go after the ring. On the night of the 21st, Harry snuck out of Gryffindor Tower under his father's cloak. He carefully made his way over to the Room of Requirement and asked for the Hall of Lost Things. When the door appeared, he slipped inside and called for Dobby. As soon as he was called, the elf appeared and Harry took the cloak off. "Dobby, can you get the Sword of Gryffindor from the headmaster's office without him noticing? He should hopefully be asleep, but be careful of the portraits, they like to fake it." Dobby nodded at his master and popped off. A few moments later he popped back in and handed his master the sword. Harry was relieved. He had no intention of facing a Horcrux without the means to destroy them easy to hand if he had a choice. "Thank you, Dobby. I need your help with one more thing. I am hunting an object that was cursed like the diary was." There was no need to clarify which diary he meant. Dobby's face darkened at the mention of another object like that being in the school. "It's a diadem or tiara. If I reach for it with anything other than the sword, I need you to restrain me and pop me out of here, okay?" Harry waited for Dobby's nod before he started looking for the place where he had left Snape's potions book in 6th year. It took him a while to find, but when he did, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He lifted the sword in his hand and brought it ringing down on the lost treasure. With a horrifying shriek, the famous artifact broke into 2 pieces and belched out a putrid cloud of black smoke. Harry waited for it to finish before he asked Dobby to find him some sort of bag to keep the pieces in. The little elf refused to leave until Harry had backed away several rows of junk, remembering his master's first order and not willing to chance it. When Dobby returned with a simple canvas bag, Harry collected the pieces of the Horcrux before giving Dobby the Sword of Gryffindor. "Thank you for your help tonight, Dobby. I couldn't have done this without you. Could you please make sure that the sword is returned to the headmaster's office exactly as it was?" Dobby was blushing with his master's praise but managed to squeak out, "Yes, Master Harry," before he popped off. Harry looked fondly at the space where the little guy had been before he threw the cloak over his shoulders and pulled the hood up. He carefully snuck back into Gryffindor Tower, keeping his cloak on until he was safely in bed, thanking his luck that the fat lady had been too groggy to properly notice the lack of a visible person providing the P-word. With a satisfied smile, Harry fell asleep. He had more exams in the morning and needed to be well rested. On the final day of exams, Harry had History of Magic first thing. It was an exam he was both dreading and looking forward to. It was a horrible subject to study for, but he was going to see whether his new approach worked and had decided that this was a better trial run than the OWLs. Next to him, Hermione was barely eating as she was completely absorbed in her notes. With a sigh, Harry turned to his girlfriend and started prodding her to eat. She would hate to pee out from hunger in the middle of an exam. Just as they were rising to go to their exam, Professor McGonagall came walking down the aisle between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. "Potter, the champions are congregating in the chamber off the hall after breakfast," she said. "But the task's not till tonight," said Harry, looking at her quizzically. "I'm aware of that, Potter," she said. "The champions' families are invited to watch the final task, you know. This is simply a chance for you to greet them. Do remember to head to your exam on time after you have finished your greetings." With that she moved away again. Harry's eyes followed her out of the great hall before he turned to Hermione. "Let's go. We've only got 20 minutes before the exam starts." "But Harry, didn't you hear what the professor just said? Aren't you going to the chamber?" He could feel Hermione's eyes searching his body language to gauge what he was feeling. "What I'm going to do is pretend that one of my favorite teachers did not just callously disregard the fact that I don't have any family, or at least none that can come visit me in Hogwarts. Instead I am going to try and get my first decent mark in history of magic." "Coming." Hermione trailed behind him as he stalked out of the hall, worry written clearly on her face. Harry of course had another reason for avoiding the family gathering. He knew who he would see there. He had felt betrayed by the bigotry on display in Mrs. Weasley's howler after he and Hermione had gotten together, and he certainly didn't think he could hold his temper around the woman. He felt a small hand slip into his and saw his girlfriend walking next to him, clearly trying to lure him. He took a deep breath to calm himself before smiling at her in thanks. Together they headed off to their exam. After their exam, Harry and Hermione walked back to the Great Hall together for lunch. Hermione was grilling him on the answers he had given as usual, trying to find where either of them might have lost points. It certainly wasn't his favorite pastime, but knew it was how she dealt with stress and so answered every question she fired off. They were discussing the influence of Erdrute the Unaggressive when they were loudly interrupted. "Harry James Potter, where have you been, young man?" The two teenagers looked up to see a red-faced Molly Weasley advancing on them. "I know for a fact that Minerva told you we were here. To then ignore us like that, have you no shame? Clearly her loose, disgusting muggle ways are infesting you if you think it is all right to just blow us off like that." Harry realized that he had been right. He was only holding on to his temper by his fingernails as the woman in front of him insulted his girlfriend. As Molly was drawing in a breath to continue her tirade, Harry moved in to cut her off. "Actually, madam, Professor McGonagall informed me that the champions' families were here, not that I had visitors. You should know that I avoid my muggle relatives as much as possible. Had I known you were here, I would have still chosen to attend my exam. You might also remember, madam, that I myself was raised in the non-magical world and, as such, raised to take offense at bigotry. Taking offense at insults aimed at my girlfriend is entirely my own choice though. Good day." With that he took Hermione's hand and pulled her out of the hall and away from a gaping Weasley matriarch who was still recovering from the cold tone with which the public reprimand had been delivered and a very confused Bill. The strength of Hermione's grip on his hand was enough to tell him that she was also having trouble hanging on to her composure. They didn't speak until they were safely inside the room of requirement. When they entered, the room had formed itself into their usual hideaway and Hermione walked to the couch and flopped down on it. Harry was still too wound up to sit down and started pacing. It took a few minutes for Hermione to break the silence. "I thought I would be ready to face that woman, but somehow she still caught me off guard," she said, sounding exhausted. "I can't believe that after all that bigotry she thought she could just waltz in here and claim to be my family," was the fuming answer. "I understand, Harry, I do, but will you please stop pacing like that? It's getting on my nerves." Harry glared at her for a moment, but knowing she wasn't the one he was angry with, threw himself down next to her. "Better. Now, how about we eat some lunch and try to focus on the task?" Harry gave her a tired smile and a before calling for Dobby to bring them something to eat. They spent the rest of the day together going over Harry's strategy for in the maze. When it started getting close to dinner time, Harry got changed into his dragon hide armor. Hermione insisted on checking every inch minutely in an effort to rear herself. She then repeatedly made him promise to not take any unnecessary risks. Harry complied while keeping quiet that he considered deliberately heading into the graveyard a necessary risk. Harry himself felt that spending time with Hermione was the best preparation he could imagine for the final task and the confrontation that would hopefully end the war before it began. He still wasn't sure if he believed Ephialtes about the whole soulmate thing, but being with Hermione was a truly wonderful experience. When Harry and Hermione went down for dinner, Bill and Molly had gone back home. When they entered the Great Hall, Harry was tackled by a silver-haired blur that wrapped its arms around his waist. "Ari!" Gabrielle cried happily as the two teens smiled down fondly at her. "Bonjour, Gabrielle. Are you here to watch your sister compete? Harry hadn't learned a lot of French over the last year but was at least to the point where he could say, hello, and ask for directions without Fleur collapsing in laughter. The 2 words in her own language were apparently enough for Gabrielle though as she launched into a whole new story while still looking up at Harry and smiling. By this time Fleur had managed to catch up to her little sister and started berating her in French. Harry wouldn't swear to his understanding of what his French friend was saying but he guessed it was something about not running off in strange places. When she was done she looked up at Harry and smiled. I apologize for my sister, Ari. She is very excited. The Beauxbatons champion explained. Harry just smiled. No harm done, Fleur. Where are we sitting? 3 of the 4 champions had taken to eating together after the second task and this saw them rotating between the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. Z organizers, Avenue set up a table for Z champions. Come, meet my papa at Maman, Fleur said as she tried to pull a reluctant Gabrielle along. Harry slipped an arm around Hermione and held out a hand to Gabrielle who latched onto it eagerly and started chattering at him again while Fleur rolled her eyes good-naturedly. During a break in the story he couldn't understand Harry looked around the hall and made eye contact with Luna. With a jerk of his head he asked her to join them. At the champions' table Harry was introduced to the Delacours and Mrs. Diggory. The trio spent a greatly enjoyable dinner talking with their friends' families, but everything must end. As the meal approached its end Dumbledore stood up and announced that the task was about to start and asked the champions to make their way down to the Quidditch pitch. The great hall erupted into a cacophony of cheers as everyone shouted encouragement to their favorite champion. Harry was hugged by Luna and Gabrielle before being grabbed even tighter by Hermione who ed him hard. Remember your promise, champion, she said, barely audible over the noise of the twins setting off fireworks. Always, my lady. With that Harry turned around and left the hall with the other 3 Triwizard champions. Soon the noise of the great hall faded behind them as they left the castle and turned down to the pitch. Once again a tent had been set up to allow everyone to take their seats before the champions made their entrance. As they sat waiting to be announced Harry took a moment to reflect on the changes he made this year. There was a camaraderie between the champions that there had not been last time. He was doing much better in his studies, sure. He already knew most of it but he had been studying ancient runes and arithmancy for the first time and hopefully condensed 2 years into one. He had already destroyed 1 Horcrux more than he had at this point last time and would be adding to that tonight, and not unimportantly, he had started dating Hermione and had never been happier. There were also the less welcome changes mostly in his relationships with the Weasleys, or at least some of them. Harry was brought out of his musings by Lee Jordan's magically enhanced voice announcing that the champions would enter the maze at times specified by their point totals. He needed to focus. Everything came down to this. He moved to the entrance of the tent and locked eyes with the other champions. He shared a handshake and a smile with Cedric and a hug with Fleur. Krum just scowled and grunted. "And here come your champions. Currently in 4th place, representing Beauxbatons Academy, the lovely Miss Fleur Delacour." Fleur noticeably squared her shoulders and thrust out her. With a mischievous wink at her fellow competitors she strode out to loud applause. In 3rd place, representing Drumstrang Institute, the greatest professional seeker in the world, Mr. Victor Krum. Harry was treated to an extra fierce glare at the professional qualification that was added by Lee before Krum stalked out to join Fleur. In 2nd place, representing Hogwarts School and Hufflepuff House, the Badgers, bad boy, Mr. Cedric Diggory. Cedric received the loudest applause yet as he walked out of the tent leaving Harry alone. And finally, in the lead, representing Hogwarts School and Gryffindor House, the Knight of the Light, the Pride of the Lions and the Boggart of Dark Wizards everywhere, Mr. Harry James Potter. I really should be getting used to that by now, Harry thought as he heard what was probably more than just the Gryffindors joining in the call of his surname. Steeling himself he walked out of the tent and straight into what felt like a wall of noise. Looking around he could see the Quidditch stands had become a riot of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor house colors as the Hogwarts student body seemed entirely prepared to scream their champions to the cup. Flags showing the pierced dragon waved all over the Gryffindor section. He could just make out Hermione and Luna ensconced in the middle of the sea of red and gold waving and cheering. He waved back getting a loud roar in response from a crowd that didn't realize he had meant it for his girls. At the whistle Mr. Potter may enter the maze and this final task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament will be underway. Go get him, Harry. Jordan. McGonagall's bark brought smiles to both Harry and Cedric as they were reminded of the matches they had played here before. For the first time Harry felt like they truly had the home field advantage. Turning towards the maze he nodded at the judges and drew his wand. A second later he heard the whistle and headed into the maze. He had almost forgotten how eerie it was to walk in the gloom and quiet of the maze as it blocked out the noise of the crowd and the stadium's lights. He had no idea of the exact route he took last time and had decided to simply use the same tactic as he had then, using the Point Me spell to keep going roughly northwest. A few turns later he walked into a wider path. The reason for this was immediately obvious. There was a blast-ended Scroot sitting in the middle of the path. As soon as it saw him it started towards him. Harry said a silent apology to Hagrid before he started casting Aguamenti, Glacies. The water-making charm flooded the area in front of him and the advancing Scroot. The freezing charm turned the whole area into an ice rink and froze the Scroot's carapace. Harry could see and hear the cracks appearing in the armor but didn't waste time looking at it. He transfigured some sharp spikes onto the bottom of his shoes and started speed walking across the ice. As he was taking his first steps he heard the whistle again. Cedric was in the maze. Not this time. This time you live. Once he had crossed the field of ice Harry undid the spell on his shoes and took off once more. At every intersection he checked the Point Me spell to make the best decision he could, or at least not get entirely turned around. He hadn't encountered any more obstacles before he heard the third whistle letting him know Krum had joined them. It didn't last though. As he turned the corner he saw a Dementor gliding towards him. Expecto Patronum. Prongs leapt from his wand and immediately charged. The Dementor responded by turning into an avalanche of glowing blue spheres. Prophecy Orbs. Months of seeing Professor Lupin dealing with his boggart during their Patronus lessons left Harry unusually well prepared to deal with this. With calm, ridiculous, all the orbs turned into balloons that shot off haphazardly. Harry privately hoped Lee and the twins got a kick out of that if they could see it. With the way cleared, Harry set off once more. A few minutes later the whistle sounded for the last time. That's all of us. After several more minutes of no new obstacles appearing Harry felt that Crouch might be clearing the way for him again. His luck was nowhere near good enough for this, he knew that much. Not that he had choice except to keep going. Eventually he reached a floating mist. Rather than the golden one he had encountered last time this one was an ominous pulsating purple and black. Having no intention of taking chances Harry led off with a dispelling charm. When that failed to have any effect he decided to try and get rid of the obstacle the way he would any other fog or smoke in his way. Ventus. A strong wind rose out of nowhere and mere seconds later the mist was no more. Harry allowed himself to feel a moment of satisfaction at clearing this challenge so easily. That was shattered by a piercing scream. For a moment he was back in Malfoy Manor and Hermione was being tortured by Bellatrix. With a gargantuan effort he wrenched his mind back to the present moment. Fleur. She sounds close. There. Facing in the direction of the screams Harry launched a freezing charm at the hedges followed by a powerful reductor curse. Unlike the last time he had tried this he didn't have to scrabble and crawl through the opening he had made. This one was large enough to walk through. Harry chose to dive through to give his opponent as little chance of cursing him as possible. He came up in a kneeling position, a CE of stunners already leaving his wand before he had fully taken in the situation. The thump of a collapsing body told him he had been successful though. In front of him Fleur was lying on the ground, twitching from the after effects of the unforgivable. A little beyond her was Krum's unconscious body. Harry quickly stunned him again before summoning his wand and binding him in conjured ropes. Kneeling next to Fleur he saw her startling blue eyes watching his every move. Harry Potter. I had wished to finish Z's one task, without you saving me. It seems I am truly not fit to win Z's competition. He could see the tears forming in her eyes. That's not true, Fleur. I don't think anyone of us expected Krum to use that curse on a fellow champion. This is not your fault. It was odd for Harry to be giving that advice for once and he couldn't help but wonder if it sounded as patronizingly ineffective as it always had to him. Can you continue? Non. I am finished. Will you help me One last time, Ari. I cannot. Raise my arm. To fire, Z Sparks. Harry slipped an arm around her shoulders as gently as he could and lifted her up before slipping her wand back into her hand. Picking it up by the wrist, he lifted it until it pointed skyward. A softly whispered spell later, a cloud of red sparks hovered over them. The response was unexpectedly swift. Within a minute, Professor McGonagall was landing next to them on a broomstick. Mr. Potter, unless you are quitting this task, you should continue on. Harry nodded at his head of house and gently lowered Fleur back to the ground. Before he could straighten up again, she grasped his sleeve. You must win, Z's, Ari. You are Z most deserving. Bon chance, mon ami. I'll certainly do my best. He urged her. Standing, he handed Crumb's wand to McGonagall and with a cheeky salute raced off. He still had to beat Cedric to the cup. Realizing he had lost a lot of time helping Fleur, Harry decided to go the unorthodox route. Performing the Point Me spell once again, he turned in the direction it indicated and simply repeated the combination of spells he had used to get through to his French competitor. 3 repetitions later, he stood in front of a familiar-looking sphinx. You are close, young one. The fastest way to the cup is past me. If you answer my riddle, I will let you pee. Harry thought about it, but somehow doubted that he would get the same riddle as last time, and he had no desire to hang around and figure another one out. Allow me instead to solve the riddle of your very presence, ma'am. At her raised eyebrow, he turned to the hedges and blasted his way through. Hurrying on about 100 yards, he blasted his way back into the original path, waved at the Sphinx and hurried on. He swore he could hear her laughing behind him. Putting the foibles of sentient magical creatures out of his mind, he hurried onward. It didn't take long for him to see a glow indicating the cup was up ahead. Good, Cedric hasn't been taken, he thought as he tried to force his legs to move faster. Harry burst into the clearing in a headlong rush. Ahead of him was the cup on its pedestal. He was about 2/3 of the way there when Cedric raced out of a page to his right. The older boy was also in a dead sprint, his eyes locked on the cup. Dread pooled in Harry's gut as he knew what would happen next. His eyes darted behind Cedric and spotted the acromantula he knew would be there. Harry flung his wand up and managed to force an incantation from his mouth between gulps of air. Urania Exanima. Seeing that his spell was racing towards the acromantula, Harry turned around and resumed his sprint towards the cup. He still had to save Cedric and stop Riddle. Unfortunately for Harry, Cedric saw a wand being aimed at him and, on edge since he had heard Fleur's screams, responded to what he thought was an attack. Stupefy. Even as the white light flashed over Cedric's shoulder and onto its intended target, a red light was heading towards the back of Harry's head. Realization spread across Cedric's face as his eyes followed Harry's spell to the giant magical spider that had been about to take him out. He whipped back around to call out his thanks, an apology or a warning, he wasn't sure which. It all became irrelevant as the stunner slammed into Harry and knocked him off his feet. The momentum of the younger champion's mad dash carried him forward as his feet left the ground. Harry was sure he was going to be able to meet one or more of his major goals since appearing in this time stream when something struck him in the back of the head. He felt himself slam into something hard, and as darkness took him he felt a jerk behind his navel. Stupefy. Even as the white light flashed over Cedric's shoulder and onto its intended target, a red light was heading towards the back of Harry's head. Realization spread across Cedric's face as his eyes followed Harry's spell to the giant magical spider that had been about to take him out. He whipped back around to call out his thanks, an apology or a warning, he wasn't sure which. It all became irrelevant as the stunner slammed into Harry and knocked him off his feet. The momentum of the younger champion's mad dash carried him forward as his feet left the ground. Harry was sure he was going to be able to meet one or more of his major goals since appearing in this time stream when something struck him in the back of the head. He felt himself slam into something hard, and as darkness took him he felt a jerk behind his navel. Harry woke to an ear-splitting, persistent scream. He couldn't figure out exactly who was doing the screaming as his mind was consumed with pain. Nothing else existed for what seemed like hours. When it finally subsided, the tremors and spasms rocking through his body as well as the lingering ache in every part of his body identified what had just happened, and his sore throat told him who had been screaming. As he managed to focus through the pain, he realized something was holding him upright. Looking around, he saw a giant cauldron. In front of it stood a hunched figure with stringy blonde hair and watery blue eyes holding a squirming bundle. He was in the graveyard, tied to Riddle Sr.'s headstone. Damn it, Cedric. I was supposed to arrive here awake, you prick. Even Wormtail could beat an unconscious man, and now Harry was in a situation he had desperately wanted to avoid. Harry Potter, welcome. I will join you in a moment. Wormtail. At the bundle's command, Pettigrew walked over to the cauldron and tipped it in. Harry knew what was coming next but was powerless to stop it. Damn Pettigrew for being a traitor and Riddle for being the kind of sick bastard who uses a bloody cruciatus when an enervation charm would have worked. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Harry watched as the trail of bone dust floated from the grave to the cauldron. Flesh, of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. As Pettigrew's scream tore through the graveyard, Harry couldn't help but wish him every bit of the pain he was feeling. As soon as the traitor had recovered and cleaned the knife, he stumbled over to where Harry was immobilized. Harry briefly toyed with the idea of offering his blood willingly, but had learned enough about magic to know that it was the intent that mattered, and he could never actually want Riddle back in his body, torturing and killing innocents. He settled for coldly glaring and the sniveling coward in front of him. Be blood of the enemy. Forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Harry made sure not to react to his sleeve being pushed up or the cold steel biting into his flesh. He wanted Wormtail to feel every ounce of contempt Harry held for him. The little weasel stumbled back over to the cauldron. Knowing to expect a blinding flash, Harry squeezed his eyes shut. When he heard Pettigrew's gasp, he opened them again and saw Tom Marvolo Riddle once again in the flesh. Robe me. Wormtail scurried to obey his master's command. Harry meanwhile started trying to plan his way out of this mess. Plan A had gone to the dogs the moment he arrived here unconscious. Plan B had been to rely on the Priori Incantatum effect to throw Riddle off guard and make his escape. The after effects of the cruciatus made purposefully aiming for one of Riddle's curses a suicidal undertaking. That left Plan C. Wing it and hope for an opening to get to the cup and portkey the hell out of here. From now on that was his only objective, and even that was a world away until he got out these bindings and preferably got his wand back. A whimper of pain from Wormtail brought his attention back to the dark wizards in front of him. Pettigrew was kneeling in front of Voldemort, who had his wand pressed to the dark mark on his arm. How many will be vain enough to return when they feel it? He whispered, his gleaming red eyes fixed upon the stars. And how many will be foolish enough to stay away? He turned his gaze to Harry. Ah, Harry Potter, my most faithful has told me of you, of your remarkable growth this year. When I heard of your fight with a dragon, I was impressed. I will teach you, however, that a dragon is nothing compared to the wrath of Lord Voldemort. Crucio. Once again pain consumed Harry's awareness, blocking out any sense of time or his surroundings. When the curse lifted, Harry was desperately in ragged breaths and the trembling of his limbs had worsened. Look, Harry Potter, they have come to me. After all these years they still obey me. More than magic, this is power. With that he swept away, and Harry tried to take the chance to get his body back under control. If the ropes were removed now, he would likely just collapse. Riddle meanwhile was playing to the crowd. Harry had to admit that the old bastard knew how to work a stage. He wondered to himself how much time Riddle had spent in his demented baby form practicing this. While Harry's mind wandered, Riddle had moved on to torturing his minions. Harry was just grateful that the bastard was naming them. He remembered the letter he had sent a week ago and thought there was still something he could do to change the course of the war to come. He managed to once again beat the odds and get out of here alive. A flash of silver caught his eye and he saw that Wormtail was receiving his new hand. That meant that Harry was about to be dragged into this production. It would seem that I have been neglecting you, Harry Potter, the sibilant voice hissed. That simply will not do for the guest of honor, and I am always an appropriate host. He turned to face the gathered Death Eaters again. For 13 years you thought this boy could destroy me, you thought him my equal. Tonight you will be proven wrong. Harry couldn't restrain himself. You mean you're finally going to tell them that you are the son of a muggle and a squib and less of pureblood than I am? About time, Tommy boy. When Voldemort whirled around to face Harry, his eyes were glowing a malevolent red. You insufferable boy, Crucio. For the third time that night Harry's senses were overwhelmed by pain. He hung limply in the ropes once the curse was ended. The spasms were coming fast and thick now. "Well, Harry Potter, what do you say now?" Harry looked up at his tormentor and spit out a glob of red saliva at Riddle's feet before answering. "Didn't hear. Eh? No, in there." For a second Harry thought Voldemort was going to curse him again, but at the last moment something changed in the Dark Lord's gaze. "The Sorting Hat placed you well, boy. You were vague. I said as much last time we met, but you are also foolish. You survived me twice with luck and your mudblood mother's blessing. No more, Harry Potter." One long spindly finger reached out and touched him on his scar. "The touch that burned me is gone, your protection is gone, and to ensure that there will never again be doubts we will duel. Once you have begged me for death I will bestow on you the gift of finally meeting your parents. Your mudblood I will send your corpse to weep over." The last sentence set Harry's blood to boiling and he glared ferociously at his tormentor. Riddle seemed pleased to be on the receiving end of Harry's venomous look. "Very good, boy, that defiance will make you most entertaining." Wormtail. Pettigrew scuttled up to the two antagonists and, at a gesture from his master, tore through the ropes letting Harry collapse to the ground. His wand landed in front of him a moment later. Harry immediately reached out and grasped it. The situation had just gone from impossible to untenable and it actually made him feel a bit better. He struggled to his feet, never letting his knees touch the ground. He was not going to kneel in front this psychopath if he had anything to say about it. "Excellent, Harry. Now first, we bow." Voldemort's upper body bent slightly but his gaze never left Harry's. Harry kept his back straight as best he could with the tremors running through his body. "That won't do at all, Harry Potter, such a lack of manners." Imperio. A feeling of calm washed over the teenage wizard. For just a moment there was no pain, no fear. It was this calm that allowed him to notice that the Death Eaters hadn't circled around them yet. They were standing behind their master in clusters. It looked like they were setting up a betting pool. "Now bow, Harry Potter, bow before your lord." Before his body could even begin to react, Harry snapped the curse. It did however give him an opening and he started casting before his wand was fully raised. Confringo, Defindo, Reducto, Karaches, Bombarda. Spell after spell he chained together. Exploding curse, cutting curse, reductor, siege engine and blasting curse. All of them extremely destructive even if they didn't hit exactly what he was aiming at. The first spell hit the ground in front of Riddle, throwing up a spray of dirt and surprising the Dark Lord enough that he stumbled back a few paces. The rest tore into the waiting Death Eaters. Amid the screaming and the blood, Harry ducked behind Riddle Sr.'s headstone. Someone had gathered their wits, however, and sent a blasting curse at Harry's cover, blasting it into rubble. The fact that the force of the explosion sent Harry bouncing back several yards made him think it was probably Voldemort who threw that. The rest of them soon followed their master and a veritable avalanche of spells was heading for Harry as he scrambled to find some more cover. Between dodging and shielding he managed to avoid most of the curses, but he didn't have perfect control. Half a dozen curses splashed against his armor and dissipated before his luck ran out and the armor started giving out. A cutting curse glanced across his back, feeling like someone had laid a red-hot piece of iron across his skin. He flung up his left hand to catch a bone-exploding curse that would have left his head looking like it had been used as Fluffy's chew toy. A blasting curse hit him just as he was diving for cover and flung him behind a different tomb than he had been planning to use. Since fire was now being concentrated on his intended hiding place, Harry was actually considering placing that curse in his good luck column for the night. "I need a way to hide." The thought sped through his mind and Harry almost slapped himself before tapping himself on the head with his wand. Thankfully he had worn his robes over his armor, allowing the spell to take hold there rather than being broken up by the Dragonhide's spell resistance. As he slowly faded from view he forced himself to get up and keep moving. Every so often he would throw a curse at the Death Eaters, who had spread out and were clearly annoyed at the fact that their prey was proving so elusive. His use of silent casting meant that it took them a moment to locate the source of the curse, allowing him to move on safely. Since he had no idea where the Tri-Wizard Cup was, Harry didn't dare summon it. He couldn't take the chance of his ride out of here being shredded by the hail of curses flying every which way. He was back to desperately searching for a glint. Just as he thought he saw something by the giant cauldron, he heard a hiss behind him and flung himself to the side. Nagini's fangs flashed through the air where he had been a second earlier. Harry saw the S's tongue flick out as it gathered itself after the failed strike. Shit. S's hunt their prey by tasting the air with their tongues. She won't care that I'm invisible. Just as Nagini raised herself for another strike, Harry managed to get over his shock. Harry's curse flew true and the S's head went flying. Nagini's death meant the end of another Horcrux. Unfortunately, killing the Horcrux the usual side effect, an ear-piercing shriek of agony. Harry couldn't wait any longer and broke into an all-out sprint towards the cauldron. The curses fell silent around him as everyone stopped to identify the scream. Judging by Voldemort's face, he already had a fairly good idea. Get over there. Surround the little SS shit. If you let him escape, I will take it out of your hiatus. The Dark Lord was so furious that he almost slipped into Parseltongue as he hissed out his orders. In the face of their master's rage, the Death Eaters rushed over to surround the area the scream had come from and started waving their arms in front of them, trying to find an invisible teenager who was no longer there. Harry in the meantime had reached the cauldron and was looking around desperately for the glint he had seen earlier. Something flashed to his right and the Seeker whipped around to it, his wand coming up, a summoning spell already on his lips. That changed as he registered that it was a silver hand, not a cup. Wormtail had apparently stayed behind to provide cover. The red flash of Harry's stunner lit up the night as it slammed into the cowardly traitor. Diving for the body of one of his most hated enemies, Harry gave up all pretense of stealth and shouted out, "Accio cup!" hoping that the glint he had seen earlier had indeed been the cup and not Pettigrew's hand. The relief he felt when the cup soared towards him from the base of the cauldron mere yards away was intense. The flash of spellfire had not gone unnoticed, however, and every Death Eater was watching Pettigrew's collapsed body when Harry's first vocalized spell in minutes gave his position and intentions away. A hail of spells rained down on Harry and Pettigrew. Several missed them altogether. One or two slammed into Wormtail and a few struck Harry. Only one made it through the remaining protection of Harry's armor. He felt Riddle's bone-shattering curse hit his right knee just as the cup slammed into his shoulder. His grip on Wormtail never loosened as he was dragged away by a hook behind his navel. The last thing he saw as he disappeared was Voldemort's enraged countenance and a green light that wouldn't reach them before they vanished. The portkey slammed Harry and Pettigrew into the ground in front of the maze hard enough that he couldn't suppress a cry of pain as the shards of what used to be his knee and hand were ground into the surrounding flesh. All around him people were running around in a panic caused by Cedric Diggory coming out of the maze yelling that Harry Potter had been portkeyed out by the Tri-Wizard Cup. Even in that chaos though, there was one person who not only heard his voice, but recognized it as well. Harry. It was just as well he was already flat on his back as Hermione Granger, smartest witch of the age, slammed into her boyfriend at high speed, drawing another whimper of pain from him. "Oh, God. Oh, Harry, are you all right? Are you hurt? What happened?" Her hair was bushier than he had seen it in a long time, her eyes were red, puffy and still overflowing with tears and worry, and her cheeks were tear-stained. In that moment Harry thought that there had never been a more beautiful sight. Hey, my LL lady," he managed, trying to smile roaringly through the spasms. His girlfriend just tightened her hold and buried her face in his neck as she completely broke down. Behind her the message was flying fast through the crowd, "Harry Potter is back." Eventually this drew the running forms of Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape. "Mr. Potter." The relief in Minerva McGonagall's voice was obvious to everyone within hearing distance. "Are you all right? What happened?" "All in good time, Minerva. I believe that Mr. Potter could do with some medical attention and a little privacy first." The twinkling eyes of the Hogwarts headmaster told the world that he too was undeniably grateful to see his student back in one piece. "Perhaps we could get the rest of the students moving to the Great Hall. It is more comfortable and they can all share in the comfort of a cup of warm cocoa. I shall fetch Madame Pomfrey." At that suggestion the teachers started shepherding the students away from the Portkey landing site. Professor McGonagall took one final look at the two teens entwined on the ground as if to make sure that Harry was really back and not going anywhere before she joined the rest of the staff. No move was made to pry Hermione away from her chosen position. As the crowd started to disperse around them, Hermione felt Harry's body relax slightly. She didn't even consider letting go though. Not when he was warm and there and alive. Their contact was a reassurance she desperately needed. She was surprised when he tensed up again at the approach of uneven footsteps. Confused, she looked over her shoulder, but she only saw Professor Moody hobbling up to them. On second thought, the grin on his face was disturbing, but maybe he felt in his element with all this chaos and mystery. What really disturbed her was the way his real eye widened and the grin slid off his face when caught sight of a living Harry. His hand shot into his pocket and he didn't even have his wand all the way clear before he began his incantation. Avada! He never finished it though, as several red bolts shot out from around her hip. 2 of them slammed into the retired Auror. 2 of them slammed into ministry workers she didn't recognize but who were clearly hanging around for the free show. The last one sailed clear over everyone and everything. Shocked, she glanced down and realized that her boyfriend was still holding his wand in his trembling hand. Looking up, she saw that his eyes had gone hard as he looked at their defense professor. Wondering what else she had missed in her worry over him, she started analyzing their surroundings. And quickly found something that needed explaining. Harry, is that Peter Pettigrew? The pained grin on Harry's face told her everything she needed to know. The same could apparently not be said for other people. What? Pettigrew is supposed to be dead. Hermione reflected that it is hard to keep a hold of someone lying on the ground who certainly wasn't making any moves to get up and keeping an eye on your surroundings. And why is Moody stunned? Professor Moody was drawing his wand on us and had already started the incantation for the killing curse when Harry stunned him. We found out that Pettigrew was alive and a Death Eater last year, but the minister wouldn't believe us when we told him. How Harry managed to capture him, I have no idea. Hermione had her own wand out by now and was standing protectively over Harry, eyeing the woman in front of her speculatively. She had short gray hair, a square jaw and a monocle in one eye. She was surrounded by several people who, judging by their robes, were Aurors for the ministry, as well as several people wearing gray cloaks with their hoods up. Who are you, ma'am? Madam Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Mr. Potter sent me an owl asking me to attend tonight, as there had been several mistakes since his name was entered under suspicious circumstances. It would appear he was right to be worried. Hermione's eyes went wide as she remembered the message that Harry had sent off a week ago with Hedwig. Bones had turned to one of her Aurors. Check Moody's wand before you wake him up. No. SS spy. Harry had apparently decided to make his opinion known, earning him a stern look from the head of the DMLE. Just as she was opening her mouth, she was interrupted by her own Auror. Ma'am. Mad Eye's last spell was the Imperious. Bones. Monocle popped out of her eye when she heard that tidbit. What the hell is going on here? Secure him. Pettigrew too. We are getting to the bottom of this, no matter what. 4 of the Aurors moved as if she had scalded them, immediately casting binding spells and summoning wands, portkeys, potions and anything else that could help their prisoners get away. Once they were done, they levitated the 2 men away. Bones in the meantime returned her attention to the person who seemed to be at the center of all this drama. Mr. Potter, are you able to talk about what happened tonight? Take memory. DD Dumbledore H has PP pensive. That statement shocked everyone who heard it. One of the gray-cloaked figures stepped forward. Does he now? That is very interesting. Hermione was about to ask what a pensive was and why the headmaster having one was so interesting, but never got the chance as everyone was distracted by a commotion at the rear of the group. The source was soon found as Madame Pomfrey appeared, shoving Aurors away in her haste to get to her most frequent patient. Move it, you lumps. There is an injured student here. To Hermione's great surprise and amusement, the Aurors that jumped out of the matron's way managed to look sheepish doing it. Her amusement lasted right up to the point that she herself was pulled away. I need room to work, girl. If you want to help, you can hand me the potions I need. Hermione decided that was the best she was going to get and wrenched open the bag the healer had brought with her. In the meantime, Professor Dumbledore, who had followed behind Madame Pomfrey, was being confronted by the men in gray cloaks. Chief Warlock, we have learned that you have in your possession a pensive. A restricted item that our department only loans out under certain conditions and always keeps very careful track of. It just so happens that one was stolen some 15 years ago. Care to comment on that? Dumbledore's face showed his shock that anyone knew about his pensive. Mr. Potter is currently unable to give testimony about what happened tonight and has offered us his memory of events. We're going to need that pensive regardless of how you obtained it. At that revelation the headmaster's gaze turned towards Harry, who was currently on a stretcher being levitated by a very worried-looking Pomfrey. "He'll not be hanging around here for you to play around with," she snapped at the onlookers. "You can bring whatever contraption this is to the hospital wing, and if it won't interfere with his healing you may let Mr. Potter use it." She and Hermione left the pitch at a run, floating Harry ahead of them. "Bode, go with them and explain the memory retrieval process to Madame Pomfrey." One of the cloaked figures nodded and hurried off after the retreating women. "Chief Warlock, the rest of us will be accompanying you as you retrieve the device so our property does not become lost on its way to your hospital wing. Madam Bones, we will see you there." The rest of the Unspeakables left with a very chagrined-looking Dumbledore, Madam Bones and the Aurors following behind them. On the way to the castle a voice caught their attention. "Madam Bones! Madam Bones! What is going on here? The French and the Bulgarians are demanding explanations for the mess this turned into. I will not have the ministry looking bad over this." Madam Bones managed to restrain a sigh as Minister Fudge came running up to them, face red with exertion and one hand on his green bowler hat to keep it in place. "We are heading to find that out now, Minister. Perhaps you would like to join us." She was not prepared to ask him about what that girl had said about Pettigrew. She wanted more information before she waded into that mire. Yes, I think that would be best." Madam Bones somehow also managed to find the willpower not to roll her eyes at her superior's pomposity. In the hospital wing Hermione was sitting next to Harry's bed under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye. Experience had taught the Gryffindor head of house where to expect this night to end, and she had come to learn what had happened to her charge and exactly what had gone wrong this time. In a corner Unspeakable Bode was doing his best to convince Madame Pomfrey to hold off on giving her patient a dreamless sleep potion until after the memory of the night was extracted, and having limited success at best. Harry was drifting off as it was, barely able to keep his eyes open now that the adrenaline was fading and his injuries were healing. Bode was in luck as the doors to the infirmary opened and a small army trooped in. As the pensive was being set up at the foot of Harry's bed, the lead Unspeakable came over to talk to him. "Mr. Potter, I will need you to remember what you wish to show us. Really focus on it. I will place my wand to your temple and cast the retrieval spell. Do you understand?" A weak nod was his answer. A second later Harry closed his eyes and the Unspeakable gently placed his wand where he said he would. As he drew it away, a long silvery thread followed it. Hermione was a little disappointed that she hadn't been able to learn more of this spell, but mostly fascinated with the whole process. The silver strand was dropped in the pensieve. "Mr. Potter, do we have your permission to view this memory?" Another nod. "Good, if that is all, Mr. Potter needs to take his potion now." Clearly Madame Pomfrey was done postponing treatment as she immediately placed the vial she was holding to Harry's lips and poured it in. She hadn't even lifted it away when his body went slack, finally getting the rest it desperately needed. That done, the adults all gathered around the pensieve and extended fingers to touch the silvery substance within. One by one they disappeared from the hospital wing until even Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall were gone. Hermione's gaze flicked between Harry and the pensieve until her curiosity became too much and she reached out her own finger. Hermione landed in what she realized must be the maze. Hedges towered over her on either side. Ahead of her the group of Aurors, Unspeakables and teachers were following along behind Harry. Well, memory Harry at any rate. This was absolutely fascinating. She was actually walking in one of Harry's memories. A quick pee of one hand through a hedge confirmed that she couldn't interact with this world. "Of course I can't. It's already happened." Hermione hurried to catch up to the other observers. As she turned the corner she froze. Harry was facing off with largest damn Scrooge she had ever seen. "If that thing hurt my Harry, I'm asking Bones to destroy the rest." She needn't have worried. Harry was magnificent. Hermione was especially impressed with his mastery of the water-making charm. They weren't supposed to learn that until 6th year. If she was reading Professor McGonagall's face right, she was equally impressed, though that could be down to the casual use of transfiguration on his shoes, proving that he was really internalizing her teachings. Harry's encounter with the boggart confused her, even if she felt he acquitted himself brilliantly. She saw that several of the Unspeakables were agitated at its second form and couldn't help but wonder why. There was a group that was really kicking her curiosity into high gear. When they came to the mist, she hoped Harry would be smart enough to not run headlong into an unknown static spell. He surprised her with the use of yet another NEWT-level spell. "Harry, you've been holding out on me." Judging by the comments from the group ahead, they were just as impressed. All conversation was abruptly broken off at the screams that suddenly sounded through the maze. Hermione almost sighed as she watched Harry act exactly as she might expect in that situation. He rushed to the rescue. Watching him with Fleur made her a little uncomfortable. She knew he was only helping someone in need but couldn't stop her insecurities from playing up as she concluded that Fleur looked unsharpably beautiful, even after being tortured. She appreciated the French girl's encouragement though. She had to stifle a small snicker when she saw that Harry had apparently had enough of playing by the rules. She didn't actually have to worry about being overheard as several Aurors were ying with laughter at the display. She thought most of the adults looked amused even if the unspeakables were hard to read with all their covering. She was disappointed that she didn't get to hear the riddle of the Sphinx but thought Harry's solution put Oedipus to shame. She was glad the Sphinx thought so too, as she wouldn't have wanted to witness a battle between the two. Finally she saw Harry sprinting for the cup and was surprised to find herself silently urging him on. She almost cursed when she saw Cedric burst out of the page. Several of the Aurors did curse when they saw the Acromantula. Harry managed to kill the damn thing with a spell she had never even heard of. "You were tutoring me when you were up and about again, Potter." As she watched the red stunner hitting Harry's head and slamming him into the cup, she made another resolution. Cedric Diggory was going to get slapped. The colors around her started to swirl before everything went black except the people who had entered the pensieve. She hoped cover would soon re-emerge as she had nowhere to hide if her professors decided to start looking about. The world erupted around her, accompanied by the most heart-wrenching screams she had ever heard. The source was easily identified. Harry was bound to a Miv tombstone and thrashing about, clearly under the effects of the Cruciatus. "Harry, no!" Her cry burst from her lips before she could stop it and she started sprinting towards him. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise, but she didn't care. Harry was suffering. She needed to help. She needed to do something. "Miss Granger." Hermione. Suddenly her cheek stung and she blinked. She realized her head of house was standing in front of her, holding her shoulders and clearly worried. Somewhere in the back of her mind she noticed the screaming had stopped and Harry was using the ropes around himself to keep himself upright. "Miss Granger, you should leave here. This is unlikely to be pleasant." Hermione just shook her head. "If Harry had to live through this, I can manage watching." Her voice was determined even if it contained a slight quiver. Professor McGonagall looked like she was going to overrule her student before examining her for a moment. Whatever the elderly professor had been looking for she apparently found before nodding and slipping an arm around Hermione's shoulders and drawing her along to the rest of the group. They ended up standing next to a female Auror with pink hair who looked over at her and winked before turning back to the ritual that was being performed. The Unspeakables and several older Aurors hadn't stopped scribbling down notes on what they were seeing. Voldemort's rebirth caused exclamations of fear, revulsion and horror from the group. Harry's second Cruciatus of the night was met with screams of abuse at Voldemort, mostly from Hermione. When the Dark Lord lifted the curse, Hermione noticed that the ropes were supporting all of Harry's weight now. She missed most of the interaction between Voldemort and the Death Eaters, busy as she was trying to catalog every change of expression on Harry's face. The Aurors were scribbling faster than ever, trying to record every last name and crime mentioned. Voldemort hadn't had the time to cast the Imperius on anybody yet, so these scumbags were here of their own free will. Harry's goading of the Dark Lord and his response to the third Cruciatus had many of the Aurors looking at him with serious respect showing on their faces. Hermione saw that Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey had tears streaming down their faces. Voldemort's declaration that they would duel brought hisses from most of those present. One grizzled Auror spat on the ground. "I sure torture the lad before ye dare and face him. Coward." He got several grunts and quite a few looks usually reserved for dangerous lunatics. When Harry stood on trembling legs, Hermione heard the pink-haired Auror gasp. "Cersei's tits. He's still going to get up and fight." The awe and respect rang clear in her voice. Hermione thought the people who didn't know Harry personally might be reaching a saturation level from their exposure to the inhuman force of will that was Harry James Potter. Their reaction to his breaking of the Imperius never made it over the sounds of battle. Hermione was horrified watching her boyfriend fight for his life as death flew through the air in brightly colored lights. The S's fate caused everyone a lot of confusion except for the headmaster, who felt only surprise and satisfaction that another Horcrux was gone. The swirling colors that signaled Harry's escape were met with raucous cheering. Even some of the ever-stoic unspeakables got in on the act. The greatest surprise to Hermione would always be her head of house screaming something that sounded like a Gaelic war cry, not that she planned to ask. At this point she just wanted to get back to Harry. She had to hold him to make sure he was all right. After what she had just seen, Madame Pomfrey's scans could take a long walk off a short pier as far as ruinances were concerned. Hermione's reaction to Harry's arrival at Hogwarts earned her a soft punch in the shoulder and a slight smile from the pink-haired Auror. "That's it, girl. Get your man." Hermione couldn't quite manage a smile in response. Moody clearly starting a killing curse caused some hard looks to be exchanged between the Aurors. That was also the last event Harry had submitted for the pensieve, and everyone felt themselves rise out as the memory ended. The large group once again filled the Hogwarts hospital wing as the pensieve disgorged an emotionally wrung-out group on the floor. Hermione and Madame Pomfrey were the first to recover as they raced to Harry's side to make sure he was really all right. The rest of them slowly gathered themselves. "We'll need to prepare for war. Send out notice to every Auror, reserve and hit wizard we've got. We're about to be so deep in it we'll need every hand on deck." Madame Bones had seen enough in that pensieve to convince her that the wizarding world could be on the brink of destruction within months. "Get me warrants for the arrest of every dirt bag in that cemetery tonight. I want them on my desk by morning. Speaking of that cemetery, find out where it is and go do damage control. The Muggles won't know what to think with the place looking like a sodding battlefield." Aurors were already starting to move to obey her when another voice sounded. "No." Everyone turned to see the red-faced, furious Minister for Magic. "We will not be wasting valuable ministry resources on some deluded boy's fantasy. It is impossible for a dead man to come back. All Aurors stand down. You will not be getting warrants to disturb some of the most respected members of our community. If anyone should be arrested, it's that boy." The shock was universal. Here was the most powerful man in magical Britain denying the evidence of his own eyes. "Are you suggesting that Mr. Potter's Cruciatus exposure came from some kind of daydream, Minister?" Professor McGonagall's scorn was as pronounced as her accent when she addressed the little man in front of her. The minister only floundered for a second. It was probably Black. He tortured the boy and memory charmed him. It's the only thing that makes sense. "Cornelius, surely you can see that." Ahem. A very angry Madame Pomfrey was glaring at everyone in her ward not currently in a bed. "If this is going to turn into a political discussion, you can all bloody well find somewhere else to hold it. This is a hospital and my patients require peace and rest. Get out." It took Dumbledore gently guiding the minister out to get things moving in the end. Next were the unspeakables, who took the pensieve with them. Just before they left, the leader turned to Madame Bones. "You may call upon the Department of Mysteries, Amelia." That was no forged memory. With that they all left. Before any of the Aurors could move to leave, the grizzled one who had spit at Voldemort's treatment of Harry spoke up. "Madam Director, I would like volunteer myself for the garden o' the lad. He'll no need it when he's awake, but he ain't learnt to cast while sleeping yet." This got some chuckles from his colleagues. "I'll make sure as none get to him save his healer and that o' his. I ain't for tellin' him I laid hands on his miss after all that." That got more chuckles, and the pink-haired Auror raised her hand. "I'll volunteer as well, Madame Bones." Bones simply nodded. "All right, Montrose, Tonks. I'll send relief in the morning. No one except for Poppy, Minerva, myself and the young lady comes near him. Not even the minister or Dumbledore. Got that?" Montrose snorted. "If in the fruitcake wants the lad arrested, he can try it his ain self. He'll no be getting help from any as hear what happened tonight. As for Dumbledore, I figure the grey cloaks'll keep him busy. Otherwise we'll give Minnie a call." He finished with a wink at McGonagall, who rolled her eyes at him. "Have ye no changed yet, Ambrose?" she asked him with a smile, getting a grin in return. Madame Bones decided to wrap up. "Right, I'll go try and smack some sense into the fruitcake, I mean the minister. The rest of you start notifying anyone who you're sure isn't in the minister's or you know whose pocket. Now, move out." With that, all the Aurors who weren't standing guard over one of the most dangerous fighters they had ever seen left the hospital wing, and quiet descended once again. It was broken very quietly by Madame Pomfrey. "Minerva, what should we do about that?" Minerva looked where the Hogwarts healer was pointing. There, sleeping in the bed next to Harry Potter and holding on to him like he might float away at any moment, was Hermione Granger. Minerva almost groaned. She didn't actually want to deal with this. Finally she decided to leave well enough alone and simply enlarged the bed and conjured a frame around Potter's knee to ensure nothing disturbed the healing process. Let them know tomorrow that this exception is only because of the extraordinary events they've been through tonight. I have to go address the Great Hall since Albus is off playing politician. Oh, and Ambrose, stop smirking. Her command had precisely no effect on the old Auror. Harry woke up to a murmur of voices, a deep ache in every part of his body and an unexpected weight resting on his. A groan clawed its way out of his throat and the murmur stopped and was replaced by a single shout for Madame Pomfrey. The weight on his shifted and started talking in a worried voice. "Harry, just hang on a moment. Madame Pomfrey is coming to check you over, okay?" He knew that voice. "Am I?" His throat was refusing to properly form the sounds he wanted and only croaked out one syllable of Hermione's name. "Shish, I'm here, Harry." He could feel fingers running through his hair and tried to force his eyelids open, but they felt like they were made of lead. Every other part of his body was trembling and occasionally twitching and jerking as the after effects of the cruciatus still had him in their grip. "Miss Granger, I need you to get off of Mr. Potter so I can examine him." Madame Pomfrey's voice sounded from somewhere above him. Harry felt the weight on his move and lift away as the bed shifted slightly. A moment later he felt magic washing over him, probing and searching through his body for injuries. "Well, Mr. Potter, your broken bones are mending well. You will need to exercise your hand and knee gently over the coming week to make sure there are no problems going forward. The wound on your back has closed nicely, though I'm afraid you will have a scar." Harry tried to shrug his shoulders to indicate that another scar wasn't a major issue, but he wasn't sure that he succeeded. "The damage to your throat requires another potion and you need to speak as little as possible. I also have another pain-relieving potion to help with any pain you are feeling from that. It won't help against the pain you are feeling from the cruciatus, I'm afraid. Nothing will. That disgusting curse is unforgivable for a reason and only time will help you recover." She fell silent for a moment and Harry felt a vial being pressed to his lips. He swallowed the contents eagerly for a change as he was ready to feel some relief anywhere. After he had drunk both potions, Harry finally managed to ease his eyes open. He could see Madame Pomfrey standing next to the bed watching him carefully. Just beyond her stood Hermione looking anxious. Harry tried to smile worryingly but had the nagging suspicion that it came off as a grimace. Hermione and Madame Pomfrey certainly didn't look in any way comforted from what he could see. Embered by his infirmity, Harry tried to distract himself by looking around. Madame Pomfrey had apparently set up privacy screens around his bed, giving him a rather monotonous view until a shock of pink entered his view. Harry froze as his eyes locked onto the mother of his godson. Seeing his shock, Hermione tried to help. "Harry, this is Auror Tonks. She and Auror Montrose have been standing guard here tonight to keep people from bothering you." Harry managed to recover while Hermione was speaking and was able to nod somewhat to Tonks, greeting. "Watcher, Mr. Potter. We're expecting Madame Bones back here anytime now. She went back to the ministry to interview the dirt bags you captured. Amazing job on that last night, by the way." Tonks' tone of voice was a little overawed and overly respectful for Harry's liking. "Pleasure, Tonks." "Harry, please." Talking was still difficult with all the damage the cruciatus had done to his nervous system, but Harry was pleased to note that his throat was at least up to producing more than a croak now. Tonks scowled a little at Harry's answer before looking over at the other side of the bed. "Fine, you were right," she said sulkily. Harry followed the Auror's gaze to find a smug-looking Hermione. At Harry's look of surprise, Hermione started explaining. "Auror Tonks was talking to me, well, teasing me really. She asked me if I was sure I wanted to keep dating you since after last night, you were going to get a really big head." Hermione was clearly having trouble talking about the events after the third task and, considering which bits she had witnessed, that probably meant she had entered the pensieve. I told Tonks that you wouldn't change because of a fight with a dark wizard, and she told me I didn't know teenage boys. I told her she didn't know you. We agreed to put it to the test by having her treat you with excessive deference. I told her you would ask her to stop that right away. Hermione's smug little grin was back on her face by the time she finished telling Harry about her conversation before he woke up. Should have known you'd know him that well given you're already sleeping together. Tonks shot back, proving to Harry that his body might be damaged but that he was still fully capable of blushing. Hermione had gone even redder and was sputtering out incomplete words. Not doing that, Harry managed. He had missed that wicked smirk Tonks wore so often when he had woken up. Now he was wondering why. You may have been out of it, Loverboy, but old Montrose and I got to spend the night watching the two of you snuggling up together. Never knew McGonagall allowed that sort of thing, or I would have asked to be resorted. Tonks was clearly having the time of her life teasing the two teenagers. Hermione was quick to defend her favorite professor though. Professor McGonagall wouldn't condone any inappropriate behavior. You heard Madame Pomfrey. It was only due to special circumstances and a traumatic experience. Hermione's voice went a little shrill at the end, but Tonks just smirked. Who are you trying to convince, Hermione? She asked. Hermione's gaping would have amused Harry at any other time, but her distress when referring to last night's events was more important in his opinion. Making eye contact with Hermione, he asked as concisely as he could, pensive. Hermione looked stricken at his reminder of what she had seen. Oh Harry, I am so sorry, but I just wanted to know what had happened to you, and you didn't seem to mind everyone else going in. Not angry, concerned. Are you all right? Both women were looking open-mouthed at the young man who was so injured he could barely speak, asking if one of them was all right. Honestly, Harry, no, I am not all right. I watched you get tortured by that disgusting sadist last night and I couldn't do anything to help you. You almost died last night, Harry, and that terrifies me. Seeing the tears in her eyes, Harry raised a shaking arm in an offer of comfort. Hermione just took his hand and gently pushed it back onto the mattress. She didn't let go though. If you want to help me, you're going to have to focus on yourself for once. I need you to get better, all right? Harry tried to squeeze her hand and nod before he said, all right. Hey, Harry, when's the wedding? Harry and Hermione were drawn out of their private little universe and aimed glares at the grinning, immature Auror. The comment worked to break the serious mood though, and Hermione and Tonks joined forces to entertain Harry while he was laid up. It was mostly Tonks telling stories, showing off her morphing talent and teasing the two teens something awful, while Hermione held his hand and occasionally stroked his hair away from his face. There was one moment where Hermione told Harry that she approved of him calling her M.I., despite a long-held aversion to any kind of shortening of her name. Harry didn't want to tell her that it hadn't been his intention to give her a nickname while Tonks was listening in and just smiled at her. Tonks and Hermione kept going until Harry fell asleep, exhausted. After that, the two women talked quietly with each other to pee the time. The next time Harry woke up, he was alone. His solitude didn't last long though, as Madame Pomfrey came bustling through the privacy curtains. How are you feeling, Mr. Potter? She asked him, wand already out and casting spells at every part of his body. Fine. The healer's wand stopped moving as she aimed a glare at her patient. I see you are at least well enough to give me that ridiculous answer. She sniffed before continuing her work. No complications. That is good. I will have someone bring you your dinner and I expect you to eat it all. She finished with a stern look that Harry felt was entirely unnecessary. He was so hungry he could eat a horse. Also, despite my protests, Madame Bones is here to talk to you about last night's events. Considering what happened, I can't overrule her on this. Harry just nodded. His dinner was delivered by Winky, whose eyes filled with tears when her master croaked out his thanks with difficulty. As it happened, the Aurors did in fact have the patience to at least wait until Harry had eaten something before coming in to speak with him. Mr. Potter, it is good to see you awake. With me are Aurors Shacklebolt and Robards. They have taken over your protection detail from Aurors Montrose and Tonks. I understand that you are not yet up to a long conversation, so I shall keep this as brief as possible. Madame Bones' tone was brisk and businesslike. Clearly she really did want to get through this quickly. We have interrogated the man who was impersonating Auror Moody. It turns out that he was a man named Bartemius Crouch Jr., the son of the Mr. Crouch who was a judge in the tournament. He is a convicted Death Eater whom we thought had died in Azkaban. Obviously he managed an escape. He admitted to confunding the Goblet of Fire and entering your name on behalf of a fictitious fourth school. His intention was to guide you to victory so you would reach the cup, which he had turned into a portkey, before any of the other champions and be delivered to his master. You may take pride in the fact that you turned out to be so competent that he didn't have to do anything to help you win, and he in fact sent a warning to you know who. Madam Bones was cut off by Harry raising a trembling hand. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry told her with as stern a look as he could manage. The three law enforcement officers looked momentarily taken aback. That actually leads into one of the questions I need ask you. How do you know so much about Riddle told me. Second year memory. It didn't take much for the Aurors to cotton on, and Robards went to see if Madame Pomfrey would lend them a few vials. Bones took the time to ask Harry another question. I was also wondering how you knew he was alive, but if he was talking to you in your second year I think I have my answer. The question then becomes, how many times have you faced him that you were willing to give us memories of? Harry took a moment to think about it. 5. Bones looked shocked. When did this happen? She almost shouted. A dangerous dark wizard had been running around without her knowledge, and she wasn't taking it well that she hadn't known about it until last night. Yesterday. Second year. Twice. First year. Godric's Hollow. The memories were not pleasant and already threatening to overwhelm Harry, but he was fighting it off to get the answers out. You remember the original attack? How? You were only a year old. Bones was sure that she was being fed a tale. Children just didn't remember that sort of thing. Dementors. The director of the DMLE felt sick. She had forgotten that she wasn't talking to a normal child. Dementors would dredge up the worst memories someone had, and for Harry Potter that probably would be that attack. If Potter was willing to give it, she would take the memory gratefully. Anything that might help destroy this madman was more than they had last time, and this memory might contain a hint. What about Sirius? Harry decided to move matters along. Madame Bones seemed to remember where she was and continued the story. Peter Pettigrew was also interviewed. He told us about last year's events as well as those surrounding the end of the last war. That combined with his very existence should entitle Sirius Black to an exoneration. Unfortunately the minister is refusing to allow any retrial despite the evidence that we now have from the two Death Eaters in custody who were supposed to be dead, in addition to your testimony. I am afraid we will need a new minister for magic and around half the Wizengamot replaced before they will even hear the cases we want to bring to trial. In the years to come Madame Bones would remember the thoughtful look that put on Harry Potter's face. The fact that she suddenly felt that maybe, just maybe, this teenager could pull off what she could only dream of compelled her to be more forthcoming than she usually would. The minister is doing everything he can to suppress any mention of Riddle's return. There was no Daily Prophet delivered this morning as members of the minister's office confiscated the entire print and threatened to shut the paper down. Those who are heard talking about last night are threatened with losing their jobs. My own department has had most of its funding pulled so that we can't implement the measures we wanted to. I can't even investigate if someone is helping these decisions along. Madame Bones was usually more careful with her words, but her frustrations were boiling over, fed by her very real fear that this time next year she and Susan could be living under the boot of Emperor Voldemort. All talk, Gringotts, sold, basilisk, donate, profits. Harry gritted out. He knew that money was going to come in handy. Madame Bones was not ready to accept that though. Mr. Potter, you should keep that money. You are still young and it could help you enormously when you are ready to start your life after Hogwarts. She hadn't told him that to get money. Harry was ready for her though. Stop. I don't have to. The head of the DMLE was left gaping at the young man who was giving her as much of a glare as the twitching of his muscles would allow. That is depressingly true. I will accept your donation gratefully and promise we will use it as best we can. I must warn you that my gratitude will not extend to favors should you ever break the law. The glare Harry was aiming at her got more intense. Not Malfoy, he hissed out. Thankfully for the now embered Madame Bones, Robards finally returned. Sorry about that. Apparently Pomfrey sends empty vials back to the potion's master so that she can get refills as quickly as possible. The grease rag was trying everything he could to get out of giving me these. I brought along a dozen just in case. He looked around the sectioned off part of the hospital wing. You all right, boss? His superior just growled and snatched the vials out his hand to begin the memory retrieval. When they were done, the three Aurors thanked Harry for his ice dance and left him alone. Harry discovered that the whole encounter had completely drained him and he drifted back off to sleep. Harry wasn't released from the hospital wing until the day of the leaving feast. That whole time he was kept behind privacy curtains and a volunteer or guard. Being kept forcibly out of the public's eye was less of a frustrating experience than a relaxing one to the unwilling celebrity, even more so than usual since this time he had won the tournament outright. He wasn't lonely since Luna and particularly Hermione were frequent visitors. Their first visit had been especially memorable. Hermione and Luna had walked in the day after Madame Bones' visit and Harry had been extremely pleased to see his friend and girlfriend again. The visit started out much like he might have expected, with many hugs and reassurances that he was fine, which neither girl believed. It didn't get strange until Luna pulled out the mail she had received for him. Hedwig brought this yesterday. It had a bit of blood on it but she seemed all right, so I assume she took it from the owl that was supposed to deliver it. The letter had turned out to be a copy of the Daily Prophet from the blocked edition with a very short note. Harry, thank you. Rita. The front page article gave an extremely detailed account of what had happened the night of Riddle's resurrection, which to Harry meant that his least favorite reporter had found a way to lift a ride into his memories. Harry simply paid the newspaper over to Hermione for her scrapbook once he had read it. The real shock came from that day's edition of the Daily Prophet. Its front page was a glowing account of the success of Hogwarts, educational standards and how they had allowed even a mediocre wizard to win the prestigious Triwizard Tournament. The next largest story was that there had been a change of leadership at the Prophet. The previous editor and several reporters had been fired for seditious behavior by the owners. Harry didn't doubt for a moment that these owners were wealthy Death Eaters. He told the girls about his discussion with Madame Bones, glad that he was able to speak a lot more easily than the day before. Their discussion and subsequent conclusions were grim. Harry had to stay in the hospital wing until the day of the leaving feast. Just before Harry left the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey paid on the message that the awards ceremony for the tournament was to be that night at dinner. Hermione and Luna had stopped by the hospital wing to pick Harry up before they headed to the Great Hall and promised that they would make sure that Harry didn't skip out on his public recognition to sputtering protests from the champion in question. Honestly, Harry, are you going to try and convince us that you wouldn't skip out on the award ceremony if you thought you could get away with it? Harry's trapped look gave away that he was still thinking about summoning his firebolt and getting himself as far away from any awards ceremony as he could. Come on then, Harry. Best get this over with. They can only give you the cup once. It's statements like that make me extremely nervous. Some ministry idiot will try to do that anyway. Two laughing girls grabbed Harry's arms and pulled him from the hospital wing, or to his doom depending on who you asked. The school matron followed them, shaking her head in amusement. By the time they reached the Great Hall, the girls were no longer pulling Harry along. Rather, Harry had one arm around Hermione's shoulders, which she was reciprocating with an arm around his waist. He was using his other hand to poke Luna in the side as she had the time of her life coming up with increasingly ridiculous additions to the award ceremony that she wanted to suggest to Bagman. When the trio entered the Great Hall, Harry realized a few things. First was that he had never really thought about how the hall would be decorated in a year when there was no House Cup and nobody had died. He might have predicted the black banners with the Hogwarts crest on them hanging where the winning house's banners usually hung. Nothing could have prepared him for the mauve cream-colored banner bearing a black dragon being pierced by a red sword that was hung behind the head table. One look at Professor McGonagall's smug little smile convinced Harry that he was being pranked by his head of house. Next time it'll be more than a little public affection, Professor floated through Harry's numb mind. The second was that he had underestimated what it would mean for him to win the contest outright to the rest of the students. The students of all three schools were standing and cheering loudly. Harry just had to count his blessings that the Weasley twins couldn't give him their usual introduction due to the noise. Lastly, Harry realized that he had been out of action for days and that people had probably not been given the slightest explanation and would soon be swarming him for any details they could get. He shot his girlfriend a pleading look that was ignored as she and the girl he was coming to think of as an adopted little sister dragged him over to the Gryffindor table where the cheering was loudest and several of his housemates were waving flags that matched the banner behind the head table. The cheering finally settled down when Dumbledore stood up and held up his hands for silence. "Thank you, everyone, for your enthusiastic reception of Mr. Potter," Dumbledore began. "We have come to the end of another year and I hope you have all become richer in knowledge and friends. We have, of course, also come to the end of another day and I believe it best we had dinner before we old folks bore you with our speeches. Tuck in." At Dumbledore's final exclamation, food appeared on everyone's plates. After loading his plate up, Harry performed his now standard check for any strange additives. It was difficult to this surreptitiously as it turned out that Harry had been correct in predicting the reactions of his peers. On either side of him, Luna and Hermione were making a valiant effort at keeping the nosy bunch from overrunning him, but they had little success until reinforcements showed up in the form of two Weasleys armed to the teeth with prank products. The loud bangs, sudden color changes, strange smells and odd transformations soon had the whole horde of busybodies finding somewhere else to be. "Thanks, you two," Harry said with clear gratitude in his voice. "No problem, little brother. Mum would have cleaned us out when we get home anyway." The twins' nonchalant attitude didn't quite reach their eyes as they settled down across from the trio and loaded up their plates. The antics and laughter of Hogwarts' premier pranksters and the fact that there was food to be eaten ensured that Harry was at least able to eat his dinner in peace. Well, as much peace as it was possible to experience near Fred and George actually trying to be distracting. When the food cleared, Dumbledore stood once again and waited for the hall to quiet down. Once he was sure he had everyone's attention, he spread his arms out and began his speech. "As I said before we settled down for that excellent meal, I hope you have all gained both friends and knowledge this year. I believe you have all seen feats of magic and friendship worthy of emulation from the people we asked at the most of this year. I am speaking, of course, of our 4 champions, and I ask them to come up here now." There was a swelling of applause as Dumbledore paused to give the champions time to make their way up to the head table. Harry got up with less prodding than at Halloween, but still dreading the walk to come. Up on the dais, Harry found himself sandwiched between Fleur and Cedric, who both said a quiet word of greeting and congratulations. Harry returned the greeting and looked out over the upturned faces to find his favorite shade of brown looking back up at him. The understanding smile on Hermione's face helped him find the motivation to at least look like he was happy to be up here like a pig at auction. Dumbledore allowed everyone a good look at the champions before continuing. "For each competitor we have a medal declaring their selection as a champion. These will be handed out by Mr. Bagman and Mr. Weasley on behalf of the Ministry for Magic." Bagman strode up to the champions, waving jovially to the crowd while Percy scuttled up behind him holding a purple cushion with 4 silver medals on it. First to Ms. Fleur Delacour, who represented Beauxbaton's Academy well. Bagman walked up to her and hung a medal around her neck before pumping her hand enthusiastically. Harry didn't think Fleur looked half as eager as Bagman, and she quickly stepped back into line next to Harry. Next to Mr. Victor Crumb, who did his best for Drumstrang Institute. Crumb just looked surly as he accepted his medal, and Harry hoped that it hurt the older seeker to know he had been well and truly beaten. Karkaroff was already mysteriously absent, and Harry was sure his body would turn up in a matter of weeks. Third to Mr. Cedric Diggory, who represented our very own Hogwarts School. Cedric had a bright future as a politician as he was smiling brightly and managing to look like he was doing so at Bagman and the audience at the same time. Finally, to the winner of this year's Tri-Wizard Tournament, Harry Potter. Harry shook a beaming Ludo Bagman's hand as the unexpectedly heavy medal was hung around his neck. He had the nagging feeling that Bagman's enthusiasm meant that he had just cleared his gambling debts. When Harry moved back from the former beater, he could see Dumbledore waiting behind the man with the Tri-Wizard Cup. "In addition to your medal, Harry, I have here for you the Tri-Wizard Cup." Harry had to force himself to take the cup from his headmaster. So far he only had very bad experiences holding that thing. Once he had it in his hands, Harry felt a little unsure of what to do. To be honest, he had never wanted the cup. He decided to just do what he had seen footballers do on the telly and held it over his head. This turned out to be the right move as the Hogwarts contingent exploded with cheers and the other schools clapped politely. After several moments Harry felt his arms begin to tremble and lowered the cup again. Dumbledore stepped forward again, this time holding a large sack. The final part of your prize, Harry, 1,000 galleons. Harry accepted the bag of money from the headmaster with as much grace as he could. This was made easier by his own knowledge of the coming of Weasley's wizard wheezes. Standing there with his winnings in his hand, Harry raised them once more and let his schoolmates cheer themselves hoarse. It took even less time for his arms to start trembling this time, and Harry quickly lowered his prizes. He was surprised to find arms wrapping around him from either side. Cedric and Fleur smiled at him as they steadied him before waving at the crowd with the arms that weren't supporting him to disguise that they were holding him up. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support of the champions this year. Tomorrow our guests will leave before you get on the express home, so make sure you come down to say your goodbyes to them. I am sure you will want to be well rested for both that and the reunion with your families, so off you trot. Good night. Dumbledore wrapped up the ceremony quite neatly, and some of the students, noticeably those at the Ravenclaw and Slytherin tables, started to get up and leave. Krum led the Drumstrang contingent out of the hall in an almost military march. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff looked more reluctant to do as the headmaster had said, while several of the Beauxbaton students were drifting out of the castle to their carriage. Eventually it was just the friends of the three champions on the stage left in the hall when even the faculty made themselves scarce. Hermione raced up the steps of the dais to grab Harry, who had clearly overexerted himself at least a little. Harry was surprised at the speed with which Cedric got out of the way and shot a questioning look at the boy. Harry, mate, just a little piece of random advice. Don't piss Hermione off to the point where she slaps you. Harry blinked once before turning his gaze towards his blushing girlfriend. Hermione laid her head on his shoulder and refused to meet his eyes. Cedric, I saw her deck Malfoy towards the end of third year, but what on earth happened for you to get smacked like that? He asked, feeling Hermione squeeze him slightly. Ah, well, I tried to visit you in the hospital wing. You were unconscious, but Hermione was there. I tried to tell her that I was there to apologize to you for stunning you into that portkey after you saved my life, but before I could get my explanation out she slapped me and then tore strips off me about what happened. Cedric said with a slight smile while Fred and George were howling with laughter in the background. If she's right about what you went through wherever that thing took you, then I can understand why she was that upset, even if Madame Pomfrey did have to break out the bruise salve. Harry's ribs were being tightly squeezed by now. He knew it still upset Hermione to hear people discuss what had happened after the third task. Harry needed a distraction and he knew just where to find it. Oi, Gred, Forge, get over here. The two redheads ran over and snapped off identical salutes. Yes, oh mighty champion. You called for us. Harry just shook his head with a slight smile. I did, you mavericks. Here, take this. Harry shoved the sack of galleons into Fred's hands. It's for your joke shop. I want you to get inventing. Fred and George had been about to make a series of jokes about Harry using them as mules, but now their mouths were dangling open. Hermione was no longer squeezing Harry's ribs as she leant back to look at her boyfriend in surprise. Harry, are you serious? George's voice was trembling. That's a lot of money, little brother. I still have my inheritance and what I made selling the Horntails cark. I don't really need the extra 1,000 galleons sitting around in my vault. Besides, I'm sure that the two of you making everyone laugh is worth far more than that. Well, everyone except Zonkos, I suppose. If all that weren't enough, you're calling me your brother. If I have the means to make my elder brother's dream come true, I should do it, shouldn't I? Harry grinned at them. The twins barely managed to stammer out their thanks while their eyes grew gly as they imagined the possibilities now open to them. I think you may regret that next year, Harry. Cedric told him with a grin while the twins were off in their own world. And why is that? Harry wanted to know. Well, put it this way. I'm not going to be a Gryffindor prefect next year. Cedric's grin somehow managed to grow even wider. Harry was about to protest that he wouldn't be a prefect, but since his only reasoning for that was based on his future knowledge, he just let it go. Everyone would find out sooner or later, and after how Ron had acted this year, Harry didn't feel bad about creating some extra work for him. He was sure he could get the twins to let up around Hermione, who was looking utterly horrified at the implications of finally achieving an ambition she had held in her heart since first year. "Perhaps we should get a head start on that and get this lot to bed," Harry suggested with a small smile. Everyone agreed, and after saying goodnight to the Hufflepuffs and Beauxbaton students, the trio and a still subdued pair of twins headed up the stairs. Luna was dropped off at the Ravenclaw common room, and the 4 Gryffindors headed back to their tower for Harry's first night back. With the twins distracted and the express leaving at lunch tomorrow, there was no party to celebrate Harry bringing the cup into the tower. The twins promised to make it up to Harry next year, no matter how much Harry insisted that they didn't need to, before they headed up to bed, and presumably to make sure that the gold was stored safely in their trunks in a way that their mother would not be able to find it. Harry gathered Hermione into his arms for a good night and watched her go up the stairs towards the girls' dormitories. He then headed up to his own room, dropping the Triwizard Cup unceremoniously into his trunk before getting ready for bed and falling asleep. Ah! Hermione awoke with a loud scream. Her skin was clammy and her heart was racing. It was the same nightmare she had been having every night for the past week, ever since she had seen Harry's memory in the Pensieve. In her dreams she could see and hear Harry screaming under the Cruciatus, and just like in the Pensieve, there was nothing she could do. She knew it was just her subconscious trying to deal with what she had seen, but that didn't make it any easier to wake when the swirl of colors didn't take Harry away from that last green curse and she saw his body falling limply to the ground. In fact, the only night she hadn't had the nightmare was that first night when she had slept in the hospital wing. She hypothesized that it was because she had had Harry close enough that not even her subconscious could miss that he was all right. Hermione's breathing was starting to calm now that she was back in the waking world and her rational side could take over. Unfortunately, she couldn't shake the worry that something was wrong with Harry. With one last admonishment to herself that this was irrational, she got out of her bed and put on her slippers and dressing gown. Quietly she slipped out of her dorm and down the stairs before heading up towards the boys' dorm. With her hand on the doorknob of the 4th-year boys' dorm, Hermione hesitated for a moment. Her urge to make sure that Harry was indeed all right quickly beat her sense of propriety into submission, and she opened the door carefully. She knew from previous excursions into this dorm to wake Harry and Weasley, when they had still been friends with the redhead, exactly where his bed stood. She lit her wand with a low light anyway, as she also knew that the floor wasn't exactly likely to be free of obstacles. When she got to Harry's bed, she opened the curtains and nearly screamed when a hand pulled her in and a light shone in her face. "Hermione." Harry sounded groggy from just having woken up. The light was extinguished. "What are you doing here?" "I wanted to check up on you because I had a nightmare." Hermione's shock was leading to her rather uncontrolled honesty. "Harry, you scared me witless when you pulled me in like that. How did you know I was here?" "I've been putting wards around my bed ever since we learned that Weasley knew about the dragons. You tripped them and I thought it was him trying to get a last hex in. I wanted to scare him a little. I'm sorry that it turned out to be you instead." As Harry was giving his answer, his arms wrapped comfortingly around Hermione and she relaxed into the MC. "It's okay, Harry," she sighed, feeling her body start to relax. "Do you mind if we cuddle for a bit before I go back?" She felt on the crown of her head. Of course not. The couple spent several minutes just holding each other, and eventually neither noticed that they relaxed right into sleep. The next morning 2 well-rested teens awoke and blushed red at the position they found themselves in. It was Hermione who dispelled the awkwardness by leaning over and gently ing Harry. "Good morning, my champion," she said softly. Harry grinned happily and answered back just as softly. "Good morning, my lady." Harry was in no hurry to get out of bed as he was perfectly comfortable. Hermione, on the other hand, knew she had to get back to the girls' dorm. A quick tempest revealed that it was already past 8:30. There was no chance of nobody being awake between here and her own bed. When she put the problem to Harry, she watched his brow furrow in concentration. Harry looks so hot when he's thinking. Hermione's thoughts were causing some interesting reactions in her body. Luckily Harry didn't notice, though she worried for a moment when his face lit up. "Winky," he said firmly. With a soft pop and a curtsy, Winky appeared inside the hangings of Harry's bed. "What can Winky be doing for Master Harry?" she asked in her usual squeaky voice. "Winky, could you pop Hermione over to her own bed so that no one notices?" Winky nodded enthusiastically. Winky will do. Miss, please be taking Winky's hand. Surprised Hermione did as she was told and after a brief sensation of pressure, was sitting alone in her own bed. Oh, that has possibilities if we ever want to take things further. Shaking herself, Hermione got out of bed and got ready for the day. Back in the boys' dorm, Harry also got ready for the day. Around him his roommates were desperately trying to pack their things before the trunks were scheduled to be taken to the train. Harry walked into the bathroom and called Dobby. Dobby, I should have everything packed already, but could you just check for me? If everything is in the trunk, just take it where it needs to go, all right? Dobby nodded an affirmative and Harry thanked him for his dedication before heading down to the common room to await Hermione. The two Gryffindors headed down to breakfast to meet Luna and their friends among the other champions. They wanted to say goodbye to Fleur before she left and then not have to hurry on their way to the express. When they got to breakfast, a fast-moving silver blonde blur hit Harry's midriff and started talking rapidly in French. Harry's arms came around his ambusher's small shoulders. Bonjour, Gabrielle. Did you manage to give Fleur the slip again? Harry grinned at the little Vila. Gabrielle responded with a long string of French. Gabrielle. Fleur came storming up to the group looking mightily put out with her sister. She eventually settled for shooting the younger Delacour a quick glare before looking at Harry with a smile. Bonjour, Ari. We are to sit with Cedric today, we. Harry grinned at her and nodded. Yeah, looks like Luna is already over there. Shall we? As they started walking, Gabrielle grabbed Harry's hand and started skipping while swinging their clasped hands and chattering happily while her big sister translated. Breakfast ped in high spirits between the group, and afterwards the British students took their French friends for one last walk around the grounds, ending at the Beauxbatons carriage. There they all said a teary farewell, with Gabrielle especially having to be carried into the carriage while begging to be allowed to stay for a few more days. Harry's promise that they would meet again one day did nothing to stem the flood of tears from the little, though Fleur gave him a grateful nod. Around them other groups of new friends were also saying their goodbyes. When the carriage took off back towards France, most of Hogwarts was out on the lawn waving goodbye. The goodbyes with the Drumstrang students were a lot more reserved, but when their ship left the Black Lake it was also to waving from the British students. With all the foreign visitors gone, the student body started thinking towards their own journey home in a little over an hour. Harry, Hermione and Luna saw no point in hanging about the castle, only to be caught in a crush of students headed for the train at the last minute. Getting to the train early, the three friends were able to claim a compartment for themselves and get it warded with "Notice Me Not" charms before the rest of their schoolmates arrived. They had just settled down when their school bags arrived and all three called out their thanks to the elves. The train ride ped easily with the three friends reading, talking and playing a few games of gobshites. Hermione could be a particularly vicious player with that game. The model for the stones ped by the compartment they were sharing a few times but never saw through their charm. The trolley lady didn't either, but nobody minded since Dobby and Winky had packed them some delicious snacks that were a good deal healthier than anything the jolly old witch might be selling. As they got closer to London, Hermione noticed that Harry was starting to show signs of being nervous. Hermione had a feeling she knew what he was nervous about from her reading. "Harry, are you all right?" she asked him, feeling a little mischievous. Harry looked up at her from the book he had been reading. "I'm fine, am I?" "Why?" he answered her. Hermione wasn't buying Harry's standard answer. "You wouldn't happen to be nervous about something? Meeting my parents, perhaps?" The grin that she had been suppressing finally broke out on her face. Harry just looked at her a little strangely. "Well, a little, I suppose. Am I not supposed to want to make a good first impression?" Harry asked her. "No, you are. It's just funny that someone who can face dragons and basilisks without flinching would be afraid of my mum and dad." She started giggling. "Yes, well, since I don't particularly want to kill your parents with a sword, I don't think that comparison holds water." Hermione briefly paled as she imagined that scenario. "I've never been introduced to a girlfriend's parents before. Since I also don't have any parents, I rather feel like I'm going in blind." Hermione realized that she had made a mistake in her estimation of what Harry was feeling. "Don't worry, Harry. My parents are wonderful people, you'll love them and they'll love you." She reinforced her encouragement with it to his cheek. "They raised you, am I?" I'm sure I could at least get along with them if they're anything like you. It's just a bit of an unknown situation, so you can't expect me to be completely calm." He gave her a smile, "But thank you for the endurances anyway." The two leaned into each other for comfort and the simple pleasure of each other's presence. Across the compartment, Luna couldn't stop smiling at her friends. She hoped that one day she might be able to find someone like Harry and Hermione had, someone who could accept her and love her for who she was. When the train eventually pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry helped the girls locate their trunks and wheel them over on a trolley. Harry and Hermione first met Xenophilius Lovegood. Harry remembered the man betraying him for Luna's sake and found that he couldn't hold a grudge for a parent acting like a parent. They spent several minutes holding a headache-inducing conversation with the Lovegoods before the 2s went home. Next up was the meeting Harry was most nervous about. Hermione was already scanning the crowd looking for her parents. Harry could easily identify the moment that she found them. His girlfriend's entire face lit up and she rushed off through the crowds. Harry followed her as best he could. He found her surprisingly easily considering how packed the station was with all the reuniting families. Harry paused a few yards away from where the Grangers were hugging each other happily. He felt a slight pang shoot through his heart. He would never begrudge Hermione her family, would do anything to ensure that they stayed together and that she would never have to memory charm them, but it still hurt to know that he would never have this. Maybe if I have children one day I will be able to experience at least one side of that. When Hermione realized that she had more or less abandoned Harry in her haste to greet her parents, she looked behind her only to find him standing there with a longing look on his face. She slipped out of her parents' MCE and took Harry's hand. Pulling him over to stand in front of her parents, she proudly handled the introductions. "Harry, these are my parents, Richard and Helen Granger. Mum, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Harry Potter." Harry stepped forward and without releasing Hermione's hand held out his other to her father. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Granger." The dentist had a kind face and dark brown hair. He reached out and grabbed the boy's hand. "A pleasure indeed, Harry. You'll have to come over sometime over the summer so we can get to know each other better." He spoke with a calm voice that Harry imagined was very soothing to any patients that found their way into his chair. When the two men let go of each other's hands, Harry was immediately faced with Hermione's mother. Helen Granger was a petite woman with curling brown hair and intelligent eyes. She had a hold of Harry's hand before he knew what was going on. "Oh yes, it's wonderful to finally meet the person we know from our daughter's stories," she said with a bright smile. "Mum," came Hermione's clearly embered exclamation. "It's good to meet you too, Mrs. Granger," Harry said, a little taken aback by the woman's enthusiasm. He spent a few more minutes talking with the Grangers, during the course of which he was invited to come and visit them over the holidays another 2 times. Eventually they had to go if they were going to get to the restaurant where they had reservations for their dinner. Hermione's parents took the trolley with Hermione's trunk and moved off a ways to give the two teens a chance to say goodbye. "I'm going to miss you something awful, Harry. Promise me you'll write." Hermione was suddenly far less enthusiastic about her homecoming now that it hit her that she would hardly see Harry for months. "I'll write you every week, am I? Promise me you'll answer." With Riddle back in his body, things are going to get dangerous. "If I don't hear from you for more than a week, I'm hopping on my firebolt and coming to find you." Harry's eyes showed that he was dead serious about this. Hermione agreed and the two ed tenderly, each trying to let the other know that they would be missed. When they finally drew apart, Hermione had to be led away by her parents, who were looking fondly exasperated as she was still staring into Harry's eyes. Once she was out of sight, Harry heaved a sigh. He felt an almost physical pain from her absence, but he had plans that couldn't wait. Slipping through the barrier to the non-magical platforms, Harry easily spotted his uncle standing there like a volcanic island in a sea of people. Judging by the color on Vernon's face, he didn't appreciate having to wait around for Harry. "Too bad, Uncle, you'll be there for a while yet." Harry carefully snuck past his uncle by simply walking along behind a large family, keeping them between him and Vernon the whole time. Since Vernon was looking for a boy hauling a large trunk, it never occurred to him to look around at the faster movements of people without trolleys. It also helped that he refused to look at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 so that he would not have to be exposed to more freakishness than absolutely necessary. Outside the station, Harry found an empty alleyway and called his elves. As soon as they appeared, Harry started ping out orders. Okay, you two, I need you to make sure no one can see us. We're in Muggle London and I doubt people will understand. Once the two elves had cast Notice Me Not and Muggle repelling charms, Harry continued. Dobby, is everything set up like we discussed? Yes, Master Harry. Dobby sounded unusually excited to have been able to help Harry with the plan they had devised together. Excellent. Good job. Then we can move on to dispelling the tracking charms on me. I need the two of you to do the actual magic. If you need me to do something, tell me, okay? Harry looked them both in the eye to ensure that he was understood. Dobby and Winky started waving their hands in unison. Harry closed his eyes and felt their magic wash over him. When the feeling left, he couldn't tell if anything had changed. Opening his eyes, he could see Dobby and Winky standing there looking disappointed and guilty. It didn't work, did it? He asked. Dobby shook his head sadly. The charms as placed by a powerful wizard or several wizards. Dobby and Winky is not powerful enough to break the spells. Dobby's face took on a nervous cast. There is a chance that if Master Harry were to share his power with Dobby and Winky, that they could be powerful enough to do as Master has asked. As soon as the words had left his lips, Dobby slammed his eyes shut. Winky looked shocked at what she had heard. Their reactions made Harry cautious. That sounds like a good idea, Dobby, but I have no idea how to do that, and the way Winky is looking at you makes me think it might be dangerous. Dobby was shaking his head at the end of Harry's question. It is not being dangerous, Master Harry. Wizards is usually angry when not wizards is asking them to share magic. If you is letting Dobby and Winky hold your hands, Dobby and Winky will draw out magic through the bond and use that. Harry considered that for a moment. It sounded like he could cut off the flow of magic by breaking skin contact so he wouldn't be completely drained, and it seemed to be his last chance to be rid of those tracking charms. That was really all he needed to know. All right, I trust you both. Just do your best and stop if any of us fall unconscious or show other signs of being too drained to continue. Both elves nodded and Harry knelt down in front of them and held out his hands. Each elf took one hand in one of theirs and started waving the other around again. Harry immediately felt the drain on his core begin. Apparently the elves needed to draw a lot of magic to pull this off. It took several minutes and Harry was starting to get nervous that he would not have enough power to help the elves break the charms when he felt the backlash of a spell being broken slam into his body. The force of the backlash knocked him back and into a dumpster bin. Holding his head to steady it against the dizziness he was feeling, Harry looked around to see where Dobby and Winky were. The two elves were clambering up from where they had landed against the opposite wall. Are you okay, Dobby? Winky? Harry asked as he was running through a mental checklist of his body to see what was damaged. It felt like he had just had the wind knocked out of him, and he hoped that the elves had fared at least as well. When the two affirmative answers came, Harry felt a wave of relief sweep through him. If we're all right, we should get out of here. Whoever cast those charms will know that they have been broken here and come to investigate. Are you well enough to apparate? Again both elves answered in the affirmative. Let's go then. Both elves grabbed a hold of their master and with a loud pop the alley was empty once again. The three reappeared in front of a fairly large tent standing in the middle of the forest. Harry eyed it carefully. You warded it like we discussed? He asked, just to double check. At the elves' hyperactive nodding he smiled. Fantastic job, guys. Let's get inside then. I think we could do with dinner and we have some field trips to plan. At Hogwarts Castle, Minerva McGonagall was sitting in her office with her back to her desk, watching the sunset out of her windows with a GL of whiskey in her hand. She did this every year after the Hogwarts Express had left. It was her moment to reflect on the past year. She knew several of her colleagues had their own rituals they would be engaging in right now. Her eyes drifted towards the south and the direction her charges had disappeared in. She tried to view them all in the same light regardless of the fact that she was head of house for only a quarter of them. She was deputy headmistress for all of them, she reminded herself regularly. She was a deputy headmistress in charge of an almost empty castle right now though. Albus had come storming in moments ago telling her he had an errand to run before rushing out again. He might have shown as much concern about Harry Potter being entered into that damn tournament. It rubbed her entirely the wrong way that Albus had remained so calm and unruffled while a 14-year-old was entered into a deadly competition that was only supposed to be for legally of age competitors. Albus had been one of the people to put that rule in place, and at the first sign of it being broken had done precisely nothing. Never mind that Potter had won the damn thing, that boy excelled at the ridiculous and unpredictable. One might even go so far as to say that the older champions had been at a disadvantage facing off against him. All of it was still no excuse to throw the poor boy to the dragons. Literally. Minerva's grip on her tumbler tightened as she remembered Potter dropping his golden egg and grabbing his broom to fly to the rescue of his CL mates who had been treating him like garbage at the time. The nerve of that little bugger to actually spit in a dragon's eye. Minerva gulped down her whiskey and got up to get herself a refill. At her desk she couldn't help but open a specific drawer and take out the now familiar framed photo within. This photo was one of the most comforting things she owned. First of all, it was a picture of her favorite students, even though everyone knew that the Hogwarts Transfiguration professor didn't play favorites. Second, she would have to admit to having secretly enjoyed the moment depicted. A smile stole across her face as she looked at the three people in the picture. Miss Granger was looking beautiful and proud to be included in a photo with her professor. Minerva herself was trying to project an air of approachable authority. Mr. Potter's eyes were twinkling with the mischief he had planned. She watched as the young scamp repeatedly grabbed her in a hug before grabbing his date and running off laughing. If he can still laugh after all he's been through, there may be hope yet. Settling down in her chair again with a new drink and the picture, Minerva thought to herself that she had never had an easier choice in igning the prefect badges than she did this year. At a home shaped like a solitary tower, Luna Lovegood was unpacking her trunk. A lot more of her possessions had made it home than usual. She knew exactly why that was and was happily reminiscing about the past year. Marietta and her pack of attack-ass had cornered her, but something entirely out of the ordinary had happened. Two people who wanted to be her friends had happened by. The extraordinary part was that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger might be two of the only people who could have intimidated her tormentors. A professor wouldn't have done half as well, since every Ravenclaw knew what line the teachers wouldn't cross. Harry Potter was an unknown quantity, especially after his mysterious entry into the tournament. After he slew the dragon, the Ravenclaws had known that whatever that quantity was, nobody wanted to cross him. The reactions of her housemates when Harry had glared at them after the first task were a guiltily happy memory for Luna. The whole of Ravenclaw House knew as well as she did that Armageddon could be visited upon their tower if Luna ever asked for it. It was wrong to enjoy it. It was almost bullying, except that she wasn't using it to force anyone to do anything except not bother her. Luna idly wondered if all friendships were like this, or if you only experienced this with a wind spirit like Harry Potter in the equation. Maybe she would ask her father. He would know. In a well-kept home in Crawley, the brightest witch of her age was paging through her scrapbook while seated on her bed when her mother came into the room. "Hermione, sweetheart, can we have a talk?" Helen asked her daughter. "Of course, Mum," Hermione replied, closing the scrapbook and looking attentively at her mother. Helen was a little uncomfortable bringing this up, but considering the fact that Hermione had a boyfriend, it had to happen. "Sweetie, I want to talk to you about Harry," Helen began. She wasn't surprised to see her daughter's face take on an exasperated expression. In fact, she rather suspected she had had a similar look on her face when her own mother had this talk with her. She knew her daughter would remember the talk she had been given before heading off to Hogwarts about human biology. This second talk was just as important, but could really only be given after Hermione had fallen in love for the first time. It was easy to lose your head when you experienced it for the first time and do something you might regret. Years after the fact, Helen wished she had listened more to her own mother and was determined to do her best to make her daughter understand. "Your father and I both think Harry seems a nice boy from what we've seen of him. Certainly from what we've heard of him from you. We're just a little worried about how enthusiastic you seem when you talk about him. I know that he may seem like he is a fairy tale prince who slays dragons in his free time, but I just want you to keep your eyes open and make sure you see him in a realistic light." Helen had run through a list of expected responses, and when she had, laughter hadn't featured anywhere on that list. Anger, dismissal, denial, and tears. Yes, uncontrollable laughter. No. Hermione had in the meantime gotten up and started rummaging through her trunk. When she returned to her bed she was carrying a stack of periodicals and still giggling away. I think I understand what you mean, Mum. You need to think of some new metaphors for Harry though. With that she handed her mother the pile. Helen's mouth dropped open as she held a newspaper showing her daughter's boyfriend pulling a sword out of what looked like a dragon and handing it to a bird that appeared in a burst of flame. Before you start. That isn't doctored in any way. I was there when it happened. Harry really killed a dragon with a sword and a broomstick. The reporter who wrote that sent him a copy of each article she wrote about him. He gave them to me for my scrapbook. I just didn't have the heart to tell him I also had my own subscription and that I wanted to keep at least one copy of the papers intact. Helen's mouth was moving but no sound was coming out as she tried to absorb what the picture and her daughter were telling her. In an attempt to buy herself some time she looked at the other headlines. It was a poor decision. That Miv was at least as scary as any dragon. Her daughter being hoisted out of the water as if she was on the cover of a bad paperback novel made Helen's point pretty well and at the same time made it less likely that Hermione would listen. The front page of a magazine describing her daughter's first date didn't seem possible. The picture of the chaos in front of some hedges didn't really mean much to her yet, but if it was anything like the others, Hermione's boyfriend would be at the heart of it. I wanted to get some picture frames like the ones I sent you and Dad for Christmas and hang them on the wall. I think it might be good idea if you read them first. They're not actually as inaccurate as we had feared. Hermione gave her mother an understanding smile. Don't worry. It's difficult to get a grasp on exactly how amazing my Harry is. Give it time. Helen just nodded and got up. As she left the room holding the magical newspapers and magazines she reflected that no part of that conversation had gone as planned. She needed to find Richard and the two of them needed to look through this of information. Somehow she didn't think Hermione had decided to prank her parents all of a sudden. The conversation about Hermione's boyfriend could wait until they figured out exactly who this boyfriend was. Back in her room Hermione had given in to the giggles that were consuming her. Happily she dug out her scrapbook again. Saving up extra copies of articles about Harry had turned out to be one of her better ideas after all. In a ramshackle house in the Devonshire countryside a redhead sat pondering the last year. Ronald Weasley had started out the year as Harry Potter's best mate. That had changed when Potter entered himself into the tournament and wouldn't share how he'd done it with Ron. After the first task Ron had been the center of attention when Dumbledore had asked him to look after the golden egg until Potter could collect it. That day had been one of the best that Ron could remember. It really grated on his nerves that there could have been so many more of those days if Potter would just stop hogging all the glory and let Ron share in it every so often. Still he had apologized and all, so Potter should have forgiven him. After much thought on the subject Ron had realized why it hadn't happened the way he'd planned. Granger. That ridiculous bookworm had planted herself firmly at Potter's side. Ron was sure that if it hadn't been for Granger, Potter wouldn't have made such a fuss. That meant that he had to get her away from the boy who lived in the fame and recognition he had enjoyed after the first and second task would come flowing back to him. Ron's problem was that he had no idea how he was going to drive a wedge between the two. After all, girls were strange and unfathomable creatures. He knew what he was going to have to do and was now just trying to find the determination to do it. Standing up, he walked out of his room in search of someone he was sure would know the inner workings of a teenage girl like no other. In a magnificent manor house in Wiltshire one of the wizarding world's most noble princes sat pondering upon the last year. It had, in Draco Malfoy's estimation, been a nightmare of a year. That half-blood bastard Potter had publicly humiliated him and then gone on to beat two proper purebloods to the damn Triwizard Cup. To make matters worse, his father had been severely injured by Potter directly following the last task. The Malfoy patriarch had lost his wand hand to one of Potter's damned cutters and was currently learning to use his wand with the hand he had left. It might be better than Goyle's father, who had been vaporized by one of the bastard's exploding curses, or one of the other 7 who died at Potter's hands. This kind of insult could not be left unanswered. If Potter wanted a war, he would get one. It would take cunning, stealth and an ambitious plan though. Draco set to work plotting revenge on his nemesis. In the office of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones raised a GL of fire whiskey to Harry Potter. The lad had come through for her in all of magical Britain. On her desk was a letter from Gringotts that her department had received a donation in excess of 4 million galleons. She would use the money to set up a response system to any Death Eater attacks. She would write a note to Mr. Potter thanking him for what he had done right after she was done with that. It was the absolute least she could do. In a side alley in London a figure was moving about, waving a wand. It had definitely found the last place the trackers on the Potter boy had been active. There was no magical signature that it could identify though, so how had the little T removed them? The figure growled in frustration. There was nothing here that could help it. It would need to look into other methods of finding the boy, and it damn well didn't need this right now. With a loud crack the figure disappeared from the alley. In a tent in a clearing in the forest of Dean that no one knew existed anymore, Harry Potter sat driving himself into a panic. It had been a little more than a month since term had ended, and he had used that time well, as evidenced by the blue orb he was currently tossing up and down in an effort to relieve some of his gathering anxiety. He and Dobby had gone on a field trip to the Department of Mysteries. On his trip there Harry had noticed that the Order had already started guarding the entrance when he saw a leg sticking out of thin air and heard snoring coming from that same area. He had slipped in and switched out the prophecy sphere for a prepared recording sphere with an insulting message. While he was down there Harry had found the unspeakables, leery. He had been struck by inspiration and set off to find any information he could on soulmates. He had also pocketed some other tomes that looked interesting along the way, like sensing active magics, a dissertation and cascading ward failures, a brute force approach. Eventually he found a disappointingly small volume titled On the Bonding of Souls, which seemed to be the only source the department had on the matter. He had decided that since he was officially committing a burglary at that point he should probably get out of there with his ill-gotten gains. He promised himself he would return them after the war. He had since read the books he had stolen and was frankly a little disappointed with the available information on soul bonds. According to the book, this was due to the intimate nature of the bond. Most bonded couples didn't feel like having someone probe and prod at them in their relationship. This also made it difficult to say exactly how rare a phenomenon it was. On the Bonding of Souls described the soul bond as a lifelong process by which two people grew together and merged until their souls were connected at a fundamental level. After the first connection was made, the bond was considered forged, and it was usually measured by how intertwined the magic of the couple had become. It was unknown if Muggles also formed soul bonds, since there was no magic for the unspeakables to measure. None of this made it easier for Harry to approach Hermione about them possibly being soulmates, since the book didn't actually explain how to measure the intertwining of two people's magic, apparently umming that the reader would already have that knowledge. Harry continued throwing the prophecy up and down. He had taken it as a good sign that Madame Bones hadn't sent him any kind of summons with her thank you note or the subsequent package. When asked if there was anything she could do to thank him for his donation, Harry had responded with a request for the Aurors, after-action reports from the last war. He had combed through them to try and find any kind of pattern in the Death Eaters' attacks. So far he hadn't found anything other than that their tactics consisted of outnumbering and terrifying their opponents. If those opponents couldn't fight back, the Death Eaters turned invariably sadistic. If they met resistance, they fled. Harry had also been working on spell practice under Dobby's ward to prevent the detection of underage magic. He had made some serious progress with Gaia's MC now that he was away from the magically saturated, man-made flagstones of Hogwarts. It was by no means mastery of the spell, but he could at least shape small amounts of earth, and it gave him something to work with when he got back to Hogwarts. He could also hold the Heaven's Shield for a full 18 seconds now. He had asked Winky to take his armor to the armorer and have it repaired using the extra hide he still had in his vault. He also had gloves and boots made to go with his armor. That way he wouldn't have to suffer through a mangled hand or foot if he decided to throw a non-vital body part in front of an otherwise lethal spell again. He had taken a field trip into the Muggle world by himself to buy some new clothes with money that Dobby had exchanged at Gringotts. Rather, he had visited a second-hand store and bought some clothing that fit him properly. It was a new experience at any rate, and Harry had been inordinately pleased with his new wardrobe. He knew that his body would change drastically in the next 12 months and had no intention of wasting his money buying expensive things he would never use before he grew out of them. He could only hope Hermione might approve of his new look. Harry heaved a sigh. He knew he was trying to distract himself, and to be honest, it wasn't really working. Hermione's message hadn't arrived this week, and Harry was starting to worry that something had happened. Hedwig had been dispatched yesterday morning, but even when the Grangers had been in France for their annual holiday, she had returned faster. He had already gotten his invisibility cloak and broomstick and was ready to tear out of the tent the moment it was official. He didn't want to intrude on Hermione's time with her family and would feel like a heel if he showed up, wand blazing, when the reality was that Hermione was simply lost in the pages of a book. Harry had just caught the prophecy again when something caught his attention through the tent flap. Harry immediately put it down on top of the stack of newspapers on the table in his magically expanded tent. He had continued his subscription to the Daily Prophet so he could keep track of what to expect when he returned to the wizarding world. He had been surprised that Dumbledore had been dismissed from the Wizengamot and the ICW for theft of a rare artifact. Reading carefully, he had come to the conclusion that the article was referring to the Pensieve. He felt a little guilty that he had caused the headmaster to lose such a valuable tool. After all, he had stolen from that particular department too, and couldn't really condemn the older man for that. He had also noticed that his name was being dragged through the mud again and had wondered why he was even bothering. He knew the answer though. He couldn't condemn innocents for the corruption and willful idiocy of their government. He had also noted that Sturgis Podmore had been arrested for trying to break into the Department of Mysteries. Harry had drawn his wand as he moved towards the entrance. He could see a speck moving through the sky towards him. He clamped down on his first reaction, which was joy and relief. He had received plenty of owls from the Order over the summer. Much more than he had last time around, except that these letters all contained compulsion charms, portkey charms, locator charms, or a combination of all three. Harry had only answered the ones from Sirius if they were charm-free, letting his godfather know that he was fine and safe and that he didn't appreciate the kidnapping attempts. When he saw that the owl on approach was Hedwig, Harry didn't allow himself to relax. Hedwig was ridiculously smart, but she had had a tail before who had thankfully run headfirst into a confounding ward that Dobby had erected. Hedwig landed on a tree she had claimed as hers all summer and hooted dolefully. She didn't have any letters for her human, and she knew it would cause him distress. She was right. Harry cursed out loud before jamming his wand back in its holster. He grabbed the cloak and his firebolt and marched back out. Dobby, Winky, we're headed for Hermione's. She hasn't checked in, and that's not like her. Harry's tone was harsher than usual as he spoke to his elves. We can be popping Master Harry to Mrs. Home, offered Winky. Like Hedwig, the elves knew that this was hard for their master. Thank you, Winky. I hate to impose on you, but the sooner we find out what happened the better. Harry told the elf, forcing himself to moderate his tone. Focus. Hermione's life could hang in the balance and you wanted to ride a broom. Harry's self-recrimination was cut short by a sensation of pressure before he noticed that he was standing in front of a rather nice-looking house. It was certainly larger than number 4, Privet Drive. Dobby and Winky made sure they were invisible as soon as they arrived, so Harry started moving towards the door. Years of experience had taught him that respectable people hate to see someone loitering near their house. Moving like you knew where you were going kept people from shouting to Uncle Vernon that his nephew was about to burgle their houses. At the door, Harry was grateful to see the name Granger on a little plaque above the doorbell. He rang the doorbell and prayed that when it opened he would see a familiar head of bushy, brown hair. He was half right. Helen Granger had been enjoying her day off with a cup of tea and a good book when the doorbell went. She carefully marked her place and headed to answer it. Opening the door, she was surprised to see her daughter's boyfriend standing there looking worried. Harry, what are you doing here? She asked. She couldn't see anyone else or a car that could have brought him. He did have a strange-looking broom in his hand, and Helen suddenly remembered many paragraphs in her daughter's letters going on about how well Harry flew on his broom. Come in, come in. I doubt you want to explain that broom to anyone. Harry stepped across the threshold into the Granger home and put his broom down against the coat rack. I'm sorry to just turn up like this, Mrs. Granger. I just really need to speak to Hermione. Is she in? Harry said, the nervousness clear in his voice. That nervousness became a full-blown panic when Mrs. Granger's face paled. Harry, she left just about a week ago to spend time at your house. Am I to understand that she is not in fact there? Helen was working herself into a panic to match Harry's, imagining what reasons her daughter could have to lie in not liking any of the answers she was coming up with. Especially since Harry showing up like this rubbished any chance of her running off with him. Actually, Mrs. Granger, I don't technically have a house. If I did, I would have invited you and Mr. Granger as well. Was there anything off about Hermione when she told you where she was going? Harry was doing what he did best. Suppress his fear and try to solve the situation as best he could. He didn't know that the Granger parents had heard all about his exploits and that seeing him in action was having a calming influence on Mrs. Granger. She was just happy one of them was thinking clearly. Hermione left a note. I think it's still in her room. I'll show you there, she said as she turned around and hurried up the stairs, Harry hot on her heels. When they got to Hermione's room, her mother walked straight in and quickly found the note her daughter had left. She turned around to see Harry staring at the wall in horror. Why does everyone feel the need to frame that thing? He cried in dismay, pointing at the frames on the wall. When Helen followed his finger, she saw the framed edition of the Daily Prophet edition that depicted Harry killing the dragon. In spite of the situation, Helen felt a snort of amusement escape her. Harry's reaction to being confronted with public attention was every bit as funny as Hermione had described. The humor was fleeting though, and, seeing that Harry was incredibly distracted, she pulled the young man from the room before handing him the piece of parchment. Dear Mum and Dad, some friends have come to pick me up to stay at my boyfriend's place for the remainder of the summer. I can't tell you where it is due to a spell that has been cast on it, but I promise it is very safe. No one will be able to find where I am unless they already know where it is. I will see you both at Christmas. Love, Hermione. That doesn't sound like Hermione's usual tone. There's not even a way to contact her included. Was she acting at all differently in the days before she left? Harry asked, trying to puzzle out what had happened. It wasn't like Hermione to run away and leave her parents exposed with a war going on. Hell, last time she had drastically altered their lives to make sure that they would be safe. It just didn't make sense. The spell she mentioned sounded like the Fidelius, but he had no idea what might have been hidden, which meant he didn't have access to the secret. That was going to make finding Hermione difficult. Well, she was a lot quieter after we got back from France, and she spent a lot of time in her room. To be honest, we thought she was writing love letters to you. That didn't offer Harry a lot to go on. Did she receive any strange packages after you came back from France? Anything to eat or drink? Harry asked, fully aware that he was grasping at straws. Just the chocolates you sent her, I think. Mrs. Granger answered. Now it was Harry's turn to pale drastically. Suddenly a reason for Hermione abandoning her parents coalesced in his mind with a cold certainty. Mrs. Granger, I never sent Hermione any chocolates. I think someone may have fed her potions to make her more pliable. The question now is who and where did they take her? Mrs. Granger was now, if anything, more anxious than Harry. If he was right, her daughter had been drugged and kidnapped. She was so wrapped up in visions of horrible things happening to Hermione that she almost jumped out of her skin with a loud shriek when she heard the front door opening, convinced for a split second that her daughter's abductors had returned. Helen, what's going on? Mr. Granger's voice bellowed from the hall moments before Harry could hear the man's footsteps thundering up the stairs. When he got to the top, he was momentarily stunned by the presence of a young man in his house. Oh, Richard, it's Hermione. Harry says that she never went to visit him. He showed up here because he was worried about her. Mrs. Granger quickly explained what they had deduced in the past half an hour while she grabbed onto him, desperate for a hug now that she knew her baby might be in danger. At the end of her explanation, Mr. Granger looked at Harry and asked him, "So you think this has something to do with that Lord Voldemort thingy?" "Actually, I doubt it. If the Death Eaters had taken Hermione, they would have shown up when you were home and the message would have been your corpses. These people take any opportunity to gruesomely torture anyone without magic. I would imagine that it's more likely that the headmaster of our school and his militia came by and convinced her to come with them. It's just a guess, and one I admit is anything but ironclad, but Dumbledore is one of the few people in the world who can cast that spell and wouldn't kill a Muggle-born witch on sight." Harry's face had gone hard during his little speech. He knew he was being harsh, but considering what he knew of Hermione as well as his own experiences with people withholding information from him, for his own good, he couldn't bring himself to lie to the Grangers. I came here to make sure Hermione was safe. I guess I'm not done yet. I will find her, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. I promise. Mr. Granger took a deep breath. I suppose that this isn't something we can help with. Is there anything we can do to make sure we're safe and Hermione can spend Christmas here? He asked Harry. In response, Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his magic to try and feel any wards on the house. He found nothing. I can ask some friends of mine to add some magical protection to your house with your permission. At Mr. Granger's nod, Harry continued. I'm going to call them now. I just want to warn you that these friends are not human. Please don't be afraid of them though. When Harry felt the Grangers were sufficiently prepared, he called out, Dobby, Winky. The two elves showed up promptly in response to Harry's call. Hello, you two. These people are Hermione's parents, Richard and Helen Granger. I want you to ward their house using my power like when we broke the tracking charms at King's Cross. Can you do that? Dobby and Winky bowed to the Grangers when they were introduced before listening to Harry's plan. We can be doing that, Master Harry. They answered in unison. All right then, same orders as last time. We stop if one of the three of us can't go on, all right. Aside from that, I want you to make these wards as strong as possible, and I want you to make sure you'll know if someone is attacking them. If that happens, you will be responsible for getting the Grangers out of here as fast as possible and taking them to the place where we've been staying. Harry waited for the elves to nod their understanding before turning to the Grangers. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Death Eaters have a nasty habit of sealing houses and burning them to the ground. Using the system I just described should see you evacuated in time if that happens, but I can't guarantee that all your possessions would make it out. You should think about putting some things in storage or making a list with Dobby and Winky that details what needs to be removed first in the case of an attack. The Grangers could only nod numbly. It was clear that Harry knew what he was talking about, but it was a little surreal to see the strength of will their daughter had told them about in action. Right then, Dobby, Winky, whenever you're ready, Harry said, kneeling down and holding out his hands. Yes, Master Harry. Harry felt the elves' small hands take hold of his and the drain on his magic start. He could feel the elves putting up ward after ward. He was starting to feel lightheaded but refused to stop. This was for Hermione's parents, Sake. He had promised himself that he would do everything he could to protect them. More wards went up and eventually Harry could not feed the drain on his magic anymore. With a gasp he collapsed on his side. As the world went black, he could have sworn he heard Hermione's worried cry. I'm gonna be in for it now was the last conscious thought he had. When Harry woke up, it was in a bed he didn't recognize. Looking around, he realized that he didn't recognize the room either. Wait, Hermione. Her parents said she's missing. As Harry's mind raced to catch up to what had happened, he scrambled out of bed. If Hermione was missing, he had to get a move on. A look out of the window told him that several hours had passed while he had been unconscious. He felt himself starting to panic at the thought of having wasted time he could have spent looking for his girlfriend. Focus. If you don't calm down, you can't help Hermione. Protecting her parents was important too, remember that. Using meditative exercises that he had learned while studying occlumency in the room of requirement, Harry fought to calm down. Once he felt that he was at least in control of himself, he headed out the door and down the stairs he could see at the end of the hall. Downstairs he found Mr. and Mrs. Granger looking nervous. Their heads shot up when he entered the living room. Harry, are you quite all right? Mrs. Granger asked him, concern clearly etched on her face. He gave a grim nod. I'm fine, Mrs. Granger. I'm just itching to get started on my search. Hermione's mother looked like she found that answer rather unsatisfying, but it was her husband who spoke up. Do you have any idea how you're going to look for her? Her note said that she would be in a place that was magically protected so that no one who didn't already know where it was could find it. The dentist looked like he couldn't quite believe the words that had come out of his mouth. Harry just nodded again. The Fidelius charm. If she really has gone with the headmaster's friends, then the good news is that he and his friends have been desperately trying to get me to do some things for them this summer that I have no interest in doing and have been using Hedwig to submit some of their requests. This means that she knows the secret and can lead me to the general area. Once there, it will be a matter of luring out someone who can pee on the secret. Harry decided not to share his fears of what might happen if the note was, against all odds, a fake. Both dentists felt extremely relieved upon hearing the confidence the young man spoke with. They hadn't said much to her, but they had been worried about their daughter before she disappeared. To know that someone was going to look for her in a way that bypassed the ridiculous amount of magical security she was sequestered behind was a balm to their worried minds. They even managed to feel less surprised at the sudden appearance of the two creatures who had placed invisible protections on their home. After Harry had given the elves instructions, he quickly scribbled something on a piece of paper. When Dobby and Winky returned and presented Harry with a broom, a miniature trunk and a silvery, shimmering cloak, Richard and Helen didn't bat an eye. When the elves did something that made Harry disappear from sight, the Muggle parents' calm evaporated like snow on a summer's day. "Harry, Mrs. Granger asked tentatively. "I'm still here, Mrs. Granger. Winky's just cast a disillusionment charm on me and it renders me nearly invisible. Since there are people who can see through the spell, I will also be wearing my invisibility cloak. I realize it's a bit unnerving, but it's also the safest way to go about this." Mrs. Granger just nodded uncertainly. Harry decided he had better narrate what he was doing to prevent any further discomfort for the Grangers. "I'm going to open the door now. I will be taking off from your back garden once I have a word with Hedwig." The sliding doors to the back garden seemed to open themselves and the Grangers followed their daughter's invisible boyfriend outside. A snowy owl landing on nothing in midair to listen to unintelligible murmurings once again tested their tolerance for the strangeness of magic. Magic was forgotten though as they heard Harry speak. "Sir, ma'am, Hedwig and I will be going now. Thank you for your hospitality. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call for Dobby or Winky. They may not be able to find us under the Fidelius, but they've agreed to take care of you until further notice." Helen felt tears stinging her eyes and waved weakly at where Hedwig still floated in midair. It was left to Richard to give voice to their feelings. "Just make sure she's safe, son, and take care of yourself as well. Just let us know what's what as soon as you can. That's all we can ask for." The Granger parents watched as Hedwig was launched into the air. "I won't rest until I know she's safe, sir," came Harry's voice before they felt a gust of wind they took to mean that he had flown off after his owl. The Grangers spent some time staring in the direction Hedwig had flown in before they made their way back into their home. As had so often been the case since Hermione had first left for Hogwarts, they were left to wait for news, powerless to help their only child. Harry spent roughly 2 hours following Hedwig's flight. They had to detour slightly around Gatwick Airport to avoid getting caught by ping aeroplanes, but after that it was a straight shot onto London. Harry made sure to keep as close to his familiar as possible. They came in view of the Thames. Before Hedwig changed her course and started losing altitude, Harry eased his firebolt down after her. Even though he knew it was coming, Harry was surprised when Hedwig disappeared from sight between blinks. He instantly stopped and didn't bother trying to find her again. He simply waited. Either Hedwig would emerge or the order would. Given the note he had attached to her leg, his money was on the order. Harry won that bet with himself when 10 minutes later Lupin, Moody and Tonks emerged. He was glad that he'd had Winky disillusion him when he saw Mad Eye's eponymous eye spinning wildly trying to find him. The three spread out trying to unobtrusively cast detection spells. Harry waited for the three searchers to spread out so that the detection spells they were casting wouldn't overlap. Having already decided that he would be entering, wherever it was, on his own terms, he flew down towards the most colorful of the three. For what he had in mind, Lupin's heightened senses were too acute and approaching Moody would be suicidal. Harry dropped from his broom behind Tonks, grabbing her chin with one hand and pulling her head back. His other hand had his wand digging into her carotid artery. She squawked in surprise and the other two whipped around but couldn't see anything except Tonks standing in an odd position. "What's going on, girl?" Moody called. Before she could respond, Harry hissed in her ear. "You look a lot like an Auror I met once in a hospital. How about you prove who you are before you do something silly like reaching for your wand or calling your friends?" Tonks' hair grew long, lank and stark white while her face morphed into a rather unique expression of shock. "Works for me, Auror." Tonks was it. He could see the relief on the metamorph's face as he withdrew the wand from her throat and released her. By now Moody and Lupin had come over. "I asked you a question, girl. What the devil are you doing?" Moody's eyes were both fixed on Tonks. Harry decided to have some fun and answered the question for her. You didn't think I was just going to trust your pretty blue eyes, did you, Moody? The old Auror actually jumped up and started trying to point his wand everywhere at once. Potter, he growled out. Yes, and before you start asking silly questions, my Patronus is a stag and I was taught how to cast it by Moony over there. Harry could see the other two looking at Lupin with questions clear in their expressions. The werewolf chose address Harry directly though. Hello, Harry, you've been worrying a lot of people recently. Why don't we go inside? He held out a small note which Harry quickly took from his hand. The message was familiar. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at 12 Grimald Place. After he had read the note he stuffed it back in Lupin's hand and focused on what he had read. As soon as he saw the old house appear he asked the Order members, "Shall we then?" and headed over on his broom. It was somewhat amusing to see them trying to escort him without any idea of where he was. He could tell that Lupin and Moody at least were looking and listening for footsteps. When he reached the door and opened it they all broke into a run to reach the house they were still several yards away from. Once the door was closed Harry removed the cloak and cast the dispelling charm to become visible again. You could get in trouble for that, you know. Tonks told Harry conversationally only to have him snort. Are you going to tell me that a government-funded monitor can bypass the Fidelius charm? He looked at her with one eyebrow cocked. Pull the other one. It's got bells on it. Tonks though seemed determined to get a reaction. True. Doesn't cover your alt on an Auror outside though, does it? When that didn't change his facial expression one jot she tried something else. Smiling slyly she asked him, does Hermione know you go around grabbing girls while invisible? That got a reaction though probably not the one she was looking for. Funny you should mention Hermione, or Tonks. You lot wouldn't happen to know why she disappeared from her parents' house and missed her scheduled check-in, would you? His icy glare roamed over all three of them as he asked his question. Tonks and Lupin looked uncomfortable while Moody actually looked somewhat impressed. Come on, Harry, we were about to sit down to dinner. Hermione will be at the table. Harry's gaze returned to Lupin for a moment before he nodded and indicated that the werewolf should lead the way. Harry's entrance into the kitchen caused quite the stir. He ignored it and went straight for his girlfriend who looked shocked to see him. When he got to her he pressed a relieved, lingering to her lips. He soon stopped though as she was not reciprocating. When he pulled back she still seemed to be in shock. Are you all right, Hermione? He asked quietly. He watched her blink a couple times before she shook herself and nodded at him. I'm fine, Harry. I just have something I need to talk to you about in private, she said. Harry was perfectly willing to head off then and there but Mrs. Weasley interrupted. I'm sure there will be time enough for that later, dears. Why don't you eat something first? Harry looked up in suspicion at Mrs. Weasley's attitude. Their last meeting had been frosty at best, but she seemed back to her mothering self. As he looked around the table he noticed for the first time that Hermione was sitting next to Weasley. That surprised him after the year they had just had and his first instinct was to ask what was going on. He quashed the urge though and added it to the list of things he and Hermione needed to talk about after dinner. Something was wrong here and unless his guess was very off, he would find out as soon as they could get some privacy. Turning to greet the rest of the people there including Sirius took his mind off of the weirdness Hermione was displaying for a moment. Once he had been introduced to all the members of the Order of the Phoenix without the name of the group ever being mentioned he took a seat in between Sirius and Hermione. Dinner was a rambunctious affair with most of the Weasleys present. Sirius was never one to calm a situation down either. Harry did notice that several Order members were having a deep discussion at the other end of the table. Harry himself refused to answer any questions about where he had been and what he had been doing. As the dishes were being cleared away Sirius asked a question that Harry had half been expecting. So, Harry, I would have expected you to start asking questions as soon as you had the chance. Harry looked at his godfather with one eyebrow cocked. Why? Several people around the table were surprised at that answer but Harry kept his gaze locked on Sirius. Well, I thought you would be curious about what is happening with the fight against you-know-who. Sirius was clearly just as flabbergasted as most of the other people present that Harry was seemingly going to be the only teen in the house not loudly demanding to know what they were doing. Harry chose to flash them all a predatory smile. You misunderstood me, Sirius. I meant, why would I ask you? Harry took a moment to enjoy the gobsmacked expressions around the kitchen of Grimmauld Place before continuing. The Order of the Phoenix, a secret, militia and information gathering ring started by Dumbledore during the last war with Riddle. You have no information I want or need. As far as I can tell you have Mivli failed at literally every target you have set. He sat back to enjoy the loud cries of indignation that his proclamation had brought until one voice sounded over the rest and restored quiet. And what do you think you know about it, Potter? Harry looked straight at Moody's grizzled face, still wearing his predatory smirk. He knew it was important to knock the Order down a peg. What they were doing was dangerous and would get them killed if they didn't drastically change their way of thinking. Let's review what you have done so far, shall we? Harry started. It might be for their own good, but he was going to enjoy this nonetheless. He even had an excuse ready for his knowledge. First, information gathering. You have tried to establish contacts with the darker elements of our society both to further this goal and also to try and slow Riddle's recruitment of those same elements. The werewolves, for example. He swung his gaze to his former defense teacher. Lupin has been trying to ingratiate himself into the pack and is failing miserably due to his prolonged exposure to wizards, as well as being the only werewolf on the Isles who was allowed to attend Hogwarts while already cursed. It would take years before they start trusting him with anything remotely important. You've also sent Hagrid and Madame Maxime to parley with the giants. They will fail. Giants are not impressed by pretty words, and even if they were, Riddle can offer them something concrete that you never can. Expanded territory and revenge on wizards. Harry's gaze swung around to the eldest Weasley brother. Bill is your contact with Gringotts. The goblins don't have a dog in this fight and won't get off their collective ass until a clear winner becomes obvious. They are far more likely to wait and hope we destroy each other so they can squeeze some concessions out of whatever wizarding government comes into being at the end of this. In addition, Bill is a human and has clearly shown he will side with wizards the moment there is a conflict, meaning Ragnarok is keeping him pacified with platitudes while his career implodes. The kitchen was entirely silent as the Order digested that Harry not only knew what they were doing but was rubbishing their actions at every step. You have no contact with the vampire covens, which shouldn't be a problem unless one of the elders is bored this century. The centaurs will simply attack anyone who comes into the forest, no matter which side they're on. The only reason the Acromantula colony hasn't attacked Hogwarts yet is that Hagrid hatched and raised their patriarch, who is just about on his deathbed. Your information from the Ministry comes from rumor and hearsay and is also available to the other side. That leaves us with your supposed trump card, Snape's spy work, which is probably worse than useless. Dumbledore trusts Snape. We should too, or at least look past our differences with him. Harry gave Lupin a pitying smile at the interruption. Whether or not Dumbledore or anyone else trusts Snape is largely irrelevant. He enjoyed the shock on Moony's face knowing the older man had expected a rant about Snape being a greasy git. Dumbledore proclaimed in at least 2 public trials after the war that Snape had turned spy for our side. He said that in front of both Crouches, whom Riddle had access to for months. Wormtail was a spy in the Order for Riddle last time around and let his master know exactly what information was leaked to you. Riddle knows that Snape has been a spy for Dumbledore and yet somehow Snape's still alive. That means Snape's given Riddle enough to still be useful to him. Since Riddle is not an idiot, he is extremely unlikely to allow sensitive information anywhere near Snape. Anything tall, dark and greasy does uncover is likely to be misdirection. Harry's throat was starting to get dry, but he wanted to finish this and have some time with his girlfriend tonight. Shall we move on to your active operations? You currently have 2. The first was finding me, which you didn't. I even managed to find you. The second is guarding the Department of Mysteries. Why on earth you lot are still wasting your time there is the real mystery. Since Sturgis Podmore, a member of your organization, got arrested for trying to break into the department you had him guarding, we can conclude one of 2 things. He was a traitor, in which case the enemy knows what you are doing, or he could have been imperious, in which case you still have to assume that the enemy knows what you are doing. Even if you ignore that, what is one guard under an invisibility cloak going to do when Riddle shows up? You have very few competent fighters. Harry started pointing them out as he listed them. Former Auror Moody, Auror Shacklebolt, Auror Tonks, former Auror Black and Remus Lupin, who would have a mastery in defense if the wizarding world wasn't a bigoted shithole. Oh, and Dumbledore, I suppose, even though he doesn't pull guard duty, and if the Aurors, after action reports are accurate, he never once captured or incapacitated a single Death Eater during the last war, so we might as well discard him except as a flashy distraction. If all of that wasn't enough, you haven't even realized that for the past 2 weeks the very thing you've been guarding has gone missing. I removed it myself and left a slightly altered copy that I hope Riddle enjoys. Which I suppose also proves that you lot don't make particularly effective guards. Harry looked around and thought that most members of the Order actually looked catatonic. Some of them looked like they were starting to get it, and Moody looked like he wanted to kick himself. The grand sum of your accomplishments so far is making yourselves feel important at the risk of your lives and serving as a reverential cult for Dumbledore. So, if your intelligence sources are compromised, unreliable, or both, and your active operations are ridiculous failures on almost every front, why would I want to ask you anything about the war? Harry gave them a moment to let his rhetorical question sink in. Glad we cleared that up. Am I? You wanted to talk somewhere private. Harry stood up and pulled his girlfriend to her feet, leading her out of the kitchen and up the stairs to the room he knew was Regulus. He was happy for an excuse to get away from the Order before they realized that he had essentially insulted them at every turn during his lengthy rant. When they entered the room Harry had chosen, he carefully shut the door and pulled Hermione into his arms. He lowered his head to her again, but she turned her head to the side and her small hands were on his, pushing him away. Harry released his hold on her and took a step back, trying not to show the hurt he felt at her rejection. Whatever it is must really be bothering her. So, what did you need to talk about, Hermione? Harry asked her, searching her face for a clue as to what had his girlfriend acting like this. She was clearly struggling with what she wanted to say. I'm breaking up with you, Harry. All of Harry's mental processes screeched to a halt. What? His nonplussed response came out in a small voice as he tried to work through what Hermione had said. Where Harry was floundering with what was going on, Hermione seemed to be getting more comfortable now that the bombshell had been delivered. The only reason I agreed to go out with you is because I thought I didn't have a chance with the man I love. I recently learned that he feels the same way about me, and I have to take this chance. I would be lying to both of us if I didn't. Hermione spoke in a calm and gentle voice. Harry wanted her to scream at him, to have at least earned what she was doing to him in some sense. You're serious? Odd. That didn't sound like his voice. When she nodded, he asked a question he needed to know the answer to. Who? Hermione blushed before answering. Ron. At Harry's incredulous look she continued. He is just so manly. My perfect opposite. He balances me out. Each word she said was like a knife thrust into Harry's heart. He knew he was in no way processing this well. He felt numb and sluggish. He felt tears burning in his eyes. He felt his heart tearing itself to shreds in his. I'm sorry, Harry, but I think you'll come to see that this is for the best. With that, Hermione turned around and left. Just outside the door Harry could see Weasley leaning up against the wall. He greeted Hermione with a that Harry knew would have left her uncomfortable if Harry had done it in public at Hogwarts. When Ron did it, though, she apparently didn't mind. Then maybe this is for the best. You knew this could happen. It's your own fault you got taken in by some stupid vision of what probably never was. The in the hall had ended and Weasley shot Harry a malicious smirk over Hermione's shoulder before leading her away with the words, "Come on, babe, I think we're gonna need a little privacy." Harry thought he might be sick. He had never talked to Hermione like that because he thought she would hate it, but clearly that had been his downfall. Harry felt a desire to hit something, to make something else hurt the way he was hurting, well up inside of him, and took it out on the unsuspecting door. It slammed shut with an almighty bang and Harry fired silencing and locking charms at it before screaming his rage at the heavens. He spent a lot of time cursing Ephialtes for being a backstabbing, traitorous bastard. He made the pillows from the bed hover in front of him and went to work on them like a boxer training for a championship fight. He had no idea how long he went on for, but at the end of it he couldn't say that he felt any better. Despite having memories of Hermione and Ron ending up together, he had stopped believing that it would happen because of all they had learned about the redhead. He felt a wetness on his face and realized that he was actually crying. Angrily he swiped away the tears. He needed to do something, anything. Anything but think about what was happening elsewhere in the house. He needed to adjust his plans for collecting the Horcruxes. Actually, I don't. Those plans were never contingent upon her on her. Harry threw himself down on the bed. He couldn't even think her name without something twisting painfully in his. Might as well get to bed early. I'll collect the locket tonight and get the hell out of here before the Order notices anything's happened. I am not staying here to watch Weasley and her together. Plan made. Harry unshrunk his trunk, grabbed his toiletries and headed into the ensuite bathroom that Regulus' room had. Brushing his teeth was hell. It just reminded him of dentists, which in turn reminded him of why he had left the safety of his tent and what he had experienced. He decided he would leave her a note telling her to contact her parents. That should fulfill his promise to them. When he was done with his ablutions, he flopped down on the bed fully dressed. What was the point of undressing when he was just going to be leaving in a few hours, after all? He did his best to fall asleep, but a short, fitful doze was as close as he got. When he woke up from his restless sleep, Harry felt no better than he had before. A quick glance at his watch told him it was just gone 2 in the morning. Time to get to work. Harry headed over to the door, undoing the spells he had placed on it and opening it. He nearly stepped on a plateful of biscuits as he walked out. Harry picked the plate up and noticed there was a note laying on top of the baked goods. Harry, I made these for you in case you wanted a midnight snack. I know it hurts now, but one day you will find someone worthy of you. Ginny. Harry snorted. He did not need a reminder like that right now. He placed the plate on the desk in the room and moved out into the hall. It wasn't the most gentlemanly thing to do, but Ginny could just discover them tomorrow. Harry quietly made his way to the drawing room. He didn't know if it had been cleaned out yet, but he doubted it. As he recalled, it had been towards the end of his stay here that they had gotten around to cleaning that part of the house last time around. As he let himself inside, he lit his wand and immediately moved over to the GL display cabinets containing the most prized possessions of the Black family. It took him relatively little time to find the locket, and he simply lifted it out of the display case. He didn't bother to make a copy, certain that nobody would even know it was gone. The locket felt as unclean and unwelcoming as it always had. As he turned to leave, he realized that he had forgotten about the one person who certainly would notice that it was missing. What is filthy half-blood doing with Master Regulus' locket? Filthy half-blood should not be stealing from the noble house of Black. What would Mistress say to Creature if she knew? The ancient elf looked particularly menacing in the sharp shadows from Harry's wandlight. Harry knew that Creature wanted the locket destroyed as badly as Harry did. He just wasn't sure how he was going to convince the elf of that. He slipped the locket into his pocket. He wasn't going to wear the damn thing around his neck ever again if he could help it. Creature, was it? Are you sure this locket belongs to your master? Creature gave him a look of pure loathing. Of course Creature is sure. The half-blood's breeding must have made it stupid. Harry had forgotten just how unpleasant Creature could be. You lie, elf. Harry hissed at the little being in front of him. His emotions from the day he had added to the natural tendency towards anger his 15-year-old hormones produced had shortened Harry's emotional fuse to the point where it was nearly non-existent. Oddly enough, Creature actually seemed to respond to Harry's tone of voice and the glare being aimed his way. This locket reeks of the magic of Tom Marvolo Riddle, and I know that he has never had a house elf. Now tell the truth or get out of my way. Creature's master Regulus recovered the locket. It is his. The elf was stubborn, if not as insulting as he usually was. Then your master will lose his possession. I will be destroying this disgusting thing as soon as I can. If there is a problem with that, he can come find me. Creature's eyes widened at the declaration. Half-blood would help Creature fulfill his master's last command. The elf sounded downright emotional. May Creature east half-blood master. Taken off guard by the elf's form of address, Harry actually considered the request. Considering how long Creature had carried this burden, it did seem fair to let him help. Besides, Harry still had to return to his room to collect his broom and his trunk and to write a note. Having a house elf's stance would also allow him to destroy the damn thing tonight. Creature had not so much as twitched while Harry considered his request. All right, you can help. Harry was surprised to see emotion welling in the old elf's eyes. I will need something that you can get for me. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, there is a display case holding a sword. I need you to fetch me that sword without anyone noticing it's gone. Be careful not to cut yourself with it, as it will be the last thing you ever do. Bring that sword to the room I'm staying in." Creature bowed deeply and popped out. Harry snuck out of the drawing room and back to Regulus' room. When he got there, he found Creature already waiting for him with the sword of Gryffindor leaning up against the bed. With 2 flicks of his wand, Harry silenced the room and locked the door again. Turning back to Creature, he took the locket out of his pocket and tossed it on the floor. "All right, Creature, I am going to unlock this thing. You hold it open and I'll stab it with the sword. Got that?" Harry waited for Creature to nod his understanding before issuing one more warning. "That locket is at least somewhat aware, so it's going to fight us. You need to ignore anything it says, no matter whose face it uses to say it. Do you understand?" He waited for the elf to confirm his understanding once again. "Creature will not listen to the locket, Half-Blood Master. Creature understands." Harry nodded in approval at the old elf and grabbed the sword for Gryffindor before moving to stand over the locket. Creature crouched down across from him, staring intently at the locket. "Okay. 3, 2, 1. Open." Creature's gnarled old hands shot out and wrenched the locket open as soon as it clicked open. Harry saw a dark cloud with 2 glowing, red eyes billow out from the locket. "Harry Potter, I have seen your heart, and it is." The locket cut off with an agonized scream as the sword of Gryffindor was rammed through it with a vengeance. "I'm not in the mood, Tom." Harry snarled at the remains of the locket before ripping the blade out of the wreck of the Horcrux. Creature fell back on his rear, staring open-mouthed at the remains of the locket that had tormented him for 15 years. His eyes followed the piece of jewelry as Harry picked it up and placed it around the ancient elf's neck. "If it was your master's last request, then I think he would want you to keep it. Your loyalty is a credit to you and the house you serve." Fat tears were starting to drip down Creature's wrinkled cheeks at the honor this wizard was showing him. Harry stood up and looked around the room. It was time to go. He knew that Hermione was safe, happy even, and he had destroyed another Horcrux. He remembered his promise to 2 Crawley dentists and moved over to the desk to write a note on their behalf to their daughter. "Young master." "No." Harry froze where he was and turned to look at Creature, who had one hand extended towards him. "Good young master must not eat the biscuits. They is being full of potions." Harry gaped at the elf, who in all fairness looked rather shocked at his own actions. After a moment to recover from the surprise, Harry's face took on a thunderous cast and he stalked across the room in 2 strides, his wand already out and pointing at the plate of biscuits. He snarled out Scarpin's Revelaspell as he approached and grabbed a piece of parchment to start writing down the results. Once he had finished, he looked over the list of ingredients but couldn't link any potion to the list. It occurred to him that the list was long enough to be several potions. In which case he needed to look for possible combinations, and his potions knowledge really wasn't good enough for that. "Creature, I need a book listing various potions by ingredients." Creature got up and bowed deeply before popping away. He had made his decision that he would serve the young wizard. The boy carried the blood of the House of Black in his veins from his grandmother, and he had reminded the old elf somewhat of his master Regulus. What had clinched it for Creature was how viscerally he had just been reminded of Master Arcturus. The young wizard had clearly inherited the strength of will and the indomitable spirit required to rule over the family, and it was only right that an elf should serve one such as that. Moments later he returned with the book and offered it up to his young master before moving off to wait quietly in case the young master needed more help in what had clearly become a hunt for the guilty and a quest for vengeance worthy of the Blacks of old. Harry was flipping feverishly through the book. He started with the first ingredients listed as those would be present in the highest concentrations, making them a likely base for whatever potion someone had been trying to feed him. Finding the entry for Ashwinder eggs, he looked through the potions that were listed. One of them caught his eye and, even if he had no evidence yet, his intuition was screaming at him that it was at least one of the potions present in the odious mixture. He quickly checked the rest of the ingredients for the potion and found them all present. Using the same method he had soon identified a total of 3 potions in the biscuits. A love potion, a hate potion, and Gregory's unctuous unction, designed to make the drinker think of the brewer as their best friend. Harry stared at the plate in disbelief. The accompanying note could have been written by anyone, and he wasn't ready to condemn Ginny just on that basis. It takes something really messing with their heads to keep soulmates apart. Check yourself regularly for potions. Harry heard the words Ephialtes had spoken echoing through his mind from the depths of his memory, but his initial reaction was the same as it had been then. There was no one currently in the house he would have believed this of. Well, maybe Weasley, but he certainly couldn't brew all these potions. He could, however, buy them or have someone else make them. As far as Harry was concerned, it was just another reason to get out of here as soon as possible. What about Hermione? That harrowing thought brought Harry up short. He didn't even notice the way his heart clenched at the thought of Hermione's name. He had forgotten all about what her mother had said about Hermione getting chocolates over the holidays. That had been an immediate red flag, and he had forgotten it while wallowing in his self-pity. If it was Weasley and he was using love potions, then Hermione's sudden relationship with him took on a much darker cast. He couldn't leave her, not without making sure that she was safe. There just wasn't much else he could think to say. He needed a plan. Nobody would believe him without evidence, least of all Hermione if she was indeed poisoned. Looking around the room for inspiration, his eyes landed on Creature, who was still waiting patiently. Creature, I need to discover just how far this goes. Will you help me? At the ancient elf's agreement, a plan started forming in Harry's mind. I need you to make and serve me breakfast tomorrow, and then keep an eye on everyone's food. If anyone receives potions, I want to know about it, but only when we have some privacy. Once we know who is doing what to whom, we can plan appropriately. Creature will help, good young master, the elf said before popping out. Harry got changed and laid down in the bed. He had thankfully already slept a little, because the grim determination he was now feeling was not conducive to a good night's rest. He knew one thing with certainty, though. If Weasley was doing what Harry suspected him of, there would be nowhere for the sniveling bastard to hide. Breakfast at 12 Grimmauld Place was an excruciating affair. It all started when Harry walked into the kitchen. Many of the members of the Order who had congregated to enjoy Molly Weasley's cooking glared at him disapprovingly. Harry couldn't have said that he was surprised by the reaction. Having a 15-year-old point out your glaring failures to you was never going to go down well with the average wizard. Hell, it probably wouldn't go down well with any adult. Harry only hoped that they would adjust their modus operandi in response to what he had said, not that they would suddenly like him. The younger guests were a lot more friendly, Ginny even excessively so. She had run up to him the moment she saw him and tried to him full on the mouth. Harry turned his head to the side so her lips landed on his cheek. Ginny, what the hell? He pushed the redhead away from him and looked at her incredulously. Did she really think that was the best way to cheer him up after he had just been dumped? Ginny looked confused for a moment before rallying her expression. She clasped her hands down by her waist and squeezed her upper arms together in what looked like an effort to show off her developing S. This was coupled with a look on her face that made her look innocent as could be. I was just saying good morning, Harry. Well, that and trying to cheer you up a bit. Harry almost didn't hear what she said as the realization set in that the note had not been written by someone else. In fact, it looked like little Ginny was damn well aware of what those biscuits had been laced with. I'm not really in the mood to be cheered up, Gin. Harry said, struggling not scream out his frustration. His hormones really were making it difficult to control his temper. He couldn't afford to lose it, not before he had given Creature a chance to gather the necessary information. The moment Harry sat down, a full English breakfast appeared before him, and Mrs. Weasley was up in arms over someone else using her kitchen and berated Harry for tucking in with gusto. She tried to force a plate of her own cooking in front of him, but Harry suggested that she give it to someone else as he was already served. Harry, dear, that food is just not safe. It was made by the house elf here, and he is a miserable little creature. You never know what he might have put in there. Harry was now including everyone at Grimmauld Place in his suspicions, and this mention of something being put in his food really got under his skin. Right now Creature was probably the safest cook in the house, bar himself. The cherry on the cake, though, was when Weasley and Hermione came in looking thoroughly mussed. Hermione was hanging all over Weasley as they sat down and was even sprayed with bits of food from the carnage next to her. When she didn't once complain and instead looked on with fond indulgence, Harry almost felt his breakfast come back up. He managed to stay seated until Hermione started eating her own food. He hoped that with all the attention on him Creature had managed to discover something. He stood up abruptly, leaving his partially eaten breakfast. As he did, Creature popped in looking distressed. Was breakfast not to the good young master's liking? Harry couldn't let the little guy think this was somehow his fault, no matter how badly he wanted to get out of there. Breakfast was excellent, Creature. Thank you very much for making it for me. I've just lost my appetite. Harry roared the elf. He could see something darken in Creature's eyes. Creature will preserve the rest for when good young master is less distracted from his meal. Harry could only smile at the typical house elf offer. They were always taking care of others and Harry couldn't help but love them for it. Thank you, Creature, Harry said before a giggle from Hermione sent him from the kitchen at a near run. The Order members who had met Creature were nonplussed at Harry's easy rapport with the elf. As soon as the young wizard had disappeared, the ancient elf turned a glare on the rest of the people in the kitchen and popped out with the remains of Harry's breakfast. Harry stormed up the stairs to the Leary. As much as he suspected that Hermione wasn't acting this way of her own accord, it still hurt to see them like that. In the Leary he selected a few books on curse breaking and continued on to his room. When he got up there he slammed the door shut behind him and fired of his usual silencing and locking charms before he collapsed in the desk chair. Harry closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. That had been harder than he had anticipated. Creature, he called, might as well get this over with. Creature popped in and looked Harry up and down critically. As the young master wanting Creature to bring him the rest of his breakfast now. Creature's tone implied that there was something very wrong with a young wizard not finishing his breakfast. Not right now, Creature. Did anyone try to slip me a potion this morning? Creature looked a little put out that the breakfast conversation was on hold. Fat, red blood traitor tries to poison good young master. Creature will make sure she never cooks for the good young master again. Harry's heart broke, nearly as badly as it had when he had heard that Ron had known about the dragons. Mrs. Weasley was someone he had looked to as a mother figure in his previous life. Some of the luster had worn off with her howler in response to his relationship, but it still cut him that she would do this. He tried to focus on what this meant for his response. Ignore how it makes you feel. Ignore the fact that you once cared for them. What will you do? That was the million-galleon question. He couldn't approach her or Mr. Weasley for any help in dealing with their children if they were in on it. Of course he could solve his troubles by simply leaving, but before he could he needed to know one more thing. The problem was that he was afraid to ask the question and even more afraid of hearing the answer. Harry wasn't sure just which answer he was hoping for. Was anyone else given any potions? He asked the question quickly, as if he was ripping off a plaster. Creature's response was unexpectedly gentle. Fat, red blood traitor gives the mudblood the same potions she tries to give the good young master. Harry nearly collapsed with the relief that he hadn't been completely wrong about Hermione. She wasn't the kind of cold-hearted who would play with someone like that. The relief was extremely muted, as it also meant that Hermione was in very real danger of essentially being D. He barely remembered to ask if anyone else was being influenced, and the negative answer was almost meaningless to him except that it let him focus on helping the girl he loved. Creature, I need these ingredients as quickly as possible as well as the equipment. Take any money you need from my Gringotts vault. Harry handed Creature a list and the elf bowed and was about to pop away when Harry held up his hand. Once you have completed that task I want you to watch over Hermione. If it looks like Weasley is going to hurt her, do whatever it takes to stop him. Creature looked like he might object for a moment before nodding and popping out. With a sigh Harry allowed his body to go completely limp for a moment. She might not hate me. The danger Hermione was in solidified Harry's resolve like almost nothing else could, and he got up and grabbed the potions book Creature had brought last night. He opened it to a page he had bookmarked and started reviewing the proper procedure for brewing a purging potion. He had just gotten to the step where the Wiggentree twigs were added when he heard a knock at his door. Harry looked at the door suspiciously. He was sure he had used a silencing charm on it. Harry, can I come in and talk to you for a moment? Sirius' voice came through the door. Harry supposed that he couldn't really lock himself away without expecting someone to come looking for him. Besides, Sirius knew that Harry and Hermione had been dating, and after the display at breakfast he might think Harry wanted someone to talk to. Come on in, Sirius. Harry called, firing an unlocking charm at the door. Sirius came in accompanied by a streak of orange. Crookshanks, Harry murmured as the cat leapt onto his lap. Crookshanks butted his head into Harry's hand in an effort to get it scratched. As Harry subconsciously obliged, he turned his eyes back to Sirius. Once the marauder was inside, he had reapplied the locking and silencing charms before Harry could. At Harry's questioning look, Sirius said, "I imagine you had a reason to have the charms up." Harry just nodded. He was perfectly willing to wait for Sirius to get to the point and didn't expect it to take the generally restless man long. He was right. "I wanted to ask you how you were feeling." Sirius began, sounding incredibly uncomfortable. At Harry's cocked eyebrow, he rushed to continue. "I mean, getting thrown over for your best mate like that has to hurt, and I wanted to know how you're holding up." Harry started a little at his godfather's tactlessness, and Sirius seemed to notice this. "Look, Harry, that may not have been the best way to put it, but something is clearly wrong with you. You're studying potions, for Godric's sake." Harry was in a bit of a bind. Sirius was clearly worried, but Harry wasn't sure if he should just come clean and tell Sirius about the potions. Actually, to be honest, he was desperate to tell the man all about it. Harry was carrying enough burdens that he couldn't share. This was something he could and would frankly love some help with. Finally, he decided that if he couldn't trust Sirius, that the situation here was so dire that he might as well just kidnap Hermione and leave the wizarding world to drown in their own filth. "I'm not studying potions on a whim, Sirius." Harry was a little confused at the disappointed look on Sirius' face. "Harry, no matter how good the relationship was, you can't use love potions to try and win her back." Harry's face went decidedly stony at the implied accusation. "I wasn't planning on getting Hermione back with a love potion, thank you very much. I was planning on getting her back with the purging potion." Harry couldn't keep the icy tone out of his voice. He couldn't believe that Sirius thought he would stoop to the level of the people who had done this to Hermione. Harry could see the exact moment his comment started making sense to his godfather. Sirius' face had turned thunderous. Ron is using a love potion on Hermione. Harry appreciated Sirius' instant outrage on Hermione's behalf, but hadn't forgotten the beginning of the conversation. "Actually, she's under a love potion, a hate potion, and Gregory's unctuous unction, and, while I'm pretty sure Ron knows, this morning it was Molly Weasley who tried to feed us potions and succeeded in Hermione's case. Last night I received a plate of potion-laced biscuits with a note from Ginny as well." Sirius leapt up and strode towards the door, only to stiffen and fall over. Harry levitated the man he had placed under a full-body bind back to his chair. "Stop. Unless you have a purging potion ready to hand, and I know you don't, or Creature would have fetched it for me, you charging out there is going to do nothing but harm." Sirius' eyes looked mutinous. "Creature is currently fetching me the things I need to brew this potion. It will be difficult enough to get it to Hermione without you tipping the bastards off. If I can control myself, you damn well should be able to as well." Sirius was only looking slightly less mutinous, and Harry sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose in an attempt to alleviate some of the tension that was starting to cause him a headache. "What were you planning to do anyway? Scream at them? Throw them out of the house?" Judging by the look in Sirius' eyes, at least one of those guesses was spot on. "If you throw them out, what will Hermione in her current state do?" He waited a moment to let that sink in. She would go with them in support of her boyfriend. Similarly, if you let on that you know, Hermione will not believe you, but she will probably become suspicious of any potions coming from us. I'm hoping she isn't so far gone that she's done anything she can't take back, but these potions are designed to steal a person's capacity for rational thought, and if we push her, she might do something she'll regret for the rest of her life. If nothing else, she might want to prove that her relationship with that shitstain is real." Sirius' eyes finally looked like he had understood and was in control of himself again, so Harry released the spell. "After she's safe we can go after the traitors, but not before." It was quiet between them for several minutes before Sirius spoke again. "Any idea what you're going to do to them yet?" Harry shook his head. "I've been a little preoccupied, Padfoot. Besides, all I had before breakfast was a suspicion due to some laced biscuits." Harry wasn't about to admit that he also had memories of Ron and Hermione in a relationship in the future muddying the waters. He was starting to have some suspicions about how that had come about after what he had learnt, though. "If it wasn't for Creature helping out, I never would have gotten that confirmation without going to war with the Order." Sirius remembered an evening getting drunk with Minnie as she told him about watching a memory of Harry Potter taking on the Dark Lord and roughly 30 of his Death Eaters after being subjected to the Cruciatus Curse multiple times. He remembered what she told him about the amount of damage Harry had done then while trying to get away. He carefully looked at the young man across from him who was positively radiating power and dangerous levels of determination. Finally, he also remembered that Harry had gotten the drop on Moony, Tonks and Mad-Eye just outside of the Order's Fidelius Charmed headquarters before showing a level of knowledge about their activities that nobody should have had. All in all, Harry going to war with the Order, by himself, might be a quicker death sentence than taking on you-know-who and his Death Eaters in a pitched battle. If it was to protect Hermione, then he didn't think even Dumbledore would be able to turn the tide. Speaking of the little crap bubble, how did you and he become so chummy? Harry shot Sirius a stern look. For starters, I didn't call him a little crap bubble, but treated him like a person. Secondly, I helped him with an order from his former master that he couldn't manage on his own. Finally, I don't assume he is evil or whatever your problem with him is. He is actually a pretty nice guy and an extremely loyal elf if you give him a reason to be. Sirius was gaping at Harry. He's a little pure blood bigot, Sirius shouted, making Harry glad they had reapplied the silencing charm. Actually, I would say he has remained loyal to your parents and their views. He has shown that he is changing though. He has stopped caring about my status as a half-blood already. I think if we give him time and a reason he will come around. Harry answered his godfather. When he saw Sirius angrily open his mouth, he said, "Look, I understand that you have a lot of unpleasant memories of him, but that is no reason to dismiss him as an ally out of hand." Sirius just huffed in response, and Harry decided an abrupt change of topic might not be a bad thing. "So have you heard anything about a trial yet, or are the Ministry still dragging their collective ass?" It was crude, but it worked as Sirius held out for a few seconds before the two men launched into an enjoyable session of insulting the Ministry. Kreacher popped in with lunch for the both of them and admonished Harry that this time he was to eat everything before popping out. Harry thought this might have done more for Sirius' views on his family's elf than anything Harry had said. Sirius eventually left some time after lunch and Harry took up the potions book again. He had no time to waste messing this recipe up and he wanted to get it right in one go. When Harry woke up the next morning, he saw that Kreacher had left everything needed to start brewing in Harry's room. Since he had convinced Sirius to put out the word that Harry was sulking in his room and would be taking his meals there, Harry would be free to stay in and brew. This was particularly convenient since the potion, like most medical potions, was fiendishly complicated and took a relatively long time to brew, 36 hours to be precise. Harry was also glad that he had an ensuite bathroom, as it meant that he really didn't have to leave unless he wanted to. After he had gone through his morning ablutions and finished a very tasty breakfast under Kreacher's watchful eye, Harry got started. He set up his equipment and checked the ingredients before prepping them. Since the potion required a lot of simmering, Harry grabbed one of the curse-breaking books he had borrowed from the Leary. He would have liked to spend his time coming up with a suitable revenge against the people who had done this to Hermione and him, but last night taught him that he tended to get stuck on, "Where do I hide the bodies?" And murder felt so pubescent as a punishment. Weasley deserved something special. 3 days after he had arrived at Grimmauld Place, Harry Potter was in his room looking very satisfied with the vials of electric blue potion that were lined up on his desk. The purging potion was finally done. The only thing that remained was to get Hermione to take it. Harry's plan was simple. He would ask Hermione up to his room and then convince her to take the potion. "If you don't believe that you are under the effects of a potion, then this should have no effect on you," sounded like it had potential. The side effects of the potion required that the taker be close to a toilet and preferably a bucket or a lot of cleaning supplies. He also had a backup plan that was even simpler and that he fervently hoped he wouldn't have to use. So it was that Harry left his room for the first time since breakfast on his first morning here and went in search of Hermione. He actually found her by following the sounds of voices to a half-open door. Which is why it's so interesting. Harry smiled to himself. Hermione had clearly found some new book or piece of knowledge and wanted to share it with as many people as possible. Merlin's sweaty sack, Herms. When you said you had something interesting, I thought you had finally learned something about Quidditch or something, not read another dumb book. Clearly Weasley was there as well. That presented a bit of a problem. Having the traitor along would prevent Harry from administering the potion. No, really, Ron. If you would just give it a chance you would. Not a chance, Hermes. Now, are you gonna be joining me tonight, or what? Shit, I really don't want to hear this. Ron, I told you I'm not ready for that yet. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he heard that. It sounded like Hermione was still in control of herself enough that she should come out of this without that scar added in. Come on, it'll be great, I promise. It took everything Harry had not to go in and punch the traitor until nothing was left but a sodden lump. I don't know, If it looks like she's going to his room with him, this is turning into a snatch and grab with as much collateral damage as I can manage. I can't. Hermione's voice carried enough force that Harry knew she had found her backbone one last time. It would be enough, he would make sure of that. He heard Weasley make an impatient noise. Sometimes I wonder why I bother with this relationship. I'm gonna get an evening snack. Harry retreated quickly and cast a disillusionment charm. The traitor came out of the room with a face like a thundercloud. Harry kept himself still through force of will. He noticed that one of the bastard's hands was scratched up rather thoroughly and made a mental note to do something nice for Crookshanks or Creature soon. Once the redhead's footsteps had disappeared down the stairs, Harry moved forward to the door again. Looking inside, he could see Hermione sitting on a couch crying. He suppressed an urge to go downstairs and take his rage out on the one who had caused it. Hermione first, revenge later. He dispelled the disillusionment charm, stepped into the doorway and knocked. Hermione's head shot up and she angrily wiped at her cheeks. What do you want, Potter? Harry was shocked to hear how cold her voice sounded. I found something in a potions book that I wanted to go over with you, he said. He hoped she would just take the bait and come with him. He knew he stank at lying, especially to her, so he was sticking as close to the truth as he could. Really? And what was so important that the great and powerful boy who lived decided to walk among us mortals? Harry was floundering under the amount of hatred she was putting out. Harry's self-confidence had never been his defining attribute, and between that and the physical reaction of his 15-year-old body, he wanted to run away from her but knew that this was likely to be his only chance to help her. It's the potions talking. Just the potions, Harry repeated over and over to himself. Well, if you come with me I can show you. The expression on her face was something he hoped never to see again. Come with you? To your room, I suppose. Do you think I am stupid, Potter? That was the most pathetic attempt at talking a girl into bed that I've ever heard of. Hermione was on her feet now and yelling. I wasn't trying to. Yeah, right, Potter. What do you take me for? It's the potions talking. Just the potions. Just stay away from me from now on, you scrawny little bastard. Hermione pushed past Harry and headed towards the door angrily. She never made it as Harry started, Plan B, and silently stunned her. He winced when her body hit the floor. I am so sorry, but I need to do this, he said as he tapped his wand on her head and watched her fade from view. One more silent spell and Hermione's invisible body floated up and followed along behind Harry as he quickly made his way to his room. Once he got there, he deposited Hermione gently on the bed and applied his usual charms to the door before he dragged his desk chair into the bathroom. Next he took the bin that automatically vanished its contents and placed it near the toilet. Coming back into the bedroom, he cancelled the disillusionment charm on Hermione and took a moment to look at her. She still looked beautiful, even with tear-stained cheeks. He just hoped he wasn't about to destroy whatever goodwill she still had left for him. Steeling himself, Harry levitated Hermione into the chair in the bathroom. He thought about it for a second and bound her with conjured ropes before reviving her. It would have been easier to pour the potion down her throat while she was still unconscious, but then she would wake up with a purging potion running rampant through her body and no idea what was going on. He owed her an explanation, or a warning at least. When Hermione's eyes fluttered open, he could see the realization of where she was slowly dawning. When her gaze landed on him, he felt her hatred almost as a physical force battering at him. Her first reaction was to let loose an ear-piercing scream for help. When she paused for breath, Harry jumped in. Please stop screaming, the room has been silenced. For a moment he thought she would scream again. That's fairly good planning for a rapist. Hermione bit out. Let me guess. I rejected you, so you're going to take what you want anyway. Harry just plowed on with what he was going to say, ignoring her barbs as best he could. You were under the effects of a potion, Hermione. I've brewed a purging potion for you. He pulled a vial of the electric blue potion from his pocket. Once you drink this, your body will force out any and all potions in your system. You will sweat, vomit and, defecate as it does so. This will affect literally all potions, so if you are on the contraceptive potion, you will need to retake it should you still want to be under its protection. At the end of his speech, the sneer on Hermione's face hadn't decreased at all. Wow, that's some mental gymnastics to satisfy your ego, Potter. A potion is the only reason I don't want you. Keep dreaming and keep that stuff away from me. Hermione clamped her jaws tightly shut. Rather than fight her in an effort to get her to take the potion, Harry stunned Hermione, poured the potion down her throat and revived her again. He vanished the ropes binding her and made to leave, but before he could, he felt a sharp impact on his jaw that caused him to stagger a step. When he looked up to see Hermione, he saw that the loathing in her eyes had only increased. She was already starting to sweat, and Harry knew the purging potion was doing its job. The Dursleys were right. You were a disgusting freak. Hermione managed to bite out before she bent over the toilet and threw up everything in her stomach. Harry got out of there before the final method the human body had for getting rid of waste came calling. Once he reached the relative safety of his bedroom, Harry called for Creature. Creature, Hermione has just taken the purging potion. Please bring her toiletries and a change of clothes for when it's run its course. Harry asked the old elf. Creature didn't look like he liked the order, but bowed and said, "Yes, young master," before leaving to carry out his task. Harry decided to hide in the Leary until Hermione had returned to her own room. It took Hermione the better part of an hour to get everything purged. During that time she was thoroughly miserable, and at the end of it she didn't feel much better. Her mouth tasted disgusting and her clothes were soaked through and sticking to her body. Looking around, she saw her own toiletries and a change of clothes. Harry must have. Harry. Oh no, oh no, oh no no no. What have I done? Hermione slumped back against the wall of the bathroom and drew her knees up to her as memories flooded her mind. Memories that looked very different without potions altering her perspective. I have to talk to Harry. I have to apologize. Hermione was up and moving towards the door before she realized what she was doing. The heavy pull of her sweat-soaked clothes brought her back to the here and now. I can't talk to him like this. He'll be utterly disgusted. Hermione was by no means a vain girl, but nobody wants to smell like shit, sweat and sick. Especially not when trying for a favorable impression from someone they have wronged, no matter how unintentionally. Stripping off her clothes and grabbing her shower things, she dove into the spray of hot water and set about cleaning herself off. Half an hour later, Hermione felt much refreshed by the shower and brushing her teeth. She had pulled on the clean clothes that had been delivered. When she stepped out into Harry's bedroom, she was disappointed to see he wasn't there. Hermione walked over to the door, intent on finding Harry, but her hand hovered over the doorknob. If she went out there, there was a very good chance she would run into Weasley. Knowing she had been given potions to fancy him made her very wary of getting anywhere near him. One of the reasons she so wanted to talk to Harry was that she wanted to know what he had learned about the potions she had been given and who had given them to her. Without that information she could easily be trapped again. Harry had proven that it wasn't that hard to force-feed someone potions if you really tried. While she could forgive his methods, especially given what the alternative might have been, it wasn't something she'd want to give someone else a shot at. After a long internal debate, Hermione decided that she'd wait for Harry right there. He would have to return at some point and she'd be able to talk to him. It should also keep her safe, as she knew just about everyone in headquarters avoided Harry's room. Hermione crawled onto the bed, grabbed Harry's pillow and hugged it to her. She was almost shaking with nerves about the upcoming conversation with a boyfriend she had treated very poorly, even if it was under the influence of potions. In an effort to calm herself, she prepared by rehearsing as many variations on that conversation as she could imagine. Eventually she realized she was thinking in circles and buried her face in Harry's pillow with a loud groan. Having her face buried in the pillow allowed her to smell Harry's scent, and it worked better than anything else had so far at calming her. She kept her face in the pillow and inhaled. It felt like she was being surrounded by Harry. It felt safe. The effects of the stress of purging the potions from her system and her body finally relaxing from that meant that she was asleep with a smile on her face before long, still clutching tightly to the pillow. After Harry left the room, he headed down towards the Leary as quietly as possible. Once he got there, he found a book on the history of the Wizengamot and settled down on one of the couches available to read on. He cast a notice me not charm around himself to keep from being bothered and settled in to spend some time reading. The hours passed smoothly as Creature brought him a cup of hot cocoa and kept it replenished. When a glance at his watch told him it was nearly 1 in the morning, Harry decided that he had been gone long enough to give Hermione a chance to get cleaned up and head back to her room. Putting the book on the shelf where he had found it, Harry left the Leary to go to bed. He was exhausted after the day he had had. When he got to his room, he opened the door and walked in only to stop in shock. There on his bed, cuddling his pillow, was Hermione. She was fast asleep with a small smile on her face. For a moment he just looked at that smile. It was something he hadn't seen in weeks and he had missed it terribly. Harry was about to walk over to the bed and wake her up when her voice rang through his head. The Dursleys were right. You were a disgusting freak. His eyes closed in remembered pain. What if she still thinks that? Harry knew the potions had a cumulative effect, becoming stronger the longer they were used, but he had no idea how long they had been fed to her. That meant that he had no idea of how much of her vitriol was induced and how much her own honest opinion. Years of the Dursleys, vicious comments seemed to slam into his mind. His body was starting to shake as Vernon's voice seemed to echo in his ears. With a miv effort, Harry managed to force the memories down. Gasping for breath, he looked back at the bed and the form laying on it. Harry hesitated a moment longer, but couldn't bring himself to face her again, not if there was a chance she really felt like that. With a last longing look at the girl on the bed, Harry Potter, Gryffindor extraordinaire, backed off and slipped back out of the room, turning the light off as he left. Back out in the hall, Harry was left unsure of where to go. For lack of a better destination, he headed back to the Leary. Once there, he looked for a relatively unused section. Having located the dustiest one, he set about casting the spells they had used to protect their camps during the hunt for the Horcruxes. Looking at the floor, he cast several cushioning charms at it and laid down. It wasn't as comfortable as his bed, but currently far preferable. Soon Harry was drifting off into an uneasy sleep. When Harry was fast asleep, Creature popped into the Leary as if the protective spells weren't there. Taking a look at his young master, he shook his head and conjured a pillow and blanket. He gently placed the pillow under the young master's head and covered him with the blanket before he popped out again to clean the house that the young master was apparently going to be using more extensively now. Hermione awoke with a scream. She had been having the most god-awful nightmare. She had given in and joined Weasley in his bed. She could still feel his hands groping her body, the dream powered by a memory of her letting him touch her through her clothes in an attempt to keep him pacified without resorting to everything he was asking for. Her heart rate was almost back to normal when she noticed she was in a strange bed, and panic slammed back into her until she remembered that she had been waiting for Harry and fallen asleep on his bed. That brought up a new worry though. Where was Harry? As she looked around the dark, empty room, a terrible thought struck her. What if he left because of what I said? What if he doesn't even want to be my friend anymore? That thought was disturbing enough that it drove Hermione from the room to look for Harry. It was dark enough that she thought everyone would be asleep. She would check the common rooms of the house first. When she got to the drawing room, she saw Creature inside, carefully cleaning the various Black family heirlooms. She knew Harry got on well with the elf and hoped he would know where to find her wayward friend. Creature. The elf turned around and scowled mightily when he saw who it was. Hermione pressed on regardless. Creature. I need to find Harry. It's important. Can you help me find him? The scowl on Creature's face intensified. Why should Creature help nasty mudblood who hurts his good young master? Creature will not. The elf popped away before Hermione could argue her case. Since Harry was obviously not in the drawing room, she moved on. Hermione systematically checked all the rooms she came to except when she already knew who was sleeping there. She couldn't find Harry anywhere. When she finally came to the kitchen, a part of her was already planning what she would do if it turned out that Harry had left the house. Hermione, what are you doing up? Hermione hadn't noticed Sirius sitting in his pajamas in the kitchen holding a mug. As she got closer, she could Smell that, whatever was in the mug, it was extremely alcoholic. I'm looking for Harry. He never came to bed and I need to talk to him. I need to apologize. Hermione's tone was extremely distressed. Sirius looked her over and grunted. Gave you the purging potion, did he? At Hermione's surprised nod he continued. Good. Then maybe you can put a smile on his face, or was that why you were waiting for him in his bed? Hermione blushed ferociously at what Sirius was implying. Ah well, it's none of my business. Let's go. With that Sirius drained his cup of whatever it was and got up. He was already moving out the door when he looked over his shoulder. Are you coming, or what? Hermione ran to catch up to him and was surprised to see they were heading back up the stairs. When they entered the Leary she spoke up. I've already checked the Leary, Sirius. There's nobody here. Sirius just kept going, leaving Hermione no choice but to follow. He finally stopped in front of a set of shelves that looked no different than any other and turned to look at Hermione. It may interest you to know that as the owner of this house I know when someone puts up wards or static charms on my property. Sirius told her. It only took Hermione a moment to work out the significance of that statement. Harry's hidden himself behind wards. Sirius just looked at her and shrugged. Someone put up some static protection charms around here. No idea if it's Harry, but it's damn likely. Hermione was looking around trying to spot the charms, but even knowing they were there she couldn't find a thing. Sometimes it was really annoying that Harry had started applying himself in his studies. She was distracted from her inspection by Sirius talking to her. Now, I can find the charms due to my connection with the house, but before I show you exactly where they are I want to make one thing very clear. He waited until he was sure he had her undivided attention. Potions are not. If you ever hurt my godson like that again I will destroy everything that makes your life worth living and leave you to suffer in the wreckage, understand? Sirius' gray eyes were like chips of ice and his voice conveyed that he was entirely willing to carry out his threat. Hermione realized exactly why the Black family was still feared in the wizarding world and also why Sirius Black had been considered capable of murder when he was thrown in Azkaban. She felt she could only nod meekly. Seeing her nod, Sirius grinned at her. Good, then get in there, fix what's broken. He gave her a shove and Hermione stumbled several steps. When she steadied herself she saw Sirius leaving the Leary humming to himself. She was about to call after him and ask what the hell he was doing when she became aware of someone else in the room with her. There on the floor was the sleeping form of Harry Potter. A part of Hermione's mind considered that Sirius must have pushed her past the protection charms, but it was eclipsed by the sheer relief that Harry was still in Grimmauld Place and the joy of seeing him again without the potions affecting her judgment. Hermione couldn't bring herself to wake Harry just so she could beg his forgiveness. Instead she would wait for him to wake up of his own accord. She couldn't stop herself from kneeling down to touch him, just to make sure he was real. When she did she noticed the cushioning charm on the floor. That explains how he can sleep on the floor like that. After a few moments of watching him and worrying at her lip as she considered her options, Hermione laid down next to Harry. Fighting the rush of self-consciousness at her own daring she wriggled under the blanket and curled up against him. The scent that had helped her relax back in Harry's room was much more present here at the source. She realized she could hear his heart beating as she laid her head on his. The regular thumping was so relaxing that she drifted off without ever noticing it. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.